A game titled Apocalypse, which connects to reality, has unexpectedly emerged on Blue Star. This game world is teeming with various demons and strange beings, where even a nameless creature outside the novice village can easily slay players. Lin Yi fortuitously acquired an activation code with a high serial number, granting him the unparalleled red talent, which allows him to draw from a vast pool of 1,000 talents. From weakness to strength. As his talents upgrade, Lin Yi is able to solidify an increasing number of talents, most of which are of gold and red elite caliber. While other players struggle to survive within the game, Lin Yi, leveraging his advantageous talents, gradually evolves into a formidable powerhouse. When the game world fully merges with Blue Star, elite players with red talents occupy territories to establish nations. And Lin Yi, upon opening his talent interface, smiles and says, "I'm sorry, but I possess dozens of talents like yours." Chapter 1. Interrogation. What is your name? Lin Yi. Did you report the incident? Yes. Could you elaborate on the situation at that time? In the interrogation room, Lin Yi, seated opposite two officers, appeared not to have fully recovered from the shock he experienced just moments ago. Half an hour prior, he had been dining with a few friends from a gold farming team at a hot pot restaurant. During the meal, one of the older brothers, Liu Hong, suddenly began to writhe in agony before their very eyes, and within mere minutes, transformed into a pool of putrid liquid. Everyone in their private room was paralyzed with fear, and after regaining some composure, Lin Yi hastily called the police. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi stated, "I'm not entirely sure. We had planned this gathering days ago. Who could have anticipated such an event occurring mid-meal? Prior to your gathering, did Liu Hong exhibit any unusual behavior? Well, he did appear somewhat pale when he arrived. I even asked him if he wanted to see a doctor, but he laughed it off, saying he was fine." Unexpectedly, halfway through the hot pot, he choked, his complexion turned a shade of blue, and within a few minutes, he had turned into a foul liquid. We were too terrified to approach him. Another officer frowned and inquired, "A few minutes? How long exactly?" Lin Yi pondered, 0.2 or 3 minutes, or perhaps 3 to 4 minutes. We were all too anxious to keep track of time, but you can check the restaurant surveillance footage. All right, we will investigate further. However, based on our inquiries, it appears you had the closest relationship with Liu Hong among the attendees. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, as you know, I'm involved in gold farming in the game, and Liu Hong is somewhat of a mentor to me. I owe my entry into this industry to his guidance. He is a major investor in our vast gold farming studio, while I contributed over 100,000 as a minor shareholder. We communicate frequently and share a decent rapport. Unusual circumstances. Why do you say that? Because Liu Hong is originally from another region, having moved to Lina City a few years ago, my knowledge. He has a mortgage and a car loan, and he has a son who is about to enter college. His ex-wife left him, leaving him with significant financial burdens. He was the most dedicated worker when we started our studio. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm not aware of anything concerning that. I asked him several times, but he mentioned he was preoccupied with important matters and couldn't focus on the studio right now. However, what is it? Lin Yi recalled. I remember Liu Hong once, after drinking too much, excitedly telling me he was about to strike it rich and that he would leave the studio's management to me. At the time, I thought he was just drunk and didn't take his words seriously. He had given me a few books and some foot massage coupons. Do those count? As Lin Yi exited the police station, his expression was grave. The reality of the day's events was challenging his worldview. Liu Hong, a robust man, standing at 6 feet tall, had suddenly transformed into a pool of green, putrid liquid in just 2 to 3 minutes. This was reality, not fiction. In this world, there were no legendary alchemical waters that could dissolve a body in moments. In Lin Yi's understanding, even the most potent sulfuric acid could not reduce a person to liquid in such a short span of time. Moreover, during the police inquiry, the officers had subtly probed whether Liu Hong had left him anything. Clearly, they were aware of the unusual circumstances surrounding Liu Hong's sudden demise and were privy to certain details. Just as he turned on his phone, Lin Yi noticed a flurry of messages inundating the gold farming group. What on earth happened? Why did Brother Hong suddenly leave us? Not sure. Asked the others who were at the gathering. Maybe it was poisoning, or perhaps he had a bad stomach. Poisoning? Nonsense. You think poisoning could turn someone into a pool of putrid liquid? I nearly vomited on the spot. I suspect it could be some sort of curse, or perhaps Brother Hong offended someone he shouldn't have and fell victim to a hex. These situations are common in novels. Stop rambling. What did the police say? The police wouldn't disclose information even if they knew. Brothers, with Brother Hong gone, I'm worried about whether our studio can continue to operate. I haven't even received my meal allowance for this month. Not sure, ask Ego. But it seems he's still in the interrogation room and hasn't come out yet. After reading the messages in the group, Lin Yi thought for a moment and sent a message. Old Liu has encountered an incident. We will pause the studio operations for 2 days. Salaries will be paid as usual during this time. Brothers, take a break for a couple of days. Thank you, Ego. Thank you, Ego. A dozen messages flooded the screen, and Lin Yi sighed slightly. With old Liu gone, he wondered if the game studio could continue to thrive. The following day, at the Lin Yi City Police Department, a confidential meeting room was convened to discuss Liu Hong's death. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have recognized the two officers who interrogated him yesterday. One serious-faced, middle-aged man with a square jaw asked, "Have we determined the cause of Liu Hong's death?" A younger officer at the table responded, "Preliminary assessments suggest it was the hidden poison of a level 6 monster, the snake bird. When a player is afflicted by this poison, their body exhibits no immediate symptoms, and their character data panel provides no alerts. However, if the player consumes certain special ingredients, the hidden poison can suddenly activate, proving fatal within mere minutes. Our investigation revealed that the Hot Pot restaurant had a dish of pig brain, which is one of the triggers for the hidden poison." The square-jawed officer glanced at the documents in hand, nodded, and then asked, "Can we ascertain Liu Hong's character in the game?" The young officer replied, "Not at this time. Currently, our intelligence personnel are limited, and the game map of Apocalypse is vast. We cannot access most novice villages, nor can we determine their locations. The level 6 monster, the snake bird, is widely dispersed throughout the game essentially. They inhabit any forested environment that we cannot identify Liu Hong's character based solely on the snake bird. However, the fact that Liu Hong was able to withstand the snake bird's poison and emerge safely from the game clearly indicates he possessed the capability to confront the snake bird directly, suggesting his level was at least above 6. The square-jawed officer turned to his colleagues, Lao Wang and Lao Zhang, who had taken Lin Yi's statement. He frowned. "What do you mean by no significant discoveries? What did you find?" "We discovered that Liu Hong appeared to be a member of the Black Heart Alliance, as he possessed several anonymous bank cards amounting to over 3 million, with approximately 90% of the funds sourced from Zhao Yilong, another member of the Black Heart Alliance." Upon hearing the name Zhao Yilong, the young officer raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Ah, it's this Zhao Yilong again. Several recent cases of players from the game Apocalypse dying in real life are linked to him. The Black Heart organization truly is a malignant tumor." The officer with a square face inquired, "Have we found the invitation code?" Logically, after Liu Hong's death, his invitation code should have manifested. Old Wang interjected, "No, we've searched through all of Liu Hong's belongings, but we couldn't locate his invitation code. Captain, should old Zhang and I pay a visit to the neighboring Qingshan city today? Perhaps Liu Hong's invitation code is with his son." Considering the value and significance of the invitation code, the square-faced officer nodded. "All right, you may depart once the meeting concludes. That by the way, send someone to check Liu Hong's studio as well." After the meeting concluded, the square-faced officer silently contemplated the documents in hand. His name was Zhang Baichuan, the team leader dispatched from the capital, specifically tasked with overseeing all cases related to Apocalypse in Lin Yi City. Approximately 6 months prior, a game titled Apocalypse emerged globally, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its origins. However, it is said that obtaining an invitation code would grant access to the game world of Apocalypse, allowing one to become a player. Most significantly, the abilities acquired by players in this game world can manifest in reality. In the past, Zhang Baichuan, a former military officer, would have scoffed at such notions, dismissing them as absurd. Yet a month ago, he received an invitation code and successfully entered the world of Apocalypse. Since then, his previously held worldview has crumbled. In the confidential meeting room, Zhang Baichuan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his expression grave. How to describe that game world? In 3 words: exceedingly perilous. Upon entering the Apocalypse world, players randomly spawn in a novice village. Yet the outskirts of any novice village are teeming with ferocious monsters and eerie spirits. Even the weakest monsters surrounding the novice village are akin to tigers, leopards, wolves, and jackals in the real world, and players must rely solely on their bare hands and the physical attributes reflected from reality to survive in the game. Even someone like him, a special forces soldier trained by the state, could suddenly perish in the game, let alone an ordinary person. Those who approach the Apocalypse world as if it were a mere game are destined to meet a most tragic end. Finishing his cigarette, Zhang Baichuan let out a slight sigh, then rolled up the cuff of his sleeve, revealing a series of golden coded patterns. These codes are not written in any earthly language. Their origins enigmatic, representing the invitation code to the Apocalypse game world. Gently tracing the golden coded patterns with his fingers, Zhang Baichuan's body trembled, and in the next moment, he vanished from the realm of reality. Chapter 2. The invitation code. The following day, Lin Yi arrived early at the vast gold mining studio, assisting the police from the municipal bureau with the handling of Liu Hong's belongings. He carefully placed all of Liu Hong's possessions into a storage box and submitted them. A police officer inquired, "Is that all? Nothing else?" Lin Yi nodded. "Yes, the studio is quite disorganized. Liu's personal items were seldom left here. Aside from a few changes of clothes, there were only some minor trinkets." "All right, thank you for your cooperation. We will take these items with us for now," the officer replied. Subsequently, 2 accompanying officers swiftly departed with Liu Hong's belongings. Once they had left, Lin Yi stood alone in the empty office, sighing deeply. Here, he could still recall Liu Hong's visage from the previous day. The studio had secured 2 significant deals, and Liu Hong had specifically come to treat everyone to a meal. Little did they know that life could vanish so abruptly and unexpectedly. The once venerable elder brother was now nothing but a lifeless shell. What had become of this world? Although the other members of the studio were absent that day, as one of the studio's owners, Lin Yi needed to swiftly convert the previous day's gaming achievements into financial gain. After all, the in-game gold and precious equipment could fluctuate dramatically in value, and delays were not permissible. After a considerable period of diligent work, he had increased his bank balance by several thousand yuan and decided to pour himself a glass of water. However, at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly noticed an unexpected golden envelope had appeared in his drawer. The envelope was exquisitely crafted, emblazoned with the striking characters Apocalypse. Apocalypse? What could this be? Lin Yi's brow furrowed in confusion as he opened the envelope to reveal several lines of text. Dear Trialist, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the Apocalypse game trial. Please visit the website and enter the activation code. Apocalypse game? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense that this game was extraordinary, perhaps even connected to Liu Hong's bizarre demise in reality. With a mindset of curiosity, Lin Yi entered the website into his computer's browser. The screen flickered, revealing a profound gaming interface, swiftly followed by the game's promotional trailer. The trailer commenced against a dark backdrop, presenting the game title Apocalypse. The scene shifted to a dilapidated mountain village, its architecture displaying a harmonious disarray, exuding an ancient aura. A figure clad in a cloak and armor approached from the distance, wielding a shimmering sword. This individual, weapon in hand, slowly exited the village. Beyond the settlement lay an expanse of endless darkness, with emerald eyes lurking in the shadows of the trees and mournful wails echoing through the forest, suggesting a perilous journey without return. The camera quickly transitioned, showcasing various scenes within the game. Ancient ruins, blood-soaked villages, mysterious altars, treacherous mountains, and vast, white glaciers. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The graphics were nothing short of breathtaking. Despite having played numerous games of varying scales, he could not help but be in awe of the exquisite quality of the Apocalypse game. Particularly, the dark, eerie forest and the haunting cries of despair created an immersive experience. Following the trailer, a prompt appeared, inviting him to enter the activation code. Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, and without hesitation, entered the activation code inscribed on the envelope. Instantly, the computer screen flickered, revealing a prominent message. Ding. Congratulations. The player has successfully activated the game. Let us commence the creation of your game character. The black text shimmered thrice before abruptly transforming into a swirling black vortex, engulfing Lin Yi entirely. Goodness. Accompanied by a gasp, Lin Yi vanished from the studio. After a considerable interval, the sound of the studio door lock turning heralded the entrance of several members engaged in gold farming. The scene of Brother Hong's demise last night was utterly horrifying. It kept me awake all night, plagued by several nightmares. Do you think Brother Hong was poisoned? Respect the deceased. Brother Hong was always kind to us. Let us refrain from gossiping about his death. Indeed, we must focus on our work. I still owe a mountain of debt. Although Ige granted us a break, we cannot neglect our opportunity to earn. One individual approached Lin Yi's workstation, exclaiming in surprise, Hey, why is Ege's computer still on, and the game is running? Did he forget to turn it off last night? Nonsense. Can't you see the water heater is still running? Ige must have arrived early and perhaps stepped out. Enough chatter. Let us get to work and capitalize on the favorable game market to earn some extra income. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself disoriented for what felt like an eternity of 3 seconds before materializing within an ancient wooden hall. The floor beneath him was simple wooden planks, while 2 robust beams adorned the ceiling. Wisps of azure smoke danced in the air. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, the fragrance delicate and ethereal, invigorating his very soul. What an astonishing sensation. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting that the azure smoke obscured his vision, rendering the details of the hall just 3 meters away indistinct. Have I truly entered the game? What manner of game is this? Despite his prior skepticism regarding the game, he remained astounded. He had somehow traversed through his computer into another realm. Could this be the world of the Apocalypse game? And was Brother Liu's death somehow connected to this place? Amidst Lin Yi's puzzlement, a resonant voice echoed in his ears. Ding. The player has activated the game through a special invitation code and has acquired the opportunity to draw a talent. Please complete your character registration within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will result in expulsion from the world of Apocalypse. Draw a talent? Before Lin Yi could ponder further, another voice resounded. The player's talent has been matched, granting the universal talent. This talent boasts a library of 10,000 talent materials, encompassing 734 white talents, 200 green talents, 19 blue talents, 856 purple talents, 102 gold talents, and 88 red talents. Universal talent, red talent quality. The bearer may randomly draw a talent from the talent library every 24 hours. The drawn talent can be solidified or discarded. Note, after using the solidification ability, The player cannot solidify another talent for 3 days. Talent level 1, capable of solidifying 1 talent slot. Universal talent? A red quality talent, nonetheless. Lin Yi felt a surge of astonishment. As a seasoned player with over a decade of experience, he understood the paramount significance of top-tier talents within the game. This extraordinary talent appears to be a top-tier red talent, possessing the ability to randomly select any talent each day. Should the randomly chosen talent exhibit favorable attributes, it can be solidified as a permanent endowment. However, once a talent is solidified, the cost is that the ability to solidify cannot be used again for 3 days, meaning that if a desirable talent were to arise during this period, it would be a wasted opportunity. Most importantly, this versatile talent seems to be only at level 1, currently allowing for just a single solidification slot. Should it be upgraded, it may very well unlock multiple slots for solidification. At that point, with a higher level, if he manages to solidify several red talents, he would likely be unparalleled in the game. Despite possessing such a remarkable talent, Lin Yi still harbored a sense of unease. He was yet unaware of the true nature of the game apocalypse, but from Liu Hong's bizarre demise in reality, it was evident that the game harbored significant dangers. Even with a premier talent, one must remain vigilant. Subsequently, Lin Yi swiftly created a game name and selected his initial attire. There was little to say about the game name. He could not use his real name, nor did he resort to his usual gaming alias. Instead, he casually chose the common name Green Mountain Eternal. As for the game attire, the options were limited to basic equipment, a beast skin outfit or a coarse linen garment. Both devoid of attributes. He opted for the coarse linen attire. Strangely, there was no character customization or profession selection process in this game. Chapter 3. Birth in Ancient Pool Village. Before long, Lin Yi completed the character creation, and a shimmering white light coalesced into a data panel before him. Player, Green Mountain Eternal. Status, normal. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 1. Experience points, 100. Hunger level, 8100. Strength, 6. The normal male limit is 10. Affecting physical damage and the weight of usable weapons. Agility, 7. The normal male limit is 10, impacting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. The normal male limit is 10. Influencing stamina cap, recovery speed, carrying capacity, and resistance to negative emotions. Profession, none. Advanced attributes, currently unlocked. Mentality, unknown. Internal force, unknown. Faith, unknown. Spiritual power, unknown. Initial talent, versatile talent, red, 1. The attributes list was extensive, and it took Lin Yi a moment to comprehend his own statistics. It appeared that his foundational attributes were somewhat linked to reality. After all, his long hours of idle gaming had left him with strengths far below those of an average person, with the sole advantage being a commendable stamina that allowed him to endure gaming marathons for 2 days and nights. As for the advanced attributes, they seemed to remain locked due to his lack of a profession. It appeared that in this apocalypse game, aside from leveling up, the choice of profession was also a significant focus. At that moment, it seemed that the 3-minute mark had arrived. Lin Yi felt the surrounding mist enveloping him, as if enormous hands were gently pushing him out of the ancient wooden palace. Ding. Player is randomly spawned. Player has been born in Ancient Pool Village. As the scene shifted, Lin Yi opened his eyes once more, only to discover himself standing at the entrance of an ancient village. Before him stretched a low earthen wall, extending for dozens of meters without end, flanked by numerous militia members armed with weapons. Though referred to as a wall, it was in fact a compacted earthen embankment, offering limited defensive capabilities. Beside the entrance stood a half-meter-tall stone tablet inscribed with the characters Ancient Pond Village in elegant Chinese calligraphy, the strokes fluid and imposing. It seemed that yet another newcomer had arrived. Recently, the village had seen an increasing influx of these arrivals. The more, the better. A greater number would alleviate the pressure on us. Indeed, the nights had grown increasingly perilous in recent days. Nearby, 2 militia members were engaged in hushed discussion. Although their voices were low, Lin Yi could hear them clearly. He silently brushed his fingers against the coarse fabric of his rough hemp clothing, feeling its roughness against his skin, while the ground beneath his feet felt hard and unyielding. Was this game truly so realistic? Was this world genuine or merely a fabricated realm? Lin Yi scanned his surroundings and noted the absence of typical reception areas found in conventional games. He approached the nearest militia member clad in rough hemp attire. Imitating the tone of the 2 men he had overheard, Lin Yi clasped his hands together and inquired, "Might I ask you both, as a newcomer to Ancient Pond Village, what manner of place is this?" One of the militia members glanced at Lin Yi and nodded. A polite fellow indeed, much better than the last newcomer. However, we are merely common folk and possess little knowledge. You should seek out the village chief or the elders within the village. They will answer your questions. And let me offer you a word of caution. Take your time to explore the village before rushing out to hunt monsters and level up, lest you find yourself in mortal peril and leave us with the grim task of retrieving your remains. Thank you both. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude earnestly and then followed their directions into the village. Ancient Pond Village appeared to be modest in size. As Lin Yi traversed a narrow path, he caught a glimpse of the village's overall layout. The houses were scattered, primarily constructed of yellow clay, some adorned with courtyards housing chickens, ducks, and geese, while others were quite dilapidated. As he walked, he encountered several villagers. Being an experienced player, Lin Yi understood the significance of gathering information within the game and thus attempted to engage in conversation. Unfortunately, most of the villagers seemed indifferent. Retreating at the sight of him, Lin Yi found himself empty-handed, unable to engage in trade. Undeterred, he continued towards the village's center. Here, the houses were predominantly built of brick and tile, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, surrounded by ancient trees casting shade, resembling a thriving old village. Through inquiries, Lin Yi finally located an elder of ancient pond village. The elder, a man in his 60s, donned a brown robe and possessed a striking presence. His eyes sharp and full of life. A mere glance from him left Lin Yi feeling a twinge of discomfort. No wonder the temple had reacted earlier. It was due to the arrival of a newcomer. Not daring to be remiss, Lin Yi respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, your name and the nature of this place?" The elderly gentleman clad in fine garments appeared to have welcomed many newly arrived souls. He spoke gently, "I am Gu He, and this is Gutan village on the continent of Tianqi. We have lived here for generations, and you, my friends, are the chosen ones selected by the temple from distant realms. As newly arrived souls, you may remain here for 3 hours each day. Exceeding this duration will result in your expulsion. In Gutan village, you can acquire wealth and sustenance through trade or by completing tasks. Additionally, you may venture outside the village to hunt beasts and strange creatures to gain experience." Upon hearing Gu He's words, Lin Yi nodded, appreciating the elder's diligence in providing detailed information. After pondering for a moment, he clasped his hands together and inquired, "So it is you, Elder Gu He. Thank you for your enlightenment. I wish to ask one more thing. If I desire to leave this world voluntarily, how might I do so?" Gu He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi and replied, "You possess a mediating symbol on your wrist. By awakening it, you may enter or exit this world at will. Of course, this symbol can also be concealed at your discretion." Lin Yi rolled up his sleeve and discovered a series of incomprehensible golden symbols shimmering brightly. These symbols resembled the invitation code he had entered earlier. They were letters, yet not in the English alphabet. Gu He nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are quite the articulate newcomer, but since I have some leisure, I shall share a bit more with you. As a newly arrived soul, your strength is feeble. It would be wise not to recklessly venture outside the village in the early days. Beyond the village, there lurk bloodthirsty beasts, cunning poisonous creatures, and wraiths that roam under the cloak of night. At your current strength, you would find it impossible to contend with any of them. Though Gutan village may be small, it is well equipped and, under the temple's protection, possesses a rudimentary capacity for self-defense, so you need not worry about your safety. In the initial stages, it would be prudent for you to explore the village more, and perhaps learn some skills from certain individuals to gain the ability to fend for yourself. To the east of the village dwells a butcher. If you could take him as your mentor, you might learn a few techniques of external martial arts. To the west resides a woodcutter, adept at his craft, who may also impart some skills of external prowess." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Gu He, for your guidance. May I ask if I could take you as my mentor?" Gu He laughed heartily. "You wish to take me as your mentor? Ha ha. In Gu He village, many desire to learn from this old man. However, you have just arrived in Gutan village, and neither your character nor your talent is known to me. Thus, I cannot accept you. Yet, should you make a significant contribution to the village, I may consider taking you as my disciple." Clearly, the elder had declined Lin Yi's request, yet he was prepared for such an outcome. At first glance, this Gutan village, while seemingly a novice village within the game, housed an elder of considerable stature and level. Gaining his mentorship would undoubtedly require the completion of specific tasks. After departing from Gu He, Lin Yi began to meander through Gutan village. However, after nearly half an hour, he had yet to encounter another player. Was it possible that this world of Tianqi contained numerous novice villages? Or perhaps the influx of players into this game was rather sparse. After wandering for a while, Lin Yi became familiar with the terrain of Gutan village. At that moment, a wave of hunger washed over him. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that his satiety had dwindled to 60 points. It was evident that he needed to procure some food. It appears that what Elder Gu He mentioned holds true. At this early stage in the village, one must contemplate how to earn a living, while venturing out to slay monsters can be postponed for a while. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached the butcher's residence located to the east of the village. Chapter 4, The Extraction of Talent. The butcher, surnamed Li, is said to have fled from another village to Gutan village over a decade ago. He possesses a robust physique, a face adorned with a thick beard, and a voice that is deep and powerful. After hearing Lin Yi's intentions, the butcher shook his head resolutely, stating, "You are frail and scrawny. It is evident you lack strength. Even though you come highly recommended by Elder Gu He, I shall not take you on." Lin Yi felt a chill in his heart, but was unwilling to concede defeat and sought to persuade him further. The butcher, however, cast his heavy iron cleaver onto the meat-strewn chopping block and challenged him, "Give it a try." If you can lift it, I will accept you. Stepping forward, Lin Yi grasped the handle of the cleaver and summoned every ounce of strength to lift it. Veins bulged on his forehead, yet the cleaver remained immovable. Defeated, Lin Yi realized the cleaver weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds, compounded by its entrapment on the block, rendering it nearly impossible to lift. Clearly, it was a matter of insufficient strength. He wondered how many points of strength would be required to raise such a blade. Thank you, Butcherly. I have been reckless, Lin Yi said with a cupped fist, preparing to depart, only to be halted by the butcher's voice. Wait, since you were recommended by Elder Gua, take this piece of wild boar meat as a token of my goodwill. The butcher handed him a chunk of pork still bearing hair. Thank you, Lin Yi. With nothing but a coarse linen outfit gifted by the system, found that even if the meat could not be traded for much, it would at least fill his stomach somewhat. This was not entirely fruitless. Next, Lin Yi made his way to a nearby pile of hay in Gutan village, gathering dry twigs and grass. After spending about 10 minutes, he managed to roast the wild boar meat. However, devoid of any seasonings like salt, the meat, although cooked, emitted a strong, gamey odor. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. To abstain from eating would mean enduring hunger. It must be said that his sensations in this world of apocalypse mirrored reality impeccably. The discomfort of hunger was palpable. Ding. You have consumed a small piece of roasted wild boar meat. Satiety level 5. Lin Yi, having accumulated his satiety to over 90 points, refrained from further eating, placing the remaining half piece of meat into his character's spatial backpack. The backpack, with its 10 compartments, was more than sufficient to accommodate the half piece of meat. Afterward, Lin Yi touched the golden symbol on his wrist, causing his figure to shimmer and vanish from sight. In the vast studio, Lin Yi suddenly reappeared at his previous location. The hot water he had poured for himself had long since cooled. He glanced around, noting that no one had noticed his presence. A few members who had come in to work overtime were engrossed in their computers, oblivious to the addition of another person in the room. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions that had surged within him. This game of apocalypse truly is a new world. Whose handiwork could this be? A deity? Or perhaps extraterrestrials? Opening a drawer, Lin Yi discovered that the golden envelope was missing. Had these individuals come to take it? No. They would not dare to touch my belongings. Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, surmising that both the police who interrogated him last night and those who came to collect Liu Hong's belongings this morning were drawn by the golden envelope, which contained the activation code for the apocalypse game. But how could such a code have found its way into the drawer of his seat? Did Liu leave it for him? Lin Yi shook his head. While he had a good rapport with Liu Hong, he was certain Liu would never divulge secrets regarding an extraordinary game that could transport one to another realm. Furthermore, he distinctly remembered that the drawer had contained nothing when he left work yesterday. Liu Hong had come to invite them for dinner, and Lin Yi had been with him the entire time, leaving no opportunity for Liu to slip anything into his drawer. Suddenly, it occurred to Lin Yi that this very seat had once belonged to Liu Hong. However, Liu had seldom visited the studio thereafter, and Lin Yi, fond of this position, had claimed it for himself. Perhaps Liu had indeed placed the golden envelope here at some point. If the death of a game character caused the activation code to reappear, it would explain why the golden envelope was now nestled within this drawer. As Lin Yi pondered this, he noticed an employee named Wang Mao across from him, who, in a daze, looked up and suddenly recognized Lin Yi. Xiaoyigu. The apartment was modest, a mere 30 square meters, featuring a narrow bathroom, a kitchen, and a single bedroom. Although small, it was well equipped, making it quite comfortable for one person. After tidying up the room, Lin Yi did not hasten to enter the apocalypse world. Instead, he powered on his computer and began searching for information related to apocalypse. Naturally, he was astute enough not to input keywords like apocalypse world invitation code or invitation envelope, as such specific searches could attract scrutiny from certain agencies. Lin Yi scoured the internet and found a plethora of information pertaining to apocalypse, including references to Apocalypse Digital Company and the Ming Dynasty's Tianqi period. However, none of these were relevant to the bizarre world he had entered that morning. Just when he was about to give up, he stumbled upon a post in a Baidu Tieba titled Gathering Place for Horror Gamers. The author, who went by the name My Favorite Game, had posted, selling special game activation codes at a bargain price of 3 million RMB. Those who know. The replies were rife with derision, with many questioning the sanity of the original poster, incredulous that any activation code could be worth 3 million. Lin Yi contemplated the possibility that the activation code worth 3 million might indeed be the one for the apocalypse game he had accessed today. It became evident that in the real world, many had already encountered the apocalypse realm, and the number of activation codes required to enter was scarce and exorbitantly priced. Lin Yi stroked his chin, understanding why the police at the station had repeatedly inquired if Liu Hong had left anything behind. The reason lay within the apocalypse continent. In the ancient village of Gutan, with a flash of light, Lin Yi's figure materialized once more in the game world. As in reality, the sun in the game hung in the southwest, suggesting it was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Nearby, a smoldering pile of embers marked where Lin Yi had extinguished a fire before going offline. The game has been online for 3 hours, equivalent to 6 real-time hours. This morning, I thoroughly explored the entire Gyutin village, which took me over 2 hours. Now, with less than 4 hours remaining, I must not squander the time. Lin Yi glanced at his data panel and reflected, it seems that the tools from reality did not transfer here, and my fullness from just having eaten has not synced either. Clearly, the game exists separately from reality. The two do not intertwine. But how did old Liu die in reality? Could it be unrelated to the game? Moreover, if one were to perish in the game, is there a chance of resurrection? Shaking his head, Lin Yi concluded that his understanding of the apocalypse game was woefully inadequate. Mere speculation would yield no answers. Nevertheless, the haunting image of Liu Hong's demise lingered in his mind, prompting Lin Yi to recognize that exercising utmost caution in this game was essential. After all, one only has one life. Next, Lin Yi accessed the universal talent feature in his character data panel. Having spent the morning navigating and inquiring for directions in Gyutin village, he had not taken the time to examine talents. Since the universal talent could only be drawn once a day, he decided to utilize it now. Draw talent. The screen shifted, and Lin Yi felt his consciousness entering a distinct realm, where a multifaceted die radiating with iridescent light awaited him. Ding. The daily talent has not yet solidified. Do you wish to draw a talent? Draw. As the brilliance flickered, the die spun rapidly, eventually coming to a gradual halt after 2 or 3 seconds. Ding. You have drawn the white talent. Bone Marvel. Bone Marvel? Lin Yi quickly opened the detailed description of this talent. Bone Marvel. White talent. The possessor gains 1 point in strength, 1 point in constitution, and 1 point in agility, along with a 20 proficiency boost for learning external skills. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Although it was a white talent, this one appeared quite promising. The added points in strength, constitution, and agility were still indeterminate in their excellence, but the proficiency boost for learning external skills was indeed noteworthy. From the insights shared by the village elder, he understood that external skills were the initial abilities within the game. Acquiring such skills would grant him a measure of self-defense in Gyutin village. However, based on his earlier encounters, it was evident that acquiring any skill, let alone an external one, was no simple feat. Thus, Lin Yi refrained from solidifying the Bone Marvel talent immediately. Instead, he intended to continue exploring Gyutin village. As his knowledge of the game remained scant, and further information was imperative, he ventured westward along the surrounding wheat fields toward the village. It was the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely, raising the temperature considerably. Along the way, he observed the villagers toiling within Gyutin village. The villagers regarded Lin Yi, the descendant, with a sense of indifference, merely glancing at him before returning to their agricultural tasks. After a circuit of the village, Lin Yi noted the intriguing social structure. At the periphery were farmers engaged in crop cultivation or beggars subsisting through alms. The scattered, thatched cottages were unevenly distributed. In contrast, the core area of the village housed skilled individuals like Butcher Li, who enjoyed relatively better living conditions. Overall, the quaint village of Gyutin, despite its modest population, exhibits a distinct class division reminiscent of ancient county towns. Were it not for the presence of character data panels, Lin Yi would have difficulty discerning whether this place belonged to another world or a game. However, even if it were a game, this apocalyptic realm was anything but ordinary. Just then, a chilling scream erupted from a nearby thatched cottage, its shrillness startling Lin Yi. What on earth is that? Peering through the cottage window, Lin Yi barely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting within. He intended to investigate but turned to find the villagers, who had heard the earlier cry, fleeing in a frenzy. It's a demon. Run. The demon has infiltrated the village. Alert the elders. A demon? Lin Yi was taken aback, and with a thunderous crash, the shadow burst through the wooden door of the cottage, splintering it into fragments. The creature stood about 2 meters tall, its robust physique and muscular build intimidating. Its sharp teeth glistened with crimson blood, and its eyes glowed with a predatory green light, greedily surveying its surroundings. Clearly, the area was deserted, leaving only Lin Yi, who was slow to react. I need to run. Not one to be foolish. Lin Yi felt the hairs on his neck stand on end and turned to flee. The so-called demon let out a fearsome roar and charged towards him. Lin Yi sprinted desperately, sensing the ground tremble beneath the weight of the monstrous entity pursuing him. After sprinting several dozen meters, he realized the creature was closing in too rapidly. Panic surged in his throat. There was no way he could outrun it. Spotting a sparse grove ahead, Lin Yi veered towards the fleeing villagers. In such dire circumstances, running alone would lead to certain doom. Blending in with the crowd might offer a glimmer of hope. However, the demon was alarmingly swift, its limbs propelling it like a malevolent spirit in pursuit of Lin Yi. Within mere seconds, the demon caught up to him. At that critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize his Bone Marvel ability. With no time to ponder, he activated it for survival. Instantly, a faint warmth coursed through his body. Bolstered by the slight increase in strength, stamina, and agility from the ability, Lin Yi felt his speed surge. Whoosh! The demon swiped its razor-sharp claws, narrowly missing Lin Yi's back. By the slimmest margin, he evaded death at the hands of the demon's talents. After dodging that attack, Lin Yi, propelled by his increased speed, finally surpassed a slower-running villager. Wait for me. The villager, a sun-weathered farmer in his 40s, noticed Lin Yi barreling towards him, and upon seeing the grotesque demon in pursuit, fear etched across his face. Don't leave me behind. I'm sorry. Before Lin Yi could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted behind him. He turned just in time to see the dark-skinned farmer ensnared by the demon, torn apart like a mere chick. Scalding blood splattered across the muddy ground. Lin Yi had no time for guilt as he witnessed the towering demon rip the farmer's head from his body, stuffing it into its maw filled with jagged teeth. Crunching away. Crunch, crunch. With just 2 bites, the head was reduced to shattered bones, devoured whole. Lin Yi was struck with astonishment. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, had he been a moment slower, it would have been his life claimed. Goodness. This ancient village is perilously dangerous. To encounter such a monster at merely the first level? There was no time for further contemplation as Lin Yi fled frantically. It was evident that the ghoul, having consumed one person, was still ravenous and sought another victim. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from afar. Damn monster! Your demise is at hand. A robust man, wielding a long sword, charged towards them. His speed was astonishing, although he was several hundred meters away. He closed the distance in mere seconds. The ghoul, sensing the threat posed by the man, abandoned Lin Yi and his companions, charging towards him instead. How bold! Face your end! The man roared, swinging his sword, the rough blade gleaming with a reddish-brown hue as it struck at the ghoul. A thunderous collision ensued. The clash of red and black sent shockwaves through the air, and they separated, seemingly evenly matched. The ghoul crouched low, its razor-sharp claws digging into the ground. Its bloodthirsty green eyes locked onto the warrior. No wonder it had infiltrated the village. It was an 8th-level ghoul. But encountering me is surely your misfortune. The man swung his sword again, charging at the ghoul. Clang, clang. The blade met the ghoul's claws, sparks flying. Many villagers who had fled alongside Lin Yi paused, watching from a distance, and Lin Yi, gasping for breath, blended into the crowd. How fortunate. It is Captain Gu Man of the militia. With him here, we are saved. Regrettably, Old Chu was too slow and fell prey to the ghoul, but thankfully, I managed to escape, or I would have been the one consumed. Captain Gu Man, Lin Yi pondered. To confront an 8th-level ghoul, Gu Man's prowess must be considerable. Yet, this wretched game offers so few features. It lacks even the ability to check levels or monster statistics. At that moment, someone turned to Lin Yi, blaming him. This is all the reincarnator's fault. If he hadn't drawn the ghoul, Old Chu would still be alive. The villagers murmured, casting hostile glances at Lin Yi. Embarrassed, Lin Yi rubbed his nose. Indeed. It was he who had attracted the monster, leaving him with no room for defense. However, in that life and death moment, there was no time to reflect. If given another chance, Lin Yi would still prioritize preserving his own life. After all, one's life is paramount. In this game, death could mean true demise. As for the fallen villager, all Lin Yi could offer was a silent apology. Ahead, Gu Man engaged the ghoul in relentless combat, his swordplay bold and powerful, each strike imbued with explosive force. The ghoul howled in agony. Damn it, committing crimes on my patrol day? I shall dismember you into pieces. As he spoke, Gu Man struck decisively, severing the ghoul's foreclaw. Seeing the ghoul in torment, he remained unfazed as he drove his sword deep, pinning the creature to the ground. The ghoul's foul blood seeped from the blade, saturating the earth beneath. Clearly, the ghoul was now at Gu Man's mercy. Hey, you there. Come here quickly. However, Gu Man did not hasten to slay the ghostly creature, instead beckoning Lin Yi from amidst the crowd. Me? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Gu Man, eyes wide, waved his hand again. Yes, you, the newcomer. While this foul being still draws breath, do not dawdle. Come here quickly. With no other option, Lin Yi stepped forward. He observed as Gu Man forcefully stomped on the chest of the ghostly creature, extracting a blood-stained sword and handing it to Lin Yi. The weight of the sword was considerable. Lin Yi grasped it with both hands, managing to lift it with great effort. At that moment, a piece of data materialized before Lin Yi's eyes. Chapter 6, Loot Dropped. Qing Feng Longsword, Spirit Weapon, a treasured blade inherited from Guten Village for over a century. Though marred on the surface, it bestows an unending source of strength upon its wielder. The longer the battle endures, the greater the enhancement. Up to a maximum of 20 points of strength. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. This was a spirit weapon, one that grew stronger with each strike. What a remarkable find. Gu Man patted Lin Yi on the back, urging, boy, do not hesitate. Dispatch this foul creature. Me? You want me to kill it? Seemingly aware of Lin Yi's status as a newcomer to the village, Gu Man elaborated. Yes, you must do it. As a newborn, your victory will yield valuable spoils. Understanding dawned on Lin Yi, and he nodded, turning his gaze to the ghostly creature writhing on the ground, which had relentlessly pursued him moments ago, nearly devouring him. Roar. Sensing Lin Yi's intent to kill, the ghostly creature howled at him, baring its bloody fangs. However, the roles of predator and prey had now reversed. How dare you glare at me? Lin Yi resolutely gripped the Qing Feng longsword and drove it forcefully into the creature's mouth, silencing it entirely. Ding. You have slain an 8-level ghostly creature, earning 60 experience points. Subsequently, the creature's body transformed into a radiant light and vanished, leaving behind 2 items. Ghostly Fong, green, a rare material that skilled artisans can craft into a spirit weapon. Low-grade demon blood, white, an item dropped by low-grade demon creatures. Imbued with chaotic and volatile demon power, possessing versatile uses. Senior Gu, what about these 2 items? Do not call me senior. Refer to me as captain. You did well. Lad, your decisive action showed courage. Gu-man stepped forward to collect the 2 items dropped by the ghostly creature. Your luck holds. We have a green quality material. Though you exerted little effort, according to the rules, I shall share it with you. Consider yourself fortunate. You may keep the demon blood. With that, he nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed the low-grade demon blood to Lin Yi. Thank you, Captain Gu. Lin Yi had no objections and hastily accepted the low-grade demon blood. The low-grade demon blood was a red, translucent crystal roughly the size of an egg, emitting a faint, foul odor when brought close to the nose. After examining it briefly, Lin Yi placed it into his backpack. Though uncertain of its utility, Gu-man's remark about it being a fortunate find suggested it was not entirely worthless. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Captain, I'm here. I've come to help, so please hold back. A stout figure clad in leather armor hurried from the village, approaching Lin Yi and the others with impressive speed. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, observing the figure before him. The rotund individual appeared to be a fellow player. Noticing the bloodstains on the ground, the plump man instantly displayed a look of disappointment. He turned to Gu-man and shot Lin Yi a glance, exclaiming, I still arrived late. Captain, why didn't you wait for me? Wait for you? Nonsense. I told you to come earlier, yet you continue to slack off. If our team didn't require a reborn, I would have kicked you out long ago, Gu-man retorted, cursing lightly before addressing Lin Yi. Listen, kid, put in some effort. Once you reach level 5, you can come find me. Pass the test, and I'll accept you. Just so you know, in Guten Village, the most suitable place for you reborns is the militia. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yi replied earnestly. All right, I'm off. With that, Gu-man hoisted his Qingfeng sword, waved his hand, and departed. However, the plump man did not follow Gu-man. Instead, he turned to Lin Yi and inquired, Brother, you're a newcomer, right? When did you enter the game? Also, what did you drop just now? Reluctantly, the rotund figure pressed on. Come on, brother, don't be like that. We're all players here. We should help each other out. If you tell me what you dropped, I'll share some information you might find useful. Lin Yi merely shook his head, not interested. That's rather dull. There aren't many players in Guten Village. If you keep this up, be careful of being isolated. The plump man attempted to threaten further, but upon seeing Lin Yi's indifference, he vanished, logging out of the game. Damn, he left quite decisively. The rotund man muttered under his breath, recalling that he still needed to complete his patrol for the day, and reluctantly departed the area. In the confines of his apartment, Lin Yi reappeared. Clenching his fists, he raised an eyebrow. Just as he had surmised, his strength had indeed increased. Clearly, this was linked to his solidified talent. It seemed that abilities gained in the game could be carried over into reality, while items from the game could not. However, the encounter with the rotund player weighed on Lin Yi's mind. If this game could bestow extraordinary powers, it implied a competitive dynamic even among players from the same world. Perhaps, in addition to being cautious of monsters, one must also be wary of other players. The inability to customize one's appearance in the game suggested the necessity of acquiring a mask, lest one be recognized and traced back to their real-world identity, which could spell trouble. In that moment, Lin Yi contemplated many possibilities. After a considerable duration, he logged back into the game and found himself in Guten Village once more. There was no sign of the rotund player nearby, and a quick scan revealed few villagers around. Perhaps the news of the recent demon attack had spread. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to head west of the village in search of the woodcutter mentioned by the village elder, Gu He. Currently, he possessed only a small piece of wild boar meat and a low-grade demon's blood. He needed a job to sustain himself in the village and to gather more information about this world. The western part of Guten Village housed numerous villagers, and although it was afternoon, many were still busy with their work. Through inquiries, Lin Yi quickly located the woodcutter spoken of by Gu He. In the quaint village of Guten, there exists a multitude of woodcutters, yet among them, only one possesses extraordinary strength and martial prowess. His name is Gu Yongqiang. It is said that this woodcutter once vied for the position of captain of the militia, but an injury to his right leg rendered him unable to engage in combat, forcing him to rely solely on chopping wood for his livelihood. Upon learning of Lin Yi's intentions, Gu Yongqiang did not subject him to the same trials as the butcher Li. Instead, he directly selected a rusty axe from the back room and tossed it to Lin Yi. 300 meters behind the house lies a small grove. Chop a bundle of deadwood for me, and I shall reward you with 10 copper coins. Today, I require only 3 bundles, he instructed. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Gu Yongqiang of Guten Village has issued a daily quest. Submit deadwood to receive a monetary reward. Lin Yi nodded, realizing that this world bore resemblance to a game, complete with quests to undertake. However, he wondered if this quest offered only monetary rewards. with no experience points to be gained. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Yi asked, "Thank you, Brother Gu. Besides the deadwood, do you require anything else?" Gu Yongxiang shook his head. "The things I need are beyond your reach. Go now, the day wanes, and for those born anew, chopping wood is no simple task." Understood. Lin Yi refrained from further inquiries, grasping the rusty axe as he made his way toward the small grove. Though termed a grove, it was, in fact, a densely vegetated and shadowy hillside. Truth be told, had he not seen other villagers chopping wood there, Lin Yi would have hesitated to enter the thicket alone, especially given the recent incidents involving demonic attacks. If similar creatures lurked within these woods, it would indeed be akin to courting death. While the hillside was abundant with trees, few branches suitable for kindling could be found. Lin Yi began his search for dead twigs, resorting to his axe to fell any dead trees he encountered. Time slipped by swiftly, and after approximately an hour of labor, Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, finally managed to gather a bundle of dead wood. The copper coins of this world resembled those of ancient China, being round with a square hole in the center. Glancing at his dwindling food meter, which had fallen below 60, Lin Yi chose not to rush back to chop more wood. Instead, he retrieved some wild boar meat from his backpack to consume. As he ate, he engaged in conversation with Gu Yongxiang. Through inquiries, he learned that the purchasing power of copper coins in Guten village was limited. A simple pancake required 3 coins, while well water was free, albeit necessitating a trip to the village entrance to fetch it. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. Although he had earned 10 copper coins, his hunger diminished them swiftly. The money he earned barely sufficed to satiate his appetite. After finishing the wild boar meat and resting for a while, Lin Yi prepared to venture out to chop wood once more. At that moment, however, Gu Yongxiang cautioned him. "Do not venture into the woods. Twilight approaches, and the forest is not safe. If you wish to chop wood again, come earlier next time." "Not safe? Brother Gu, could there be monsters in the woods?" Gu Yongxiang shook his head. "I do not know. Any kind of creature could appear. As night falls, the likelihood of encountering demons and spirits increases. Brother Gu, which locations in the village are considered safe?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yongxiang let out a cold laugh. "Safe? There is no truly safe place in this world. Perhaps one morning you will awaken to find Guten village laid to ruin by some monstrous entity." Chapter 7. Speculations on the Special Invitation Code. Given Gu Yongxiang's warning, Lin Yi dared not jest with his own life. After all, he had just inquired of Gu Yongxiang about the numerous reborn individuals who had perished in Guten village over the last month, none of whom had reappeared after their demise. It appeared increasingly evident that death within the game could very well translate to fatality in the real world. While he was unable to gather firewood, Lin Yi did not squander the remaining time. He ventured into a nearby shop, spending 9 coins to purchase 3 flatbreads, which he stowed in his backpack for later. He then embarked on an exploration of the vicinity, seeking additional quests. Although his character in the game was satiated, he himself was not. As he ate, Lin Yi messaged his studio colleagues to inquire about their earnings for the day. An employee named Zhou Hai replied, "Brother Yi, we had a stroke of luck today and secured several orders. But why didn't you come by in the afternoon?" After a brief exchange, Lin Yi began to reflect on his experiences within the apocalyptic game and the deductions he could draw from them. First, the apocalyptic game was no ordinary game. It was highly likely a gateway to a genuine alternate reality. Second, death within the game could indeed result in death in reality. Third, the invitation code he had received was exceedingly rare. The state was also in pursuit of activation codes for the apocalyptic game, making it imperative that he not disclose the acquisition of his code unless absolutely necessary. Fourth, the universal talent he had acquired proved to be invaluable. If he wished to thrive in the apocalyptic world, he must leverage the advantages it offered. Fifth, the apocalyptic world was fraught with peril, even within Guten village. Unforeseen dangers could manifest, necessitating cautious development. Until he possessed the means for self-preservation, he must not act recklessly. Having inscribed these thoughts on paper, Lin Yi reviewed them several times before incinerating the document. Upon arriving at the police station, he was greeted by the same 2 officers who had taken his statement the previous day. Their demeanor was amicable as they returned the belongings confiscated from the studio earlier that morning. One of them asked, "Lin Yi, why didn't you answer our call this afternoon?" However, as Lin Yi exited the police station, he noticed a young man with tear-streaked cheeks standing at the entrance. It was Liu Bo, the son of Liu Hong, burdened with a backpack. The moment they met, Liu Bo cried out, "Brother Yi, my father is gone." Lin Yi's heart sank. Unsure of what comforting words to offer, he simply placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Do not dwell too much on your father's fate, Xiaobo. You haven't had a proper meal, have you? Come, Brother Yi will take you to eat." At that moment, from behind the glass on the 2nd floor of the police station, Officer Zhang Baichuan observed Lin Yi and Liu Bo departing and inquired, "Is that Lin Yi accompanying Liu Bo?" "Yes, Captain. Is there something amiss with him?" Zhang Baichuan shook his head. "I cannot discern anything. But Liu Hong's invitation code has yet to be found. We must keep a close watch on those closely associated with him. We cannot afford to be complacent." A younger officer in the team, puzzled, asked, "Captain, as far as I know, a new batch of activation codes will soon be distributed at the end of the month. Is it truly urgent to locate Liu Hong's invitation code? Wouldn't it be more prudent to focus our efforts within the game for now? The young police officer, Zhao Shuang, is one of only 2 members of the Tianqi squad in Lin Yi City to possess an activation code, alongside Zhang Baichuan. It is precisely this activation code that has enabled him to be specially recruited into the government's Tianqi squad. Zhang Baichuan chuckled, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "Young Zhao, based on our investigation, when did Liu Hong first enter the Tianqi world?" Zhao Shuang responded, "According to the interrogation records, we surmise it was approximately 3 weeks ago." Zhang Baichuan further questioned, "Liu Hong was poisoned with hidden toxins after confronting the Niao Shi. What level do you believe he attained?" Zhao Shuang contemplated for a moment and replied, "If he tackled the Niao Shi alone, Liu Hong must be at least level 8. However, if he was part of a team, it becomes difficult to ascertain. Assuming he was indeed soloing, 3 weeks, equating to 21 days, with 6 hours of gameplay each day, raises the question, is it feasible to evolve from a novice to an 8th level powerhouse in such a brief span?" Zhao Shuang suddenly comprehended the implications. He himself had been playing for nearly a month, and despite having access to the internal strategies of the Tianqi squad, advancing levels felt akin to a snail's pace. In that month, he had barely reached level 5. In contrast, Liu Hong had achieved level 8 in just 3 weeks, which was evidently abnormal. "Captain, Haven T, we found that the Black Card Alliance interacted with Liu Hong. Could it be that he received assistance from them to level up so swiftly?" Zhang Baichuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, "No, you fail to grasp the nature of the Black Card Alliance. They do not engage in ventures without profit. Moreover, the bank cards discovered at Liu Hong's home were funded by the Black Card Alliance, indicating they have motives to seek Liu Hong's assistance, thus leading to financial transactions. Therefore, I deduce that Liu Hong possesses an early activation code serial number, perhaps among the first batch released following the inception of the Tianqi game." Zhao Shuang's face reflected astonishment. The first batch of activation codes. No wonder. He quickly added, "Captain, during my training in the capital, I heard that the initial batch of activation codes was exceedingly limited, and each possessed unique abilities. Our chief instructor, Captain Niu, is a member of that first batch, and he recently advanced to a professional level." Zhang Baichuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, that batch of activation codes differs significantly from ordinary ones. Each is immensely valuable. Liu Hong's rapid ascension must have been facilitated by the advantages of his activation code. Hence, we must locate Liu Hong's activation code with urgency, as the members of the Black Card Alliance may also be in search of it. And we must act before them. At that moment, Zhao Shuang expressed concern. "However, Captain, given Liu Hong's numerous transactions with the Black Card Alliance, do you think it's possible that his activation code has already fallen into their hands?" "It is a possibility, yet the likelihood is low. Liu Hong's demise stemmed from his ignorance of the hidden toxins carried by the Niao Shi, the toxic properties being transferable from the Tianqi world to reality. Such a hasty and abrupt death would likely not have allowed the Black Card Alliance to receive advance notice." "Understood, Captain. However, with only the 2 of us as core members of our squad, the workload is quite arduous. When the next batch of activation codes is distributed, might we recruit additional team members?" As Zhang Baichuan sighed with a bittersweet smile, he remarked, "I too wish to recruit more members, yet the activation codes are precious. They cannot simply be requested at will. However, you must expedite your development in the apocalypse world, as new team members will eventually depend on your guidance." Chapter 8. The Diary Left by Liu Hong. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had taken Liu Bo to a serene homestyle restaurant, where the two sat quietly enjoying their meal. After dining, Liu Bo's tears began to flow once more, prompting Lin Yi to offer what little comfort he could muster. "Xiao Bo, your father's death is shrouded in mystery. While at the police station today, did the investigating officers share any information with you?" Liu Bo wiped away his tears and replied, "They didn't say much. It was mostly them asking me questions about any unusual circumstances surrounding my father lately and whether he left anything for me. But I've been busy with exams." And he understood that we didn't speak often. Suddenly, Liu Bo looked up, his eyes swollen and red. "Ego, what do you think really happened to my father? I've seen the surveillance footage from that hot pot restaurant. How could a living person just dissolve into poison? It's utterly abnormal. I sense that the officers taking my statement know something, but they refuse to divulge it." Lin Yi nodded, letting out a sigh before inquiring, "Xiao Bo, what are your plans moving forward? If you wish to continue your studies, do not fret. Your father is akin to a mentor to me, and I can assist you with your educational expenses. Additionally, regarding your father's investments in the studio, you may either take over or liquidate them as you see fit. I can't continue studying. With my father in this state, what use is an education?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised. Did your father truly express such sentiments? It was no wonder Lin Yi was taken aback. He knew Liu Hong well. Liu Hong had worked tirelessly to provide for his son, Liu Bo. Moreover, he had invested considerable resources to enroll Liu Bo in the prestigious high school in neighboring Qingshan City, which was a provincial key institution. Liu Hong placed great importance on Liu Bo's academic performance. On one occasion, when Liu Bo's grades had significantly dropped, Liu Hong had nearly beaten him for it, and Lin Yi had been present to witness it. Thus, The notion that academic performance was unimportant clearly did not align with Liu Hong's character. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yi asked, Xiaobo, have you mentioned this to the police? However, the following morning, Lin Yi received a call from Liu Go. You must come quickly. I think I found something. Early in the morning, Lin Yi had planned to first visit the studio before venturing into the apocalypse world for exploration. However, his plans were disrupted, and he hurried to Liu Bo's home instead. Upon arrival, he discovered the house in disarray, with numerous pieces of furniture and books displaced. Bearing signs of having been rummaged through, Liu Bo emerged from his room, clutching a black box. Ego, I now know how my father died. His eyes were red-rimmed, clearly indicating that he had already examined the contents of the box. Lin Yi approached, realizing that the box contained only a white envelope and a pristine notebook. Upon seeing the white envelope, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the activation code envelope he had received the previous day. The distinction lay in the fact that his was a golden envelope, crafted from a unique material, while the one before him appeared to be an ordinary white paper envelope, exuding an unremarkable aura. Xiaobo, what exactly is the situation? I am not entirely certain, but Ego, you can discern everything from the diary left by my father. Liu Bo evidently possesses great trust in Lin Yi, as he directly hands over a pristine notebook. Lin Yi opens the notebook, which contains only a few scattered pages inscribed with Liu Hong's handwriting. Initially, I had no intention of keeping a diary. After all, who among the respectable would engage in such a pastime? However, upon receiving the activation code to enter the apocalypse game, I realized that I might not even qualify as a respectable individual. I do not know who will peruse this diary, but I feel compelled to document my experiences in the apocalypse game to preserve a semblance of memory. It cannot merely be termed a game. It is more accurately described as a realm brimming with the extraordinary. On the first day in the apocalypse world, I was born in a place called Diu Village. The village is modest, with a population of only a few thousand, and the inhabitants welcomed us newcomers warmly. Merely on the first day of the game, I witnessed monsters invade the village and attack the villagers, indicating that this world is fraught with peril. Through several days of exploration, I finally discerned that to elevate my level, I must slay monsters. The higher the monster's level, the greater the experience points it yields. The quests available within the village only provide copper coins and item rewards. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. In the apocalypse world, the attributes gained from leveling up could be transferred to reality, with each level increase granting 5 free attribute points. Having ascended 2 levels, I am now able to lift weights that once eluded me, and my sprinting capabilities rival those of professional athletes. On the 5th day in the apocalypse world, I faced a life-and-death crisis. I was mere moments away from perishing in this forsaken realm, with no one to retrieve my body. Fortunately, the militia arrived just in time to save my life. It must be said that the nighttime in the apocalypse world is exceedingly perilous. I shall never again venture into the apocalypse at night, for, in addition to the monsters, there are also spectral beings that resemble malevolent spirits. New players have arrived, and one possesses a foul temper. Perhaps he is a wealthy heir in reality. After a brief interaction, I chose to ignore him. Such arrogant individuals rarely survive more than 3 days in the apocalypse. Upon seeing this person, I was reminded of Xiaobo. Thankfully, he is quite sensible and does not cause me any worry. I should also prepare an invitation code for Xiaobo. Though this world is fraught with danger, it also presents unparalleled opportunities. Today, tragedy struck as a level 10 boar horn demon stormed into the village, claiming the lives of several villagers, including 2 players. One of them was that arrogant newcomer, Zhu Mukin, who is said to be the son of the wealthiest man in Nanhai City. I can only wonder how his father would feel upon learning of his son's demise. On the 12th day in the apocalypse world, today is momentous. For with the green materials gifted by the village chief, I forged a spiritual weapon. As far as I am aware, spiritual weapons are rare in the apocalypse world and difficult to produce. Upon learning of my successful forging, the village chief, impressed by my innate talent, offered to take me as his disciple. After becoming the village chief's apprentice, even the militia captain regards me with newfound respect. It appears that even in an alternate realm, one's background holds significance. Furthermore, today the village chief informed me that level 10 marks a critical threshold. Beyond this lies the professional tier. And only by attaining this level can one leave the village and traverse the perilous wilderness. I find myself deeply intrigued by the professional tiers within this realm. Over the past few days, I have been fervently inquiring about their nature. And now it has become clear to me that the advanced attributes of the character panel correspond to the 4 primary professions. These professions represent the path of progression in the world of apocalypse. My aptitude is rather unique, and at present, all 4 professions seem to suit me. With the assistance of the village chief, I have joined the militia. And through the experience I have garnered, I have swiftly ascended to level 7. I am now preparing to forge my 3rd spiritual artifact, which I intend to utilize myself. However, I lack several green quality materials, one of which can only be obtained from the avian serpents beyond the village. Once again, the Black Card Alliance has reached out to me. These individuals are akin to an unshakable affliction, employing both coercion and temptation. I find myself compelled to engage in transactions with them, forging spiritual artifacts in exchange for their demands. It is indeed my fault. I should have concealed my appearance upon entering the game. Today, the Black Card Alliance delivered an activation code to me, a token of gratitude for the previous forging of a spiritual artifact. I intend to reserve this for Xiaobo, though Xiaoyi may also be considered. For in this world, one cannot thrive in isolation. Assistance is indispensable. On the 20th day of my journey in the apocalypse world, upon logging in today, I was met with distressing news. Last night, malevolent spirits attacked the village, leaving several militia captains and elders severely injured. It seems I shall be unable to venture outside the village in search of avian serpents for the time being. Chapter 9. A Turn of Events. Just as Lin Yi was engrossed in reading, he discovered that the diary abruptly ceased at this juncture, indicating that Liu Hong must have encountered trouble shortly after penning these words. However, from the contents of the diary, Lin Yi gleaned a wealth of information, alleviating many of his lingering questions. It appears that his elder brother had been contemplating his involvement in the apocalypse world after all. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Liu Hong's misfortune, he might never have had the opportunity to engage with Apocalypse. With this thought, Lin Yi raised his gaze and inquired, Xiaobo, where did you find this diary and envelope? Liu Bo replied, Brother Yi, these items were hidden beneath the floorboards of my father's study. He had mentioned them to me once, but I nearly forgot. Thankfully, the memory resurfaced. He concealed them well enough to evade the police's notice. Yet, Brother Yi, if what my father wrote about the apocalypse world is indeed true, an extraordinary realm akin to a game exists, should we not present this to the authorities? Lin Yi regarded Liu Bo thoughtfully. What are your own thoughts on this matter? Liu Bo hesitated. I'm not certain. I find the diary intriguing, but the activation code within the envelope might be exceedingly valuable, and I do not wish to relinquish it to others. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yi responded, Then keep it. This is a gift from your father, and you should decide its fate. However, from your father's writings, it is evident that the world known as Apocalypse is fraught with peril. If one were to perish within, it would be the end. You must consider your decision regarding the activation code with utmost seriousness. Liu Bo nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I understand the gravity of the situation. But Brother Yi, does the activation code not intrigue you? As he posed this question, Liu Bo deliberately glanced at Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi chuckled, patting Liu Bo's shoulder. This is a bequest from your father, and I cannot claim it for myself. Furthermore, if the world is as dangerous as your father suggested, then I suspect the activation code may not be as favorable as one might hope. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed genuinely uninterested in the white activation code, Liu Bo immediately smiled and said, Rest assured, Ego, if I thrive in that world, I will secure an activation code for you as well. We shall develop together as brothers in that realm. Lin Yi chuckled in response. Very well, it is settled then. However, you must inform me should you encounter any perilous situations in that world. As your Ego, I am a seasoned veteran with extensive experience across various game genres, and I shall provide you with assistance. Liu Bo replied, I understand, Ego. I will undoubtedly trouble you in the future. After parting ways with Liu Bo, Lin Yi suppressed his thoughts and made his way to the studio. He found Liu Hong's diary to be immensely useful, summarizing a wealth of information. Firstly, leveling up in the game is crucial. Each advancement brings a substantial attribute point bonus. However, at present, one cannot elevate their level solely through accepting quests. Only by vanquishing monsters can one gain experience. The diary primarily documented two types of creatures, the demon kind and the ethereal spirits that roam at night. The former possesses a corporeal form, bloodthirsty and brutal, preying upon humans, while the latter is mostly illusory, akin to phantoms, capable of striking unseen. Lin Yi suspected that the ghostly demon he encountered the previous day belonged to the demon category. Secondly, after reaching level 10, one enters the profession tier. Yet the diary lacked descriptions regarding what this tier entails and the professions available for selection. It is likely that Liu Hong refrained from recording such critical information in his diary. Nevertheless, since Liu Hong acquired information about the profession tier from the village chief of Dayu village, it indicates that attaining a certain status within the novice village would facilitate access to relevant information from the village's higher echelons. Of course, Lin Yi was not in a hurry for information regarding the profession tier at this moment, as he was merely at level 1, far from the 10th level. Thirdly, one must not easily disclose their identity in the real world. Liu Hong's exposure led to his being targeted by a nefarious organization known as the Black Card Alliance, resulting in threats and coercive dealings. Fourthly, Liu Hong's diary suggested that he possessed a unique forging talent, which enabled him to craft spiritual artifacts and subsequently become an apprentice to the village chief. Lin Yi contemplated his own versatile talent. If he and Liu Hong shared the same activation code, might Liu Hong also possess a similar gift? It is possible that Liu Hong's forging talent was a rare gift randomly acquired through the versatile talent and subsequently solidified. If this were indeed the case, it would imply a hierarchy among activation codes. Liu Hong's golden invitation code could be exceedingly precious, while the ordinary activation code he left for his son Liu Bo would be of lesser value. Thus, Lin Yi needed to ensure that the information regarding Liu Hong's invitation code remained confidential. Otherwise, not only might government entities pursue him, but the Black Card Alliance could also come after him. If he were to vanish from reality for an extended period, leaving others unable to contact him, Lin Yi would undoubtedly face suspicion from those around him. Chapter 10. Team Leader Gu Qinghu. As for his development in the apocalypse world, Lin Yi felt there was no need for haste. His versatile talent is currently fixed as a mere white talent. Although this ability saved his life yesterday, a white talent ultimately offers limited potential for development. Given ample time, Lin Yi believes he need not rush into the so-called monster slaying and leveling up in the early stages. As long as his forthcoming versatile talent can solidify an exceptional ability, he need not worry about his advancement in the apocalypse world. Of course, Lin Yi would not squander the 6 hours he could spend daily in the apocalypse world. He just needed to space out his online time to avoid attracting undue attention. During lunchtime, he found a reason to slip into the apocalypse world. After appearing near the home of the woodcutter Gu Yongqiang, Lin Yi accepted another woodcutting task from him and then headed to the small grove in the back mountain to chop wood. The labor was arduous. Even though Lin Yi's attributes had been somewhat enhanced by his skeletal wonder talent, he could not endure prolonged exertion. Fortunately, drawing from yesterday's experience of gathering firewood, he managed to collect a bundle of wood in just over an hour today. After submitting the task, he received 10 coins and sought out a shady spot to enjoy some pancakes with well water. During his free time, Lin Yi attempted to draw from the versatile talent once more. The versatile talent refreshes at dawn each day, randomly offering talents from the talent material library. However, with the skeletal wonder talent already solidified for the next 3 days, even if he were to draw a superior talent, it would merely be a fleeting pleasure without any solidified abilities. Ding! He drew the white talent weak, yet fortunate. Weak, yet fortunate. White talent the holder will permanently reduce their constitution attribute by 3 points, but the probability of good fortune will increase. Upon seeing this talent, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This white talent, surprisingly, reduces attributes while providing a half-beneficial, half-detrimental effect. Fortunately, the talent he drew yesterday was not this weak yet fortunate. Otherwise, he might have perished at the claws of that monstrous demon. After drawing the talent, Lin Yi did not linger and logged off immediately. At this time, beneath the dilapidated city wall outside Guten village, blood stained the earth and grass, and aside from 2 corpses resembling blue wolves, 3 militia members lay on the ground, groaning in pain. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. Some team members examined the injuries of the wounded and frowned, saying, "Captain, Gu Hai is all right. His injuries are not severe, but Gu Yuan and Gu Qing have been grievously wounded by the heart-eating wolves. If they aren't treated with medicine, they may not survive the night." The man referred to as Captain was a young man in his 30s, with well-defined features, an upright stature, and a resolute expression. His name was Gu Qinghu, the second captain of the militia in Gutan village, primarily responsible for defending the eastern and western city walls. Due to the recent influx of monsters infiltrating the village, he had specifically arranged for today's defensive measures outside the city, alongside a cleanup of the nearby lesser monsters. However, he did not expect that just past noon, 2 level 9 heart-eating wolves would breach the trap defenses outside the city and charge directly at his militia team. A level 9 heart-eating wolf was a foe he could only confront with his spiritual weapon at full strength, let alone facing 2 that could coordinate and possessed considerable intelligence. Fortunately, the strength of their militia was not to be underestimated, with several members possessing formidable capabilities at levels 7 and 8. Through their coordinated efforts, they succeeded in vanquishing one of the bloodthirsty wolves, subsequently collaborating to eliminate the remaining beasts. Despite their triumph, the militia suffered significant losses. One member voiced their concerns, "Captain, this cannot continue. The frequency of monster attacks on the village has been increasing alarmingly. I have heard that not only our second team, but also the first, third, and fourth teams have suffered considerable losses. If this persists, we will scarcely have enough personnel left to defend the walls." Upon hearing this, the other weary members, fresh from the brink of despair, echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, Captain, our second team has always been the smallest, and with the recent losses of Gu Qing and Gu Yuan, how can we fend off the creatures lurking outside the village?" In addition to their daytime patrols, they were also required to maintain vigil at night, and one member lamented, "I haven't had a good night's sleep in weeks. Captain, perhaps we should recruit some new members?" Gu Qinghu sighed softly. "Where would we find such recruits? Aside from you youths, there are only children left in the village. Moreover, without at least a level 5 capability, joining our militia would be tantamount to seeking death." Guten village was modest, home to merely over 3,000 souls. The limited resources within the village constrained its population. In previous years, monster attacks had been infrequent, allowing the militia to maintain a fragile balance with the village's youth and the occasional refugees. Compared to 6 months prior, their ranks had diminished by 30%, making the defense of the village increasingly arduous. During this time, a member suggested, "Captain, why don't we recruit a few of the descendants? I have heard that several of them with commendable qualities have recently arrived in the village. If we could cultivate their potential." Upon hearing the mention of recruiting descendants, Another member immediately retorted, descendants? Lao Shan, have you lost your mind? Our second team has resolutely refused to recruit descendants. Have you forgotten how that one named Long Haixin caused chaos in the village, leading to a nighttime attack? That night, even the village elder nearly suffered grievously. Following that incident, our entire second team was punished with a month of blood rations. If it weren't for that, I might have already advanced to level 7 and awakened my innate abilities. The proposer, Gu Shan, shot back with a glare. Hey, Gu Xiaolu. Don't be so quick to dismiss all descendants. Some are good, and besides, they are different from us. They can level up simply by slaying monsters, which means they can be developed rapidly, and the slain creatures drop high-quality materials. I have heard that the captain of the third team, Gu Man, enjoys taking descendants to hunt monsters. In just a week, he has gathered a substantial amount of materials for forging spiritual artifacts. If this continues, he may soon possess a second artifact and overshadow our second team. Gu Xiaolu scoffed. Overshadow the second team? Gu Shan, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. A descendant has recently appeared near your home, hasn't he? Is that why you want him in the militia? I suspect you have accepted some sort of favor from him. Furious, Gu Shan retorted, to hell with you, Gu Xiaolu. You're slandering me. Upon witnessing the escalating tension between the two individuals, Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, silence. Cease your quarrel. His authority within the militia was formidable. At the sound of his angered voice, the members fell silent, each hastening to close their mouths. Only Gu Shan and Gu Xiaolu remained, their faces flushed, engaging in a fierce stare-down, each unwilling to concede. Gu Qinghu sighed inwardly, fully aware of the advantages and benefits brought by the reincarnators. However, his second team had previously recruited several reincarnators, most of whom were unruly, resistant to discipline, and prone to acting independently. Often, they would create significant troubles before they could be adequately trained. Particularly memorable was Long Xinhai, who had recklessly conducted experiments on phantoms within the village, resulting in a professional-grade phantom assault on Guten village. That fateful night, countless lives were lost. Not only did the militia suffer severe casualties, but 2 of the 3 village elders also sustained serious injuries. Reflecting on this incident still filled him with dread. Had it not been for the intervention of the elders from Guha Township, who utilized the temple to suppress the phantom, Guten village might have been utterly annihilated, reduced to a desolate haunt shrouded in death. This event was precisely why Gu Qinghu opposed the inclusion of reincarnators in the militia. Yet, it was becoming evident that his second team indeed required additional personnel, and the number of eligible youths within the village was limited. Thus, enlisting reincarnators appeared to be a prudent choice. Chapter 11. Joining the militia today, he had taken advantage of his leisure time to log in multiple times, completing 2 firewood gathering tasks. Perhaps due to the favorable impression he had garnered from Gu Yongqiang through his consistent submissions, Gu Yongqiang had assigned Lin Yi a new task. Since you lack accommodation in Guten village, you may reside in the firewood shed in the courtyard. However, as my mobility is impaired, you must fetch 2 buckets of well water for me from the east of the village each morning. Ding. Gu Yongqiang of Guten village has issued you a daily task. Completing the water fetching task will grant you the right to reside in the firewood shed. From Liu Hong's diary, Lin Yi understood the dangers lurking in the apocalyptic world at night. If he chose to log in after dusk, he would certainly need a place to stay. He had inspected the firewood shed mentioned by Gu Yongqiang. Though small and unkempt, it contained a wooden bed for resting, making it a viable refuge. Thank you, Brother Gu. Rest assured, I will fetch the water first thing in the morning. Gu Yongqiang nodded, clearly satisfied with Lin Yi's response, and subsequently provided him with some clean bedding. The bedding was nearly faded from years of use, evidently well over a decade old, yet it appeared clean and retained a faint scent of soap. Lin Yi could not help but nod. This Brother Gu was indeed a kind-hearted man. However, his presence beside Gu Yongqiang was not solely to gradually explore the apocalyptic world. It was primarily for Gu Yongqiang's external skills. In Lin Yi's understanding, the external skills in the apocalyptic world resembled the abilities found in games. As he recalled, the militia captain, Gu Man, had employed sword techniques that were external skill abilities when confronting the ghostly demon. At that time, Gu Man and the demon seemed evenly matched. But once Gu Man unleashed his external skills using a spiritual weapon, the demon was swiftly overpowered and captured in mere moves, highlighting the significant enhancement that external skills provided to one's strength. In Liu Hong's diary, there is a reference to external skills, which he describes as rare treasures that, once acquired, can be wielded with great power in the real world. As dusk descended, Lin Yi tidied up the modest bedroom of the small shed. Noticing that his online time was dwindling, he prepared to log off. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed in the dark courtyard, followed by the voices of Gu Yongqiang and others in conversation. Captain Yongqiang, do not call me captain, my leg is crippled, and I am no longer your captain. Yet, why do you come here when you cannot manage your second squad properly? It was evident that the visitor was Gu Qinghu, the captain of the militia's second squad. The conversation gradually faded into the background, and unable to discern any further, Lin Yi shook his head and logged off. Inside, the discussion continued. Brother Yongqiang, I heard a newborn has come to your home. Was it recommended by the old man from GUH Township again? Gu Yongxiang nodded. That old fellow often does such things. I am already accustomed to it. This month marks the third one. And how is the character of this newborn? What about their talent? Gu Yongxiang replied with surprise. What? Is your militia truly so short-staffed that you need to recruit a new newborn? Moreover, I thought I heard that your second squad did not accept newborns? Hey, brother Yongxiang. Let me be frank with you. Today, our second squad suffered the loss of 2 members outside the city, and for the time being, they cannot patrol or work. Some members mentioned that several newborns have trickled into the village recently, so I thought I might come and see if any are suitable. If they are unsuitable, he has only been here for 2 days. Joining your militia would only lead to his demise. As for whether he is suitable in the future, I will observe for a while longer. On the third day in the world of Tianqi, Lin Yi logged in early, seizing the opportunity before dawn to fetch 2 buckets of well water for Gu Yongxiang. He then accepted a task to gather firewood, heading to the back mountain of the courtyard to chop wood. During this time, Lin Yi also drew a universal talent. However, this time, the talent remained at the white level. Fate's lone star, white talent. With this talent, you will encounter perilous events multiple times more than an ordinary person, and the probability of those who befriend you meeting a tragic end increases. Yet, crises accompany fortune. You possess a certain chance of receiving rewards from fate amidst this fortune. Undoubtedly, this was yet another talent whose detrimental effects outweighed its benefits, a worthless gift that Lin Yi would never consider solidifying. However, given that he had drawn white-tier talents for 3 consecutive days, it seemed that attaining a favorable talent would require both time and a stroke of luck. That day, Lin Yi maintained his routine, continuing to work in the studio, converting the gold and equipment earned over the past few days into cash, and settling the wages for the studio members. The young man was indeed decisive, and all Lin Yi could do was wish him well in the world of Tianqi. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Lin Yi spent his daylight hours managing studio affairs and using any spare moments to delve into the world of Tianqi. The longer he lingered in Guten village, the more information he gathered. It also seemed that due to Lin Yi's commendable performance before Gu Yongxiang in recent days, on that clear morning, as he logged in, he received a new task issued by Gu Yongxiang. Within the confines of the room, Gu Yongxiang regarded Lin Yi and spoke. In our ancient Tan village, merely gathering firewood cannot ensure your safety. As a reborn individual, you require experience. I have observed your patience in chopping wood these past few days, which indicates your steadiness. Would you be willing to assist the militia team? Lin Yi was taken aback by the proposal and inquired, Brother Gu, isn't the militia team only recruiting members of level 5 and above? Gu Yongxiang shook his head and patiently explained, you would not be joining the militia team. Rather, you would be assisting them. You are aware that as a reborn individual, your ability to defeat monsters and ethereal beings can yield unique items. By aiding the militia in vanquishing these threats, you shall also gain valuable experience. Noticing Lin Yi's contemplative expression and his reluctance to respond immediately, Gu Yongxiang continued, rest assured, given your current strength, your role would be merely to support in the extermination, not to charge ahead. Furthermore, the militia will provide personnel to safeguard you, ensuring your safety. Despite his reassurances, Lin Yi remained hesitant. The opportunity to gain experience alongside the militia without needing to be level 5 was indeed appealing. However, Lin Yi possessed an extraordinary talent. With careful development, he could potentially acquire a remarkable ability that would pave a grand path ahead. Additionally, although Gu Yongxiang assured him of the militia's protection, the perilous nature of the apocalypse world meant that even militia members could not guarantee their own safety. Should danger arise that even the militia could not confront, it was likely that no one would spare a thought for him as a reborn individual. Lin Yi fell silent. Just yesterday, the captain of the 3rd militia team, Gu Man, had successfully forged a defensive spirit artifact using materials dropped by a reborn individual, significantly enhancing his strength. He had even slain a level 10 ethereal being attempting to infiltrate the village, earning accolades from the village elder. Such a remarkable feat prompted the other militia team leaders to seek to emulate Gu Man's success by collaborating with reborn individuals to defeat monsters and gather materials. Last night, the captain of the 2nd team, Gu Qinghu, approached him with a proposal aimed at nurturing reborn individuals and collectively farming materials, contingent upon their character and potential being deemed worthy of investment. Lin Yi's performance in recent days had been commendable. He demonstrated a steady and patient demeanor in his tasks. Consequently, Gu Yongxiang had recommended Lin Yi to Gu Qinghu. However, it seemed that Lin Yi was currently reluctant to embrace the risks involved. Gu Yongxiang raised an eyebrow, pondering that this reborn individual, who ought to embody the spirit of youthful vigor, appeared to be overly cautious, contrary to his preconceived notions of reborn individuals. Not only had he implored Gu Yongxiang to teach him martial arts, but he also aspired to leverage his connections to join the militia for monster hunting. Why did this reborn individual seem so different? After some reflection, Gu Yongxiang stated, if you are willing to assist, I would consider teaching you my martial arts technique. Martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's thoughts sparked with intrigue. If the benefits were substantial enough, he might be inclined to embrace a more adventurous path. Brother Gu, what is this martial arts technique of yours? It is the Sunflower Blade technique, a formidable swordsmanship I learned a decade ago in Tianshui City. Its power is immense. However, I had pledged to my master not to teach it to anyone lacking exceptional talent. If you can elevate your level to 4 within half a month, I shall impart the Sunflower Blade technique to you. Very well, Brother Gu, I have agreed to assist the militia. Upon hearing Lin Yi's decisive response, Gu Yongqiang smiled and shook his head. Previously, he had thought Lin Yi to be a steady and resilient newcomer, but it seemed he was more of a person who would not act until he saw the hair. He pondered whether recommending him to Gu Qinghu was a wise decision. That midday, Lin Yi, under Gu Yongqiang's guidance, arrived at the encampment of the second militia for the first time. The location was a courtyard with tiled houses, adorned with numerous sun trees. The sun tree is a unique species native to the Apocalypse continent, characterized by its pale red bark and rare blood-red branches. Lin Yi observed many scratches on the bark of the sun trees and wondered about their origin. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Gu Yongqiang explained. The sun tree is a special species. Applying its sap to one's eyes allows for the sighting of eerie spirits at night. Several militia encampments in Guten village are equipped with sun trees for nightly patrols, and the scent of the sap can repel some of these spirits. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. At that moment, several individuals emerged from within, led by Gu Qinghu, the leader of the second militia. It was evident that the members of the second militia held Gu Yongqiang in high regard. Gu Yongqiang nodded and said, I have brought him here. Now it is up to you to protect the village. Do not let me down. After a few parting words, Gu Yongqiang departed. Gu Qinghu scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe and inquired, Are you the one known as Qingshan Bulo? What an unusual name you have chosen. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. He had selected this name rather carelessly, which seemed ill-suited for a village that emphasized surnames. You may call me Qingshan, Captain Gu, he replied. Very well, Qingshan, follow me inside, Gu Qinghu said, not elaborating further, and led Lin Yi into the encampment. Once inside, Lin Yi discovered that he was not alone. Another player was present. This individual, despite wearing the same attire, possessed a distinct aura that set him apart from the villagers. He appeared to be in his 30s. Dressed in ordinary clothing, with a cowhide bow slung at his waist, and his eyes squinted slightly, suggesting he was likely someone who wore glasses in reality. Stepping forward, he extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, young brother. What level are you? Are you also here to assist the militia? My name is Dugu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yi, undaunted, shook his hand and replied, I am Qingshan Bulo, a newcomer to Guten village. Dugu Feng laughed heartily. Newcomers aren't typically allowed here. It seems you are quite fortunate, brother Qingshan. Too kind, Lin Yi nodded, engaging in pleasantries. He remained on guard, however, regarding the players in the Apocalypse world. Before his arrival, he had deliberately concealed his appearance with a piece of coarse brown cloth. But Gu Yongqiang had pulled it off midway, stating that such concealment in Gutan village indicated either a wanted rogue or a lurking monster. And militia members would attack without hesitation upon seeing such a sight. At this moment, Gu Qinghu approached the two and stated, Well, since you have been recommended, your characters have been deemed acceptable. I will not subject you to further assessment. Henceforth, you will both be provisional members of our second militia. Although your abilities are rather modest, one at level 4 and the other at level 1. Upon hearing the first level, Dugu Feng turned to glance at Lin Yi, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. Indeed, the player before him was a novice. This newcomer was fortunate to have joined the militia at such an early stage. It is noteworthy that the fastest way to level up in the beginner village of the Apocalypse continent is to gain experience alongside the militia. Gu Qinghu continued. Our second team currently has duty days on the single days of each month, either defending outside the city during the day or patrolling the village at night. However, given your current low levels, encountering a spectre would only lead to your demise, hence you will not be assigned night duties. During the day, while in Guten village, you are to accompany our second militia team. My expectations of you are not high. Just be obedient, diligent, and refrain from actions that may harm Guten village. Previously, there was a reborn individual named Long Haixin in our team, who, in a misguided attempt to enhance his strength, began nurturing specters, ultimately leading to his demise at my hands. Should either of you attempt something similarly reckless, I assure you, you shall meet a grim fate. After delivering his stern admonition, Gu Qinghu's tone softened. Of course, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as you remain obedient and do not act recklessly during perilous encounters with monsters and specters, I will not impose unwarranted punishments. There are numerous benefits to becoming a reserve member of our second team. In addition to daily monetary rewards and bonuses for defeating monsters and specters, if you perform exceptionally well, you will also share in the monthly distribution of blood food within the village. At the mention of blood food, Dugu Feng's face lit up with excitement, and Lin Yi appeared equally astonished. From his inquiries with Gu Yongqiang, he had learned that blood food is a unique reward in Guten village, capable of enhancing one's attributes. Both the reborn and the indigenous people of the Apocalypse continent encounter a bottleneck when progressing from level 4 to level 5. and the attributes gained from consuming blood food can aid in overcoming this hurdle. Unable to contain his curiosity, Du Feng asked, "Captain, is there truly blood food? What performance criteria must we meet to qualify?" "Criteria?" Gu Qinghu pondered for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "It is not difficult. You need only assist in defeating 5 monsters or specters each month." "Very well, thank you, Captain," Du Feng exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Having spent a month in the apocalypse world, he had been unable to advance to level 5 due to his low health attribute. And now with Gu Qinghu's promise of blood food, his excitement was palpable. Gu Qinghu was a decisive individual. After outlining the rules of the militia to Lin Yi and Du Feng, he led them to familiarize themselves with the patrol route. Today was a double day. With the first and third teams on duty, the captain of the first team was Gu Lihai, the strongest among the elders of Gyutan village, while I, Gu Qinghu, lead the second team. As he guided them, Gu Qinghu elaborated on the situation of the militia. Currently, Gyutan village is home to 4 major militia teams, each comprising around 20 members, with the captain required to be a level 10 expert possessing a spirit weapon, and team members at a minimum of level 5, most being small experts at levels 7 or 8. Arriving at the outer city walls of Gyutan village, gazing into the distant wilderness and forests, Gu Qinghu further expounded. The nearest village to Gyutan is called Hexian village, located across 3 great mountains, approximately 50 miles away. Do not be deceived by the seemingly short distance. The journey is fraught with countless monsters and hidden dangers. Once, we maintained a connection with River Fresh village, but ever since the frequent emergence of your kind, the number of monsters has surged, severing our ties with that village. Surrounding our ancient pool village, the most prevalent creatures are the heart-eating wolves, which typically appear in packs and exhibit cunning natures. Should they be detected, it is imperative to alert the main forces. Additionally, there are the elusive ghost demons and the shell crows, adept at infiltrating our village. Ancient Qinghu spoke with fervor, detailing 7 or 8 types of perilous monsters near ancient pool village. He meticulously described their appearances, characteristics, and weaknesses. It must be said that Lin Yi gained much from this. Joining the militia indeed brings numerous benefits, allowing for a quicker understanding of this apocalypse continent. Now that all has been said, do you have any questions? Ancient Qinghu turned to Lin Yi and his companion. Curiously, Lin Yi inquired, Captain, I heard Brother Gu mention Tianshui City before. Could you enlighten me about this place? Du Guofeng, intrigued, leaned in closer. Having spent considerable time in ancient pool village without ever hearing of Tianshui City. Tianshui City? Brother Yongxiang actually spoke of this to you? It seems he intends to teach you the Yang Flame Sword technique. Ancient Qinghu chuckled and continued. Tianshui City is a grand metropolis where humans congregate, serving as our true sanctuary. All militia captains are required to visit Tianshui City before commencing their duties. However, the journey is fraught with danger, necessitating a large escort, and must be undertaken under the protection of the village chief and elders. Should you, the reborn, attain professional status, you might then have the opportunity to engage with Tianshui City, but for now, do not dwell on it too much. At this moment, Du Guofeng interjected, professional status? Captain, how does one achieve that? Ancient Qinghu cast a glance at him and replied, do not reach for the stars just yet. I am not even at professional status myself. Why ask so much? Consider professional matters only when you reach level 10. Chastened by the rebuke, Du Guofeng refrained from further questioning. Lin Yi, too, had many inquiries, but seeing Ancient Qinghu's impatience, he chose to remain silent. These are your uniforms. Tomorrow, our second team will be on duty outside the city. You two should discuss how to report for duty, and then come to the city gate to find me. Ancient Qinghu tossed 2 sets of militia uniforms before departing, leaving Lin Yi and Du Guofeng alone in the room. Chapter 12, Treasury Exchange. Du Guofeng looked at Lin Yi with curiosity. Brother Qingshan, are you truly a newcomer? I am level 1. Can there be any doubt? Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to discuss the topic further, Du Guofeng smiled and said, it seems Brother Qingshan is quite remarkable. It appears we will be members of the same militia team, supporting and growing together. All right, that works for me. Though their time together was brief, Lin Yi did not harbor negative feelings towards Du Guofeng. Cultivating a good relationship could prove beneficial in the future. After agreeing on a time to report for duty the next day, Lin Yi parted ways with him and made his way to a secluded willow tree by a pond within ancient pool village. Once he ensured no one was around, Lin Yi retrieved a shovel from his spatial backpack and began to dig into the muddy ground beneath the willow. The shovel was borrowed from Gu Yongxiang's home before he set out today. The reason for his visit was fortuitous. Lin Yi had recently discovered a new talent related to treasure hunting, a green talent known as treasure sensation. This green talent grants one a unique ability to sense unclaimed treasures within a 10-mile radius. Once activated, this ability can only be used again after 3 days. To be candid, ever since Lin Yi secured the white talent of skeletal wonder, he had consistently drawn white quality talents from the talent space. It was not until the day that he finally encountered a green talent. Considering the capability of this new talent, he decided to remove skeletal wonder and solidify treasure sensation instead. This was his first time utilizing the treasure sensation talent, and he felt an inexplicable pull towards something beneath a willow tree, prompting him to investigate. The soil under the willow proved difficult to excavate, densely packed with roots, and Lin Yi was cautious not to create too much disturbance to avoid drawing attention. After digging a hole about half a meter deep, he unexpectedly unearthed a wooden box. The box was adorned with intricate patterns but appeared to have decayed on the surface from years of being buried in moist earth. Lin Yi refrained from hastily opening the box. Instead, he carefully stored it in his spatial compartment and filled the hole back in before quietly departing. Once back at his lodging, he finally opened the box to reveal its contents: a cool, red, lustrous jade stone. Weird stone growth soul artifact. A soul artifact crafted from the heart of a special spirit doll, capable of sensing nearby spirits. When placed near the user's heart, it can permanently bind to the weird stone. Note: this is a permanent growth soul artifact. Absorbing sufficient spirit ashes can enhance its sensing range. After reading the description of the red jade, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. A soul artifact? A growth-type soul artifact? Moreover, it appeared to differ from ordinary spirit artifacts. Nevertheless, according to the system's description, this red jade was undoubtedly a valuable treasure, capable of sensing spirits. It was worth noting that earlier today, Gu Qinghu had emphasized the dangers in the vicinity of Gyutan village, particularly highlighting the presence of spirits. Unlike monsters, spirits are peculiar entities that can shift between physical form and soul, making them elusive and treacherous. If this so-called weird stone soul artifact could indeed sense nearby spirits, it would significantly enhance safety when navigating Gyutan village. However, Lin Yi was not eager to bind the weird stone. The world was fraught with peril, and many aspects remained unknown. Until he comprehended the true nature of soul artifacts, he was unwilling to experiment on himself. Currently, the two most valuable possessions Lin Yi possessed were the recently acquired weird stone and the white demon blood materials previously distributed to him by Gu Man. The former required clarity regarding its use, while for the latter, Lin Yi had learned how to utilize them upon becoming a provisional member of the militia. In Gyutan village, there exists a treasure repository exclusively for the militia. The treasure repository is governed by one of the 3 village elders from Gyutan village, specifically the elder Gu Yuan. Within this repository, an array of extraordinary items can be exchanged for contribution points, which may then be utilized to acquire other desired extraordinary items. Presently, Lin Yi is considered a semi-member of the militia, thus he is entitled to visit the treasure repository to exchange for necessary items. Prior to his visit, Lin Yi had learned that his low-level demon blood white, although merely of white quality, is rare since it is only dropped by a select few high-level demons, and its wide-ranging utility bestows it with considerable value, allowing it to be exchanged for 30 contribution points. However, Lin Yi remained uncertain regarding what he could procure with those points. Following the address provided by Captain Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi arrived at the core area of Gyutan village. This locale houses the village's temple, heritage site, and treasury, making it the most stringently guarded section of Gyutan village. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, he encountered the elder from Guha nearby. The treasury of Gyutan village is guarded by members of 2 militia squads, and judging by their stern expressions, it is evident that their ranks are not low. Upon learning of Lin Yi's purpose, the 2 individuals verified his identity and allowed him passage. It appears that the second squad has begun recruiting newly awakened beings, and a novice at that. Truly, an unexpected turn of events. It seems the news of Brother Man forging spiritual weapons has piqued the interest of the second squad captain. Indeed, newly awakened beings are likely to become quite sought after in our village. Indeed, newly awakened beings possess a unique quality, for when they vanquish demons and eerie spirits, they can yield complete materials. In contrast, even if our militia, equipped with specialized skills for handling demon corpses, were to slay them, the materials would inevitably lose much of their essence. The 2 men openly criticized, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yi's presence beside them. Lin Yi merely rubbed his nose and proceeded into the treasury. The treasury of Gyutan village is constructed underground. Upon entering, Lin Yi traversed a dark passageway for several meters before arriving at a brightly lit cellar. The cellar is expansive, furnished with various items, including a bed, wardrobe, and wooden table, suggesting it may serve as someone's residence. Just as Lin Yi pondered this, an elderly man with graying hair slowly rose from a dark corner and emerged. Newly awakened being, what do you seek to exchange in the treasury? The elderly man, stooped and pale, appeared to have sustained injuries not long ago, explaining the herbal scent permeating the cellar. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Are you Elder Gu Yuan?" Gu Yuan turned his gaze upon Lin Yi and replied, "Indeed, I am. Newly awakened being, what is your name?" Lin Yi promptly stated his purpose. "I am Qingshan Bulo, and I have come to exchange demon blood for contribution points, and subsequently procure some useful items." Upon seeing Lin Yi present the somewhat foul-smelling, low-level demon blood white, Gu Yuan nodded slightly and retrieved a parchment scroll. Given the scent, this blood likely originates from a ghostly demon. It possesses ample essence, albeit its quality is lacking, allowing for an exchange of 33 contribution points. This parchment is a catalog of items available for exchange in the treasury. Peruse it carefully. Should you wish to acquire any treasures, inform me. If not, the contribution points can be recorded under your name for future use. Lin Yi accepted the parchment and began to examine it in detail. The multitude of treasures before Lin Yi dazzled his eyes. Beast hide armor. Crafted from the pelt of a heart-eating wolf, this armor boasts remarkable resilience. Impervious to blades and swords. It includes a helmet and protective gear, classified as a non-spiritual artifact, valued at 100 contribution points. Spirit Fire Candle. A candle imbued with divine essence. Once ignited, it dispels darkness and is effective in repelling malevolent spirits. Due to the rarity of its unique materials, it holds a value of 150 contribution points. Copper coins. The currency utilized in the Tianshui city region, also accepted in the ancient village of Tan. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 101. Diamond sword. A sword forged from a special mineral. Its blade is razor sharp, capable of slicing through the hide of most malevolent creatures. This, too, is not a spiritual artifact, valued at 350 contribution points. Crimson Heart Fruit. A mystical fruit that flourishes in the wilderness. It requires the infusion of demon blood to germinate and bear fruit. Consuming 1 grants a modest increase in strength, 1 point for the newborn, and its rarity necessitates venturing beyond the ancient village to procure. Currently, only 3 are in stock, each requiring 300 contribution points for exchange. Spirit Ashes. The fundamental material dropped upon the demise of a malevolent spirit, with 50 contribution points yielding 1 gram. The scroll was replete with numerous exchangeable items, many of which would prove invaluable to Lin Yi. Among the armor and weapons such as the beast hide armor and diamond sword, his greatest desire was the strength-enhancing Crimson Heart Fruit. Alas, at 300 contribution points, he found himself far from acquiring it. With only 33 contribution points available, Lin Yi continued to peruse the offerings until he stumbled upon promising talismans. Defensive Talisman. A divine talisman meticulously crafted by the village chief. Crumpling the parchment activates a protective barrier that lasts for 2 seconds, capable of withstanding attacks from creatures below level 8, though ineffective against certain formidable entities. This talisman requires 80 contribution points for exchange. Spirit Detection Talisman. Another divine talisman made by the village chief. Burning the parchment allows one to sense malevolent spirits within a radius of 100 meters. Note, this talisman can only detect 1 spirit at a time, and its activation may incite the spirit's desire to attack. This talisman requires 50 contribution points for exchange. There are 4 talismans in total, yet Lin Yi could only afford the latter 2, the Strength Talisman and the Speed Talisman. After a brief contemplation, he decisively opted for the Speed Talisman. Given his current attributes, an increase of 5 points in strength would be of little use against the creatures and spirits he faced. However, enhanced speed would serve him well. After all, it was his swiftness that had allowed him to narrowly escape danger last time, with a villager's life sacrificed in his stead. Chapter 13. The First Defense of the City. After exchanging for the Speed Talisman, Lin Yi converted his remaining 3 contribution points into copper coins. It must be said, the exchange of contribution points for copper coins was indeed a bargain. With the 300 coins in hand, Lin Yi no longer needed to rely on chopping wood for a daily income. Each day, he could laboriously prepare pancakes, and even the somewhat bitter well water could be exchanged for better provisions. Of course, 300 coins would not last indefinitely. However, after joining the militia, he would receive a daily stipend of 20 coins along with a share of the spoils, leading Lin Yi to believe that financial worries would soon be a thing of the past. Before departing from the cellar treasury, he casually inquired with the village elder Gu Yuan about the nature of soul artifacts. Gu Yuan, taken aback, gazed at Lin Yi and remarked, "Soul artifacts? How do you come to know of such things? They are akin to spiritual artifacts, yet exist on a higher tier. Soul artifacts can merge with the soul, capable not only of combating demonic entities, but some are specifically designed to counteract malevolent spirits. That said, soul artifacts are exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Should you possess one, you may come to me for an exchange, and you may choose whatever you desire from the parchment." "Surely you jest. How could I possibly own a soul artifact? I merely heard others mention it, and was curious to inquire," Lin Yi thought, his heart stirring at the realization of the soul artifact's significant worth. He recalled perusing the parchment earlier, noting that while many treasures were indeed rare, not a single spiritual artifact was listed. It became evident that the captains of the 4 militia squads in Gutan village each possessed only 1 spiritual artifact, underscoring their scarcity. The fact that a soul artifact was a tier above spiritual artifacts made it even more extraordinary. Clearly, he had unearthed something remarkable today. His green treasure hunting talent was truly exceptional. After Lin Yi vanished, a figure emerged from the grass outside the courtyard. It was the village elder Gu Yuan, who had been discreetly following. Gu Yuan squinted, pondering whether the lad had truly encountered a soul artifact or merely heard of it from others. "What brings you here, Gu Yuan?" At that moment, Gu Yongxiang appeared suddenly, his expression filled with ire. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow and, not bothering to conceal himself, stepped out from the grass. "What is this? You lack the courtesy to even greet your uncle?" Are you still holding a grudge over past events? Gu Yongqiang snorted in disdain. If it weren't for you controlling the treasury and refusing to provide the village's medicine to treat my injuries, my leg wouldn't be crippled to this day. Gu Yuan sighed. That medicine is the lifeblood of the village. Unless the village chief or the 3 elder villagers are gravely injured, no one is entitled to use it. Even if I had agreed back then, the village chief would not have allowed it. I thought you had cultivated your mind and let go of such grievances over the years, but it seems you still harbor such bitterness. Bitter? I no longer resent you. I merely wish to teach you a harsh lesson. Gu Yongqiang, uninterested in further discussion, swiftly brandished a hatchet towards Gu Yuan. How dare you lay hands on your own uncle, you ungrateful wretch. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he hastily crushed the talisman on his person. Though he was a being of surpassing level 10, his path was one of divinity, rendering him less formidable in close combat compared to Gu Yongqiang, who had once competed for the position of militia captain. In the next moment, a golden light erupted, sending Gu Yongqiang flying 3 meters away. Gu Yongqiang, shaking his numb arm, gritted his teeth and declared, "Old man, you dare to retaliate? If you don't let me take out my frustrations on you today, I will pursue you relentlessly." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan's brows furrowed in indignation. This is utterly preposterous. That wretched rascal, Lin Yi, oblivious to the fact that his impetuous inquiry about the soul device had drawn him into a minor predicament, even igniting a conflict between the uncle and nephew, discovered the following morning that his humble abode had vanished. It appeared that the shack had been dismantled by some force. 3 walls lay in ruins. Firewood scattered across the ground, leaving a scene of utter disarray. What transpired here? Had another demon creature invaded the village? As Lin Yi pondered, he spotted Gu Yongqiang limping out from within the house. Gu Qinghu has arranged accommodation for you. Since you have joined the militia team, you shall reside there henceforth. Lin Yi wished to inquire about the events that had unfolded, but noticing the dark expression on Gu Yongqiang's face, he refrained. Go on, once your level reaches 4. Return to me to learn the yin-yang sword technique. Departing from Gu Yongqiang's residence, Lin Yi made his way directly to the village wall of Gutan. At that moment, members of the 2nd militia team under Gu Qinghu's command were already stationed outside the fortifications. Gu Qinghu was absent, and one of the 2nd team's members greeted him with a smile. Brother Qingshan, you've arrived. Lin Yi reciprocated the smile. Indeed, where is the captain? He has gone to patrol the outer wall. The 3rd team on guard yesterday reported hearing the cries of a bloodthirsty wolf nearby. The captain, concerned, took a few brothers to investigate. Just as they spoke, Gu Qinghu appeared, emerging from the wilderness ahead, accompanied by several members of the 2nd team. Gu Qinghu bore in his hand a blackened carcass, which upon closer inspection, turned out not to be a bloodthirsty wolf, but a common mountain goat from the wild. The goat's neck gushed with blood, indicating a swift death by a single blade. Qingshan has arrived, splendidly punctual, Gu Qinghu remarked, discarding the goat carcass to the ground. He then instructed his men to handle the remains, preparing for a barbecue outside the wall. You're lucky, lad, on your very first day. You're treated to roasted meat. Typically, we have to wait 10 days or even half a month for such a feast. The members of the 2nd team exhibited remarkable skill in processing the goat. Working in concert, they extracted the entrails, built a bonfire, and began seasoning the meat. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi interjected. Captain, will handling the carcass near the wall attract nearby demons with the scent of blood? Demons? I actually hope they come. Gu Qinghu replied. However, the allure of ordinary animals does not significantly attract them. You must understand, demons can only grow stronger by consuming human flesh and blood. The flesh of common animals merely satiates their hunger. Moreover, the demons near Gutan village are quite astute. In previous years, we lured a batch of demons using the blood and flesh of ordinary animals, but since that incident, such tactics only ensnare lesser, less intelligent demons. The clever ones are much harder to lure. As Gu Qinghu grilled the meat, he elaborated to Lin Yi. Just then, a member of the team, Gu Xiaolu, suddenly pointed towards the hillside. Captain, there are traces of bloodthirsty wolves. The group quickly turned their gaze to see several gray-furred wolves, towering at least 2 meters high, prowling on the slope. The eyes of the bloodthirsty wolves gleamed a striking crimson, evoking an unsettling sensation from a distance. Indeed, they had attracted a pack of these beasts. Yet it appeared they were hesitant to approach. It was difficult to ascertain their intentions. These bloodthirsty wolves, emboldened enough to reveal themselves, were likely fixated on our group, and sooner or later, they would surely launch an assault. Gu Shan, a member of the team, had already armed himself and turned to inquire. Captain, should we take action? Gu Qinghu, roasting meat, replied, there is no rush. Let us wait a moment. When dealing with wolves, one must possess greater patience than they do. Soon after, several bloodthirsty wolves vanished over the distant hillside. The walls of Gutan village were equipped with small watchtowers every few hundred meters, should any monstrous entities invade. The militia stationed at these towers would ignite signal fires. Gu Qinghu explained to Lin Yi that bloodthirsty wolves prey on the weak and fear the strong. Upon discovering human flesh, they would not rush in recklessly but would instead seek out defensive weaknesses before striking. If predictions held true, The wolves that had just shown themselves would not retreat. They would linger near Gutin village, biding their time for a chance to attack. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Yi enjoyed a feast of mountain goat barbecue at Gu Qinghu's camp, and nothing untoward transpired. After Du Gufeng arrived to take over, he logged off. Upon exiting the apocalyptic world, it was already past 9 o'clock. While it was not too late to head to the studio, Lin Yi chose not to go, as he intended to procure a gym membership at a nearby fitness center. Upon logging in today, he discovered that his strength attribute had increased from 6 to 7 points. Lin Yi surmised that his recent labor in Gutin village, chopping wood incessantly, had provided sufficient exercise to bolster his strength by a point. Recalling that the character attributes generated upon entering the apocalyptic world mirrored his physical condition in reality, it became evident that enhancing one's physical fitness in real life could similarly elevate character attributes within the game. This indicated that in the apocalyptic game universe, leveling up was not the sole means of improving attributes. Physical training could also facilitate growth. Chapter 14, Continuous Drops. During the midday break, Lin Yi completed his tasks at the studio and logged in once more. Cautiously, as he had in the morning, Lin Yi approached the wall guarded by the second militia team. However, upon arrival, he was met with the acrid scent of blood. Voices echoed from atop the battlements. Careful, Captain, with the package. Stop whining, wolf claws are venomous. If you don't let me clean the poison, don't come crying to me when something goes wrong. Climbing the wall, Lin Yi beheld Gu Xiaolu and 2 other team members, wounded in the abdomen and moaning in agony. While Captain Gu Qinghu was diligently applying a green herbal liquid to their wounds, bloodstains were scattered across the ground. Captain, what has transpired? Gu Qinghu glanced at Lin Yi and replied, these lads were ambushed by 2 bloodthirsty wolves this morning. Fortunately, I arrived in time. No lives were lost. At this moment, the bandaged Gu Xiaolu grimaced and exclaimed, damn it, those beasts were too clever today. They saw us dining atop the wall and silently crept along the structure to launch their surprise attack. Gu Qinghu scolded, do not attempt to explain yourselves. As seasoned members of the team, how could you allow yourselves to be outsmarted by mere beasts? You are courting your own demise. Furthermore, I had already warned you that the heart-eating wolves would not stray too far. How could you make such a grave mistake? It seems you are even inferior to the newcomers. The injured Gu Xiaolu and the others remained silent under his reprimand. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu wiped the blood from his hands and approached Lin Yi, saying, Qingshan, you have arrived just in time. Those 2 heart-eating wolves saw blood this morning. They will likely be unable to contain themselves and may sneak into the village this afternoon or evening. I intend to take action against them immediately. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Understood, Captain. I will follow your lead. Gu Qinghu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Well done. Your courage is commendable. Rest assured, you will not have to confront the heart-eating wolves directly. All I need is for you to assist me in dispatching those 2 beasts at the crucial moment. Captain, you can count on me. I have experience. After all, Captain Gu Man once. He paused, recalling how Gu Man had slain a ghostly demon. I have heard of it. To be honest, if you had not proven your capability by slaying a ghostly demon at such a low level, even with Brother Yongqiang's recommendation, I would not have allowed you to join our team. Beyond the wilderness, the atmosphere was desolate and eerie, with the wind howling through the air. Scattered around were remnants of various animals, their bloodied corpses littering the ground. As Lin Yi stepped out of Gutan village for the first time, an overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloped him, as though unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. Noticing his unease, Gu Qinghu chuckled reassuringly, do not worry. I recently cleared this area. There are no dangers during the day. After walking for approximately 500 meters, Gu Qinghu halted as the city walls disappeared behind a high slope. Before them lay a sunken wetland, the ground uneven, piled high with animal carcasses, flies buzzing about. The midday heat was oppressive, and Lin Yi could not help but inhale a nauseating stench that invaded his lungs, lingering unrelentingly. Good heavens, it reeks. Gu Qinghu surveyed the area and explained, this is an advantageous location. The sunken terrain and mud pits create an ideal trap. If we can lure the heart-eating wolves here, we can ambush them from all sides and ensure they do not escape. Hearing this, Lin Yi questioned, Captain, the heart-eating wolves are cunning and not easily fooled. I doubt it will be that simple to lure them. I plan to create a temptation they cannot resist, but it will require some risk. Captain, I brought what you asked for. The elder from Guyuan Township advised you to be cautious. In addition, he provided me with a talisman, just in case, saying it would deduct contribution points from you. That old fool, Gu Qinghu muttered, taking the 2 items handed to him by Gu Shan. Among them, the talisman glowed a deep crimson, pulsating with a faint light, clearly a valuable item, far superior to the speed talisman Lin Yi had exchanged for the previous day. As for the object wrapped tightly in oiled paper, upon opening it, Lin Yi was taken aback to find a mass of writhing flesh. Lin Yi leaned closer, his gaze narrowing. Is this blood food? To be candid, the appearance of this substance was somewhat repulsive, as though it had been severed from a living being. Blood food was essential for humans, and it was also a rare treasure sought after by demonic creatures. As Lin Yi knew, blood food could also be exchanged for contribution points, but it required 2 points per gram, making it exceedingly expensive. Before him, the blood meal in Gu Qinghu's hands weighed approximately 6 taels, necessitating around 600 contribution points for redemption. It must be said that Gu Qinghu had indeed invested considerable resources to lure the heart-eating wolf. Subsequently, he descended into a muddy pit with the blood meal. Meticulously setting the stage, Lin Yi was led by Gu Shan and other team members to a nearby pile of rocks. It turned out that the area beneath the rocks had been excavated, providing ample concealment for several individuals. Gu Shan handed Lin Yi a vial of potion, advising, "Use this to mask your scent with fresh water. We mustn't let the heart-eating wolf catch a whiff of anything unusual." "What about the captain?" Lin Yi inquired. "Don't worry about him. Given the value of the blood meal, the captain must remain below to oversee. Otherwise, if local fauna devour it, our efforts would be in vain." "But if the captain is down there, will the heart-eating wolf still take the bait?" "Ah, you're unaware of this. Our captain possesses a breath-holding technique that renders him undetectable, akin to a corpse. When he envelopes himself in soil, the heart-eating wolf will perceive nothing." Lin Yi posed several questions, each of which Gu Shan answered. Soon, the cave entrance was sealed by Gu Shan, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Time drifted by, and before they knew it, over half an hour had elapsed. Just then, a furious shout resonated from outside. "How bold! They have truly arrived. Gu Shan, come out and lend assistance." Gu Shan, accompanied by 4 militia team members, swiftly charged out, leaving only a 7th-level team member named Gu He to guard Lin Yi. "Qing Shan, you are but a 1st level. Should the heart-eating wolf fixate on you, I cannot ensure your safety. For prudence's sake, let us await the signal before venturing out." Lin Yi concurred, clutching the only item that could safeguard his life, the swift amulet, and patiently awaited at the cave's entrance. In the low-lying muddy pit outside, Gu Qinghu wielded a seemingly spiritual dark-hued long blade, fiercely battling 2 heart-eating wolves. Both were 9th-level beasts, endowed with remarkable intelligence and the ability to coordinate seamlessly. Realizing that the coveted blood meal was seized from the pit by Gu Qinghu, they recognized they had fallen into an ambush and launched a relentless assault, intent on swiftly vanquishing Gu Qinghu and reclaiming the enticing blood meal. "Roar! Die!" Gu Qinghu's blade glimmered fiercely, the dark longsword emanating a fiery crimson light, as if it could cleave flames. Despite his prowess, even he found it challenging to contend with the full might of the 2 9th-level heart-eating wolves. "Captain, we are here." At that moment, Gu Shan and the others arrived, alleviating Gu Qinghu's burden significantly. "Engage one of them while I take down the other." The 2 heart-eating wolves, sensing peril, let out a roar and attempted to flee. However, Gu Qinghu had chosen a treacherous location. The soil was sandy, the terrain sunken, and the bottom replete with fetid muck. The wolves clawed desperately to escape the pit, but their paws slipped repeatedly, even becoming ensnared in the mire. "I have endured this foul stench to lure you here. How could I allow you 2 wretches to escape so easily?" Gu Qinghu scoffed, then intensified his attack, targeting the vulnerable abdomen of one heart-eating wolf. Within 2 minutes, Lin Yi, concealed in the cave, heard Gu Qinghu's urgent call. "Qing Shan, come out and help." Lin Yi hastily crawled out of the cave, only to witness Gu Shan and others fiercely entangled with a heart-eating wolf trapped in the mud. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu, wielding a bloodied long knife, stood over another heart-eating wolf that lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Lin Yi dared not waste a moment. He quickly slid down the sandy pit and rushed towards Gu Qinghu. "Take the knife and strike at the wolf's neck." Lin Yi nodded, accepting the blood-stained black blade. At that moment, as his arms sank heavily, Lin Yi felt that this knife was significantly heavier than Gu Man's Azure Peak sword. Dragon's Roar Blade Spirit Artifact, a weapon passed down in Gyutan Village for over a century, it possesses unparalleled sharpness, strength of 10. If tempered with dragoness blood, the blade will become even more resilient, and its power will double. Lin Yi glanced at the attributes of the Dragon's Roar Blade, then lifted it with both hands and struck down fiercely. With a splatter, the heart-eating wolf beneath him already bore multiple gashes inflicted by Gu Qinghu, and with its abdomen severely wounded, it was on the brink of death. Lin Yi aimed at one of the deep cuts and delivered a decisive blow, slaying the heart-eating wolf and sending blood spraying up to a meter high. "Ding! You have slain a level 9 heart-eating wolf, earning 70 experience points." The body of the heart-eating wolf beneath Gu Qinghu transformed into light and vanished, leaving behind 2 items. Heart of the heart-eating wolf, green, a rare material rich in vital essence. Consuming it has a high probability of enhancing physical attributes, but also a small chance of demonic transformation. Low-level demon blood, white, an item dropped by low-level demon creatures, containing chaotic and violent demonic energy with various applications. 2 drops, good fortune smiled upon them. Gu Qinghu picked up the items from the ground, his expression brightening slightly, before handing them to Lin Yi. Grasping the dragon's roar blade, he charged towards the remaining heart-eating wolf. The last heart-eating wolf, witnessing the death of its companion, abandoned any thoughts of fleeing and instead launched a frenzied attack on Gu Shan and the others. Just as Gu Qinghu arrived, he saw the wolf knock several people aside, viciously mauling a level 7 militia member into the ground. "Beast, How dare you commit such atrocities before my eyes? Gu Qinghu seethed with rage, his vital essence surging, causing the dragon's roar blade to tremble slightly, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Flame Sun Blade Technique. A 3-meter-long crimson blade of energy erupted from his body, striking fiercely against the blue-furred back of the heart-eating wolf. A howl erupted as the heart-eating wolf was sent flying several meters, flesh and blood scattering in the air. Qingshan, come quickly. Once they subdued the last heart-eating wolf, Gu Qinghu urged Lin Yi to join him. Still entranced by Gu Qinghu's earlier technique, Lin Yi quickly responded and ran over. Taking the dragon's roar blade, Lin Yi inhaled deeply and swung down with all his might. Ding! You have slain a level 9 heart-eating wolf, earning 70 experience points. Following this, 2 more items dropped. Heart-eating wolf compendium, white. A compendium documenting the species, habits, and weaknesses of the heart-eating wolf, a personal item for the wielder, allowing permanent access to the wolf's status and attributes. Demon Beast Leg Bone, white. A leg bone dropped by a certain low-level demon beast, suitable for weapon crafting or grinding into powder for other uses. Chapter 15, Level 10 Great Demon. Upon seeing the first dropped item, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. The heart-eating wolf compendium? This object, once utilized, seems to grant the ability to inspect the attributes of the heart-eater wolf, such as its level and vitality, much like the game's exploration technique. No wonder he, as a gamer, was unable to detect the monster's level and condition. It turns out one must first obtain the corresponding monster compendium. Upon observing the items that had dropped, Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow. Both pieces were of white quality, and one could only be used by the reborn, which undoubtedly left him feeling somewhat disappointed. It is a pity, had 2 green quality beast materials dropped today, he might have gathered enough to forge a spiritual artifact within a week. At that point, he could flaunt his prowess before that brat. Gu Qinghu shook his head slightly and turned to Lin Yi, saying, Qingshan, as previously stated, if the drops are odd, I shall compensate you with contribution points. If even, you shall take half. Now, which 2 do you choose? Lin Yi's gaze swept across the 4 dropped items. Undoubtedly, the most valuable for him were the green-quality heart-eater wolf's heart and the compendium. However, Gu Qinghu had exerted considerable effort this time, and Lin Yi was not one to be ungrateful. Thus, he would not take the most precious items. Captain, I want the beast's blood and the compendium. Very well. Seeing Lin Yi's understanding, Gu Qinghu smiled. Although the day's harvest was not as bountiful as he had anticipated, the green-quality heart-eater wolf's heart was still a fine item, sufficient to compensate for his losses today. Meanwhile, upon hearing that they would receive half, the other members of the militia team looked at Lin Yi with envy. It was indeed advantageous to be a reborn. Without much effort, he could secure 2 dropped items. While they fought valiantly, yet obtained nothing of value. However, without Lin Yi, even if they managed to claim 2 complete heart-eater wolf corpses, they would be unable to harvest materials from them. This was because demon beasts differed from ordinary animals. Upon death, the residual demonic energy would swiftly dissipate, leading to the contamination of the entire corpse and a gradual loss of its essence. Unless a master skilled in dissecting demon beasts was present to perform an on-site kill, they might only procure 1 or 2 vital organ materials. Yet, within the entire Gutan village, it was said that only the village chief possessed such expertise. Without a reborn, the militia team's efforts in slaughtering the demon beasts would likely yield no rewards. Thus, the members bore no resentment towards Lin Yi for acquiring 2 valuable drops. Rather, they harbored thoughts of their own, contemplating that next time they encountered a weaker demon beast, they would invite Lin Yi to join in the hunt, allowing them to share in the spoils. Lin Yi placed the beast's blood into his spatial backpack and held the heart-eater wolf compendium in his hand. Ding! Player Qingshan Bulo has discovered the heart-eater wolf compendium. Would you like to unseal it? Upon unsealing, the player will gain the ability to query the attributes of the heart-eater wolf. Unseal. Subsequently, the compendium in Lin Yi's hand transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. After the compendium disappeared, Lin Yi felt no different, and those around him, including Gu Qinghu, found it rather unremarkable. After all, the reborn were unlike them and were favored by the divine. However, just as Lin Yi and the others climbed out of the sunken pit, they heard something swiftly approaching from the distant sky. Gu Qinghu looked up and his expression changed dramatically. Not good. It's the Mirage Crow. It is likely that the scent of blood I just released has attracted it. The Shanine. Lin Yi's heart jolted. This creature is a 10th level demon. Although he had never encountered a Shanine before, Gu Qinghu had previously briefed them, stating that 10th level monsters are formidable beings with immense demonic power. If it were to appear, even the entire militia would struggle to prevail. Among them, the Shanine is a creature born as a 10th level demon, making it one of the most perilous beings outside Gutin village. Lin Yi glanced upward, only to see a dark shadow diving down from the clouds. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi instinctively sprinted forward. He intended to activate the speed amulet in his hand, but felt a large hand lift him up, wrapping around his waist. It was Gu He, who was by his side. As a 7th level being with significant attributes in agility and constitution, Gu He was assigned to protect Lin Yi by Gu Qinghu. Following Gu Chenghu's orders to flee when danger arose, Gu He immediately took off with Lin Yi towards the village. Gu He was swift, covering over 50 meters in just a few breaths. Just then, an ear-piercing caw echoed throughout the sky. Upon hearing this sound, the fleeing militia felt excruciating pain in their heads, their ears ringing, and many stumbled and fell to the ground. Gu He was also affected by the Shanine's cry, forcefully throwing Lin Yi onto the ground ahead. Lin Yi rolled several times on the ground, dust swirling around him as he clutched his ears and rose. Upon inspection, he found both ears bleeding. His eardrums might have ruptured. A glance at his attribute panel revealed that his life points had plummeted from 97 to 53. Lin Yi's face reflected shock. The Shanine's cry was terrifying, inflicting such damage even from hundreds of meters away. If it were to unleash 2 more cries, his life points at this level would likely be extinguished. Truly, it is a 10th level demon. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Chenghu noticed the dire situation of the group. He bellowed fiercely, brandishing the longing blade as he charged toward the Shanine in the sky. As Gu Chenghu shouted, the others scrambled to their feet, stumbling towards Gutan village. From a distance, Gu Chenghu was entangled with the Shanine on a small hillside, but the Shanine, utilizing its aerial advantage, relentlessly forced Gu Chenghu to retreat. Moreover, it seemed to be targeting the blood food in Gu Chenghu's possession, frequently attacking the bundle behind him. Seeing this, Gu Shan shouted ahead, "Captain, just throw away the blood food." Although Gu Chenghu heard him, he paid no heed. The bundle behind him contained not only the borrowed blood food, but also the heart of the bloodthirsty wolf he had acquired earlier. If he discarded it all, he would likely find himself at a loss. Nonetheless, facing a 10th level demon was indeed a daunting task. He too possessed 10th level combat strength, but could only rely on the longing blade and his refined technique to barely fend off the Shanine's assaults. As time passed, the Shanine's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, aware that it was intruding upon human territory, and lingering any longer could pose a threat. At that moment, the sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached Lin Yi's ears. Turning his head, he was astonished to see a tall man clad in armor standing beside him. This individual, with long hair cascading down his back, was drawing a massive bow that measured 2 meters in length into a crescent shape. Whoosh! Another arrow was loosed, forcing the hovering Shinya to hastily evade, though it was grazed, shedding several feathers in the process. "Captain Li Hai has arrived. Our captain is here to save us." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Lin Yi then realized that the figure beside him was Gu Li Hai, the captain of the militia, and indeed the most formidable individual in the entire Gutan village, second only to the village chief and the 3 elders. Amidst the astonishment and joy of the onlookers, Gu Li Hai had already unleashed 5 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow flew like lightning, reaching hundreds of meters away to strike the Shinya. One of the arrows found its mark, causing the creature to emit a mournful cry as it flapped its wings and ascended rapidly into the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Gu Li Hai drew his bow once more and commanded, "Chenghu, keep it from escaping. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions. Fear not, this beast shall not flee." Chenghu, having endured the Shinya's relentless attacks, was filled with pent-up fury. He produced the blood-red talisman gifted by Gu Shan and hurled it skyward. The talisman radiated an intense crimson glow, resembling a miniature sun. Illuminated by this red light, the Shinya shrieked in agony, as if its very flesh were being scorched, and plummeted from the sky. This was the demon-subduing talisman, one of the most potent charms against malevolent beings in Gutan village. Crafted by Elder Gu Yuan only twice a month. Had Gu Li Hai not come to their aid, the 2 of them, bolstered by the talisman, could have slain the Shinya. But Chenghu had initially hesitated to employ it. In the next moment, Chenghu hefted his dragon roar blade, gathering strength for a decisive strike. With a swift motion, he slashed, but the Shinya's dark brown feathers proved as resilient as steel, yielding only halfway to his blade. Just then, Gu Liahai's arrow soared from afar, piercing the Shinya's wing. "Kid, I shall lead you to slay the demon." Realizing that the Shinya was now a certain quarry, with no escape in sight, Gu Lihai seized Lin Yi and leaped down to the battlefield. Good heavens! Lin Yi had not been prepared and found himself thrust onto the battleground. The ground beneath them was stained with the Shinya's blood, its abdomen marred by multiple deep gashes inflicted by Chenghu's earlier strikes. Gu Lihai squinted and released another arrow at close range, severing the creature's throat. Having suffered such grievous wounds, the once mighty Shinya now lay like a defeated dog, barely clinging to life. Chenghu exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Lihai, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I might have met my end. You possess the demon-subduing talisman. If you are reluctant to use it, who can you blame? Talismans are borrowed. It's best not to use them if possible. Nevertheless, today we have had considerable gains. Aside from those 2 heart-snatching wolves, I never anticipated we would also vanquish a great demon." As he spoke, Chenghu handed the dragon roar blade to Lin Yi. "Qingshan, today you have struck it rich. No other newborn has this fortune. Treat us to a feast another day." "Thank you, esteemed captains. I am most grateful," Lin Yi replied, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the Shinya, which was now barely alive. Though today was fraught with peril, the outcome proved fortuitous as another malevolent creature was vanquished, this time a formidable level 10 demon. The question lingered in his mind. What treasures might such a powerful entity yield? With the dragon roar blade raised high, Lin Yi plunged it fiercely into the neck of the Shinyak, where an arrow had struck. A triumphant chime echoed, announcing, "You have slain the level 10 Shinyak." Earning 100 experience points. 100 experience points. How remarkable. This demon granted significantly more experience than the level 9 bloodthirsty wolf. Glancing at his attributes, Lin Yi noted that his experience bar had accumulated to 300 points, sufficient to elevate him to level 2 or 3. However, he was not inclined to upgrade just yet. Liu Hong had previously mentioned in his journal that in the apocalypse world, defeating monsters of a higher level resulted in an experience bonus. At present, as he allied with the militia, he only needed to deliver the final blow to reap the rewards, making an immediate upgrade unwise. Yet, considering how nearly the Shinyak's cry had been his undoing, it was clear his health was exceedingly low. In the midst of his contemplation, the deceased Shinyak transformed into 3 loot items: Shinyak Iron Feather, a rare material, the hardest feather from the wings of the great demon Shinyak, suitable for forging into a spiritual artifact; Intermediate Demon Blood, an item dropped by intermediate demons, infused with chaotic and volatile demonic energy, with extensive applications; Shinyak Voice, a record of the Shinyak clan's demon arts, exceedingly rare. Once learned, it can unleash a soul-shattering sound. The greater the mastery, the more potent the Shinyak voice becomes, with the ability to ensnare the target in a mesmerizing illusion upon achieving full proficiency. Note: employing this demon art in the presence of the Shinyak clan may invoke their unending wrath. Upon witnessing the drops, Lin Yi's countenance brightened with joy. 3 green items, including a demon art. He had never heard of demons dropping such techniques, though he was uncertain whether reincarnators could learn them. Nevertheless, per the rules, he was entitled to at least one of the 3 items. Beside him, Gu Qinghu, upon seeing the 3 drops, expressed his delight. "Excellent. Our luck seems quite favorable. There are 3 of us, so why not divide them equally?" He then turned his gaze towards Gu Laihai. However, Gu Laihai frowned, seemingly unsatisfied with the proposed distribution. Gu Qinghu's brow furrowed. "Laihai, do not make me go back on my word. I had already promised my share to Qingshan." Ignoring Gu Qinghu, Gu Laihai instead turned to Lin Yi and proposed, "We all contributed to the defeat of the Shinyak, so an equal division seems reasonable. However, 2 of these items are crucial for me. You are Qingshan, correct? Would you be willing to relinquish your share to me? I can offer you compensation in return." "Compensation?" Lin Yi raised an inquisitive eyebrow, pondering the proposition. He was eager to acquire all 3 items, particularly the demon art, Shinyak Voice, which appeared to hold considerable value. Noticing Lin Yi's interest, Gu Laihai hesitated and inquired, "Are you interested in the demon art?" Lin Yi nodded, responding, "Indeed, Captain. Might I inquire what demon art entails? Can we reincarnate as utilize it?" Gu Laihai replied, "It is indeed feasible, yet the cost is considerable. The demonic arts are akin to our martial techniques. They are merely the exclusive abilities of the demonic beings. Should we, as humans, wish to wield such powers, it typically necessitates double the vitality. Furthermore, excessive use of these arts may lead to gradual demonic transformation, resulting in a state where one is neither fully human nor fully demon. Currently, you are merely at level 1 and likely have yet to learn any martial techniques. Thus, I propose that you relinquish your allocation rights and join our team, as I can directly impart my martial skills to you." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghu could no longer remain silent. "Hey, Laihai, do not poach members in my presence. Our team has only 2 birthright holders. If you take him, what shall I do?" Moreover, Brother Yongqiang had promised Qingshan that upon reaching level 4, he would bestow upon him the Fire Sun Blade technique. In response, Gu Laihai looked at Lin Yi and said, "The Fire Sun Blade technique is indeed commendable. Yet the martial skill I offer is a green-grade archery technique, surpassing the Fire Sun Blade in its merits. It can also compensate for your desire for the demonic art, Shinin." Seeing Lin Yi still hesitating, Gu Laihai sweetened the deal further. "In addition, I perceive that you are in need of a weapon. I once wielded a bear sinew longbow, which, while not classified among spiritual artifacts, is still a weapon of considerable value. Should you agree to my terms, I shall not only impart my archery technique, but also gift you the bear sinew longbow. Of course, whether you choose to switch teams rests solely upon your decision." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi found himself genuinely tempted. A green-grade martial technique accompanied by a fine bow. If the cost of the demonic arts is truly as substantial as Gu Laihai suggests, then exchanging with him would be a significant gain. Casting a glance at Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi pondered before stating, "Captain, I consent to the exchange. But regarding the martial skill you mentioned, imparting martial skills requires a considerable amount of time, and I lack the opportunity to teach you. However, I possess the original text of the martial skill, which can be directly utilized by you birthright holders." Gu Qinghu, astonished, exclaimed, "The original text of a martial skill? Laihai, how could you be willing to part with the original? If Qingshan learns it, the original will be lost forever." Gu Laihai merely smiled and replied, This demonic art, shinin, is also an original. It is a fair exchange, with neither party incurring a loss. Once the agreement with Lin Yi was reached, Gu Laihai promptly accepted Shun Yatai ULV and Shinin LV, while the intermediate demon blood green was left for Gu Qinghu. Upon returning to the accommodations of the militia, Lin Yi laid out his bedding and belongings before retrieving the green martial skill bestowed upon him by Gu Laihai. It was a tome imbued with a sense of antiquity, appearing to bear the marks of years past, with the characters seemingly copied with painstaking precision. TNX-NG-NSHL, a rare martial skill among humans, crafted from the comprehension of the celestial stars. By infusing vitality into the arrows, one can enhance their damage by a percentage. Upon firing the 7th arrow consecutively, it will detonate, unleashing the accumulated percentage damage of the previous 6 arrows. Having perused the entirety of this archery skill, Lin Yi did not hesitate and promptly utilized it for learning. TNX-NG-NSHL has been learned. The original has vanished. Ding. You have acquired a martial skill. Your vitality has been activated. Player, Qingshan Bulo. Status, slightly injured internally. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level 1. Health points, 83. Experience points, 300, 100. Hunger level, 78, 100. Strength, 7. The average male possesses 10 points, influencing physical damage dealt and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Agility, 7. The average male possesses 10 points, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. The average male possesses 10 points, affecting the upper limit of vitality, recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Health, 85. External skill, Heavenly Star Archery, green, 1, 0, 500. Each point of health attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive shot can unleash an additional damage of 12. Initial talent, Universal talent, red, 1, treasure sensing. Lin Yi has been accumulating experience points without leveling up, resulting in only a slight increase in strength due to recent physical labor, while other attributes remain largely unchanged. Notably, Lin Yi's health attribute has been unlocked due to his study of external skills. However, since health is linked to the 4 primary attributes, Lin Yi's health is rather low, standing at just 85 points. Utilizing this 85 health points to activate the Heavenly Star Archery would allow him to shoot approximately 8 arrows. It seems imperative to enhance his health further, as breaking through from level 4 to 5 requires meeting health standards. Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved the bare muscle great bow gifted by Gu Laihai. The bow, entirely black, measures about 15 meters in length. Bare muscle great bow, crafted from black bear sinew and ironwood. This weapon necessitates great strength to draw and is not classified as a spirit weapon. Lin Yi attempted to draw the bare muscle great bow, but could only slightly bend the bowstring, unable to pull even a third of its full draw. It appears that to wield this great bow, one must at least reach level 4 or 5, focusing attribute points on strength. Such aspirations are currently unattainable. After organizing his belongings, Lin Yi logged off after a handover with Dugu Feng. However, upon logging on, Dugu Feng learned that Lin Yi had just assisted in slaying 3 monstrous creatures, leaving him utterly envious and speechless. 3 monstrous creatures. What bountiful rewards could be reaped? How exhilarating. Alas, why wasn't he the captain enticing the bloodthirsty wolf when I logged on? It must have been Gu He who threw him out, causing his fall. As for the 2 bleeding ears, it was fortunate that when Gu Laihai had previously bestowed upon him the Heavenly Star Archery, he had also conveniently handed him a healing talisman. This healing talisman, valued at 30 contribution points, allows for targeted healing of an injured area. Under the talisman's influence, his ears have nearly healed, though a slight pain can still be felt when he touches them. Finding a duckbill cap in his wardrobe to conceal the forehead injury, Lin Yi donned it and made his way to the studio. In recent days, although Lin Yi has occasionally monitored the studio's progress, his focus has shifted to the apocalypse world, resulting in a noticeable decline in daily earnings from the studio. He needs to oversee the situation. The fitness center managed by Lin Yi is surrounded by various sports activities, spanning 3 floors of the shopping mall, including a swimming pool, an ice skating training hall, and an archery range. After a brief workout today, Lin Yi proceeded downstairs to the archery range to obtain a quarterly membership card. Initially, he had intended to master swordsmanship in the world of apocalypse, but now that Gu Laihai has imparted to him the art of archery, he must shift his focus to the bow. After all, his current attributes are rather low, and engaging monsters at close range poses considerable risks. If he can eliminate foes from a distance with a bow, his safety would be greatly enhanced. However, no one in the apocalypse world could teach him how to wield a bow, so he had to learn in reality. After obtaining a membership, Lin Yi was soon approached by a coach named Zhang. The coach, a youthful man in his 40s with robust arms, greeted Lin Yi with a smile. "Brother, are you new here? Have you practiced archery before?" Lin Yi shook his head. "No, I'm just starting out." "All right then. I shall first teach you some fundamental techniques before we select a bow that suits you." He began with the shooting methods, explaining that there are primarily 2 traditional techniques. The Mediterranean style, also known as the 3-finger draw, which is the most instinctive method for beginners, and the thumb draw, referred to as the traditional thumb release style, which requires training and the use of specific thumb rings. It must be noted that the coach at this archery range was quite responsible, providing a comprehensive foundation in the basics of archery. Once Lin Yi grasped the essential knowledge, he chose a 40-pound bow for practice. At the outset, he refrained from attempting the celestial star archery he had learned in the apocalypse world, instead focusing diligently on honing his shooting technique and accuracy. After practicing for over an hour and growing somewhat accustomed to the bow, he began to draw and nock an arrow, infusing it with his vitality. Whoosh! The arrow was released, its tail seemingly trailing a glimmering light. The first shot was unremarkable, with a mere enhancement of 2, barely noticeable. However, as he continued to shoot, the second, third, and up to the 7th arrow flew forth with a swish, embedding deeply into the wooden target. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. Although the 7th arrow had an attack enhancement of 12, his own low strength and the use of a light bow rendered the overall impact rather modest. Nevertheless, Coach Zhang approached, astonished by the depth of the arrow's penetration into the target. Lin, your arm strength is impressive. To achieve this depth with a 40-pound bow, if you keep practicing, you'll soon be ready for a heavier bow. Lin Yi merely smiled and remained focused on his training. The following day, as soon as Lin Yi logged in, he discovered that Dugu Feng was waiting for him outside his room. Today, the second team was on a break, so there was no need to guard the city. Dugu Feng, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "Brother, I heard you traded for a bow technique from the captain. Have you learned it? I'll pay a handsome price. Whether in RMB or in-game items, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Sorry, I've already learned it." "Ah, what a pity." Dugu Feng sighed deeply. After Lin Yi logged off the previous day, he had attempted to uncover what Lin Yi had obtained. Upon learning that Lin Yi had traded for a green quality bow technique, he had been restless all night, eager to acquire that technique for himself. Little did he expect Lin Yi would master it so swiftly and put it to use the very same day. It is worth noting that he is also an archer, originally aspiring to join a skilled archery team. However, the recruitment standards for the militia were exceedingly stringent, and despite his numerous attempts, he could not gain entry, ultimately resorting to bribing Gu Xiaolu from the second team. In the end, he managed to infiltrate the second team, much like Lin Yi. Though he could learn archery techniques in the second team, it was said that the external skill Gu Lihai traded with Lin Yi was of green quality, an exceedingly rare find. Initially, Dugu Feng held a certain disdain for Lin Yi, considering him merely a novice player fortunate enough to enter the militia. Yet, now that Lin Yi had acquired even a green quality external skill, he undoubtedly represented a promising prospect. Dugu Feng felt it wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Yi moving forward. "Brother Qingshan, I suspect you amassed over 100 experience points yesterday. Yet it seems you have not leveled up?" Lin Yi replied with a smile, "There's no rush. I've heard that lower-level players gain more experience from defeating monsters. Is there an experience bonus for low-level players?" Dugu Feng exclaimed, "This information is crucial for me. However, I wouldn't let you miss out. I have some news to share as well. To the southwest of our Guten village lies a valley inhabited by level 5 corpse monsters. Many of these monsters were once militia members, and defeating them could yield the external skills they once learned." Dugu Feng paused momentarily before adding, "I currently possess a lightness skill, Swift Steps, which I acquired from there." Lin Yi expressed mild surprise, asking, "A lightness skill? What quality is it?" Dugu Feng scoffed, "Brother, what quality do you think? It's merely of white quality. Do you think green quality skills are as common as watermelons, easily found everywhere?" Lin Yi contemplated, recalling his own experience with the green quality skill, Starry Arrow Technique, which he had tested the previous day. He found it particularly powerful, likely due to his current low skill level. "Brother Dugu, the area outside Guten village is perilous, teeming with monsters. Are you not afraid of encountering these creatures on the way to the valley? Or will militia members escort us?" The militia does not engage those corpse monsters, as they linger outside the valley and pose no threat to the village. Besides, the valley is only about 3 kilometers away in a straight line, not too far. And we have a strong leader to guide us. "A strong leader?" Dugu Feng said with a hint of pride. "I have a brother in my team who is already level 8 and possesses 3 external skills. If necessary, we can prepare some talismans and potions. Generally, we won't face much danger." Lin Yi inquired further, "Did you share this information with me because you think I could join your team?" "Of course. With your green external skill as a foundation, I might need to rely on you in the future. However, your current level is too low. If you were at level 4 or 5, I could assure you a spot in our team, making it easy to acquire several external skills." "Thank you, Brother Dugu. I will seek you out once my level is sufficient." Lin Yi did not commit fully, as external skills were rare in the world of apocalypse, and the corpse monsters in the valley represented a vital resource. "Absolutely," Dugu Feng concluded, "this information I've shared is quite important. Rest assured, I promise to keep it confidential." After Dugu Feng departed, Lin Yi began to organize the contents of his backpack. First, there was the mysterious stone growth soul device, a treasure unearthed 2 days prior through sheer talent, possessing considerable value as it could detect nearby spectral beings. Lin Yi intended to bind it today. Next, he had the low-level demon blood white, a material acquired yesterday, valued at around 30 contribution points in the treasury. He planned to exchange it for some life-saving talismans later that day. Lastly, he had the bare-bone longbow, swift protection talisman, and several hundred copper coins. Thanks to the efforts of his comrades in Team 2, he had managed to hunt 3 monsters in succession, and he felt it was only right to treat the entire militia team to a sumptuous meal at noon. He wondered if his copper coins would suffice. If not, he could always trade in some contribution points, especially since without Gu He's protection yesterday, he might have perished due to the slow pace amidst the cries of the Mirage Crow. Thus, maintaining good relations with the militia was paramount. Lin Yi was not miserly when it came to a bit of wealth. Afterward, Lin Yi made his way to the central treasury of Gutan village, where the custodian, the village elder Gu Yuan, was still on duty. However, Lin Yi noted with curiosity that a portion of Gu Yuan's white hair appeared to be missing, and there was some swelling around his eyes. Had he been in a scuffle? Who in Gutan village would dare to confront the village elder? Without dwelling further on it, Lin Yi exchanged the low-level demon blood white, perhaps due to the higher level of the bloodthirsty wolf. The quality of this demon blood surpassed that of the ghostly demon's drop, and Lin Yi received 41 contribution points in return. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze lingering on his swollen eye, Gu Yuan snapped, "Kid, what do you want to exchange? Don't gawk around." Elder Gu Yuan, "I would like to exchange for some copper coins, starting with 500, and I shall keep the remaining contribution points for now." For Lin Yi, what he truly lacked was a sense of security. At present, his greatest desire was the defense talisman in the treasury, which could ward off attacks from creatures below level 8 and spectral beings. Regrettably, the price of the defense talisman was steep, requiring 80 contribution points. So he would have to save up a bit more. Alright, this time, Gu Yuan handed him not a large bag of copper coins, but rather 5 taels of silver. In Gutan village, the exchange rate between silver and copper was not 1,000, but rather 1,100, making 500 copper coins equivalent to 5 taels of silver. Chapter 17. A First Taste of Blood Food. As Lin Yi completed his exchange and was about to leave, Gu Yuan suddenly recalled something and cautioned, "Kid, I forgot to mention last time, soul devices can be both good and bad. Some soul devices are adept at bewitching the heart. Should you encounter one, be exceedingly wary." Bewitching the heart. Did soul devices possess their own consciousness? The elder jested, and Lin Yi thought, with such a precious item, how could he possibly have one? Gu Yuan, uninterested in further discussion, waved him off. "It's best if you don't have one. Seeing you annoys me, so be gone." With an innocent expression, Lin Yi wondered why the elder seemed so impatient with him, having only met twice. That kid takes his leave. After departing the treasury, Lin Yi made his way directly to Gu Yongxiang's home. He recalled that Gu Yongxiang possessed a rarely used bow, which, while ordinary and not of exceptional quality, was just the right strength for Lin Yi to draw at present. Having acquired the external skill, Heavenly Star Archery, Lin Yi intended to utilize the time within the game to enhance his proficiency. In the early morning, Gu Yongxiang was naturally at home. Upon learning of Lin Yi's intentions, Gu Yongxiang did not hesitate. He promptly tossed the dusty, dilapidated bow and arrows from the wall to Lin Yi. "I heard about yesterday's events. You performed admirably. As for this bow and arrows, they serve merely as decor for me, so take them and make use of them. Although you have learned the Heavenly Star Archery of the sea-splitting style, once you reach level 4, you must find time to learn my Sunfire Blade technique. Though my technique may lack the quality of the Heavenly Star Archery, it remains one of the few external skills in the entirety of Guthong village capable of inflicting damage on the spectral spirits." Does it truly inflict damage on spectral spirits? Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement within him. He had never intended to abandon the study of the Sunfire Blade technique, and now, upon hearing of its value, his interest was further piqued. "Thank you, Brother Yongxiang." Gu Yongxiang nodded seriously. "However, I do not possess the original manual for the Sunfire Blade technique. I will have to teach you step by step, and I hope your aptitude for learning blade techniques is not lacking. Rest assured, Brother Yongxiang. I promise to study diligently when the time comes." Since the arrival of the descenders in Guthong village, Gu Yongxiang had encountered various types of descenders. To be honest, among all the descenders, he had the most favorable impression of Lin Yi. He believed that once Lin Yi matured, he would significantly protect their village. Thus he was willing to offer any assistance he could. After departing from Gu Yongxiang, Lin Yi spotted a new player carrying a bundle of firewood appearing on the back mountain. "Hey, big brother, wait. Are you also a player from Earth?" Upon seeing Lin Yi, the newcomer displayed great excitement and hurried forward. The newcomer was Wang Zilong, an ordinary employee from a foreign enterprise in reality. A couple of days ago, he had stumbled upon a mysterious activation code, which led him into the world of the apocalypse. This game world had utterly shattered Wang Zilong's worldview, but he was filled with joy nonetheless. However, upon entering the apocalypse world, he discovered that it was vastly different from any game he had played before. This world was strikingly real. There were no beginner guides, no fixed paths, and one could not venture into the wilderness to grind monsters, as the militia warned that doing so would lead to death. After being recommended to Gu Yongxiang by an elder from Guha Township, he had spent the past few days chopping wood, barely surviving on the copper coins earned from the woodcutting tasks. He felt utterly miserable, working 2 jobs in a day. When he saw Lin Yi dressed in militia attire and wielding a bow, clearly an experienced player, he was naturally quite excited. Brother, are you a player from Earth? Don't call me brother. I am an alien. Lin Yi glanced at him before turning to leave. An alien? Wang Zilong was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Lin Yi vanish at the alley's entrance. Subsequently, Lin Yi arrived at the dormitory assigned to him by the militia. Although termed a dormitory, it seemed that he was the only resident. The rest of the militia personnel utilized it merely as a resting place. Today was a day off, and the number of people in the team was sparse, with only Gu He and Gu Shan practicing external skills in the courtyard. Within the militia, nearly all members possess external martial skills. Some practice swordplay, while others hone their techniques with blades. According to Lin Yi's understanding, upon formally joining the militia, one can expend a modest amount of contribution points to exchange for lessons in external martial arts. However, as per the words of Du Gu Feng, the quality of external skills provided by the militia is rather mediocre. To acquire superior techniques, one must seek instruction from the masters within the village. For instance, Gu Lai Hai's unique archery technique, the Celestial Star Archery, and Gu Yong Chang's external skill, the Sunfire Blade technique, are noteworthy examples. Observing the others engaged in their training, Lin Yi chose not to intrude. Instead, he found a secluded corner in the outer courtyard, set up a wooden target, and prepared to practice with the bow and arrows he had recently acquired. However, upon opening his attributes panel, Lin Yi was taken aback. He discovered that he had already accumulated 2 points of proficiency in the Celestial Star Archery. It was remarkable, considering that he had merely practiced the technique briefly in reality after learning it yesterday and had never executed it within the game. Could it be that practicing external skills in the real world also enhances proficiency? Lin Yi was astonished, feeling he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. The possibility of training external skills in reality was unexpected. It appeared that once his 6-hour online session in the world of Awakening concluded, he would not be idly occupied in the real world. Although Du Gu Feng had not disclosed this secret to him, he must have already realized it given his mastery of external skills. After contemplating this revelation, Lin Yi steadied his focus, nocked an arrow, and commenced his practice. However, the bow and arrows he was using felt markedly different from the compound bow he had utilized at the archery range yesterday, and it took him some time to acclimate. After an hour of practice, at a distance of approximately 10 meters from the wooden target, Lin Yi was able to hit the target with nearly every shot. While he was able to strike the target, the accuracy was rather erratic, with some arrows landing on the periphery while others found the center. Lin Yi recognized that his talent for archery was rather average. He wished he could draw an archery talent from his universal talent. Regrettably, the universal talent was too unpredictable, and he had no way of knowing when he might acquire an archery talent. Moreover, he had only recently solidified his treasure sensing ability, and it would require at least another day or two to solidify a new talent. After a prolonged session of practice, Lin Yi exhausted his vitality points, and the proficiency of the Celestial Star Archery had risen to 5 points. He realized that the limiting factor for proficiency growth was none other than his vitality points, which recovered at a sluggish pace. Even when resting on the ground and replenishing food and water, it took roughly 10 minutes to slowly regain 12 points. During the 2 hours of practice that morning, he had only managed to complete 2 rounds of the Celestial Star Archery. Lin Yi speculated that even if he could practice the Celestial Star Archery in reality, with the game and real-world time doubling, he could only expect to increase his proficiency by about 12 points in a day. To elevate the Celestial Star Archery to level 2 would require at least a month. A month was an exceedingly long duration. It was said that the Elder of Gu Yun Xiang and the Elder of Gu Yuan Xiang had never seen eye to eye. Hence the potions crafted by the Elder of Gu Yun Xiang were never placed in the treasury. Of course, one could still exchange directly with the Elder of Gu Yun Xiang. However, that seemed unworthy of the effort. Having noted the passage of time, Lin Yi resolved to log off and check on his studio. At that moment, Gu Qinghu strode into the courtyard, grumbling to himself. Gu Shan approached him and asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" "Forget that old coot," Gu Qinghu replied, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, and called the others present to gather around. "This blood food is too much for me to consume alone. Everyone will have a share, a small piece each." Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered crowd brightened with joy. "Thank you, Captain," they exclaimed. "You are truly generous. I often say that among the militia captains, our second team's leader is the most loyal. In the militia, while each month there is a share of blood food, this precious resource not only enhances vitality, but also improves one's attributes with prolonged use. Such treasures are coveted by all, with abundance being the ultimate desire. Enough with the flattery. I only reward you for your dedication to training even on your days off. Go, practice diligently, and protect our village. Do not bring shame to Gu Qinghu." At this point, Lin Yi stepped forward and received a piece of blood food the size of his thumb. This delicacy weighed approximately 10 grams. If exchanged for contribution points, it would require at least 20. Hurry and eat it. This was harvested yesterday, and one tea lasts long. Gu Qinghu led by example, consuming his fist-sized portion in just a few bites. Lin Yi followed suit. Finding the taste of the blood food to be merely earthy and slightly metallic, with a palatable texture. It is said that blood food grows from a plant known as earth meat, its appearance resembling writhing flesh, hence the name. After consuming the blood food, Lin Yi noticed a noticeable increase in his vitality, rising by 2 points to a total of 105. Not bad. The increase from consuming this blood food is quite significant. He contemplated using his stored contribution points to acquire more blood food, as it was inevitable he would need to consume it eventually. However, the poorer one's constitution, the less blood food one can take daily, requiring time for digestion. Blood food must be consumed over a long period to yield effective results. Having made his preparations, Lin Yi decided to leave. Before logging off, he informed the others of a gathering for lunch at the village's only tavern. The group expressed their delight, praising Lin Yi for his camaraderie. When the time arrived, Lin Yi logged on early and made his way to the Seoul Tavern in Gutin Village. The Fufeng Building. Situated in the heart of the village, Fufeng Building is a rare 2-story establishment and a high-end venue within Gutin Village. It is said that the owner of Fufeng Building relocated from Tianshui City due to disruptions in trade routes and eventually settled in Gutin Village. Upon arrival, Lin Yi observed that there were few patrons dining at Fufeng Building, and those present were affluent individuals dressed in silk. This indicated that there were indeed not many wealthy families in Gutin Village. Given the constant threats from monsters and spirits, along with isolation from the outside world, the village naturally had a limited number of prosperous families. Seeing Lin Yi in his militia uniform, the waiter approached him with a cheerful smile. "You seem a bit unfamiliar here. What would you like to eat?" "I'll take a look first," Lin Yi replied. After inquiring about the menu, he found the prices to be reasonable and within his means, thus reserving a large private room on the second floor. With a single breath, Lin Yi ordered over 20 dishes, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. After calculating the silver coins he had, he noticed a considerable surplus and proceeded to order several jars of wine. Although the militia typically refrained from drinking, today was a rare day of respite, allowing for a little indulgence in spirits. Soon, the members of the second platoon, led by Gu Qinghu, arrived at Fufeng Tower, with Lin Yi and Dugu Feng. The two newly awakened individuals, the militia's second brigade comprised 23 members, with only a few absent due to severe injuries. As everyone settled at the table, Gu Qinghu naturally took the seat of honor, with Lin Yi and Dugu Feng sitting together. "Brothers," Gu Qinghu began, "it has been far too long since our last gathering. Now that we are finally united, let us first toast to Qingshan, for this meal is on him." During the meal, Dugu Feng leaned in to inquire about Gu Qinghu's distribution of blood food that day. Upon learning it was true, he slapped his thigh in regret for not being present at that moment. "Qingshan, my friend, remember to inform me of any good fortune in the future. We both joined the militia together. You have external skills and blood food. What a bountiful reward. Meanwhile, I haven't even begun to reap my share." "Indeed," Lin Yi replied with a smile, casually brushing off the comment. The binding process was straightforward. One merely needed to place the strange stone near their chest. The stone then transformed into a stream of light, piercing into Lin Yi's chest. "Ding. You have successfully bound the growth soul device, strange stone. Spirit 1. Lin Yi felt a sudden jolt at the mention of Spirit 1. The spirit attribute was not one of the 4 fundamental attributes, but rather a special attribute linked to advanced professions. He had not anticipated that binding the strange stone would also enhance his spirit, and he wondered if future growth of the stone would further augment this attribute. As time swiftly passed, 2 days flew by. During this period, Lin Yi fulfilled his duties with the second militia, guarding the city walls for an entire day. Fortunately, the day was calm, devoid of any threats. However, one afternoon, while Lin Yi was absent, Dugu Feng and several militia members successfully hunted down a solitary monster known as the Frightening Boar. Though the Frightening Boar was merely a level 6 minor beast and had fallen into the militia's trap, the kill was effortless. Unfortunately, it only yielded a single white quality material, leaving Dugu Feng empty-handed, receiving merely a few contribution points as compensation, an unfortunate turn of fate. Aside from his duties with the militia, Lin Yi dedicated his time in the game to practicing the Heavenly Star archery technique. Notably, he had decided to invest all his contribution points, originally intended for charms, into blood food. However, with the remaining 36 contribution points, he could only exchange for 15 grams of blood food. After consuming it over 2 days, he managed to increase his health points by 3, bringing his total to 135. On one particular morning, as the 3-day reset arrived, Lin Yi eagerly logged in, ready to draw for a new talent. However, before doing so, he decided to utilize his talent, treasure sensing. As its 3-day cooldown had just refreshed, an opportunity not to be wasted. Subsequently, Lin Yi employed treasure sensing to search for treasures within Gutin Village. Inexplicably, a force seemed to guide him, hinting that by heading in a certain direction, he would uncover something valuable. The ability bestowed by this talent is truly marvelous. Lin Yi followed the guidance of his heart, journeying westward. Upon reaching the westernmost wall of Gutin Village, he encountered dense thickets adorned with various low-lying plants. At last, his gaze was captivated by a cluster of red fruits on a particular plant. Shawangguo, a rare fruit found in the wild, when ground into a liquid. It can detoxify and staunch bleeding. A medicinal type of fruit? I wonder if this fruit holds any significant value. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was not one to be choosy and promptly harvested 3 shahuang fruits from the plant. Nodding in satisfaction, he decided to keep one for himself and exchange the remaining 2 for contribution points, as he was in dire need of blood to enhance his vitality. As the dice on the talent page began to roll, a flash of blue light swept past. Ding! He had drawn the blue talent, Blood Drain. A blue talent. Lin Yi's heart raced. It was indeed a rarity, even superior to the green talents he had encountered before. His luck today was exceptional. First, he discovered 3 white-quality spirit fruits. And now he had drawn a blue talent. Eagerly, he examined the introduction to Blood Drain. Blood Drain, a blue talent that allows the wielder to extract blood energy from living beings by slaying them, which then automatically converts into health points. Note, this talent, being blue, can only be utilized 1,000 times. Enhancing the talent level will increase the number of uses. After reading the talent's description, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. This talent appeared extraordinary, a growth ability that could amplify attributes. Yet, he pondered how much health could be drained with each use. If it yielded 1 health point per use, that would translate to a total of 1,000 health points over 1,000 uses. However, today was a duty day, and Lin Yi had to join the 2nd militia team to guard the city, leaving him no time to test his newfound ability. Suppressing his exhilaration, he approached the wall where the members of the 2nd team were already gathered. Gu Qinghu waved his hand and instructed, "Go, take your positions at your respective defense lines, and ensure no monsters infiltrate the village." Lin Yi, having no fixed defense line, naturally followed Gu Qinghu. The day's watch was rather monotonous. No monsters wandered outside the walls, nor did any intruders become apparent within the village. After more than 2 hours, it was time for Lin Yi to switch shifts, passing the responsibility to Gudu Feng. However, he did not rush to log off, but instead headed to Fufeng Tower, where he purchased a live chicken and a live duck from the kitchen. He wished to test whether slaying these birds would grant him health points. Ding! You have slain a common chicken. No experience gained. Ding! Your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent health increase of 0.8 points. A live chicken yields a health increase of 0.8 points. Lin Yi then attempted to slay the live duck in his possession. Ding! You have slain a common duck. No experience gained. Ding! Your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent health increase of 0.8 points. Again, a health increase of 0.8 points. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in contemplation. It seemed that the health points obtained from slain creatures were likely correlated with their size. Since the chicken and duck were of similar size and vitality content, the health increase from both was identical at 0.8 points. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, deciding that he ought to test other living creatures. He then sought out the butcher, Li, in the eastern part of the village, inquiring if he could personally slay a pig. Slaughter a pig, and you would pay me for it? Li scrutinized Lin Yi with curiosity. I have encountered many newborns, but this is the first time someone wishes to slaughter a pig and offer me money. Nonetheless, noticing Lin Yi clad in the militia's attire sparked Li's interest. If memory served him well, this young man was merely a newcomer to Gutin village about a week ago, unexpectedly, within such a short span. He had joined the militia. This lad possesses remarkable talent. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his militia uniform greatly enhanced his presence. Li finally replied, "Very well. Since you are willing to pay, you may proceed as you wish." He subsequently led Lin Yi to the backyard, the designated area for pig slaughtering. Several butchered pigs hung from the walls, and the ground was scattered with bloody entrails. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Li called out to the house, "Changsheng, come out and get to work. Fetch a live pig from the pen." At that moment, a young man emerged from the house, wielding a bone-cleaving knife. His outer garment stained with crimson pig's blood. "Master, didn't we just slaughter one this morning? Why are we doing this again? Is there no end to it? Enough with your nonsense. Go quickly," Li urged. With a resigned sigh, the youth named Changsheng departed to fetch the pig. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Lin Yi but uttered not a word. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Judging by his demeanor and attire, this Changsheng was indeed a player. Another player? Having arrived in the world of Apocalypse for roughly a week, and considering the rotund member of the militia's 3rd squad, the Solitary Wind, and the newcomer he encountered a few days prior, this made 4 players in total. It seemed there were quite a number of players born in Gutin village. Before long, Changsheng returned, leading a hefty black pig, weighing approximately 300 pounds. As if sensing impending doom, the creature bellowed frantically upon entering the yard. Li stepped forward confidently, one hand pressing down on the thrashing beast while the other wielded a black iron cleaver that flashed through the air, and with a resounding thud, the massive pig collapsed, its throat gaping with a grievous wound. Lin Yi's eyelids flickered. This butcher was indeed a concealed master. "Young man, though I do not comprehend your motive for slaughtering this pig, it is on its last breath. If you intend to kill it, do so swiftly." "Thank you, Li." Lin Yi, undeterred, seized a handy cleaver from the yard and struck the wounded pig thrice, ensuring its demise. "Ding! You have slain a common domestic pig. No experience bonus. Ding. Your blue talent, Blood Drain, has been activated, granting you a permanent health increase of 14 points. A health increase of 14. This far surpasses the bonuses received from slaughtering chickens or ducks. Indeed, the optimal application of this Blood Drain talent is the slaying of larger creatures. However, to his knowledge, the livestock population in the entire Gutan village is rather limited. Not to mention the black pigs and wild goats. Even if one were to count chickens, ducks, and geese, gathering a total of 1,000 would likely be a formidable challenge. Brother, seeing you clad in militia attire, are you not aware that in this game, slaughtering pigs and ducks does not yield experience? Observing Lin Yi deep in thought after finishing off the pigs, Chongqing approached and extended his hand, saying, I am Qin Chongqing. A seasoned player. What do they call you? Lin Yi stepped forward and shook his hand. I am known as Qin Shanbulo. Qin Chongqing nodded. A fine name indeed. I've been in Gutan village for about 3 to 4 months now. I've encountered several high-level players capable of joining the militia, yet you, brother Qin Shan, seem quite unfamiliar to me. Indeed, I have not been in Gutan village for long. Qin Chongqing chuckled. I, on the other hand, am merely at level 1. Ever since I learned that this game could lead to death, I have not ventured beyond the village, spending my days learning to slaughter pigs with my master. Lin Yi was speechless. This player was truly cautious. Despite being in this apocalyptic world for so long, he had only reached level 1 and spent 3 to 4 months merely slaughtering pigs. Noticing Lin Yi's expression, Qin Chongqing understood his thoughts and smiled. I am not like you all, who strive to defeat monsters and level up in this extraordinary world. This realm is fraught with dangers, not only from monsters, but also from treachery. My life is singular, and the risks are not worth it for me. Lin Yi remarked, if this place is so perilous, then brother, there is no need for you to remain here. Ah, but you do not understand. I am here to earn money, to become a game merchant. Qin Chongqing turned with a grin and retrieved a piece of paper from his backpack. On it was a series of bank account numbers. Brother Qin Shan, this is my overseas remittance account. I sell various items from the game, information, currency, and martial arts techniques. As long as you can afford it, I can procure anything you desire within the game. Now intrigued, Lin Yi asked, you have everything for sale? What is the price for martial arts techniques? Martial arts techniques? These are akin to skill books within the game, and their availability is exceedingly rare. I currently possess 2 types of techniques. One is a basic record that requires no time to learn, called Xian Gui Gong, which enhances health and physique, priced at 3 million RMB. The other is the Sha Zhu Dao Fa, which I learned from my master, providing hands-on instruction that guarantees mastery, priced at 5 million RMB. Hearing such exorbitant prices, Lin Yi gasped. Brother Chongqing, 5 million RMB? Why is the Sha Zhu Dao Fa so expensive? Furthermore, if Butcher Li discovers that you are teaching martial arts to others, will he not be angered? Qin Chongqing explained, the quality of martial arts techniques varies. The Sha Zhu Dao Fa I acquired is among the top techniques in Gutan village. Though it is of white quality, it inflicts enhanced damage against monsters, making the price reasonable. As for my master, you need not worry. A portion of my earnings goes to him. Impressive, such a strategy. Earning money from players alongside the locals. However, it seems that both the Sha Zhu Dao Fa and Gu Yongqiang's Yin Yang Dao Fa are distinguished among the white quality techniques. One possesses a damage enhancement against monsters, while the other is adept at confronting malevolent spirits. It is no wonder that upon his arrival in the village, Elder Gu he recommended him to seek out Butcher Li and Gu Yongqiang. Clearly, their interests were duly considered. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring, Brother Chongqing, what are the prices for silver, items, and game information? Qin Chongqing pulled Lin Yi aside, stating, silver is quite affordable, currently. 1 tael of silver equates to 10,000 RMB. Whether you wish to purchase or sell, that is my rate. As for items, it depends on your needs, of course. A deposit is required. Regarding information, the pricing is determined by its significance. Do you have any spiritual artifacts for sale? What is the price? Upon hearing the mention of spiritual artifacts, Qin Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi. Spiritual artifacts? Brother, do not jest. Such items are exceedingly rare, with hardly a few even in Gutan village. I do not have any for sale here, but I can procure ordinary weapons for you. I can acquire ordinary weapons myself. What about information? Do you have any significant news? Let me share a bit for free, as a gesture of friendship. For instance, the game Apocalypse made its debut approximately 6 months ago, and has already undergone several distributions of activation codes. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Nothing more? Cough, cough. Allow me to add a little more. Our nation has established dedicated player squads, and virtually every prefecture-level city has relevant responsible agencies. Therefore, it is advisable to refrain from exposing your identity in the game. Otherwise, you may attract unwanted attention. Upon hearing this information, Lin Yi nodded. It seemed highly probable that those who handled the incident surrounding Liu Hong's death were affiliated with official special agencies. Lin Yi then continued to inquire. What are the consequences of attracting such attention? Qin Chongqing shrugged. Naturally, there is nothing intrinsically wrong, but one would lose their freedom and be under scrutiny. If it were discovered that one had committed murder within the game, they would likely face imprisonment. However, I have heard that the authorities are currently short-staffed. As long as one passes the political review, there is a good chance of being recruited. After hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. What about Gutan Village? Is there any significant information available? Also, what is the situation regarding professional levels after level 10? Qin Changxing sighed in exasperation. My dear brother Qingshan, I am not an all-knowing oracle. How could I possibly know everything? By rights, as a member of the militia, your rank exceeds mine, and you should possess far more knowledge. Lin Yi decided not to press further, sensing that Qin Changxing's intelligence was rather limited. He then directly asked, never mind that. Can you procure blood food? What is the price? Qin Changxing shook his head vigorously. I cannot obtain it. Blood food is a controlled resource in Gutan Village, and only members of the militia can exchange for some. I might add, brother Qingshan, if you could manage to acquire some, I would be willing to pay a high price. Lin Yi's face fell with disappointment. Brother, you seem to have nothing of value. Cough. It's not that I have nothing, but the items you seek are simply too advanced. Observing Lin Yi's intention to leave, Qin Changxing could not help but add, brother, I am aware of a map resource outside the village that can yield original martial arts techniques. This information is still not widely known. Would you be interested? If so, I can sell it to you at a discounted rate. Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating disinterest. Is it the valley to the southwest? That information has become quite common knowledge, though Qin Changxing professed to be a game merchant. The truth was that his knowledge and the resources he could procure were exceedingly limited. Nonetheless, Lin Yi felt quite satisfied to have gleaned some information from this encounter. Chapter 19. Maximizing the benefits of talent. Upon departing from the butcher, Lin Yi pondered how to optimize the potential of his talent, blood extraction. Firstly, it was evidently impractical to slay 1,000 creatures within the apocalyptic world. However, Lin Yi conceived another idea, to hunt large creatures in the real world. He recalled that when he first solidified the talent, Bone Marvel, he had managed to transfer a slight enhancement of that talent's attributes into reality, indicating that such abilities could indeed transcend realms. If slaying creatures in reality could trigger the blood extraction talent, he might accumulate the required limit for this ability in just a few days. Subsequently, Lin Yi logged off and made his way to a nearby market, where he purchased a live duck for slaughter. After the act, he felt little in terms of sensation, but he needed to check his attribute panel in the game to see if there was a growth in his life force. Player, Qingshan Bulow status, normal ID, 007 gender, male level, 1 life force, 1018 points experience, 300100 hunger level, 98,100 strength, 7, normal male limit 10. Affects physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons, agility, 7, normal male limit 10, affects movement and reaction speed, stamina, 11, normal male limit 10, affects maximum stamina, recovery speed and load capacity, vitality, 135 external skill, celestial arrow art, green, 1, 9,500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 points of damage. Initial talent, universal talent, red, 1, blood extraction. Upon observing the life force on his attribute panel, Lin Yi's expression brightened. Indeed, it had increased. He recalled that before logging off, his life force stood at 101 points, and now it had risen by 8. Confirming that slaying creatures in the real world was still beneficial, mirroring the life force increments acquired in the apocalyptic world. That evening, Lin Yi scoured the internet for slaughterhouses in the vicinity of Lina City, focusing primarily on establishments that processed cattle, sheep, and pigs. The following day, Lin Yi did not enter the apocalyptic world at his usual time. Instead, he chartered a vehicle to conduct a field investigation at nearby slaughterhouses. The sheer number of 1,000 live animals he intended to slaughter was far too vast for a typical small factory to accommodate. Generally, large slaughterhouses employed mechanized processes and maintained strict management. Even if he could bribe his way in, it was unlikely he would be permitted to slaughter the animals personally. After an entire day of visiting numerous slaughterhouses without success, Lin Yi, thanks to the detailed reconnaissance he had conducted the previous night, finally discovered a rural slaughterhouse in the evening that primarily dealt with live cattle and pigs. After negotiating a price, the owner, elated by the prospect, readily agreed to Lin Yi's request. Slaughtering 1,000 animals was an unprecedented demand for him, but it mattered little. As long as the payment was assured, he was content. In the evening, Lin Yi ventured to make his initial attempts, slaughtering around 20 live cattle. Given the significantly larger size and vitality of cows compared to pigs, Lin Yi had previously tested that a single live cow could enhance life value by 16 under the blood absorption talent. If he were to kill 1,000 cows, it would yield an additional 200 points of life value compared to slaughtering pigs. Consequently, Lin Yi resolved to exclusively target cows moving forward, eschewing pigs altogether. After ensuring there were no hidden recording devices within the inn, he promptly entered the apocalyptic world. To be candid, it was Lin Yi's first experience of entering the game at night. Aware of the lurking spirits that haunted the night, he knew the dangers and had no intention of venturing outside. Instead, he planned to practice archery within the confines of the courtyard. After all, He had not logged in all day, and the 6 hours of gaming time allocated daily should not go to waste. Having consumed some food to replenish his hunger, Lin Yi emerged from the militia dormitory, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, illuminated by an eerie red glow. It was said that this red light emanated from the village temple of Gutan, a protective radiance capable of dispelling some of the dark spirits. Lin Yi had heard of this phenomenon before, so he found it unremarkable. The entire dormitory was deserted and shrouded in darkness. Lin Yi managed to ignite a few candles before proceeding to practice celestial arrow technique in the courtyard. 1 arrow, 2 arrows. Lin Yi diligently honed his archery skills. After 2 hours, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from afar, seemingly originating from the south of Gutan village. Whoosh! Shortly thereafter, a brilliant firework erupted in that direction. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This firework signaled an incursion of dark spirits, a distress call from the militia. Ordinarily, all militia members would rush to provide support. Yet without hesitation, Lin Yi stowed his bow and arrows into his backpack and decisively logged out, vanishing from the apocalyptic world. Unlike ordinary creatures, dark spirits could kill invisibly. Once ensnared, survival was nearly impossible. 2 former militia captains had already perished at the hands of dark spirits, and Lin Yi felt that his frail limbs would only serve as an encumbrance in such a situation. This was not cowardice, but rather a matter of prudence. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Concerned about the dark spirit attack that transpired in Gutan village the previous night, Lin Yi logged into the game early. At this time, within Gutan village, a dozen corpses lay sprawled in an empty space to the east, with 4 militia members gathered around, their expressions grim. The bodies exhibited signs of having met a tragic end, with some showing blood oozing from their 7 orifices and faces contorted in terror, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily horrific before their demise. Lin Yi rushed to the side of Gu Qinghu, Gu He, and others. "Captain, what is the situation?" Gu Qinghu remained silent, while Gu He whispered, "Last night, dark spirits invaded the village, resulting in the tragic deaths of several villagers who had their essence drained. 1 member of the 3rd team also perished. Did we capture the dark spirit?" Gu He shook his head. "No, we should say we could not locate it. The village elders mentioned that these spirits can conceal themselves in shadows, excelling at evasion. All 4 militia teams searched throughout the night, but we failed to uncover any traces of the dark spirit. What shall we do now?" "I don't know. The village elders should have a plan. I suspect there will be significant action again tonight." Soon, the bodies of the dozen or so villagers were cremated and buried, with the village elder, Gu He, presiding over a simple sacrificial ceremony. He then summoned the 4 militia leaders and dispersed the crowd. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire 2nd team. Lin Yi could not help but inquire, "Captain, can the external skills we have learned inflict damage upon the eerie spirits?" Gu Qinghu sighed and replied, "Most external skills are ineffective. Only a select few can do so, such as the yin-yang sword technique, spirit binding technique, and the village chief's unique external skill. Of course, talismans crafted from ancient sources can also harm these spirits." After saying this, Gu Qinghu turned to Lin Yi and added, "I have heard that Brother Yongqiang intends to pass the yin-yang sword technique on to you. Since you have already activated your vitality, it would be prudent to learn it as soon as possible. Should you encounter an eerie spirit in the future, you will have some means of self-defense. However, bear in mind that if your vitality is too low, the yin-yang sword technique will have limited efficacy." Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Captain." Previously, Gu Yongqiang had explained to him that the reason for waiting until he reached level 4 to impart the yin-yang sword technique was that its power depended on the level of one's vitality. Should it be too low, he might not even be able to execute the technique. However, the recent incident involving the invasion of eerie spirits instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Yi. With his current attributes at level 1, he was not significantly different from an ordinary person, lacking any means of self-defense against dangerous creatures or eerie spirits. This was unacceptable. He needed to utilize his experience points to level up without delay. If an unforeseen event were to lead to his demise, there would be no opportunity for regret. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yi seized an opportunity to spend his experience points on leveling up. Ding! You have consumed 100 experience points. Your level has increased. And you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have consumed 200 experience points. Your level has increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. In one breath, he ascended 2 levels, acquiring a total of 10 free attribute points. His foundational 4 attributes were strength, constitution, agility, and endurance. Among these, constitution was primarily linked to health points. Lin Yi believed that the blood drain skill could grant him at least over 1,000 health points. So he opted not to allocate points to constitution for now. Strength was tied to attack power, and he decided to focus on enhancing his strength attribute. Agility, which affected reflexes and speed, was also crucial for timely escapes in dangerous situations. As for endurance, Lin Yi's attribute was currently the highest at 11 points, allowing him to postpone further enhancements in that area. After careful consideration, Lin Yi allocated 7 points to strength and 3 points to agility. With the enhancements completed, his 4-dimensional attributes and health points were as follows: strength, 14. The normal limit for males is 10, influencing physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Agility, 10. The normal limit for males is 10, influencing movement and reaction speed. Endurance, 11. The normal limit for males is 10, influencing stamina limit, recovery speed. And load capacity. Health points, 16, 6 points derived from blood consumption. Regarding his health points, last night he slaughtered 23 cattle, earning a health point bonus of 368. Together with the additional 40 points gained from leveling up, he now possesses a total of 786 health points. In comparison to his initial level, Lin Yi has more than doubled his health, providing him with a considerable sense of security. However, after leveling up, the experience gained from defeating monsters may diminish. Nevertheless, Lin Yi is indifferent to such trivial experience points. With the malevolent spirits invading the village, the ability to protect oneself has become far more valuable. After exiting the world of the apocalypse, Lin Yi proceeded to the factory to butcher live cattle. Perhaps due to his recent upgrade, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. His arms and abdomen had developed noticeable muscle definition. Moreover, he conducted a simple speed test and found himself significantly faster than before, completing a 100-meter dash in approximately 10 seconds. Within the factory, Lin Yi slaughtered over 100 live cattle, pausing only for lunch. His meal consisted of a standard boxed lunch, from which he only consumed rice and vegetables, lacking the appetite for meat. At this moment, he received a message from Liu Bo, which included a smiley face, a prearranged signal between them indicating that there was no danger and that it was indeed Liu Bo sending the message. He speculated that Liu Bo had entered the official radar, and as Qin Chongxing had mentioned, it was highly probable that Liu Bo would be recruited as an official member. In front of the police station in Lin Yi City, a vehicle contained 3 individuals. The leader was Zhao Shuang, a formal member of the Apocalypse team in Lin Yi City and subordinate to Zhang Baichuan. The other 2 were Liu Bo, who had just messaged Lin Yi, carrying a black backpack and dragging a suitcase, seemingly preparing to relocate, and a stranger named Zhou Huaiwen, appearing to be in his 40s, with an honest demeanor. As the vehicle started moving, Liu Bo could not help but ask, "Brother Shuang, what kind of training will we undergo at the headquarters in Beijing? Will we be deemed unqualified?" "That's good," Liu Bo said, finally feeling reassured. Ever since he used that ordinary activation code to enter the world of Apocalypse, he had, as Lin Yi suggested, maintained a low profile while gradually exploring the realm. However, due to the continuous absence of Liu Hong's special activation code, he remained under official scrutiny. After several days of entering the Apocalypse world, Liu Bo's activities were soon detected by the authorities. Subsequently, Zhang Baichuan arranged for Zhao Shuang to make contact with Liu Bo and facilitate his recruitment. However, per protocol, Liu Bo was required to attend training at the Beijing headquarters to uncover more secrets of the Apocalypse game. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Liu Bo inquired again, "Brother Shuang, with our departure, will Captain Zhang be left alone in the team? What if a special incident occurs?" Throughout the journey, Zhao Shuang engaged Liu Bo in casual conversation, while Zhou Huaiwen, seated in the back, quietly gazed out of the window, remaining silent. Stealing a glance through the rearview mirror, Zhao Shuang remarked, "Old Zhou, do not dwell in sorrow. I assure you that the headquarters possesses relevant information regarding your son's case, and they will certainly track down his murderer." Zhou Huaiwen slowly raised his head, his hoarse voice responding with a simple, "Good." Following this, the vehicle fell into a profound silence. Chapter 20. The Creatures of Reality. Liu Bo turned his head to glance at Zhou Huaiwen. This man was unfamiliar to him. He had heard from Zhao Shuang that the first to enter the Apocalypse world was Zhou Huaiwen's son, who, tragically, seemed to have been slain by a fellow human player. Upon discovering the remnants of his son's message, Zhou Huaiwen sought out the government, hoping to obtain information about the murderer in pursuit of vengeance. "Oh, this Uncle Zhou appears to share a semblance with me. He has lost his son, and I have lost my father, both tied to the Apocalypse world." Liu Bo sighed softly. He could empathize with the anguish of losing a loved one to malevolence. Although he learned from Zhao Shuang that his father, Liu Hong, had perished from hidden poison, Liu Bo found it peculiar. According to his father's diary, Liu Hong had the ability to forge spiritual weapons and was a disciple of the village chief. One would assume he would be protected by militia when venturing out. How could he have fallen victim to a level 6 beast? It seemed there was more to the story. His journey to the capital for training was motivated by the knowledge that there was an instructor in the capital who was a descendant of Dayu village. He wished to engage with this instructor to uncover the truth behind his father's demise. The vehicle sped along the highway, leaving a trail of swirling dust in its wake. Meanwhile, Lin Yi took advantage of the afternoon to log in for duty, then continued to the factory to slaughter cattle. Busy until past 7 in the evening, Lin Yi's slaughtering apron was soaked in bright crimson blood. The owner of the slaughterhouse, surnamed Zhu, was in his 30s, slightly portly, and donned a pair of genteel glasses. Observing Lin Yi skillfully dispatching a cow with precision, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you won't end up causing an accident with your butchery, will you? If the pressure is too much, perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order." "Huh. Brother Zhu, you jest," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, aware of how strange his demeanor appeared, inevitably prompting others to speculate. By the time he returned to the dormitory for dinner and to freshen up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Lin Yi still had half an hour of online time remaining. Initially, he planned to practice archery in the apocalypse world. But considering the presence of sinister spirits roaming Gutan village, he abandoned the idea. During the ensuing dull moments, Lin Yi busied himself by logging onto various gaming websites, hoping to uncover information related to the apocalypse game. However, after browsing, he found little of significance. Moreover, he noticed that a post selling game activation codes had been deleted from the forum. He wondered if those codes had been sold. Subsequently, Lin Yi reached out to several colleagues in his studio, discovering that many were still awake, preparing to pull an all-nighter to fulfill orders and accumulate in-game currency. He offered them words of encouragement to maintain a balance between work and rest, and even sent them a small nighttime snack red envelope. Working in the gaming industry and grinding through the night was commonplace. Lin Yi had once been no different when he first entered this line of work. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden roar of wild boars echoed from outside the tranquil village inn. In a village nestled against the mountains, the appearance of wild boars was not unusual. Lin Yi paid it no mind, turning over to continue his slumber. Yet, at that moment, a faint scream pierced the air from outside the inn. They're attacking. The wild boars are coming down the mountain to devour people. Help! A sudden cry echoed through the air, jolting Lin Yi awake as he sprang to his feet and hurried downstairs. Boss, what is going on? He inquired. I have no idea. I just woke up, the innkeeper replied, shuffling out in his slippers, appearing equally disoriented by the commotion. Nearby residents flicked on their lights and emerged from their homes in groups. Lin Yi took the shovel handed to him by the innkeeper and joined the throng. Is that old John's voice? Doesn't he enjoy fishing? The noise seemed to originate from the pond by the roadside. Why has it fallen silent now? Could he have fallen in? A villager shouted into the darkness, Old Jiang, are you there? Yet, no response came from the shadowy road. Let us go. With so many of us, we should check it out together. Many carried shovels and wooden sticks as they made their way toward the scene. Lin Yi and the innkeeper trailing behind. However, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Lin Yi's heart. After walking several dozen meters, they reached a dimly lit concrete path where an enormous wild boar, caked in mud, was voraciously chewing on something. The sound of its gnawing pierced the night air. Gathering their courage, the crowd approached, and one of the groups switched on a powerful flashlight. To their astonishment, the boar was colossal. Goodness, how did it get so big? Running down from the mountains? Wild boar? Lin Yi stepped forward, the flashlight illuminating the creature, and his heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted. The boar stood an astonishing 2 meters tall, but what struck him most was its blood-red eyes. It is known that while animals' eyes reflect light in the darkness, no matter how bright the flashlight, it would not cause a boar's eyes to glow red. This could only mean that the boar possessed inherently red irises. Lin Yi recalled the warning from the militia captain, Gu Qinghu, who had explained that the distinguishing feature of malevolent creatures was their unusual eye colors, often manifesting in eerie greens or bloody reds. Yet, this was the real world. How could such a creature from the apocalypse realm appear here? A wild boar with red eyes? Could it possibly be a haiju? The memory of the haiju, a creature that Du Gufeng had participated in hunting a few days prior, surged in Lin Yi's mind. Though he had not been present, he had heard that the haiju was a gigantic beast with red eyes that delighted in human flesh. As Lin Yi grappled with his shock, a terrified voice suddenly cried out, Damn it, it looks like this wild boar is eating human flesh. Is that old Jiang lying on the ground? Under the beam of the flashlight, the crowd finally noticed 2 dark shapes at the boar's feet, one of which still clutched a fishing rod. The boar had buried its snout into one man's abdomen, feasting upon his entrails. Suddenly, it lifted its head, glaring at the crowd with its sharp, white tusks and blood-soaked snout, crimson droplets cascading down. Its scarlet gaze seemed to regard everyone present as mere prey. The horrific sight nearly sent the crowd into a panic. What kind of monster is this? Quickly, call the police and have them apprehended. Strange, indeed. I have never encountered such a colossal wild boar in the mountains, especially one with crimson eyes. Could it be a mutation? We must flee. We cannot withstand its charge. At this moment, an elder calmly declared, Do not panic. Let us unite and strike with our shovels. This beast may be deterred by our numbers. Clang, clang, clang. Under the elder's guidance, the group formed a tight circle, rhythmically striking the ground while slowly retreating. The wild boar seemed genuinely startled by the noise and hesitated to advance. It wasn't until it disappeared into the roadside dragging 2 bodies that the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Linda, I have already reported to the authorities. We must inform them again to ensure they bring firearms. Tranquilizers will not suffice. This wild boar appears to be a mutated creature that has claimed 2 lives and must be eliminated with lethal force. He was convinced that the beast they had encountered was a 5th-tier monstrosity from the apocalypse world, the terrifying boar. Little did he expect such a creature to manifest in reality. How had the terrifying boar crossed over? If one day they were to confront ghosts, demons, or malevolent spirits in the real world, what should they do? Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeply. It seemed that with the emergence of the apocalypse world, The safety of the real world was now in jeopardy. Chapter 21. The secrets of the four great professions in the subsequent hours. Lin Yi remained on the upper level of the inn, unwilling to venture down. As a member of the militia, he understood the formidable nature of such creatures. If that terrifying boar were to invade the village, it was unlikely that anyone would escape its wrath, including himself. Despite possessing several hundred health points and a strength attribute of 14, he would be utterly powerless against a creature of at least 5th tier caliber. Perhaps due to the harrowing details relayed by the caller, approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Yi heard the wailing of police sirens outside. As he peered from the window, it appeared that the local armed police forces had mobilized. The police captain emerged, demanding, "Who made the call? What exactly transpired?" The elder stepped forward to recount the events that had unfolded. A wild boar standing 2 meters tall, with red eyes, attacking people in the streets? The armed police frowned, incredulous at the notion of a 2-meter-tall mutant boar. Such a claim seemed preposterous. They proceeded to the scene and discovered 2 large pools of blood on the ground. "Captain, it appears there are fatalities. The bodies have been dragged into the forest." "Captain, we have found the boar's tracks. They are indeed abnormal. And it seems this creature materialized out of nowhere." Red eyes. The captain appeared to have a sudden realization and quickly halted the search party from entering the mountains. He approached the elder once more, inquiring, "Good sir, are you certain the wild boar had red eyes?" "Indeed, indeed. We all witnessed it. Its eyes were blood red, utterly terrifying." After questioning several individuals, the captain's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly contacted the Linha City Armed Police Headquarters. By the time it approached midnight, Zhang Baichuan at the Linha City Police Department received reports of a suspected monstrous entity sighted within the city. According to eyewitness accounts regarding the monstrous creature, it is highly likely that the entity in question is a fearsome wild boar. He promptly alerted the relevant authorities, procuring firepower, and hastened towards the small village where Lin Yi resided. The following morning, after a night of disturbances, Lin Yi descended to wash up. Through inquiries, he learned that several waves of armed police had arrived from the city the previous night and had dispersed into the mountains in search of the wild boar. A throng of curious locals had gathered at the village entrance, engaged in animated discussions. "Have you heard? They found old Zhang's body in the ravine. It was a gruesome sight, his innards devoured entirely by the wild boar." "Indeed, and what of young Liu?" He was likely the first to heed the sound, but tragically, he met his demise at the jaws of the beast. "Last night, I heard someone cry for help. It must have been young Liu. Such a pity for the lad. Yet to marry." At this moment, Lin Yi received a message from Boss Zhu of the slaughterhouse, indicating that due to the wild boar's incursion into the village, nearby factories had temporarily ceased operations. However, should Lin Yi wish to visit, he could enter through the back door. As today the factory had received several live cattle for slaughter, one must admit, Boss Zhu had indeed shown considerable foresight. Yet, after contemplation, Lin Yi realized that the beast was not only drawn to human flesh, but was also particularly sensitive to the vitality of ordinary animals. The slaughterhouse, saturated with life force, might indeed attract the attention of the ferocious wild boar. Thus, venturing there today seemed unwise. He could only hope that the troops sent into the mountains last night would prove effective in swiftly eliminating the threat. Around midday, while at the inn, Lin Yi heard a series of gunshots echoing from the nearby mountains. Simultaneously, on a densely vegetated slope, the enormous wild boar lay lifeless in a pool of blood, its surroundings marked with soil riddled with bullet holes, bearing the evidence of a fierce struggle before its downfall. Zhang Baichuan, holding a walkie-talkie, instructed the various teams to approach in an orderly manner, reiterating the importance of confirming whether the mutated wild boar was indeed deceased. "Captain Zhang, it is confirmed dead." "Excellent." At that moment, after a night of relentless effort, Zhang Baichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. During his training in the capital, he had encountered cases of monstrous invasions from the apocalypse world, which had resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, this wild boar had appeared in the mountains outside the city, resulting in minimal fatalities and few witnesses. Had it occurred within Linha City, the consequences would have likely been catastrophic. Moreover, without the deployment of heavy weaponry, it would have been insufficient for him alone to vanquish the creature. Remarkably, this marked the first instance of an apocalypse beast incursion in Linha City, providing ample justification to report to headquarters and request additional formal personnel, while the carcass of the wild boar could also prove valuable. It wasn't until evening that the villagers, including Lin Yi, received an official announcement from the government, stating that the mutated wild boar had been slain, allowing everyone to venture out with peace of mind. Only then did Lin Yi muster the courage to proceed to the slaughterhouse and resume his work with the cattle. Later that night, Lin Yi logged into the apocalypse world to check his status panel. Player, Qingshan Bulo. Status, normal. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 3. Health points, 578. Experience points, 0400. Satiety level, 67100. Strength, 14. The normal limit for males is 10, influencing physical damage and the maximum weight of weapons one can wield. Agility, 10. The normal limit for males is 10, affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. The normal limit for males is 10, impacting the maximum health points, recovery speed, and carrying capacity. Vitality, 16, 6 points derived from blood consumption. External skill, Heavenly Star Archery Green, 1, 14,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional damage of 12. Initial talent, Universal talent, Red, 1 blood extraction. In recent days, Lin Yi has successively slain over 200 cattle, finally accumulating his health points to over 500. In stark contrast to the 97 health points of a level 1. This 5-fold increase in vitality has instilled in Lin Yi a profound sense of security. However, due to the depletion of his contribution points, he is unable to exchange for additional vitality, leaving his current health points stagnant at 16. The insufficiency of health has severely hampered Lin Yi's efficiency in practicing Heavenly Star Archery. Despite dedicating his spare moments to archery practice in the second team's courtyard within the Apocalypse world, his proficiency in Heavenly Star Archery remains slow to advance. Although the menace of the vicious boars has been quelled in reality, Lin Yi finds himself gripped by an increasing sense of urgency. He fears that one day, the monsters from the Apocalypse world may spill into the real world. The only remedy lies in swiftly augmenting his strength to confront the looming unknown dangers. Within the dimly lit skies of the Apocalypse world, the temple's crimson glow illuminated half the heavens. In the courtyard of the second militia team, Lin Yi was diligently shooting arrows at a wooden target when Du Feng hurriedly entered. Brother Qingshan, I knew you would be here. I bring you splendid news. Our Gutan village is preparing to establish the 5th militia team, and all members will be composed of us, the reborn. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Brother Du, where did you hear this news? Hee, one of my brothers from my team learned it from Captain Gu Lai Hai. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. The brother Du spoke of, named Chang Kong Kwa, was rumored to be a level 9 expert and among the earliest players to enter Gutan village. The information he shared should be reliable. Lin Yi pondered. Brother, you are currently at level 4, and I am at level 3. Even if the 5th militia team is formed, we might not qualify to join, right? Strictly speaking, both Lin Yi and Du Feng are still not official members of the militia team, merely reserves. While that statement holds truth, the proposal for this militia's formation was a decision made by the village head in conjunction with the 3 elders. Furthermore, this militia team composed of us reborn will be given special training. Special training? Lin Yi mused inwardly. While training is plausible, it could also mean being used as cannon fodder. After all, as the casualties among the militia team increase, without outstanding youth to step in, the safety of Gutan village can only rely on the rapidly growing reborn. However, every matter possesses both advantages and disadvantages, as long as the benefits are substantial enough. It is worthwhile to take certain risks. Brother Lonely, how does one join the 5th militia, and what is the process of training? Du Feng replied. It is said that any born individual with high potential, good character, and outstanding qualities is eligible. However, the members of our 4 major militias, including the 2 of us, are qualified for direct selection. As for the training, it seems that the village elders from Gutan village will personally guide us in slaying monsters and leveling up. Impressive. The village elders leading our advancements is quite a grand undertaking. Lin Yi expressed his surprise, for it was rumored that the 3 village elders of Gutan village were formidable experts far exceeding level 10. Even if they were not classified as professional level, they were likely indistinguishable from them. If they were to personally assist players in leveling up, it was plausible that players could reach level 10 in a short span of time. Du Feng smiled and said, Little brother, you seem intrigued now. To be honest, I was quite astonished upon hearing this news as well. However, high rewards imply high risks. Should we be trained, we would also need to contribute to the village, as Gutan village does not harbor idlers. Indeed, it seems that you are preparing to join the 5th militia? Du Feng nodded. Yes. While we have avenues for leveling up by slaying monsters in the second team, the pace is rather sluggish. The higher the level, the more experience is required. I have been in Gutan village for over a month, yet I am still only at level 4. I cannot fathom how long it will take to reach level 10. Given this opportunity for rapid advancement, I certainly shall not let it slip by. Alright, then count me in as well. The next day, Lin Yi inquired about the impending formation of the 5th militia from Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu was surprised by Lin Yi's profound knowledge and generously informed him. Qingshan, if you wish to join the 5th militia, you may. However, it is not as you have described, where the village elders will directly elevate you to level 10. Firstly, the born individuals joining the 5th militia will be uniformly managed by the village elders, who will impart knowledge on dealing with monsters, malevolent spirits, and even survival in the wilderness. Once the training is sufficiently advanced, the elders will select those born individuals of commendable talent from the 5th militia to teach them the skills of drawing divine talismans or concocting witchcraft potions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but ask, Captain, are these divine talismans and witchcraft potions related to the professional levels after reaching level 10? Gu Qinghu glanced at Lin Yi and replied, You are quite astute. It is true that there are certain secrets I should not casually divulge to born individuals. However, you have performed admirably in our second team recently, so I shall share this with you. Once you reach level 10, you will encounter a bottleneck. At that point, your physical capabilities will have nearly reached the limits of human potential. The next step involves breaking through a certain threshold to enter the professional level. As far as I know, there are 4 major professions in the continent of Apocalypse: warrior, mage, priest, and seer. For major professions, Lin Yi suddenly recalled the 4 advanced attributes on his attribute panel: spirit, internal force, faith, and spiritual power. It seems these 4 attributes are indeed linked to the 4 professions. Captain, does this mean that the village elder Gu Yuan from Guten Village, who can create protective charms, must be a priest following the faith path? And what about Elder Gu Yun, who can concoct potions? Could he be a mage? Gu Qinghu nodded and said, "You are not mistaken. Each of the 4 major professions possesses its own peculiarities. Among them, the power of faith can be harnessed to create divine talismans, while the witchcraft can concoct various potions. But what about the captain, the warrior, and the sequencer?" At that moment, Gu Qinghu shook his head with a wry smile and replied, "I am uncertain. Our village lacks the heritage of these 2 professions. To be precise, we do not even possess the legacy of witches, only that of the divine priests. Regarding old Gu Yun, he became a witch by chance a decade ago during his travels, which has no connection to Guten Village." Lin Yi continued to inquire, "Captain, is there a hierarchy among the 4 professions? Which one is superior?" Gu Qinghu responded, "I am not entirely sure. However, I once heard Brother Yongxiang say that the origins of the 4 professions are shrouded in mystery, having been passed down for thousands of years on the Tianqi continent. Among them, the sequencer is the most enigmatic and the most difficult to transition into, while becoming a warrior is the easiest. One merely needs a martial arts steel, and one's vitality will transform into internal force, enhancing the potency of external martial techniques." Noticing the look of longing on Gu Qinghu's face, Lin Yi remarked, "Captain, it seems you have a strong affinity for the warrior profession." Gu Qinghu sighed, "Indeed, I have dedicated my life to martial arts, with the aspiration of becoming a warrior since childhood. It is not just me. The other captains in our militia, Gu Man and Gu Laihai, likely share the same ambition to transition into warriors." Lin Yi scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, "Captain, although our village lacks the heritage of witches, we possess the legacy of divine priests. Since you have already reached level 10, why not become a divine priest? If the divine priesthood imposes such requirements, surely the witch profession has similar constraints. However, the warrior profession has no prerequisites. As long as one possesses sufficient vitality and comprehends the martial arts steel, one can become a warrior. Unfortunately, the martial arts steel is only found in Tianshui City, and our path to Tianshui City has been severed, leaving us with no means to advance as warriors." After hearing Gu Qinghu's words, Lin Yi realized that advancing to a higher profession was not an easy feat. Chapter 22, The Surge of Life Points. However, with only the divine priesthood available in Guten Village, if Lin Yi wished to transition to another profession, he would likely need to devise additional means. It seemed they had strayed from the topic, and Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow, stating, "All right. Weren't you supposed to ask about the 5th squad? How did we end up discussing professions? If you truly wish to join the 5th squad, the most critical concern is whether you can accept the contract required for joining." Lin Yi was taken aback. "A contract? Captain, is it necessary to sign a contract to enter the 5th squad?" "Naturally. Once training is completed, all recruits of the 5th squad will venture out under the guidance of the village elder to hunt down the scattered monsters in the wilderness, aiding the recruits in leveling up swiftly. However, this endeavor will deplete the resources that Gutan Village has accumulated over the years to combat monsters and spirits. Hence, every participant must sign a contract to remain in Gutan Village for 1 year, serving our purposes." Upon hearing the terms of the contract, Lin Yi frowned. A year's commitment to stay in Gutan Village was clearly beyond his expectations. "Captain, is it absolutely necessary to sign this contract?" Gu Qinghu patiently elucidated. "Naturally. In the realm of Qingshan, you newly born must vanquish monsters and phantoms to swiftly ascend in level. However, our ancient Tan village is blessed with a temple as protection. Although a few monsters may occasionally infiltrate the village, they are but a sporadic handful. To elevate you, the newly born, to level 10, you must venture into the wilderness to seek a plethora of monsters. The depletion of resources is not negligible." "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Given this, I shall refrain from joining Team 5. Lin Yi shook his head, having reconsidered after hearing Gu Qinghu's words. While the militia of Team 5 is appealing, the terms of the contract are unacceptable to him. With a universal talent at his disposal, Lin Yi felt confident that reaching level 10 would not take long. Therefore, signing a 6-month contract would not be advantageous for him. Gu Qinghu patted Lin Yi's shoulder and smiled. "Good. I too believe Team 5 is not suited for you. Joining Team 5 entails true peril and adventure, unlike our Team 2, where we merely guard the city gates and eliminate solitary monsters. The efficiency of ancient Tan village is remarkable." The formation of the militia's Team 5 quickly prompted selections throughout the village. The following day, nearly all newly born residents received a task. Ding. Ancient Tan village is set to establish the militia as Team 5, and all newly born may register to join. Although Lin Yi had been in ancient Tan village for a week or two, he was still unaware of the number of newly born residents within. This gathering of all registering newly born for Team 5 at the playground in the east of the village provided him a perfect opportunity to gain clarity. At noon, under the sweltering sun, the once spacious playground was sparsely populated, with only about a dozen individuals present. Most of them sported short hair, clearly indicating they were players. Some wielded swords and bows, while others were empty-handed, clad in the beast skin attire bestowed upon beginners, seemingly new arrivals to ancient Tin village. At that moment, a figure approached from the crowd. Brother Qin Shan, with such excellent benefits from the malicious Team 5, why have you not joined? This was Qin Changsheng, the apprentice of Butcher Li. You have not joined either, right? Qin Changsheng shrugged. I can't. My level is too low, lacking any specialties or talents. Even if I registered, I wouldn't last to the end. Unlike you, brother, a reserve member of the militia team. Once you reach level 5, you will undoubtedly be a core member of the militia. Lin Yi chuckled, looking at him. Have you done your research on me? Oh, come now. I'm a game merchant. Our player count in ancient Tin village is rather sparse, and I am acquainted with many skilled players. A casual inquiry would reveal much. Qin Changsheng continued to flatter. However, in my time here, I have yet to see anyone able to join the militia team at level 1. Brother Qin Shan, you are bound to become a great master. Thank you. By the way, do you know many players in our village? To claim I know them all would be an exaggeration. Primarily, it's because my master slaughters pigs. And I've been in ancient Tan village long enough to have met most players. However, I am unfamiliar with the newly born residents. Qin Changxing pointed. The players at the back of the playground. I've never seen them before, so they must have recently been born in ancient Tan village. Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. How many players are there in our ancient Tan village? Qin Changxing remarked. Including those present, there are fewer than 50 individuals. Some, like myself, harbor a fear of demonic entities and spectral beings, only logging in occasionally to save her life, remaining persistently at level 1. There are lone wolves among the players, rarely engaging with others, and a handful of seasoned players, either high-ranking members of the militia or those who have not joined it, numbering around 5 or 6, all of whom are above level 8. Do you know how many villages akin to Guten village exist in the Apocalypse continent? Who knows? To my knowledge, even the officials are uncertain, he replied. While Lin Yi and Qin Changsheng were engaged in casual conversation, Gu He appeared, uttering a few words before leading away a dozen newly arrived players from the playground. Qin Changsheng, puzzled, inquired, where are they going? I still wish to observe the selection process. Lin Yi, having learned the procedure from Gu Qinghu, responded, they are heading to the temple, where the first round of selection will take place. Qin Changsheng expressed his envy, saying, that is splendid. If these newcomers are truly chosen, they might achieve great heights in an instant. Great heights, perhaps, Lin Yi mused. Within the temple of Guten village, after a simple screening, only 4 players remained from the original group that had come from the playground. One among them, a newcomer named Wang Zilong, had previously crossed paths with Lin Yi when they were chopping wood in front of Gu Yongjiang's house. Wang Zilong believed that only they 4 had been selected for the rumored militia 5th squad, but soon, several players clad in militia uniforms arrived. These players were already members of the militia, thus exempt from the selection process. Having been in Guten village for several days, Wang Zilong knew that only players above level 5 could join the militia, and he could not help but show a look of envy. Brother, I am Wang Zilong. Are you also from Earth? Du Gufeng glanced at the newcomer who had approached him and nodded. Although joining the militia 5th squad required signing a 6-month contract to serve Guten village, the allure of an immediate rise to level 10 proved irresistible for Du Gufeng. Besides him, a level 5 player named Zhu Chang from Squad 1 and a portly level 5 player named Qian Duoduo from Squad 3 also joined the militia 5th squad. Outside the temple hall, Gu He surveyed the gathered individuals and solemnly declared, welcome, newly arrived players, to the militia 5th squad. This squad is specifically designed for you, and here, you will experience rapid growth. Meanwhile, Lin Yi approached the treasury of Guten village, carrying 3 red peony fruits, in urgent need of sustenance to enhance his vitality. He contemplated trading the only valuable items he possessed, the 3 red peony fruits, for contribution points to exchange for blood food. However, he wondered about the worth of the red peony fruits. After all, being a white-quality spirit fruit, it should hold some value. Today, the militia on duty outside the treasury was from Squad 1, and Gu Laihai stood at the entrance. Familiar with the militia captain, Lin Yi explained his purpose. Gu Laihai inquired, healing red peony fruits? Show them to me. Lin Yi produced the red peony fruits he had harvested a few days prior, which remained remarkably fresh due to being stored in his spatial backpack. Indeed, these are red peony fruits. Quite impressive, Gu Laihai acknowledged. Gu Laihai nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lin Yi and said, Qin Shan, you are quite fortunate to have discovered such spiritual fruit within the village. Therefore, you need not exchange it in the treasury. If you are in need of blood food, I can provide it. Lin Yi hesitated, Captain, this. Do not worry about me taking advantage of you. 1 fruit is worth 2 taels of blood food, so 3 fruits would yield 6 taels, or 300 grams of blood food. If you were to exchange them in the treasury, You might not even receive a single tael in return. Lin Yi had initially intended to keep one fruit in reserve, but given the circumstances, it was more prudent to exchange them for blood food. Captain, I will trade with you. Very well. Gu Laihai expressed his delight and promptly turned to enter the treasury, returning with a fist-sized, freshly wriggling portion of blood food, which he handed to Lin Yi. In the future, should any materials or rare treasures from demonic creatures fall into your hands, you may come to me for exchange. I assure you that what you receive will be more advantageous than what the old fellow from Gyuan village offers. That old curmudgeon is rather fond of hoarding the treasures of the living. Is there more to this? Lin Yi grasped the implication. To his dismay, he realized that having visited the treasury twice, he had likely already been duped by Gyuan on 2 occasions. Gu Laihai, you little rascal, stop fabricating stories about me. The old man of Gyuan, having just exited the treasury, immediately darkened at Gu Laihai's words. Despite being one of the elder villagers of Gyutan, it seemed few respected him within the village. They all whispered behind his back, calling him an old relic. Old man, you're mistaken. It seems you've misheard. Gu Laihai responded without a hint of embarrassment, pulling out a wooden box from seemingly nowhere to store the 3 crimson fruits Lin Yi had given him. Having received the blood food, Lin Yi was preparing to leave when he was called back by Gyuan. You lad, they call you Qing Shan, right? Blood food is only useful in the early stages. Its efficacy diminishes over time. Here in Gyutan village, the truly valuable treasures are with me, including various life-saving professional-grade talismans. If you possess any genuine treasures, you may come to me for exchange. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi asked, Captain, what are professional-grade talismans? Are they the ones listed on the treasury exchange scrolls? Gu Laihai shook his head. No, the talismans on the scrolls are merely ordinary items, typically effective only against demons and specters below level 10. The professional-grade talismans that Gyuan speaks of can genuinely defeat demons and specters of level 10 or higher. The talisman we used outside the city last time was a semi-finished professional-grade talisman. You witnessed its power firsthand. Even a formidable demon like the Shunya had little resistance when confronted at close range. However, these items hold substantial value, and even I have never utilized one. That old fox Gyuan is likely just trying to pique your interest. Lin Yi scratched his head. All right then. Nevertheless, he sensed that Gyuan's words were laden with deeper meaning, possibly related to the soul weapon he had mentioned previously. Thus, Gyuan seemed to imply that if he possessed a soul weapon, he could exchange it for professional-grade talismans. Unfortunately, the enigmatic stone soul weapon had already been consumed. After finalizing matters in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Yi consumed a small piece of blood food before logging off to hunt cattle. However, the slaughterhouse Lin Yi found was ultimately a small-scale facility. According to the owner, Mr. Zhu, within just 3 days, Lin Yi had exhausted the month's quota of beef from his factory. If more cattle were to be slaughtered, it would require additional payment. Lin Yi, caught in a difficult position, had to quickly maximize the benefits of his talent, Blood Drain. Otherwise, if he drew a new and useful talent in the game, he would need to replace it promptly. Reluctantly, Lin Yi increased the previously agreed price by 150,000, persuading Mr. Zhu to procure more cattle. Fortunately, as the owner of a gold farming studio, Lin Yi had some savings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford this sum. With the lure of money, Mr. Zhu proved to be trustworthy, quickly sourcing hundreds of live cattle from other factories for Lin Yi to slaughter. In just 2 short days, Lin Yi finally filled the limit of 1,000 live creatures for blood drain. At this point, his health points in the game had reached 1714. It could be said that Lin Yi's current health was considerably greater than that of a level 10 player and even surpassed that of a professional level. Of course, merely having a robust health pool was insufficient. It needed to be matched with corresponding combat prowess. However, gazing at the 1,700 health points, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of security. If he were to encounter the formidable demon, the Shenshur Crow, he would be able to withstand its demonic howls numerous times without meeting his demise. One day, Lin Yi logged into the world of Apocalypse as usual. In the early morning, after a brief cleansing of his hands, he began to draw today's talent. Ding! He had drawn the green talent, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, green talent. The holder of this talent inflicts an additional 20 damage to demonic entities, but will also attract the attention and ire of these beings. Observing this green talent, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a commendable talent for slaying demons. Regrettably, it came with a downside. It would additionally draw the hatred of demonic entities. If he were to equip this talent, his chances of being targeted by demons would significantly increase. Even with his currently robust health, Lin Yi did not wish to place himself in peril, challenging his only vulnerability. What a pity. The previous talents he had drawn were all white. And now that he finally had a green talent, it was one he could not use. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, sighed, and then packed his belongings to join the second team on duty. It is worth noting that the malevolent spirit which had invaded Gyutan village had yet to be found. Its whereabouts unknown. It was said that although this spirit was adept at hiding, it had not yet reached the professional level, preventing it from appearing in the sunlight during the day. Thus, patrolling Gyutan village during daylight posed minimal danger. Lin Yi's task today was not to guard the city, but to accompany Gu Qinghu and others in overseeing several core buildings within Gyutan village. Chapter 23. The Malevolence Within Fufeng Tower. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, and the air was so scorching it felt as though one might be roasted alive. Strangely, since arriving in Gyutan village, Lin Yi had never witnessed a drop of rain. Each day was marked by clear skies and brilliant sunshine. Outside the temple, beneath the shade of the trees, Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi, along with others, were feeling exceedingly restless. Qingshan, do you have any water left? Bring me some. Due to Lin Yi's possession of a spatial backpack, Gu Qinghu often preferred to entrust him with trivial items. With the captain absent and their supplies exhausted, Lin Yi volunteered to fetch some well water. Do not take the long way. Head straight to Fufeng Tower, where we can procure water for our militia. It would be ideal to acquire some ice as well. Understood. The distance to Fufeng Tower was not far, and Lin Yi broke off a thick branch to shield his head, jogging under the scorching sun. At this hour, the tower was devoid of patrons. Lin Yi approached the waiter and stated his purpose. Please take a seat and wait a moment. I will fetch the water right away. Perhaps due to the unique architecture of Fufeng Tower, Lin Yi immediately felt a refreshing coolness upon entering, with a gentle breeze occasionally wafting through the windows. Just as Lin Yi contemplated resting in a chair, he suddenly felt a fierce pounding in his chest. Was this a warning from the mysterious stone? Could there be a spectre hidden within Fufeng Tower? The very spectre that had wreaked havoc in Gyutan village might be lurking here? Alarm surged within Lin Yi. It was his first time sensing the stone's unusual activity. Though the breeze caressed his face, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Suppressing his shock, Lin Yi swiftly collected the water and a few ice cubes from the waiter and hurried back to where Gu Qinghu awaited. Upon seeing Lin Yi rush in a flurry, Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow. Captain, I sensed something amiss at Fufeng Tower. There was an unsettling chill. Did you not mention that if a spectre were to appear, the surrounding temperature might drop, thus ruling out the possibility of one being present there? Before Gu Qinghu could respond, his fellow officers, including Gu Shan, erupted in laughter. Qingshan, you are quite the alarmist. Fufeng Tower was deliberately chosen for its auspicious location, known for its warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Moreover, there is an ice cellar beneath the tower. When it opens, the cold air naturally escapes. How could a spectre possibly hide there? Indeed, Qingshan, the temple has a restraining effect on specters. None would dare to conceal themselves in this vicinity. Lin Yi cast a glance at Gu Qinghu. Captain, Gu Qinghu understood that Lin Yi typically did not exaggerate in critical situations and must have perceived something unusual, so he inquired, Qingshan, elaborate on your findings. However, Lin Yi hesitated to disclose the specifics, as his awareness of the specter's presence stemmed from the soul artifact. Yet, with the specter potentially concealed within Fufeng Tower, it was uncertain when it might reveal itself. If he did not articulate his concerns clearly, the entire Gyutan village could be plunged into peril. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi leaned closer to Gu Qinghu's ear and whispered, Captain, there truly is a specter. I can sense its presence up close. Initially, I felt nothing unusual upon entering Fufeng Tower, but it was near the southwest window on the first floor that I sensed something was amiss. Gu Qinghu's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you. Although Gu Qinghu was surprised by Lin Yi's ability to sense the specter, he acknowledged the unique capabilities of the Born Ones, realizing that Lin Yi's close proximity to the specter was indeed possible. Well done, my boy. You've certainly surprised me. Gu Qinghu clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder before instructing Gu Shan and the others to disperse and alert the others. Although I trust your words, to ascertain whether the elusive specter truly resides within the Fufeng Tower, we must employ the divine talismans crafted by that ancient sage, Gu Yuan. Come, let us first proceed to the treasury. Subsequently, Gu Qinghu guided Lin Yi to the repository where Gu Yuan's artifacts are stored. Within the treasury, Gu Qinghu refrained from disclosing Lin Yi's ability to perceive the specter. Instead, he mentioned that he might have unearthed the specter's hiding place and required the talismans for confirmation. Perturbed from his afternoon repose, Gu Yuan hastily produced over a dozen talismans of detection, each valued at 50 contribution points. However, after a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a crimson talisman, which appeared to be an upgraded version of the detection talisman. Previously, Gu He and I had utilized numerous detection talismans in our quest to uncover the hidden specter within the village, yet to no avail. Perhaps the quality of the talismans was insufficient to unveil such a master of concealment. Take this semi-divine talisman for your use. It was evident that this upgraded version of the detection talisman held a stature akin to the demon-repelling talisman, as Gu Yuan exhibited a pained expression upon presenting it. Upon exiting the treasury, Gu Qinghu remarked with a smile, this old curmudgeon is usually so stingy. It's surprising he is willing to part with such valuable items for something important. Following this, Lin Yi accompanied Gu Qinghu to the exterior of the Fufeng Tower. Upon their arrival, Lin Yi observed that a contingent of militia led by Gu Lihai, along with a number of members from Gu Man's militia team, had gathered here. Including their 2 squads, nearly 30 militia members were present. Lin Yi also spotted a level 9 player, Chan Kongqua, among the group. Clad in militia attire, With a bow and long blade at his waist, his demeanor was one of cold intensity. As a fellow militia player, Chan Konkwa nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin Yi. Gu Qinghu surveyed the area and inquired, "Where's old Gu He? He has gone to the temple and will arrive shortly," Gu Man interjected. "How can you be certain that there is a spectre inside the Fufeng Tower?" Gu Qinghu, unwilling to reveal Lin Yi's involvement, shifted the topic. "I have my own methods. I just acquired a batch of detection talismans from the old sage. We shall distribute them and encircle the Fufeng Tower in waves to prevent the spectre from escaping." Perhaps the commotion from the gathering militia attracted the attention of some brave villagers from Gutan, who cautiously approached from a distance to observe. Heeding Gu Qinghu's advice to keep a safe distance during the impending conflict, Lin Yi mingled with the crowd of villagers. After all, with so many people, he would have ample opportunity to escape should the spectre break free from the militia's encirclement. However, Lin Yi's conspicuous militia attire drew the attention of the villagers, who instinctively distanced themselves, perceiving him as a potential source of danger. Gu Qinghu, noticing Lin Yi's actions, chuckled softly before approaching him and presenting a defensive talisman valued at 80 contribution points. "This is for you. Remember to protect yourself during the battle." Learning of Lin Yi's ability to sense the spectre elevated Gu Qinghu's regard for him. In confronting the spectre, apart from utilizing the talismans crafted by Gu Yuan, certain specialized external techniques could also inflict damage. However, the number of militia members capable of mastering such rare techniques was scarce, totaling no more than a dozen. Subsequently, Gu Laihai, Gu Qinghu, and others divided the militia into two teams. Those capable of inflicting harm upon the spectral entity positioned themselves at the forefront, ready to besiege the apparition, while the remaining militia members formed a protective perimeter around the civilians. At this moment, the innkeeper, chef, and steward of the Fufeng Tower had been summoned and, having been examined with protective talismans, were confirmed free of any spectral infestation. If there were indeed a spectral presence within the Fufeng Tower, it could only be concealed within the edifice itself. Soon, with the attack strategy in place, the militia commenced their operation. For individuals emerged from the ranks, encircling the corners of the Fufeng Tower, wielding ordinary talismans designed to detect the spectral. The talismans ignited swiftly, emitting spirals of azure smoke that lingered in the air for several breaths before dissipating. Gu Man, observing this spectacle, licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his expression. How intriguing. There might truly be something here. It is known that the detection talismans, once activated, typically materialize azure smoke to trace the nearby spectral entities. In the absence of such entities, the smoke would dissipate quickly. If present, it would naturally pursue the spectre. However, in this instance, the smoke appeared to meander aimlessly before vanishing after a few moments, indicating something amiss in this place. Next, Gu Qinghu wielded an upgraded detection talisman, which transformed into a colossal swirl of azure smoke, spiraling in the air before burrowing into the Fufeng Tower's interior. Indeed, within, he declared, "I shall lead the charge to investigate. You all maintain your defenses here." A flicker of joy crossed Gu Qinghu's face. If no spectre lurked within the Fufeng Tower, he would have faced considerable embarrassment today. Fortunately, after considerable effort, they had ultimately uncovered the hidden spectre within the village. Following this, Gu Qinghu, accompanied by several others, ventured deeper into the Fufeng Tower, tracking the entity until they halted before the ice cellar in the basement. Although the cellar was locked, a faint chill seeped outward. "You foul creature, caught in the act, yet daring to hide. I shall see where you flee." Gu Qinghu signaled for his companions to spread out. Then, gripping the longing blade, he forcefully kicked open the cellar door. With a creak, the wooden door shattered into splinters. Instantly, a shadow flitted across the ground, only to explode into multiple smaller shadows that surged forth from the ice cellar. The militia members trailing Gu Qinghu braced themselves for battle. Meanwhile, the longing blade in Gu Qinghu's hand radiated brilliance as it cleaved toward the largest of the shadows. A piercing shriek emanated from within the darkness. Yet the shadow did not dissipate. Its hue merely dulled, transforming from a deep black to a translucent shade. Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow, commanding, "Everyone, engage. Do not allow these foul entities to escape." The group then launched their assault, primarily employing the Sunfire Blade technique against the dispersing shadows. Outside the Fufeng Tower, Gu Man and Gu Laihai, along with others, also sensed the commotion, preparing themselves for confrontation. Suddenly, several shadows erupted from the basement of the Fufeng Tower, darting chaotically along the shadowed areas as they attempted to flee. Gu Man was the first to act. He bit his finger, drawing an intricate sigil upon his Qingfeng sword. And with a swift stroke, he obliterated the nearest small shadow. Is this the spirit binding technique? The sweltering heat enveloped Lin Yi as he observed from the periphery. It was said that the spirit binding technique was a specialized martial art designed to combat malevolent spirits, requiring the practitioner to inscribe patterns on their weapon with their own blood prior to use. To a certain extent, the spirit binding technique was more adept at confronting these spectral entities than the Sunfire Blade technique. In the basement, the battle raged fiercely. Yet, Gu Qinghu's forces were limited, allowing numerous shadows to escape swiftly. On the ground, some shadows were cornered into the dark recesses, only to traverse directly into the sunlight. However, under the blazing sun, all shadows that ventured into its rays began to sizzle and emitted agonizing wails, as if they were being scorched by an inferno. Do not hesitate to use your charms. We cannot let these shadows slip away. Lin Yi, agile and poised, leaped over a tall tree and drew back his massive bow, releasing a flurry of arrows. Many of the arrows pinned the shadows firmly in place, akin to thumbtacks securing sheets of paper to a wall, rendering the paper unable to escape the grip of the thumbtacks no matter how much it spun. Subsequently, the members of the militia delivered the finishing blows, eliminating the immobilized shadows one by one. In a mere minute of follow-up strikes, over 30 shadows had been vanquished. Yet, dozens more still lurked in the nearby shadows. Lin Yi noted that Chang Kongqua had also joined the fray. With remarkable speed, he zeroed in on a shadow, effortlessly overtaking it, and then unsheathed his long blade to disperse the shadow. He too employed the sunfire blade technique. One after another, the shadows were eradicated, leaving behind only a pile of ashes where they once stood. This substance, known as spectral ashes, had myriad uses, and Lin Yi desired it to enhance the monitoring range of his soul device. A valuable commodity indeed, yet regrettably, he had not participated in the battle. Thus it was not his to claim. Just as the onlookers believed that the myriad shadows conjured by the malevolent spirit were on the verge of annihilation. A sudden scream pierced the air from the periphery. Ah, help me. A shadow had stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the militia, climbing into one of their shadows. The shadow began to gnaw frantically at the militia member's shadow, swiftly devouring his arm, and as the shadow vanished, the militia member's real arm disappeared as if torn away by a ferocious beast. Upon consuming a shadowy limb, the entity immediately solidified and grew larger. Lin Yi was taken aback at this spectacle. Was this the bizarre ability of a malevolent spirit? No wonder the people of Guten Village occasionally dared to venture out to exterminate monsters, yet shunned the malevolent spirits. I've discovered its true form. Let us surround and rescue him. Lin Yi, equally astonished, recalled how this shadowy fiend had previously wreaked havoc in Guten Village, merely lurking within shadows to siphon the essence of several individuals. Now, this shadowy entity not only feasted on human vitality, but also had the extraordinary ability to consume shadows and restore itself, an ability that was evidently rare among malevolent spirits. Should this entity manage to escape, capturing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. With a grave expression, Lin Yi drew back his longbow, releasing a rapid succession of 3 arrows that sliced through the air. Meanwhile, the corporeal form of the shadowy fiend, keenly aware of the impending threat, swiftly retreated from its previous shadow and fled into the distance. Beneath the radiant sun, the shadowy entity, though emitting wisps of smoke, evidently withstood the searing damage. We must not let this creature escape. Just then, under the blazing sun, a divine talisman shot forth from the distance, transforming into a 3-foot bolt of lightning. Crack! The azure thunderbolt illuminated the clear sky, instantaneously striking the shadowy entity. In its wake, only a blackened pit remained, the fleeing shadowy figure seemingly obliterated. Chapter 24. The Encrypted Forum of the Outer Net. The Divine Talisman. Old Guhi has arrived. Splendid. With the thunderous talisman, this malevolent spirit shall surely be reduced to ashes. After all, even a professional-grade spectre cannot withstand such a thunderous assault. The crowd rejoiced. Lin Yi also turned to see Guhi approaching slowly from afar, his countenance grave. To be candid, this was the first time he witnessed old Guhi take action. Typically, this elder radiated a harmonious demeanor, smiling at everyone. It was surprising to see him so formidable in a crucial moment. Once the shadowy entity was vanquished, the remaining scattered shadows posed no threat and were swiftly dispatched by the group. At that moment, the shadows in the icy basement were also eradicated. Gu Qinghu led the others outside, and, upon learning of Gu He's decisive strike against the shadowy entity, a joyful expression crossed his face. With the malevolent spirit gone, he could finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. However, as he approached Gu He found the elder crouched at the site of the entity's destruction, his expression somber. Old Gu, why the long face? Generally, professional-grade specters cannot withstand your thunderous talisman. Are you still worried that the shadowy figure survived? Beside them, Gu Man, having collected the ashes of the specter he had slain, chimed in. Indeed, this shadowy being fears sunlight, suggesting it has yet to reach the professional level. Below that rank, a single bolt of lightning would surely annihilate it. Hearing their words, Gu He rose and shook his head. The shadowy entity is indeed dead. But I suspect there may be other manifestations of it, or perhaps the true essence of the shadowy being resides within this foofing tower. Gu Man exclaimed. How could that be? No matter how formidable a spirit, it cannot possess multiple manifestations. Gu He shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. He had learned from the village chief that the shadowy entity was not an ordinary specter. Due to the loosening of its seal, the specter, which had existed since ancient times, inexplicably arrived in Guten Village. Even though he had personally obliterated the shadowy entity, Gu He remained convinced that it had hidden reserves and had not been entirely vanquished. Regardless of whether the shadowy entity is truly dead or not, The spectre threat in Guten village has been quelled for the time being. However, your militia must not let down its guard. Continue to patrol diligently each day to prevent any monsters or specters from infiltrating the village. Gu Yi then addressed Gu Qinghu. Xiaohu. Today you managed to locate the spectre south hiding place. Well done. It is a significant achievement. Gu Qinghu laughed heartily, knowing that the discovery of the shadowy entity was largely due to Lin Yi. Yet, in the presence of so many, he would not divulge Lin Yi's abilities, especially since both Gu Lihai and Gu Man were valuable born beings, not to mention the one capable of sensing specters. Now, the solitary Feng of their second team has joined the fifth team. Should Lin Yi be taken away by another, he would surely lament his loss too late. Although Gu He is uncertain whether the shadow spirit has been truly vanquished, he still publicly declares that the malevolent entity has been eradicated, providing reassurance to the masses. After tidying the chaos outside the Fufeng Tower, Gu Qinghu leads Lin Yi aside. Qingshan, you have achieved great merit today. What do you desire? Blood, food, or external skills? Lin Yi, unaware that he has become a coveted asset in Gu Qinghu's eyes, ponders for a moment before responding. Captain, I noticed you have collected quite a bit of spirit ashes. Might you share some with me? Currently, Lin Yi possesses blood food obtained from Gu Lihai, which he consumes in small portions daily, enough to last him for 1 or 2 weeks. As for external skills, Lin Yi's vitality is limited, and he has devoted all his available time to practicing the celestial star archery, making the pursuit of new external skills unnecessary. Moreover, he still has the yin-yang sword technique awaiting his study from Gu Yongqiang. Today, several militia members employed the yin-yang sword technique against the shadow spirit's doppelgangers, demonstrating its formidable power, which proves effective against the malevolent entities. With the celestial star archery for long-range attacks and the yin-yang sword technique for close combat, acquiring a technique for agile movement would nearly equip him with substantial combat prowess. Thus, he finds himself not in need of blood food or external skills. Rather, he yearns for some spirit ashes to test the growth limits of the spirit stone soul device. Spirit ashes? Gu Qinghu, surprised by Lin Yi's request, does not hesitate and hands him a small pouch of ashes he collected from the cellar. All right, take this. Also, keep the talisman I previously gave you for self-protection. The pouch of spirit ashes in Gu Qinghu's hand weighs approximately 10 grams, valued at 500 contribution points, calculated at 50 points per gram. Lin Yi expresses his gratitude with delight. Thank you, Captain. Gu Qinghu then firmly pats Lin Yi on the shoulder, advising, take good care of yourself. Your ability to sense spirits is of utmost importance. You must not incur any loss. Since the resolution of the shadow spirit issue, the patrol frequency within the ancient village has considerably relaxed, no longer as stringent as before. On this day, while on duty atop the city walls, Gu Qinghu notices a few wild boars wandering in the wilderness and proactively leads Lin Yi and others to hunt them down. There are 3 boars in total, seemingly a mature female accompanied by 2 young ones. The female boar stands at 2 meters tall and is ranked at level 6, while the young boars, merely a few months old, are half a meter tall and hold a rank of 3. The trio poses little threat. Gu Qinghu approaches alone, swiftly dispatching the 3 boars with a few deft strokes, leaving just a breath of life for Lin Yi to claim the final kill. Afterward, Gu Qinghu squints at Lin Yi and gestures for him to come closer. Qingshan, I hear you have been practicing archery for quite some time. Step back a bit and give it a try. All right, Lin Yi replies, positioning himself at a distance. He draws his bow, infusing a modicum of vitality into the arrow before releasing it. Whoosh! The arrow flies through the air, striking the forehead of the female boar with precision. Alas, the boar's tough hide proves resilient, causing Lin Yi's arrow to ricochet off. Witnessing this, the members of the second team erupt into laughter. Qingshan, it seems your strength is lacking. One should aim for the neck, as the head of the monstrous boar is exceedingly tough. Indeed, Qingshan, targeting the neck or the heart is advisable. Lin Yi took a deep breath, contemplating that in reality, with his full strength of 14 points, an arrow would effortlessly pierce through a human body. However, he was astounded to find that against the beastly boar, he could barely penetrate its hide. Reflecting on the recent appearance of the boar in reality, he realized that were it not for the use of firearms, no one could have slain such a ferocious creature. Undeterred, Lin Yi continued to employ the celestial star archery technique, and on his 7th shot, with accumulated damage, he finally managed to embed an arrow into the wound of the mother boar's neck. Ding! You have slain a level 6 boar, earning 30 experience points. Regrettably, the experience gained was only 30 points. Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment at the reduced experience. Subsequently, he utilized the same method to defeat 2 smaller boars. Ding! You have slain a level 3 boar, earning 10 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 3 boar, earning 10 experience points. The 3 boars, with 1 large and 2 small, dropped a total of 4 items due to their relatively low levels. Boar Compendium, a tome detailing the species, habits, and weaknesses of the boar, an exclusive item for the born, which allows permanent viewing of the boar's status and attributes. Boar meat, flesh infused with demonic energy, suitable for those with robust physiques, capable of enhancing attributes slightly, though excessive consumption may lead to demonization. The first 2 items were dropped by the level 6 mother boar, while the 2 smaller boars yielded a piece of low-level demon blood each, although these were merely 4 items of white quality. Both Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu were quite pleased with the haul. Upon learning that the boar meat was beneficial to Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi chose the boar compendium and 1 portion of low-level demon blood. He now possessed the compendiums for both the boar and the heart-eating wolf, finally acquiring the ability to investigate the attributes and status of these 2 types of monsters. In the following days, while on duty at the city walls, Lin Yi was accompanied by Gu Qinghu, who led him into the wilderness beneath the walls to hunt solitary monsters. Lin Yi sensed that Gu Qinghu seemed eager to elevate his level. When Lin Yi inquired about this, Gu Qinghu replied, "I've heard that the 5th Team S-Born have begun venturing out to hunt demons. You, my lad, have forsaken the opportunity to ascend directly to level 10 by staying in our 2nd team. As your captain, I cannot allow you to miss out. I will ensure you reach level 10, no matter what." Naturally, Lin Yi was skeptical of this statement, suspecting that Gu Qinghu's assistance stemmed from his ability to sense the eerie spirits. However, Lin Yi chose not to confront this notion. After all, one would be foolish to pass up an advantageous situation. Having a powerful ally to slay monsters while he delivered the finishing blows was undeniably gratifying. Over the course of 3 or 4 days, even when not on duty with the 2nd team, Gu Qinghu would take Lin Yi along to hunt demons. Unfortunately, due to the protective temple in Gutan village, which served as a sanctuary, most monsters were deterred from the area, allowing only a few solitary creatures to wander nearby. Throughout several days, Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi encountered no high-level monsters, only 3 level 5 boars and 1 level 7 heart-eating wolf. The items dropped by these monsters were naturally divided between Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu. At present, Lin Yi's experience points had finally surpassed 100, yet he still lagged far behind the 400 points required to advance to level 4. At this pace, it would likely take him several months, if not longer, to reach the elusive level 10, especially considering that this progress was predicated on deliberately withholding experience from leveling up. If only there were a location for an unending stream of monsters to defeat. Then, Lin Yi recalled the valley in the southwest mentioned by the solitary wind, a place that had once served as a burial ground for militia members, teeming with low-level undead creatures, primarily of level 5. The crucial aspect was that these undead had a chance to drop techniques they had mastered in life. If Gu Qinghu could escort him to this valley for monster farming, it would be splendid. However, given that the valley was a burial site for the militia, it was possible that the remains interred there belonged to the ancestors of the villagers from Gutan. Lin Yi felt somewhat reluctant to bring this up. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was ultimately quite bold. During a day of duty, he broached the subject of the valley with Gu Qinghu. To his surprise, Gu Qinghu was already familiar with it. It turned out that this valley was called the Ancient Tomb Valley, the resting place for generations of militia warriors from Gutan. However, ever since the valley had been haunted by a malevolent spirit, leading to a transformation of the corpses within, Gutan had ceased to inter their militia members there. Gu Qinghu wore a contemplative expression. "You wish to train in the Ancient Tomb Valley? It is not out of the question." Lin Yi had merely been inquiring, never expecting Gu Qinghu to genuinely agree. He immediately expressed his delight, asking, "Captain, is it really possible?" Gu Qinghu nodded. "Indeed. You must have heard the news from the 5th Militia Team. They are currently training in the Ancient Tomb Valley." "Training in the Ancient Tomb Valley?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Captain, I was unaware of this. I merely felt that my current rate of leveling up was too slow." Gu Qinghu continued, "Well, those from the 5th Militia Team may go, and I can certainly take you along. However, Qing Shan, should you reach level 10, I will require your assistance with a task." Lin Yi was not surprised and promptly replied, "Please, Captain, tell me." Gu Qinghu stated directly, "I have been stuck at level 10 for several years now. To advance as a warrior, I must travel to Tianshui City to seek out the martial arts steel, which lies a considerable distance from our village. The journey is fraught with both monsters and malevolent spirits." Traveling to Tianshui City? Lin Yi pondered this. If Gutan was akin to a novice village in a game, Tianshui City was surely an area beyond its borders. Once he reached level 10, even if Gu Qinghu did not mention it, Lin Yi would seek a way to Tianshui City. With Gu Qinghu guiding him in leveling up, Lin Yi was more than willing to accompany him on the journey. "Captain, will there be many people with us?" Lin Yi inquired. Gu Qinghu replied, "Naturally, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Gu Man and I will lead the team, along with several members from the 5th Militia Team." Lin Yi asked, "So, the training of the 5th Militia Team is also aimed at locating Tianshui City?" Gu Qinghu nodded. "That is indeed one of the reasons." He then added, "Well, while the Ancient Tomb Valley poses little danger to me, it remains exceedingly perilous for you. Rest well today, and tomorrow morning I shall take you to the Ancient Tomb Valley for training." "Understood, Captain." Lin Yi cast a glance at the vibrant sunset in the west, a brilliant crimson hue painting the sky. He checked the weather forecast on his phone, revealing that Linha City would soon be besieged by an 8th-grade typhoon accompanied by torrential rain over the next week. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had been immersed in the world of the apocalypse for nearly 3 weeks. Regrettably, his level had not ascended swiftly. He remained at level 3. However, should his expedition to the ancient Tomb Valley proceed smoothly the following day, he anticipated a rapid elevation in his rank. Moreover, since Liu Bo's last visit to the capital, he had not received any messages from him, leaving Lin Yi uncertain about his friend's current circumstances. It would be advantageous to glean some official intelligence from him. Standing at the apartment window, Lin Yi became entranced by the sunset. At that moment, he heard the sound of a suitcase being dragged from the adjacent room, along with the voice of a girl on the phone. "Mom, don't worry. I just arrived at the apartment. The room is quite spacious, and the rent is reasonable." Perplexed, Lin Yi noted that the neighboring room had seemingly been unoccupied until now. Was a new tenant moving in? Indeed, the talent apartment where he resided offered affordable rent, attracting a wave of fresh graduates each year during the graduation and job hunting seasons. The girl appeared to be quite tall, around 170 centimeters, with snug blue jeans accentuating the contours of her legs, her figure long and well-proportioned. She wore a simple yet elegant white long-sleeve shirt, exuding a sense of cleanliness. A quick glance at her face revealed a fair complexion and striking features, carrying a hint of youthful naivety, suggesting she had just graduated from university. Quite the charming young lady. "Hey, hello, I'm Liu Yuqian." What an odd person. Liu Yuqian thought little of it, inspecting the balcony's drying rack before diligently hanging her clothes one by one. It was not until around 7 or 8 in the evening that she finally tidied up her apartment. "Phew, I'm exhausted, but at last, the chores are done. Now, it's time for dinner. I must fill my little tummy. Oh, this peculiar neighbor is rather good-looking. Hello, I'm Liu Yuqian, your neighbor. I just moved in today." Emerging from the elevator, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly as he replied, "Hello, I'm Lin Yi." "Hello, Brother Lin. I hope you'll look after me from now on." Lin Yi's first impression of this graduate named Liu Yuqian was that she was extroverted, chatty, and brimming with youthful vigor. However, his mind was preoccupied with matters in the apocalypse world, leaving little room for thoughts of romance. After all, pursuing a girlfriend would be too taxing on both energy and time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yi quickly freshened up before starting his computer, activating a VPN to access an international gaming forum. Since his engagement with the apocalypse world, he had relentlessly scoured the internet for pertinent information. Finally, the previous day, he stumbled upon a significant discovery. The foreign gaming forum was a relatively new website, predominantly featuring discussions about various games. Yet, Lin Yi discerned that these posts served merely as a FAOD. The site concealed numerous deeply encrypted game threads, all pertaining to the apocalypse world. The encryption passwords were derived from the translated English of the apocalypse terminology. Upon entering the encrypted hidden thread page, Lin Yi encountered a blood-red, bolded post. "Tokyo's bizarre transformation has resulted in hundreds of fatalities, yet the government continues to obfuscate the truth." The comments beneath the post are abundant, accumulating into the hundreds. Reports of supernatural entities invading our reality have resurfaced. I recall the last incident occurred in North America, resulting in the demise of several individuals. However, this time the situation is markedly different, as it is said that the spectre involved is of a professional caliber, beyond the capabilities of local authorities to address. And the matter remains unresolved to this day. As a resident of Tokyo, I ventured cautiously to observe the area, which has become a veritable wasteland, each entry resulting in another life lost. The government has since cordoned off the region. There is a pervasive sense of impending doom. As the emergence of apocalyptic games serves as a harbinger of calamity, it is prudent to advance within the game promptly. I take this opportunity to post an advertisement. I am seeking to acquire resources from the apocalypse world at a premium, engaging in transactions with currency, ensuring safety and confidentiality. Fortunately, I am in China, a nation of exquisite beauty and currently quite secure. Meanwhile, I find myself in France, having just participated in the Olympics, where safety prevails. On the encrypted website, this post has garnered the highest traffic, with an array of comments, many trivial in nature. The commentators appear to hail from all corners of the country. Yet I suspect that the majority are compatriots. Aside from the prevalent Tokyo transformation post, I began to scour older threads, uncovering crucial information piece by piece. Speculation abounds that whether it be the incursion of malevolent spirits or monsters into our reality, it may stem from players perishing within the game, thus momentarily opening a portal between our world and the apocalypse realm. I pondered, if this were indeed the case, then the appearance of the grotesque entity outside Lin Yi City indicates that a player must have met their demise that day, inadvertently summoning this horror into our reality. With this thought, I sent a message to Boss Zhu of the slaughterhouse, inquiring whether there had been any other fatalities in the small village. The young man's parents were away working, leaving him to indulge in his gaming. It was only after the police conducted a census in the village following the incident that they discovered he was missing. I sighed, realizing the truth of the matter. If this is the case, then the invasion of creatures from the apocalypse world indeed leaves a traceable path. I recalled the activation code that fell from the young man upon his death, yet given the official pace of investigations, it is likely that the authorities had already confiscated it. After browsing the encrypted site for some time without encountering any further valuable posts, I shut down my computer, preparing to rest, as I would be venturing to the ancient burial mounds the next day to hunt for undead creatures, necessitating my strength and vigor. At that moment, I heard the sound of running water from the neighboring dormitory, presumably the girl named Liu Yi taking a shower. The apartment's soundproofing was rather poor, and the water continued to flow for over half an hour. It was only after this that I gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 25, The Purple Gift. The following morning, having just finished breakfast and yet to log into the apocalypse game, I noticed ominous flashes of lightning and a sky thick with dark clouds. Soon, a torrential downpour ensued. Standing by the window, I observed the lovely Liu Yi from yesterday anxiously gathering her clothes. The rain was heavy, and it seemed her laundry from the previous day would surely be drenched. However, I had little inclination to concern myself with the matter, noting that the time was nigh. I gently caressed the activation code on my wrist, and, with a fleeting motion, vanished from my room. After more than half an hour, a knock resounded from the door, revealing Liu Yi, who intended to borrow an umbrella before venturing outside. Oddly enough, there was no one else around. Yet the sound of Lin's brother opening the door was absent. In reality, a tempest raged outside, while the world of the apocalypse remained bathed in sunshine. To the east, a radiant sun ascended slowly, casting a gentle glow. Within the militia dormitory of the second squad, Lin Yi meticulously stowed the prepared supplies into his spatial backpack. Although the player's backpack was modest in size, it sufficed for a modest amount of provisions. This marked his first departure from Guten village, prompting Lin Yi to prepare thoroughly, gathering enough food and water for 3 or 4 days, along with a substantial quantity of arrows. Considering close combat, he had also borrowed an ordinary longsword from Gu He. Although one could exchange contribution points for weapons in the treasury, Lin Yi had refrained from doing so ever since discovering that Gai Wang would exploit the contributors' points. In the future, should he require blood food or charms, he would enlist Gu Qinghu's assistance for exchanges. This minor favor his captain would likely not decline. Noticing that the time was nearly right, Lin Yi made ready to rendezvous with Gu Qinghu at the southern gate of the village. However, before that, he needed to draw a talent. Since the last time he had acquired the blood drain talent, he had not solidified any new abilities. During this interval, he had drawn a green talent, Aquatic Prodigy, which allowed him to breathe underwater for half an hour and increased his speed by 100 while submerged. To be honest, this talent was indeed advantageous. Nevertheless, having never encountered vast rivers or lakes near Guten village, it held no utility for him, leading him to forego its solidification. Today, as he prepared to draw a talent, Lin Yi followed his usual ritual of washing his hands. As the universal talent page illuminated with the brilliance of the talent dice, a sudden purple light enveloped his vision. What the hell, a purple talent? Lin Yi felt an exhilarating rush. White, green, blue, purple. This was a talent of superior quality, surpassing even blood drain. As the light gradually dissipated, Lin Yi beheld the rare talent he had drawn. Natural Blade Master, a rare purple talent. Possessing this gift endows you with acute perception and learning ability in swordsmanship. You are a born swordsman, with a blade in hand. It becomes a part of your very being, easily wielded at your command. Any sword technique you practice will be mastered within a short time, reaching an extraordinary level of proficiency. Upon reading the description of this talent, Lin Yi could only exclaim in awe, incredible. Fortunately, he had not solidified Aquatic Prodigy the day before, for otherwise, he would have found it impossible to solidify the Natural Blade Master talent today. Without hesitation, Lin Yi solidified Natural Blade Master into his talent slot. After securing this talent, he casually retrieved the ordinary longsword from his backpack. This blade, approximately half a meter long, bore an antiquated design with a few specks of rust. Though the weapon was unremarkable, once Lin Yi grasped it, he felt an extraordinary connection, as if the sword had come to life in his hands. In no time, Lin Yi transitioned from initial awkwardness to skillful grace, becoming entranced in the exhilarating experience of wielding the blade. On the other side, Gu Qinghu waited for a short while at the southern gate. Noticing that Lin Yi had yet to arrive, he made his way to the dormitory of the second team. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld a young boy clad in militia attire, skillfully wielding a long knife in the center of the training ground. The boy's prowess with the blade was astonishing. Gu Qinghu was taken aback, but chose not to interrupt Lin Yi, who was deeply engrossed in his own world. Lin Yi's movements were agile, as if he and the knife were one. Each swing appeared so natural, so effortless. What a remarkable technique, though it lacks practical lethality, Gu Qinghu praised, stepping forward. Captain? Lin Yi momentarily faltered, emerging from his reverie, suddenly aware that he had likely missed the gathering time. I apologize, Captain. I was so absorbed in practicing that I lost track of time. It's all right. However, Qing Shan, with your exceptional knife skills, why do you persist in practicing with that worn-out bow and arrow? Lin Yi scratched his head, wishing it were otherwise. If only he had drawn that purple talent sooner, he would have undoubtedly begun mastering the knife already. From what he had just demonstrated, it was evident that with the enhancement of the Born Blade Master talent, He could swiftly grasp and excel in any knife technique. Gu Qinghu inquired, "Well then, the sun is shining brightly. Shall we head to Gufeng Valley now?" Yet Lin Yi hesitated, contemplating, "Captain, may I first go to Brother Yongqiang to learn the yin-yang knife technique?" With a smile, Gu Qinghu replied, "Learning the yin-yang knife technique? Qingshan, it is quite different from the blade dance you just performed. It is arduous and complex, even with your talent. Mastering it today seems implausible. Let me give it a try, Captain. If I cannot learn it today, I will focus on leveling up instead." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi held great confidence in his knife skills, feeling as though no technique could truly challenge him. Perhaps this assurance stemmed from the solidified talent he had just experienced. Afterward, Gu Qinghu guided Lin Yi to Gu Yongqiang's residence. Upon learning of Lin Yi's intention to study the yin-yang knife technique, Gu Yongqiang did not decline. Although he had previously advised Lin Yi to wait until he reached level 4 for adequate vitality to practice the technique, Lin Yi's vitality had now increased to over 22 points after more than a week of consuming blood food. Such a level of vitality was sufficient to unleash the initial might of the yin-yang knife technique. Then, Gu Yongqiang retrieved his former blade and approached the open space in the courtyard, stating, "The yin-yang knife technique is primarily divided into the execution of the technique and the application of vitality. Both aspects require separate learning, yet the difficulty is considerable. I once taught a promising newcomer who took half a month to master it. I hope you do not take too long, otherwise, it may merely indicate that you are unsuited for wielding a knife." Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Gu Yongqiang continued with a serious tone, "Very well. I will now impart the complete yin-yang knife technique to you. First, it is essential to understand the foundational posture and grip of the knife. When practicing, your feet should be shoulder-width apart, your body slightly leaning forward, and your knees slightly bent. Next comes the interplay of posture and breath. Through diligent practice, one discovers the exquisite harmony between the body and the blade, allowing for a natural rhythm of breathing in synchrony with movements, eschewing the tendency to hold one's breath, thereby maintaining the stability of the body and the fluidity of actions. Ding. You are currently studying Gu Yongqiang's Sunfire Blade technique, and your progress stands at 5. Undoubtedly, Gu Yongqiang's explanations of the blade techniques are fundamentally sound. Beyond the Sunfire Blade technique, he also imparts numerous foundational knife skills. Although Lin Yi possesses the innate talent of a born knife wielder, his breathing and grip are reliant on instinctive gifts, inevitably leading to minor imperfections. At present, the techniques elucidated by Gu Yongqiang prove immensely beneficial for him, filling the gaps in his knowledge. Lin Yi feels akin to a sponge, fervently absorbing knowledge. Subsequently, Gu Yongqiang begins to demonstrate the blade techniques, and Lin Yi watches intently. With determination, Lin Yi grips his weapon, tracing the path of the blade's tip through the air, practicing each stroke with precision. The entire sequence flows like water, the blade's momentum elusive yet subtly impactful. Suddenly, Gu Yongqiang's eyes widen in astonishment. Beside him, Gu Qinghu, who has been a mere spectator, gasps in disbelief. Previously, he had witnessed Lin Yi practicing in the dormitory. While his technique was undeniably adept, he assumed Lin Yi had been training for an extended period. Yet now, he observes Lin Yi learning the Sunfire Blade technique from scratch, flawlessly replicating the movements after a single demonstration, with certain maneuvers appearing refined beyond Gu Yongqiang's own execution. A prodigy, a once-in-a-lifetime talent with the blade. Once Lin Yi completes his practice, Gu Yongqiang, visibly excited, exclaims, "Excellent. Qingshan, I never anticipated you possessed such a remarkable aptitude for learning blade techniques. I shall now proceed to explain the subsequent elements of the Sunfire Blade technique. Pay close attention." As the morning sun gradually shifts, time slips away. Within the courtyard, Lin Yi is tirelessly immersed in mastering the Sunfire Blade technique. Within a mere 2 hours, his progress has surged to 90. Such a pace of learning has left both Gu Yongqiang and Gu Qinghu utterly astounded. Gu Yongqiang has no doubt that had he demonstrated the techniques more swiftly, Lin Yi's learning speed would have accelerated even further. He has encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities. Yet Lin Yi stands out as the fastest learner of blade techniques he has ever seen. In the annals of history within Guten Village, no one has ever grasped the Sunfire Blade technique with such rapidity. Half an hour later, Lin Yi masters the technique for channeling vitality, and the system prompts, "Ding. You are currently studying Gu Yongqiang's Sunfire Blade technique, and your progress is now at 100. You have successfully mastered the Sunfire Blade technique." Opening his attribute panel, Lin Yi sees the Sunfire Blade technique proudly displayed in the external skills section. External skills. Celestial Star Archery Green 1, 56,500. Each point of vitality infused into the arrows increases their damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Sunfire Blade technique White 2, 343,800. Infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the blade enhances its damage by 8. If the vitality infusion is doubled, the damage is also doubled. Note: the Sunfire Blade technique can inflict damage on spectral entities. Upon completing the damage introduction of the Sun Blade technique, Lin Yi discerned that the reason this skill was classified as white quality was likely due to its excessive consumption of health points. With only 24 health points at his disposal, he could manage to execute merely 2 strikes. Nevertheless, the additional damage was considerably superior to that of the celestial arrow technique. To his surprise, the Sunblade technique could be elevated directly to level 2, indicating that his innate talent was indeed remarkable. Merely mastering one martial skill enabled him to intuitively comprehend it at a higher level. Subsequently, Lin Yi practiced the Sunblade technique several more times, and its proficiency on the interface surged dramatically, increasing by 10 points at a time. With the guidance of Gu Yongxiang and Gu Qinghu, who were equally adept at the Sunblade technique, Lin Yi astonishingly advanced to level 3 within half an hour. Sunblade technique White 3. 891,100 infusing at least 10 health points into the blade can enhance damage by 16. If the infused health points are doubled, the damage likewise doubles. Lin Yi was elated. At level 3, the power added by a single strike had indeed doubled. It could be said that even when releasing 7 arrows in succession with the celestial arrow technique, the enhanced damage was merely comparable to that of a single strike from the Sunblade technique. Clearly, as the level of martial skills increases, the resultant damage becomes increasingly formidable. Having perfected the Sunblade technique, Gu Qinghu led Lin Yi towards the ancient Tomb Valley. The valley was not far from ancient Pool Village, merely a few miles of desolate mountain paths. Yet, after departing the village's walls, both Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi adopted a more cautious demeanor. In the wilderness, the likelihood of encountering monsters was significantly heightened, particularly the further one strayed from the village shrine, where level 10 beasts were more prevalent. If they were to encounter such a formidable creature, it was likely that Gu Qinghu would have to flee with Lin Yi. As the walls of ancient Pool Village receded into the distance, Lin Yi could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Captain, how is the training of the 5th militia team progressing?" "I'm not certain," Gu Qinghu replied. "It's been led by Gu Laosi, but I've heard that several newcomers are clamoring to withdraw, perhaps due to the perilous training conditions." Gu Laosi, the captain of the 4th militia team, was said to be at odds with Gu Qinghu and others, known for his solitary and eccentric demeanor. Lin Yi pressed further. "Isn't their protection from the village elders? How could it be dangerous?" With a swift stroke of his dragon roar blade, Gu Qinghu cleared a path through the underbrush and casually remarked, "You don't understand the temperament of Gu Laosi. He revels in oppressing and berating others. It's no surprise that the newcomers find him unbearable. Even his own militia brothers cannot tolerate him. While the village elders do offer protection, they aren't always present. And most of the time, Gu Laosi is in charge. It's only natural that the newcomers struggle under his command." Meanwhile, within ancient Tomb Valley, Gu Laosi was mercilessly reprimanding the members of the 5th militia team. "Wang Zilong, is it? The corpse monster has already been lured out. Why are you cowering in the back? Get out there and cooperate with the others to slay the creature. You're acting like a timid woman. And you, Qian Duo, don't you dare rush to stash the dropped items into your bag. According to our contract, those items belong to everyone. If you dare to pilfer even one, I will sever your hand." "Feng Wudi, with a name as imposing as yours, yet you're screaming like a banshee. It was just a scratch. If we manage to lure out all the undead from the valley, I assure you, I'll abandon you and flee with the others. Damn it. This is nothing but a rabble. I truly cannot comprehend why the village elder would cultivate such a group of novices. In my opinion, they should select only the most capable and the boldest among us." All morning, the ancient warrior, known as Old Four, has been cursing, and his militia members have grown accustomed to it. However, the newly arrived recruits from the 5th militia cannot bear it. They came to enhance their abilities through gameplay, not to be berated. Chapter 26. The bet. A newcomer named Feng Wudi stepped forward, fuming. "Old Four, if you continue to insult us, I swear I will quit the militia." "Quit, you say?" Old Four's face twisted with menace. "Once you sign the contract, you belong to the village of Guten. If you dare to leave, I'll hunt you down relentlessly until you're dead." Old Four's threats were not mere words. Many seasoned players present had heard tales of him pursuing and eliminating other novices within the village. Well, this is no ordinary game. If he truly pursued us, there would be no place to report it. Once you level up, you can seek your revenge then. Seeing that Feng Wudi dared not argue further, Old Four sneered, "Coward." At that moment, Gu Qinghu emerged from the thicket, accompanied by Lin Yi. "Old Four, I heard you cursing from afar. It seems the undead in the valley remain unbothered, while you've managed to draw in the monsters from outside." Upon recognizing Gu Qinghu, Old Four's expression soured, and he rose to his feet. "Gu Qinghu, why aren't you guarding the village? What are you doing here?" "Just passing the time, bringing my team out to hunt some monsters," Gu Qinghu replied. Old Four glanced at Lin Yi beside Gu Qinghu and remarked, "You're taking novices to slay monsters? Since when have you been so generous to them? Don't you remember the lesson from that previous novice?" Gu Qinghu retorted, "What business is it of yours? It would be a miracle if you could even get the 5th militia out of here. Don't wait until they've grown strong enough to seek you out instead of the monsters and spirits. Leave that to me. If they truly possess such capability, I would be delighted for them." Pausing for a moment, Old Four turned his gaze towards Lin Yi and inquired, "Novice, What is your name? Lin Yi glanced at Gu Qinghu before answering. I'm called Qingshan Bulo. Another peculiar name. Are you here to slay the undead in the valley? Indeed. Very well. You have some courage. Would you dare to compete with the members of the 5th Militia? If you win, this book of external skills will belong to you. Old 4 produced a volume of external martial arts, specifically the Swift Steps, a white quality skill once dropped by the player Dugu Feng. Lin Yi was about to speak, but was halted by Gu Qinghu. Old 4, what trickery are you up to? It's no trickery. I simply wish to test the courage and skill of your 2nd Militia novices. Gu Qinghu, are you willing to face off? What shall we compete on? Old 4 replied. Naturally, we shall see if you can single-handedly slay the undead. If you, Gu Qinghu, can personally assist novices in leveling up, then this novice should have some skills, right? I want to make it too difficult. Dugu Feng, step forward. Dugu Feng in the crowd looked bewildered and pointed to himself. Me? Ancient 4 scolded. You, dawdling about. After all the experience I've fed you, it's time for you to show your worth. Naturally, Dugu Feng observed the situation on the field. Originally a reserve member of Team 2, his emergence in this contest was evidently intended to embarrass Gu Qinghu. He hastily protested. Captain 4, I don't think I can manage. I've just reached level 6. Handling a level 5 corpse monster would be a stretch. What are you afraid of? The challenger you face is likely not even at level 5. Moreover, if you win, this external skill will be your reward. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Although he had also acquired the swift footwork technique, it had cost him a considerable sum when he purchased it from his friend. Chongkonkwa. One must understand that in this world of apocalypse, any external skill was worth several million. The prospect of receiving the swift footwork, which had taken them days of labor to obtain, was almost too tempting to resist. Dugu Feng glanced at Gu Qinghu and then at Lin Yi, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart before saying, Captain 4, I am willing to give it a try. Good, Ancient 4 said cheerfully, turning to Gu Qinghu. So, Gu Qinghu, what do you say? Your former teammate has accepted. Are you afraid to take up the challenge? Gu Qinghu hesitated before quietly consulting Lin Yi. Qingshan. Are you confident? Lin Yi fell silent. He had yet to encounter a level 5 corpse monster, but he reasoned that it could not differ greatly from a level 5 terrifying boar. Considering his current level 3 attributes, could he contend with a corpse monster? He believed it was feasible. Lin Yi's health had surpassed 1,000 points, and his swordsmanship was exquisite, with the enhancements from innate Blade Master. His close combat abilities had significantly improved. Regardless of whether he could handle the corpse monster, Lin Yi was confident that his combat prowess surpassed that of Dugu Feng. Gu Qinghu smiled. All right, if you feel confident, I shall accept the challenge. However, the stakes seem a bit low. Allow me to raise the wager. Turning to Ancient 4, he continued, I've heard you possess many valuable items. Let us maintain the previous wager. But I will add my own stakes. I will wager 2 pieces of green quality monster materials. If I lose, they are yours. Perhaps you can gather enough to forge a spirit weapon. If I win, you will present me with the divine water. Ancient 4 raised an eyebrow. Divine water? So, you have your eye on that treasure. Within Gutan village, the divine water was indeed a precious gem. Both ordinary individuals and reincarnators could enhance their attributes upon consuming it. However, the production of divine water in the village had always been scarce, primarily reserved for the village chief and the 3 elders. The divine water in his possession had been bestowed upon him by the village chief. Ancient 4 felt uncertain and called Dugu Feng over. Dugu Feng, are you confident in winning? With a pained expression, Dugu Feng replied, Captain 4. If I say I'm not confident, will you cancel the wager? To be honest, Dugu Feng was aware that his level was higher than Lin Yi's. But Lin Yi had previously acquired a green external skill in archery. He was unsure of the power that green external skills held, but he certainly didn't underestimate them. Thus, Dugu Feng found himself lacking in confidence. The ancient figure, weary of further discourse, exclaimed with disdain, Get lost. You must win this wager. Should you lose my divine water, you shall labor for me to repay the debt. Subsequently, he stepped forward, declaring, Very well, Gu Qinghu, if you possess confidence in your team, I too shall not falter. Let us proceed with this bet. As the wager commenced, the ancient figure instructed his militia to summon forth 2 ghastly creatures. Curious onlookers, including Qian Duoduo and Wang Zilong, approached to observe. The rotund Qian Duoduo remarked, Brother, I recall our last encounter. You were quite audacious. What emboldens you to challenge Brother Dugu? His archery is unparalleled in our ranks, hitting the mark every time. Ignoring the boisterous man, Lin Yi merely glanced at him. Wang Zilong then sidled up and whispered, Qingshan, do your best. We all wish to see the ancient figure humbled. Also, those creatures, known as corpse monsters, are formed from the corpses of the militia tainted by a sinister aura. Their weakness lies in the neck, and be warned, they are remarkably swift when they run. Thank you, brother. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. As he had never encountered corpse monsters before, this knowledge would prove advantageous. Soon, the first corpse monster was lured forth. Its body, a grotesque amalgamation of shattered limbs and incomplete bones, was covered in decaying flesh and writhing maggots. Logically, the blood and flesh should have long since decomposed. Yet this creature remained festooned with repulsive remnants, evoking horror. As it approached, a nauseating stench permeated the air, reminiscent of a blend of a millennium-old excrement and the odor of a dead rat. Lin Yi's complexion paled as he glanced at Du Gufeng and Wang Zilong, who, despite their prior encounters with corpse monsters, exhibited little better composure, all pinching their noses and retreating several steps. Enough. Who shall go first? The ancient figure declared. Gu Qinghu, seemingly brimming with confidence, chuckled. Let Du Gufeng take the lead. If Qingshan were to engage, I fear you would concede outright. Nonsense. I would never concede. The ancient figure retorted. Since your comrades are unfamiliar with corpse monsters, let us begin. Du Gufeng, step forward and demonstrate for your former captain. Oh, and this time, neither of you may employ charms or potions. Understood, came the reply. Du Gufeng stepped forth, deftly producing a bow and arrows from his wrist. The ancient figure commanded. Bring forth the corpse monster. The two ghastly creatures, bound by iron chains, were released, with one immediately lunging toward Du Gufeng, lured by the scent of flesh. The corpse monster charged like a zombie from a post-apocalyptic film, its speed astonishing as it surged several meters in an instant. Holding his breath, Du Gufeng adopted a serious demeanor, knocking arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew, striking the creature, yet it showed no signs of slowing. Unfazed by the onslaught, Du Gufeng swiftly stowed his bow and retrieved a shield and long knife from his pack, assuming a defensive stance. Boom. The earth trembled, and dirt erupted beneath him. The corpse monster charged fiercely, sending the shield-bearing Du Gufeng staggering back 3 meters. Such immense strength. Lin Yi, who was observing the battle from a distance, could not help but exclaim. Although he was unaware of how Du Gufeng had allocated his attributes, it was clear that the force exerted by the corpse monster surpassed that of Du Gufeng, as it nearly sent him flying. If Du Gufeng was at a disadvantage in strength, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of blows when the monster closed in. As Lin Yi had anticipated, the ensuing battle unfolded with the corpse monster relentlessly battering the shield, forcing Du Gufeng to retreat repeatedly. Of course, the shield's defensive capabilities were ultimately limited. Within less than a minute, numerous claw marks appeared on Du Gufeng's body. However, with his high agility attribute, he adeptly dodged the monster's successive assaults. Occasionally, seizing a fleeting opportunity during the creature's attack, Du Gufeng managed to deliver a swift strike to its neck. Under such circumstances, one would assume that a mindless corpse monster would succumb, provided that Du Gufeng's endurance held out long enough. Chapter 27. A flawless victory against the corpse monster. Astonishing the onlookers. Observing the unfolding situation, Wang Zilong could not help but marvel. Impressive. Feng Gu truly lives up to his reputation as our team's second strongest player. Behind him, Lin Yi inquired with curiosity, if he is your second strongest, then who is the first? To which Wang Zilong, filled with self-importance, replied, the first is, of course, myself in the future. Once I level up, I shall claim that title. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head, asking, and what about the fat guy in your team? Oh, you mean Qiange? He ranks third. He was already level 5 when our team was established, but now, while the rest of us have all leveled up, he remains at level 5. Gu Laosi often criticizes him for being timid and not daring to engage monsters. At that moment, Qian Duoduo approached, visibly displeased. Wang Zilong, lower your voice. I am not deaf. Wang Zilong quickly apologized. My apologies, Qian Gu. I'll be more cautious next time. Qian Duoduo did not pursue the matter further, but shot a glare at Lin Yi, saying, and you? Stop referring to me as the fat guy. It's insulting. I am Qian Duoduo. Very well, Fatty Qian. On another note, as time passed, Du Gufeng appeared to be showing signs of fatigue while grappling with the corpse monster. Just as the monster launched another claw attack, Du Gufeng suddenly shimmered with a green light, his body twisting at an astonishing angle to appear behind the creature. Die! Seizing the moment as the monster lunged forward, Du Gufeng struck 3 decisive blows to the back of its neck, finally severing its head cleanly. The members of Team 5 erupted into cheers. Victory! Incredible, Du Gufeng. Feng Gu, you're amazing. You managed to take down the corpse monster in a one-on-one battle. Witnessing this, Gu Laosi wore a self-satisfied expression as he approached Gu Qinghu, saying, well, what do you think? Your player has transformed in my hands, hasn't he? He certainly possesses some skill, Gu Qinghu acknowledged, nodding. However, it merely indicates that my player harbored great potential all along. Consider it a fortunate gain for you. Enough of this verbal sparring. Let that fellow named Qingshan take the stage. I wish to see what he is capable of. At that moment, Gu Qinghu approached Lin Yi and asked, do you require a shield? It must be said that the combination of a shield and a longsword indeed constitutes a formidable combat strategy. With a shield in hand, Lin Yi, who was at a disadvantage, should possess greater opportunities for maneuverability. No need, Captain. A single blade suffices, he asserted. Lin Yi was not being arrogant. Rather, the sensation of wielding a sword was profoundly intriguing, as if the reach of the longsword delineated both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, his health was considerable, and even if he were to be grasped by the corpse monsters a few times, it would not pose a significant threat. Having previously observed the attack patterns of the corpse monsters, which primarily relied on lunging bites and clawed assaults, he was confident that with adept swordsmanship, the approaching undead would be unable to inflict harm upon him. Seeing Lin Yi's unwavering confidence, Gu Qinghu refrained from further comment, sharing his faith in Lin Yi due to the recent mastery of the yin-yang sword technique, which was particularly effective against the corpse monsters. Since these creatures were born of a certain malevolent spirit, the yin-yang sword technique could inflict damage upon such spirits, thereby granting additional efficacy against the undead. If you don't need a shield, then let us not linger. Step into the fray, Gu Qinghu commanded. With that, another bound corpse monster charged forth. Among the observing team, Wang Zilong passed a vial of healing potion to Dugufeng, inquiring curiously, Brother Feng, you and Brother Qingshan used to be on the same team. What weapon did he typically wield? A bow. Like me, he likely engaged the corpse monsters from a distance, Dugufeng replied. However, before he could finish, he noticed Lin Yi on the battlefield had not drawn a bow, but instead grasped a simple longsword, charging directly at the corpse monster. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the pain from his own wounds seemed to dissipate in that moment. Goodness, is Qingshan so reckless? On the battlefield, Lin Yi proactively engaged the oncoming corpse monster. As the foul wind from its claws approached, Lin Yi remained unfazed, raising the back of his blade to deflect the creature's assault. Clang! A tremendous force surged along the blade, causing Lin Yi to falter slightly, feeling the strain. In the next instant, the glint of his sword flashed, slicing through the corpse monster's arms and landing upon its relatively soft nape. The strike severed a substantial chunk of decayed flesh, yet did not harm the vertebrae. Damn, it's tougher than I imagined. Following his strike, Lin Yi swiftly retreated, using the blade to guard against the monster's clawed attacks. Clang! Clang! Each successive strike from the corpse monster was deftly blocked by Lin Yi's blade. Not only were the onlookers astonished by Lin Yi's adept swordsmanship, but even the corpse monster roared in frustration as it charged once more. Yet, with his skillful maneuvers, Lin Yi parried each of the creature's clawed assaults. Gu Qinghu expressed his admiration, stating, "This lad possesses a remarkably refined sword technique." Impressive, Brother Qingshan. Dugufeng marveled at the scene, feeling a sense of impending defeat. On the battlefield, Lin Yi, armed solely with his longsword, adeptly countered the relentless onslaught of the corpse monster. However, he quickly realized that his strength attribute paled in comparison to Dugufeng's, making it difficult to sever the creature's neck in a short span. In that case, let me test the power of the yin-yang sword technique, Lin Yi thought. Glancing at his attribute panel and noticing that his proficiency in the yin-yang sword technique had surged by over 100 points. Goodness, it seems even my breathing is contributing to my growth in proficiency. Unless he encounters a more formidable talent in the future, he will not part with the natural blade, purple talent. With a swift motion, Lin Yi poured all his strength into a single strike, infusing it with 10 points of vitality as he aimed for the head of the zombie creature. The simple long sword emanated a faint golden glow. With a crack, the zombie's head seemed to tilt at an odd angle, particularly where the blade met its decaying flesh, which sizzled and smoked. Under the onslaught of the yin-yang sword technique, the zombie's movements became somewhat rigid, its reactions slowed. Ancient 4 was once again astonished. The yin-yang sword technique. He glared at Gu Qinghu. What a surprise, Gu Qinghu. Had I known this lad had mastered the yin-yang sword technique, I would never have wagered with you. You were the one who proposed the bet. How can you blame me? Ancient 4 retorted. Humph, this kid's level is so low. I doubt he can deliver more than a few strikes. One strike certainly won't be enough to kill the zombie. Gu Qinghu was well aware that Lin Yi had been consuming blood food daily, significantly increasing his vitality. If one strike was insufficient, surely 2 would suffice. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi charged up for a second strike. This blow gathered all the vitality within him, its power eclipsing that of the previous one. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the zombie before Lin Yi instantly perished, its entire head flying off. Ding! You have slain a level 5 zombie and gained 25 experience points. Subsequently, the remains of the zombie dissipated, transforming into a dropped item on the ground. Lin Yi approached to collect it, discovering it was rather worthless. Zombie oil, the essence of the fats condensed from the zombie's body. It can be used to ignite candles, and its odor can repel certain scent-sensitive creatures. This piece of zombie oil, about the size of a fist and milky white, emanated a foul stench even when held. Despite its repulsiveness, Lin Yi tossed it into his backpack. In the world of apocalypse, even the most worthless items possess value. Before the wager, he had speculated that Lin Yi, with his adept swordsmanship and the zombie's fear of the yin-yang sword technique, had a 70 to 80 chance of victory. Yet, he was astonished at how effortlessly Lin Yi triumphed, seemingly unscathed. Before him stood Lin Yi, undoubtedly a rare combat genius in Gu Tin village for centuries. With proper nurturing, it was a certainty that Lin Yi would reach level 10. At this moment, Ancient 4 altered his perception of Lin Yi, approaching him and saying, "Qingshan, why not join our militia's 4th squad? I will grant you the position of vice captain, and once I retire, you shall be the captain." Lin Yi shook his head. "I'm sorry, I belong to the second squad and have no intention of switching. Gu Qinghu hastily interjected, Qingshan, don't pay attention to this guy. Ancient 4 rarely speaks the truth. Even if you joined the 4th squad, you'd merely be working for him. Lin Yi looked at him and reassured, rest assured, Captain. Both the brothers of the second squad, and you have taken great care of me. I will remain in the second squad unless they no longer want me. Seeing the two theatrically banter, Ancient 4 felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked, how dull, before tossing the swift step technique to Lin Yi. Gu Qinghu raised an eyebrow and asked, Ancient 4, what about my divine water? Continuing on, the Ancient 4th no longer paid any heed to Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu. Directly approaching Dugu Feng, you have lost, thus all the stakes from today's wager rest upon your shoulders. Captain, this is... Dugu Feng protested. Feeling utterly wronged, he never wished to gamble in the first place, having been coerced into it by the Ancient 4th. Now that he had lost, all the blame was thrust upon him. Do not wear such a woeful expression. As long as you obediently follow my guidance and diligently level up, repaying my debts will be a trivial matter in the future. Having addressed Dugu Feng, the Ancient 4th turned to the other newly awakened individuals present, and you lot, too, must exert yourselves. Should I catch you slacking again, I shall truly cast you into a mass grave. It was evident to all present that the Ancient 4th was not particularly concerned about the so-called divine water or the wager. He merely wished to use this method to hone the members of Team 5. However, the newly awakened individuals felt no gratitude towards the Ancient 4th, as his foul language and frequent insults towards their families left a sour taste in their mouths. Many members of Team 5 harbored a simmering determination, thinking, once I reach level 10, I will show you. The Ancient 4th was aware of their sentiments, but was utterly indifferent. The village chief had tasked him with guiding this group of newly awakened individuals to serve as the stern face of authority, a whetstone for their growth. Without strictness, how could these individuals possibly evolve in such a short span of time? Chapter 28. The Swift Ascension of the Yin-Yang Blade Technique. The ancient Grave Valley spanned a considerable area, featuring not only a small plain before entering, but also a vast expanse within the valley itself. Gu Qinghu had no intention of lingering with the Ancient 4th. Following the conclusion of the wager, he led Lin Yi deeper into the ancient Grave Valley. Qingshan, I initially intended to lure the corpse monsters out and weaken them for you to dispatch, but given your recent performance, it seems you are quite adept at handling them already, so... Lin Yi understood what Gu Qinghu was implying, but quickly interjected, Captain, I just utilized the yin-yang blade technique twice in succession to slay the corpse monsters. My health is entirely depleted. If you wish for me to take on the task, we would be lucky to slay a few in a day. You brought me here to level up, and efficiency is paramount. I suggest we stick to your original plan. Gu Qinghu nodded, recognizing the truth in Lin Yi's words, and refrained from further discussion. As they journeyed onward, the duo encountered no corpse monsters, and even living animals were a rare sight. They pressed forward, cautiously exploring. At that moment, Lin Yi spotted a small squirrel foraging ahead, suddenly ensnared by a claw emerging from the earth, followed closely by a corpse monster that crawled forth, tearing it apart and swallowing it whole. Lin Yi understood then. No wonder the valley was lush with vegetation, yet sparse in fauna. The corpse monsters were the apex predators of this realm. Gu Qinghu remarked, this place was once occupied by malevolent spirits, which is why nearby creatures seldom venture here. Over time, it has become a domain for the corpse monsters. Understood, Captain. Good, as long as you remember. With that, Gu Qinghu brandished the longing blade, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged forward. The corpse monster, having just devoured the squirrel and yet to chew, found its midsection severed by a single stroke, its divided body writhing on the ground in a frenzy. There remains a breath of life. Let us act. Lin Yi, without hesitation, brandished his blade and struck several times. If he could vanquish a living corpse creature, dispatching one that was merely in two halves would pose no challenge. After a few moments, Lin Yi successfully slew the creature, earning himself 25 experience points. However, the item dropped was merely corpse oil. Captain, is this corpse oil valuable? How much blood food can it be exchanged for? Lin Yi pondered and inquired, realizing that if he were to continue slaying corpse creatures in the valley, he might accumulate a considerable amount of this oil. Gu Qinghu replied, corpse oil is a crucial material for crafting spirit fire candles. We will need many spirit fire candles when we head to Tianshui City, so keep this corpse oil. It will be of great use later. Very well, I shall keep it all, Lin Yi nodded, continuing to follow Gu Qinghu in search of more corpse creatures. According to Gu Qinghu, they were still on the outskirts of the ancient Grave Valley, encountering mostly solitary level 5 corpse creatures. However, within the core region of the valley, these creatures appeared in swarms, with varying levels. Some could even reach level 10, known as the Corpse King, once formidable militia captains in life, possessing considerable intelligence and cunning. A challenge even for him, given the potential dangers. Gu Qinghu did not intend to lead Lin Yi deeper into the valley's core, but instead focused on hunting along the periphery. As time passed, 2 hours later, Gu Qinghu led Lin Yi to find 12 level 5 corpse creatures, allowing Lin Yi to deliver the final blows. The 12 creatures yielded 12 pieces of white-quality corpse oil. But nothing else. No corpse creature manual, nor any external martial arts. It dawned on Lin Yi that while there was a possibility for corpse creatures to drop external skills, the likelihood was exceedingly low. The swift steps that the Ancient One had presented was indeed quite precious. He recalled Wang Zilong mentioning that it took them over 3 days to finally acquire it, which seemed to hold true. Although the continuous slaying of corpse creatures did not yield much in terms of exciting drops, those 12 creatures contributed 300 experience points to Lin Yi. His experience points were now sufficient to level up to 4, yet he did not rush. With his current low level, the experience gained had a slight bonus. He contemplated accumulating enough experience before upgrading and allocating points. Having logged on early that day, Lin Yi found that his 6 hours online were nearly exhausted. By the time he logged off, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Observing the dim sky beyond the window, thick clouds loomed, although the heavy rain had ceased. After preparing some food, Lin Yi headed to the gym to exercise. After an hour or two, he visited the archery range to practice with the bow. Although he had now shifted his focus from archery to swordplay, Lin Yi still held a fondness for archery. Had he not drawn the purple swordsman talent today, he would likely have continued honing his archery skills. The yin-yang blade technique, unlike the starry arrow technique, emphasized the concept of blade momentum. Understanding this technique could lead to increased proficiency. A day of practicing the blade could potentially elevate his mastery of the yin-yang blade technique. The toy knife, though light in weight, was still a knife. After practicing for a while, Lin Yi once again entered the apocalypse world to check his data panel and found that his proficiency in the Flame Sun sword technique was steadily increasing. At this rate, it seemed he could master the technique to its maximum level of 10 within a mere few days. One must admit, the purple talent was truly remarkable, transforming him from an ordinary individual into an unparalleled genius with a blade. If he were to one day draw a golden or red talent, surpassing purple, the outcome would surely be even more extraordinary. It was only now that Lin Yi realized the significance of the golden activation code left to him by Liu Hong. Should the news of his entry into the apocalypse using the golden activation code leak, he would likely find himself the target of not only the authorities but also various civilian and private factions. After all, once a person perished, the activation code would drop. Thus, he needed to swiftly bolster his strength to confront potential crises that might arise in the future. The following day, Lin Yi logged into the apocalypse world early. Glancing at the attribute panel, he noted that the Flame Sun sword technique was nearing level 5. Flame Sun sword technique, white, 4, 13-20-1400 infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the blade can increase its damage output by 32. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage is also doubled. Lin Yi estimated that he would surely elevate the Flame Sun sword technique to level 5 today. If he remained diligent in reality after logging off, perhaps reaching level 6 was not beyond hope. Moreover, he had ordered a Longquan metal knife online yesterday, which he anticipated would arrive today. Practicing with a real blade should enhance his proficiency more rapidly. Today was the day for the second team of militia to be on duty. Gu Qinghu was unable to take Lin Yi out to hunt the undead and could only search for solitary monsters near the city walls. Unfortunately, until Lin Yi's online time expired, they had yet to encounter a single creature. Lin Yi was genuinely curious about how to prolong his stay in the apocalypse world. After all, 6 hours a day was far too short. However, neither the foreign forums he frequented nor the players in Gutin village seemed to know how to extend their online duration. There were whispers on foreign forums suggesting that once one reached professional level, their stay in the apocalypse world would no longer be restricted. Yet, Lin Yi remained uncertain of the veracity of such claims, as those forums were rife with misinformation regarding the apocalypse world. Ultimately, the forum's populace was a mixed bag, with individuals from various countries, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Gu Qinghu remarked, "It is somewhat related to you, but not significantly. The village is dissatisfied with the training methods of the militia's 5th team and intends for me to go over and assist. I will exchange shifts with Old 4 to train the members of the 5th team in turns." Now it made sense to Lin Yi, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Qinghu might have reported him. After all, there seemed little reason for the village to send Gu Qinghu over, given the limited level 10 combat power available. Checking his online duration, Lin Yi saw that he had just over 20 minutes before reaching 6 hours. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly procured a supply of food and water to fill his backpack, then followed Gu Qinghu to the ancient tomb valley. As the designated time arrived at the expanse outside the ancient tomb valley, the 5 squads of descending members had vanished, leaving only the venerable 4th elder and his team setting up camp. With the onset of night, the wilderness would become exceedingly perilous, necessitating not only vigilance against the nocturnal beasts but also caution against the wandering specters. The 4th elder initially instructed his team to dig a trench, laying traps and bells, and then had them sprinkle the sap of the sun tree to ward off the eerie spirits. When the 4th elder lifted his gaze and spotted the burdened Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi, he frowned and inquired, "What brings you two here?" Gu Qinghu replied, "The village chief feared that you might struggle alone, so he sent me to assist you and alleviate some of the pressure." Before Gu Qinghu could finish, Lin Yi noticed the fourth elder's expression darken as he scolded. You speak nonsense, Gu Qinghu. Your mother must be the one reporting back. You haven't changed since childhood. Unfazed, Gu Qinghu merely scratched his ear and retorted, enough with the insults. Honestly, I was reluctant to come. My main purpose was to bring Qingshan here for an upgrade. As for the members of the 5th Militia Squad, you may share them with me if you wish, or withhold them if you prefer. Seemingly recalling something, Gu Qinghu added. By the way, I brought the divine water you left at home. It belongs to me now anyway. Finding Gu Qinghu's shamelessness exasperating, the fourth elder lacked the energy to continue scolding him. With a cold snort, he replied, There's no place for you here. You needn't trouble yourself. I've brought my own tent. Considering safety, Gu Qinghu dared not venture too far and set up his tent near the fourth elder's camp. Before logging off, Lin Yi expressed his concern, asking, Captain, you'll be all right here alone at night, won't you? Gu Qinghu reassured him, Do not worry. I have experience camping in the wilderness. If danger arises, with the fourth elder and his team here, I shall be fine. Chapter 29. Drinking from the sacred spring of the ancient pool, attributes surge. The next day, upon logging in, Lin Yi found himself inside Gu Qinghu's tent. At that moment, Gu Qinghu was seated on the carpet, polishing his longing blade. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he said, I have prepared water and pancakes. Once you've eaten your fill, we shall set off. All right, Captain, Lin Yi replied, pleasantly surprised by Gu Qinghu's efficiency, noting that nothing untoward had occurred the previous night. At that moment, Lin Yi heard sounds of practice emanating from outside the tent, accompanied by the spirited shouts of the fourth elder. He lifted the water and pancake. Beginning to eat while peering outside, he observed the members of the 5th Militia Squad, under the fourth elder's fierce commands, beginning their drills. The method of training resembled the formation of troops, with individuals standing in line to count off before forming a defensive array wielding their weapons, which appeared quite engaging. It was, however, unfortunate for the members of the 5th Militia Squad, who were being drilled like lifeless dogs. Lin Yi could sense that both the training of the militia members and the establishment of their camp in the wilderness at night were preparations for their journey to Tianshui City. It seemed that the higher-ups of Gyutan Village had resolved to utilize the power of the descendants to forge a path between Gyutan Village and Tianshui City. After finishing breakfast, with his hunger nearly satiated, Lin Yi tidied himself up and followed Gu Qinghu deeper into the valley, adhering to the previous day's strategy of searching for solitary corpse monsters along the valley's outskirts. However, it remains uncertain whether it is due to the recent days, as both they and the militia have been training in this vicinity. The abundance of the undead creatures has rendered Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu unable to find a single corpse monster after searching the outer jungle for half an hour. Let us delve deeper, Gu Qinghu suggested, leading Lin Yi towards the heart of the ancient tomb valley, though they did not venture too close. Soon, they stumbled upon 3 corpse monsters lurking beneath a grand tree, while a flock of ordinary birds, resembling sparrows, chirped incessantly from above. The corpse monsters had been drawn in by the birds' calls, yet, alas, they could not fly and could only gaze up foolishly at the sparrows, occasionally receiving a droplet of white droppings. 3 corpse monsters should pose little danger if we are cautious. Qingshan, wait for me, Gu Qinghu declared, drawing his dragon's roar blade in preparation to incapacitate the creatures. Captain, let us strike together. I cannot always remain in your shadow. Leave one for me to practice on. After logging off the previous day, Lin Yi had acquired a dragon's spring metal blade through online shopping. After a night's practice, his proficiency in the Fiery Sun Sword technique had surged significantly, now reaching level 6. Fiery Sun Sword technique White, 6, 108, 2000, infusing at least 10 points of health into the weapon increases damage by 128. If the infused health is doubled, the damage also doubles. At level 6, the enhancement effect of the Fiery Sun Sword technique had effectively doubled compared to level 5, reaching 128. Now, Lin Yi could finally unleash double damage with a single strike, and the sword's inherent Fiery Sun aura was particularly effective against the corpse monsters. Seeing Lin Yi eager to engage, Gu Qinghu nodded approvingly. Very well. His intent in bringing Lin Yi out was to facilitate his rapid growth. Gu Qinghu charged ahead, diverting 2 of the corpse monsters, leaving only 1 behind. As the foul-smelling creature approached, Lin Yi maintained his composure, flipping his long blade, gripping it tightly, and executing a thrusting technique. With this move, Lin Yi unleashed the Fiery Sun Sword technique. The blade radiated with golden light, reminiscent of the blazing sun descending. With a resounding crash, the oncoming corpse monster was cleaved away, and upon landing, its arms lay broken and unable to strike again. Remarkable. The advancement speed of your Fiery Sun Sword technique is astonishing, nearly on par with mine. Gu Qinghu, while engaging with the 2 remaining corpse monsters, kept a watchful eye on Lin Yi's progress, astonished by his display of strength. Not bad. The level 6 Fiery Sun Sword technique is indeed powerful. Yet I find my own strength lacking, Lin Yi mused, feeling a tinge of regret. He then stepped forward to dispatch the struggling corpse monster. Ding! You have slain a level 5 corpse monster. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached Gu Qinghu, delivering the finishing blow to the two creatures that had been reduced to a grotesque state. As the loot shimmered with brilliance, Lin Yi expressed delight upon discovering that the last corpse monster had dropped a piece of corpse oil, along with a tome-like item. The Grimoire of the Undead chronicles the species, habits, and weaknesses of the undead. This unique artifact, exclusive to the Born, allows for the permanent observation of the undead status, health, and various attributes. Indeed, it proves to be a valuable asset for him. Now, in battles against the undead, he finally possesses a means to view their attributes directly. Subsequently, Lin Yi utilized the Grimoire of the Undead, and instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, revealing the level ranges of the undead, their weaknesses, and combat techniques. Among other insights, eagerly, Lin Yi, accompanied by Gu Qinghu, set off in search of undead to test their newfound understanding. Before long, they encountered a solitary undead. But this one was significantly larger than the ones they had previously faced, clearly indicating a higher level. As they approached, information about the undead materialized before Lin Yi's eyes. Mutated undead from the ancient Tomb Valley. Health, 260. Status, hungry. Level, 7. Skills, 18 staff techniques. Description, this is a nimble undead with keen perception of its surroundings. As Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu drew nearer, the level 7 undead also sensed their presence and let out a roar, charging toward them. Captain, let me take a shot first. Gu Qinghu, eager to engage, was halted by Lin Yi, who brandished his long knife and stepped forward. Boom. As the undead accelerated towards him, Lin Yi raised the back of his blade to shield himself. However, the force of the level 7 undead was astonishing. He staggered back several steps to mitigate the impact. This creature was far more formidable than the level 5 undead, possessing greater strength, yet still within the realm of what he could handle. Perhaps due to the enhancement of innate blade master, Lin Yi found his formerly timid and cautious demeanor transformed. Now, with a blade in hand, he felt emboldened enough to confront even a level 10 foe. Executing a strike from the Flame Sunblade technique, the level 7 undead attempted to block with its arm, but was met with Lin Yi's devastating blow that severed its limb. Health, 58. This single strike had reduced the undead's health by a fifth. Despite the considerable damage inflicted by the Flame Sunblade technique, it consumed an exorbitant amount of vitality. Having delivered one strike, Lin Yi realized he could manage only 1.5 more. He resolved to gradually wear down the undead's health before delivering the final blow with the Flame Sunblade technique. However, the level 7 undead surpassed the level 5 in strength, defense, and speed. Although Lin Yi's techniques were sharp and practiced, he was ultimately at a disadvantage. Soon enough, while attempting to block, he left an opening that the level 7 undead exploited, landing a heavy claw strike. The attack surprisingly cost Lin Yi 60 health points. Fortunately, thanks to his blood absorption talent, he had amassed a health pool of 1,700, and losing 60 points was hardly detrimental. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu, observing from a distance, felt a jolt of anxiety as Lin Yi was struck. He dreaded the thought of Lin Yi meeting a tragic end at the hands of the level 7 undead, given the vast disparity in their attributes. However, upon seeing that Lin Yi had sustained only a minor wound, his worries began to dissipate. The level of Qingshan remains at a mere 3, rendering his health and other attributes insufficient to contend with the 7th level undead creature. To enhance his attributes in a short period, aside from allowing the reborn to level up, the only recourse is to utilize certain rare treasures. I possess only the divine water I recently acquired, which proves to be immensely beneficial for Qingshan. In just 2 minutes, while defending with the back of his blade, he managed to deplete the health of the 7th level undead by over 50 points. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Yi executed the Sunfire Blade technique with his remaining health points. With a swift strike, a golden beam cleaved through the undead, instantly draining its life force to 0. Ding! You have slain a 7th level undead creature, earning 40 experience points. Notably, while the death of a 5th level undead yields only 25 experience points, the 7th level grants a more substantial reward. Upon examining the loot from the 7th level creature, 2 items emerged. One was a white quality undead oil block, and the other, a leg bone of the undead, a green quality material. Undead essence leg bone green. A leg bone formed from the essence of the undead, known for its robust structure, suitable for forging into weaponry. Lin Yi understood that Gu Qinghu had been collecting green materials to forge spiritual instruments, and he smiled as he said, Captain, here is the green material you sought. Qingshan, you were the one who vanquished this undead throughout. There is no need to share my portion with me. What are you saying, Captain? We formed this team together. And even if I did the killing, you deserve your share. For Lin Yi, he currently lacked a channel to forge spiritual instruments. The green quality leg bone, if it fell into his possession, would merely gather dust in his bag. It would be better served for Gu Qinghu. This would not only repay Gu Qinghu for his care, but also enable him to protect Lin Yi more effectively as he grew stronger. Very well, I shall accept it. Gu Qinghu nodded with a smile, increasingly convinced that his decision to include Lin Yi in the second militia team was astute. It was clear now that Lin Yi possessed exceptional talent and a commendable character, marked by gratitude. The pair then continued their search for undead creatures in the dense forest near the valley's core. After a busy morning, they had slain approximately 20 more undead, mostly at levels 5 and 6, with 7th level creatures being a rare encounter. The spoils consisted solely of undead oil blocks, with no skill books to be found. However, as they prepared to depart, they encountered a 6th level undead, from which the second copy of the undead compendium, White, dropped. Qingshan, you have already utilized the compendium. Please hand it over to me, and I will compensate you with contribution points. Of course, Captain, Lin Yi agreed. Gu Qinghu likely intended to employ the undead compendium for the 5th militia team, considering the low drop rate, and that some reborn members had yet to receive one. It must be said that using the compendium allows for a more precise view of a monster's health and status, displaying every hit's damage, akin to a game, offering significant advantages to the reborn. Upon returning to the tent outside the valley, Lin Yi shed his clothes, now reeking of the foul blood of the undead, and donned a fresh outfit. Wait, Qingshan, your attributes are still too low. This item should be beneficial for you. What is this? Lin Yi received the porcelain vial and was immediately taken aback. The ancient spring sacred water, derived from the long-accumulated river water of ancient spring village and nurtured by the temple, possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse one's physical form and awaken latent potential. Those who partake in it may enhance their attributes. Captain, is this for me? Lin Yi asked in disbelief. He had never encountered such a treasure of blue quality before. Gu Qinghu smiled and replied, consider it an investment. Once you become a professional level expert, I expect you to repay me with something even better. Lin Yi scratched his head, pondering this. Don't be too quick to refuse. I must say, my gaining the sacred water is also partly thanks to you. I believe this gift will merely be a bonus for me. Drinking it will only mean taking a few extra steps on the path to level 10. However, for you, it is different. You currently lack attribute points, and once you drink it, my burden will be lightened as well. Having spent some time together, Gu Qinghu recognized that Lin Yi was not an ungrateful person. After careful consideration, he concluded that Lin Yi's talent in swordsmanship made him a worthy investment, and thus decided to allow him to use the sacred water. Thank you, Captain. Can I accept it? Of course, you should drink it now. It is far too precious. As he spoke, Gu Qinghu felt a pang of regret. In his lifetime, he had rarely tasted sacred water. If he were to consume this vial himself and forge a set of spiritual armor, he would likely become unmatched, even against the formidable Captain Gu Lii. Hurry and drink it. Don't dawdle, or I might change my mind. Oh right. Lin Yi, not daring to hesitate, swiftly opened the small porcelain bottle and took a sip. The ancient spring sacred water was incredibly sweet, and as it entered his stomach, a warm current surged through his limbs. Ding. You have consumed the ancient spring sacred water, strength attribute 3. Wow. An increase of 3 points in strength. Lin Yi took another sip. Ding. You have consumed the ancient spring sacred water, constitution attribute 3. Constitution has increased by 3 points. Could the added attribute points be random? Observing the dwindling sacred water in the vial, Lin Yi decided to drink it all in one go. Ding. You have consumed the ancient spring sacred water, strength attribute 4. Indeed, it appeared to be random. This time, the attribute boost was applied to strength. Excellent. Lin Yi felt that he was in dire need of both strength and agility at this moment. Nevertheless, this small vial of sacred water had granted him a total of 10 attribute points, effectively elevating him by 2 levels. The efficacy of this sacred water was truly astonishing. Currently, Lin Yi's status was as follows. Player, Qingshan Bulo, status, excited and vibrant, ID, 007, gender, male, level, 3, health, 1744, experience, 1, 165, 400, satiety, 77, 100, strength, 21, normal male limit is 10. Affecting physical damage and the weight capacity of wieldable weapons, agility, 10, normal male limit is 10. Affecting movement and reaction speed, stamina, 11, normal male limit is 10, affecting stamina capacity, recovery speed, and load-bearing ability, vitality, 32, 12 points derived from blood food. External skills, Heavenly Star Archery Green, 1, 57,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases the damage by 2, and the 7th consecutive arrow may unleash an additional damage of 12. Flame Sun Sword Technique White, 6, 490, 2000, infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the blade enhances its damage by 128, and if the infused vitality is doubled, the damage is likewise doubled. Initial talent, Universal talent, Red, 1, a born swordsman. Chapter 30, The Awakening of the Level 7 Physique Talent. After consuming the holy water, Lin Yi's strength increased by 7 points, and his physique by 3 points, significantly elevating his vitality and health. Admittedly, the increase in vitality was not particularly pronounced, given that Lin Yi currently possessed 1700 vitality. However, his health surged by 8 points, reaching a total of 32. It seems that strength and physique are crucial factors influencing the increase in health. At present, from the perspective of his 4-dimensional attributes, He was not much inferior to a level 5 player, yet when factoring in vitality, the level 5 players could not compare to his substantial health. Lin Yi estimated that level 5 players likely had around 200 vitality, particularly those who invested points in their physique. For those who did not allocate points to physique, he surmised that some level 5 players might only possess slightly over 100 vitality. And encountering a level 7 zombie would lead to their swift demise from just a couple of scratches. It must be said, the effects of the holy water were truly astonishing. If he were to obtain a few more bottles, could he not possess attributes akin to a level 10 player at his current level 3? Lin Yi quickly inquired, Captain, can this holy water, this divine water, be exchanged for contribution points? Gu Qinghu, noting Lin Yi's expression, understood that Lin Yi had gained significantly after consuming the divine water. He shook his head and replied, Divine water is an exceedingly rare resource in Gyutan village. Let alone you, even I am unable to exchange for it, unless you can achieve great merit for Gyutan village. Perhaps you might then have a chance to receive divine water as a reward. What constitutes great merit? Lin Yi asked. Only acts such as saving the village would be considered significant. For now, you should not think about it. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. Given his current situation, it seemed he had no opportunity to procure more holy water from Gyutan. Yet, he felt profoundly grateful for Gu Qinghu's generosity in providing him with such valuable blue resources. Captain, thank you. I will certainly repay you in the future. Gu Qinghu nodded with a smile, just don't let me down. He then uttered a phrase that Lin Yi found somewhat perplexing. Qingshan, you, the born, are both hope and salvation for us natives of the continent of enlightenment. You are the future. Since Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu relocated to the outskirts of Gufeng Valley, under the influence of his talents, Lin Yi's growth had been remarkably swift. On one hand, the proficiency of the Flame Sun sword technique surged dramatically, now reaching level 8. On the other hand, Lin Yi's accumulation of experience points was ever increasing. In just 1 week, he had amassed nearly 2,500 experience points. Lin Yi learned from Dugu Feng that players encounter a bottleneck at level 5 and again at level 7. The experience required to ascend from level 3 to level 4 is 400 points, and from level 4 to level 5, it demands 800 points. The transition from level 5 to level 6 requires merely 1,000 experience points, with no doubling of experience. However, from level 5 onwards, each ascension necessitates that one's vitality reaches certain thresholds. Lin Yi feels no concern regarding the vitality bottleneck. After all, he consumes small portions of blood food daily, resulting in a gradual increase in his vitality. Since drinking the holy water last time, his current vitality has reached 35 points. To surpass level 5, a vitality of 25 points is required, a condition Lin Yi entirely fulfills. If he were to utilize all his accumulated experience points, he should be able to ascend directly to level 6. Subsequently lies the hurdle of level 7. For both the reincarnators and the natives of the Apocalypse continent, level 7 holds particular significance. It is said that upon breaking through to this level, the individual's various current metrics will determine the awakening of their innate talents. This opportunity is singular. Should one be fortunate enough to awaken a special innate talent, they could transform from an ordinary individual into an extraordinary genius. Regarding the awakening at level 7, Lin Yi had specifically inquired with Gu Qinghu. When Gu Qinghu broke through to level 7, his vitality was remarkably high, boasting a staggering 100 points, and he subsequently acquired the innate talent, Surging Vitality Green. Upon activation of this talent, Gu Qinghu could double his vitality in combat. It can be said that with his proficiency in the Flame Sun Blade technique combined with this talent, Gu Qinghu was virtually unstoppable in battle. Reflecting on Gu Qinghu's experience, Lin Yi assessed his own situation and concluded that his most prominent attribute at present is his 700 health points. Should he choose to break through to level 7, he fears he may awaken an innate talent related to health. As for its quality, it is likely to be at least green or blue, considering that his 700 health points are indeed astonishing compared to most natives of the Apocalypse and reincarnators. Even if a reincarnator allocates all 45 attribute points gained from leveling up from 1 to 10 into vitality, they would likely not exceed 1,000 health points. Nevertheless, Lin Yi is not satisfied. After all, he possesses a universal talent of red quality, and he believes the awakened innate talent cannot be of inferior caliber. At the very least, it should be a purple innate talent. However, the universal talent only has one fixed slot, and should he opt for a new talent, he would have to relinquish his innate blade user. This purple talent is crucial, as Lin Yi's current combat awareness and blade techniques are intricately tied to its enhancement. Without innate blade user, his combat prowess would likely be halved. Lin Yi pondered. If only he could upgrade the universal talent to create an additional fixed slot. Yet he is unaware of what materials are required for such an upgrade. In the capital city, Liu Bo and Zhou Huaiwen, hailing from Lina City, have finally concluded their training program. Over the span of more than 2 weeks, they primarily engaged in political and cultural education, alongside various training related to the Apocalypse world. With the nation's resources favoring them, This cohort of trainees has largely attained level 5, and each possesses a martial skill. It can be said that with their current physical attributes and qualities, they all qualify as martial arts experts in reality. Certainly, the nation's training is intended to safeguard the populace and uphold safety across various locales. However, due to the tightly packed schedule, the original objectives of the two individuals were significantly delayed. Lu Bo was unable to locate the instructor from Dayu village, and Zhou Huaiwen similarly failed to uncover any information regarding the death of his son. At this juncture, Lu Shuang, who had personally driven to fetch them, offered heartfelt reassurances as he drove. Do not fret, my friends. Since you have joined the national framework, you are now part of our family. Once you ascend to become experts in the world of Tianqi, at the level of a team leader, obtaining certain information will not pose a challenge. Moreover, even if you were to find the perpetrator responsible for your loved one's demise, hypothetically speaking, do you believe that your current capabilities would suffice for vengeance? In my view, it would be prudent to focus on developing your skills within the Tianqi realm. Eventually, you shall uncover the answers you seek. Within the vehicle, Lu Bo could not suppress his thoughts. Brother Shuang, I sense you are merely placating me. Zhou Huaiwen fell silent. After 2 weeks of training in the capital, he had become aware of many secrets within the Tianqi world and understood that the individual who had killed his son was not simply a straightforward adversary. It was likely that a vast underground organization was behind it. Zhao Shuang, with a toothpick in his mouth, glanced at Lu Bo in the rearview mirror and remarked, "What do you mean by placating? Just tell me, do you find any truth in what I say?" Indeed, there was merit to his words, yet Lu Bo felt that some matters needed to be investigated sooner rather than later, lest the opportunity to do so evaporate. Furthermore, Brother Shuang, you previously mentioned an instructor from Dayu village at the headquarters. After 2 weeks of training, none of the instructors I encountered hailed from Dayu village. I feel as though you were deceiving me. Lu Bo experienced a moment of frustration. The current generation, those born after the year 2000, possess their own thoughts and are not easily misled. Ah, my friend, I assure you that I have no reason to deceive you. I suspect that during my training, I was assigned a different group of instructors, which is why you did not encounter them. The two engaged in a lively exchange within the vehicle. Suddenly, Lu Bo recalled something and quickly sent a message to Lin Yi. Chapter 31, Semi-Spiritual Longblade. At this moment, Lin Yi had evidently not received Lu Bo's message. This morning, due to the various tasks at the studio, he had not logged into the Tianqi world until noon. After a week of construction, the encampment had seen a significant increase in tents, most of which were erected by members of the 5th team, led by Gu Feng. They had even taken the liberty of constructing a tent for Lin Yi, situated right beside Gu Qinghu's tent. At this moment, Gu Laosi had just let out a level 9 corpse creature from the Gufeng Valley, providing the members of the 5th team with a practice opportunity. This creature was colossal, evidently having undergone some form of mutation, standing a towering 2 meters high, and when it charged, the very ground trembled beneath it. Currently, among the 5th team's reincarnators, only Gu Feng was at level 6, while the majority of the other members were at levels 4 and 5. Faced with such a formidable foe, they struggled immensely. As the corpse creature charged, their defensive formation quickly crumbled, leading the team members to scatter in all directions. Wang Zilong was even driven to cry out in terror as he fled from the creature. Fortunately, Gu Feng stepped up, utilizing his agile prowess to distract the level 9 corpse creature, buying precious time for his comrades. The ancient figure, Old Four, maintained a fierce demeanor, frowning as he bellowed from a distance. Maintain formation. Maintain formation. How many times must I repeat myself? In the wilderness, when faced with creatures far superior in strength, only through unity and cooperation can we hope to survive. However, the oppressive presence of the level 9 corpse monster was overwhelming. Its power and speed far beyond that of ordinary beings. Moments later, an unfortunate misstep by the solitary warrior, Gu Feng, resulted in him being knocked to the ground by the creature's claws. The others, including Qian Duoduo and Wang Zilong, were too intimidated by the corpse monster to approach. Old Four could no longer bear to watch. Alu, Xiaoba, you two step forward. Bind the corpse monster with chains. We shall try again tomorrow. 2 members of the militia, both at level 9, swiftly advanced, skillfully using chains to restrain the formidable creature. Nearby, Gu Qinghu observed the scene, knitting his brows. Old Four. This method is ineffective. The level of the corpse monster vastly exceeds that of the members of the 5th squad. One miscalculation could lead to casualties. With a sigh, Old Four acknowledged the disparity in levels, yet his intention was to cultivate teamwork among the newcomers, a goal now dashed by their disappointing performance. After a week of arduous training, their defensive formation crumbled at the first sign of danger, scattering like startled rabbits. Lin Yi, who had been watching the entire ordeal, felt a pang of understanding. Old Four's approach was sound, but he had misjudged the courage of the players. In this extraordinary game, Apocalypse, life was singular and precious. Who would risk everything for rigorous training? Players traditionally adhered to a mantra of seizing benefits while shunning peril. Gu Qinghu, understanding the temperament of the newcomers, suggested, perhaps it would be wiser to hone their individual combat skills first. Your current method is not a viable solution. Very well, I shall train them for another 2 days. If progress remains stagnant, I will adopt your approach, Old Four conceded, shaking his head. He then cast an envious glance at Lin Yi, remarking, "You, Gu Qinghu, are fortunate to have promising talent delivered to your door. If you send Qingshan my way, I shall procure a vial of divine water from the village chief for you." Gu Qinghu quickly interjected, "Old Four, do not covet my talent. We are still brothers." While camping outside the valley with Old Four, he had shared several drinks, and their relationship had notably softened. However, he regretted boasting about Lin Yi's exceptional swordsmanship and innate talent during a drunken stupor, which only intensified Old Four's desire to acquire Lin Yi for himself. Enough of that. Look at your stingy demeanor. Dugu Feng, who had just suffered considerable scratches from the corpse monster, approached Lin Yi after applying healing ointment. "Brother Qingshan, the item has been sold. Here is the weapon you requested." Dugu Feng retrieved a gleaming silver-long sword from his backpack. The blade was long and robust, exuding a unique luster, while the hilt was finely crafted from ivory, adorned with intricate and exquisite engravings. It was evident that this was a weapon of commendable quality. Lin Yi grasped the silver-long sword, feeling its perfectly balanced weight. The entire blade was seamless, constructed from remarkably durable material. Although this long sword cannot be classified as a spiritual weapon, it is nonetheless considered a semi-spiritual artifact. When donned, it enhances certain attributes slightly, surpassing even the long swords he had encountered in the treasury, which were valued at several hundred contribution points. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my friend, I appreciate your efforts." Dugu Feng chuckled heartily, recalling that 3 days prior, Lin Yi had presented him with a tome titled Swift Steps, requesting assistance in exchanging it for a suitable weapon. Although Swift Steps is merely an ordinary white-grade external skill, its ability to facilitate brief displacements renders it quite rare. Coincidentally, aside from his own prowess, Dugu Feng was acquainted with several high-level players from Gutan Village, which enabled him to trade Swift Steps for this semi-spiritual Zhan Yin long sword. From the perspective of those high-level players, they undoubtedly felt they had made a profitable exchange. However, Lin Yi did not consider himself at a disadvantage either, as the tome was one he had later acquired, having already mastered it from a previous gambling contest. Moreover, over the course of the past week, he and Gu Qinghu had successfully obtained numerous corpse monster manuals and corpse oil blocks, a portion of which he had surrendered to Gu Qinghu in exchange for an equivalent amount of contribution points. With these points, he procured not only a substantial amount of blood food, but also a complete set of defensive armor. Now equipped with this armor, Lin Yi felt he was still in need of a reliable weapon, while a fully fledged spiritual weapon was beyond his reach at present. A semi-spiritual blade was certainly within the realm of possibility. Thus, he was quite pleased with the Zhan Yin long sword he had acquired. Armed with this semi-spiritual artifact and the defensive armor, he believed he could now contend with the level 9 corpse monster they had previously faced. Should Dugu Feng learn that Lin Yi possessed the confidence to vanquish a foe that their entire party had struggled against, he would likely be overwhelmed with embarrassment. At present, Lin Yi's character panel displays the following information: Player, Qingshan Bulo status, Fatigued ID, 007 gender, male level, 3 health points, 1744 experience points, 2, 720, 400 satiation level, 89, 100 strength, 213, the normal male limit is 10. Influencing physical damage and the maximum weight of wieldable weapons. Agility, 10, the normal male limit is 10. Affecting movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11, the normal male limit is 10, impacting stamina capacity, recovery rate. And carrying ability. Vitality, 35, 15 points derived from blood food. External skills. Celestial Arrow Technique Green 1, 102. 500 each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow unleashes an additional 12 damage. Flame Sunblade Technique White 8, 512. 600 infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the blade increases its damage by 512. If the vitality infused is doubled, the damage also doubles. Swift Steps White 1, 22. 300 utilizing 5 points of vitality allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places considerable strain on the legs, and frequent use may likely result in injury to the ankles. Equipment. Defensive armor, crafted with meticulous care from the hide of the Black Bull Demon Beast. This armor significantly mitigates damage from both sharp and blunt weapons, standing apart from spiritual artifacts. Splendid Silver Longsword, forged from meteorite iron intermingled with precious secret silver. This elongated blade boasts a keen edge and possesses not only the strength to pierce armor, but also grants its wielder an augmentation of 3 points to their strength attribute, embodying the prowess of certain spiritual artifacts. Initial talent, universal talent, red, innate swordmaster. Chapter 32, official information revealed by Liu Bo. With his new equipment donned, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to venture into the valley and hone his skills against the undead. Presently, Lin Yi's most formidable attack was the 8th level Flame Sun Blade technique, which now exhibited a quintuple enhancement in power. The golden blade aura unleashed could extend up to 2 meters in length, According to Guqinghu, Lin Yi's mastery of the flame sunblade technique had far surpassed that of the villagers in Gutin village, to the extent that even Guqinghu himself could not compare. Should Lin Yi wield the splendid silver longsword against the 7th level undead he encountered a week prior, he could likely dispatch them with a single stroke. The 8th level undead might require 2 strikes, but with his current health value of 35, he was more than capable of executing such a feat. As for the 9th level undead, it would likely necessitate a protracted engagement, enduring some minor injuries before he could employ the flame sunblade technique to vanquish them. It is evident that Lin Yi's combat prowess had transformed remarkably compared to a week or 2 prior. He could now contend with 9th level undead and slay 8th level ones. This transformation stemmed solely from Lin Yi acquiring the purple talent of innate swordmaster. The significance of high-quality talents is indisputable. However, it seemed that the 8th level flame sunblade technique had also encountered a bottleneck. Lin Yi noticed that even with the innate swordmaster talent, his proficiency began to increase at a sluggish pace after reaching level 8. It appears that the innate swordmaster talent also has its limits. Upon logging off from the apocalypse world, Lin Yi checked his mobile phone and discovered a message from Liu Bo regarding a gathering. An hour later, the two found themselves satiated at an upscale barbecue restaurant. Brother Yi, did you know? On the very first day, our instructor took us to the military camp, where we not only soaked in medicinal wine to enhance our physiques, but also learned combat techniques and firearm usage. Furthermore, upon learning of my arrival in the Apocalypse World's Yulong Village, the headquarters specifically arranged for a seasoned player from Yulong Village to guide my development. In summary, I am tirelessly busy every day, with merely 4 hours of sleep. Lin Yi chuckled and curiously inquired about the specifics of Liu Bo's training in the capital. Ordinarily, such training details are strictly confidential and not to be divulged. Yet, Liu Bo was unconcerned. To him, after the passing of his father, Lin Yi had become the best older brother he could ask for, akin to family. He recalled how, during times of poor exam results when his father would reprimand him, Lin Yi would always intervene, often taking him out for late-night skewers, leading him to believe that brother Yi was the best person in the world. After all, the confidentiality agreement was merely a signature for him, carrying little weight. Since brother Yi had inquired, what was there that he could not share? Our group consists of approximately 30 individuals, all selected as new players from across the nation. According to our instructor, we are the 5th cohort, indicating that the government has conducted 4 prior training sessions. By the way, Zhao Shuang, who accompanied me to the capital, mentioned that our current captain Zhang from Linha City is a veteran from the 2nd cohort. Presently, the government has identified around 150 novice villages, some in close proximity while others are quite distant. In any case, the Yulong village where I reside is considerably far from my father's Dayu village. Having summarized my experiences in the capital, Liu Bo could not resist inquiring, by the way, Ego, have you managed to obtain an activation code? If not, I can find a way to secure one for you from our city. I've heard that there are still 2 unused activation codes in our team. Lin Yi chuckled. Half seriously, no need. After you left, I inquired about the Tianqi game and, fortunately, managed to purchase an activation code at a hefty price. Lin Yi felt that his identity as a player would eventually be revealed, so it was better to disclose it to Liu Bo sooner rather than later, knowing that Liu Bo would keep the information confidential. Upon learning that Lin Yi had also entered the Tianqi world, Liu Bo exclaimed with excitement, "Really? I didn't expect you to act so swiftly. During my training, I heard that activation codes were being sold on the dark web, but the prices were exorbitant." Indeed, the price was steep. Ego had spent nearly all his savings to acquire the activation code. Initially, he feared the seller might be a fraud, but fortunately, the activation code turned out to be genuine. By the way, Xiaobo, I landed in Gutin village on the Tianqi continent. Have you heard of it? Liu Bo pondered for a moment. Gutin village? I haven't heard of it. It seems the official information on this novice village is still unavailable. Lin Yi also felt that there were likely no official representatives in Gutin village at present. According to Liu Bo, any official personnel in the game, aside from their personal development, would focus on socializing and befriending players from the same village to recognize their appearances and subsequently identify them in reality through portraiture. This method of locating and recruiting players enables the officials to swiftly gather a substantial number of Tianqi players, establishing an extraordinary organization that now essentially spans the nation. However, the absence of official personnel in Gutin village does not preclude their future presence, and with the officials' increasing activities, Lin Yi estimated that more players would likely be recruited. After chatting for a while, Liu Bo curiously asked, Ego, what level are you at now? Level 3, Lin Yi replied candidly. Indeed, he was currently at level 3, but with combat capabilities akin to levels 8 or 9. Level 3 is quite impressive. I struggled through training in the capital and only reached level 5. You truly are a seasoned player, Ego. By the way, I have a document that our instructor provided during training. I'll send it to you shortly. The information should be quite valuable for you. After a quick wash-up, Lin Yi opened the encrypted file that Liu Bo had sent him. The document contained a wealth of information, including all the monsters currently discovered by the officials, particularly those outside Gutin village, such as the terrifying boar, the heart-devouring wolf, and the mirage crow. From the lowest level 1 to level 10, there were approximately 200 different types of monsters listed within. Regrettably, the document solely contains an introduction to the various types of demons, devoid of any information related to the enigmatic spirits. Furthermore, the latter part of the document elaborates on the strategies for ascendants to advance, allocate points, and enhance their combat prowess. Based on our current research data, it is evident that every ascendant receives 5 attribute points upon leveling up. Notably, there are significant bottlenecks at levels 5 and 7. The 5th level presents a bottleneck concerning vitality, while the 7th level pertains to the awakening of physical talents. Comparatively, the bottleneck at the 7th level holds greater significance, necessitating a pause to accumulate attribute points in order to obtain the game's physical talents. According to existing studies, surpassing level 7 guarantees at least a white-quality physical talent. For reference, we provide the data of Captain Hu Feng from Xiangnan City. As Captain Hu noted, due to a unique opportunity and a distinctive point allocation method, he surpassed 50 points in agility at level 7, subsequently acquiring a green-quality physical talent related to speed. From this, we deduce that any character whose 4 primary attributes exceed 50 points should be eligible for a physical talent of green quality or higher, suggesting that a single attribute point allocation method is indeed viable. Next, we analyze the impact of the 4 attributes on characters. Beyond the information provided by the system, our extensive data reveals that investing in vitality increases health points, with approximately 1 point of vitality corresponding to 10 health points, albeit with variations among different players. Allocating points to strength, vitality, or agility will correspondingly enhance health points, with strength yielding the most significant increase in health. From a gaming perspective, the system's displayed 4 attributes should exhibit balance. Some players deem endurance unworthy of investment. However, our research indicates that endurance not only augments stamina and facilitates recovery, but also reveals its advantages in extreme environments, such as high temperatures or frigid conditions, endowing players with resistance to harsh circumstances. Furthermore, when confronting certain enigmatic spirits, endurance can bolster resistance to negative emotions. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yi could not help but marvel at the official's capability to gather information. Previously, he regarded endurance as somewhat trivial, but after reviewing this document, certain perspectives have evidently shifted. Continuing onward, the document elaborates on external skills. External skills constitute a crucial avenue for players to enhance their combat capabilities, yet the proficiency in these skills is notoriously challenging to improve. However, it is encouraging to note that practicing external skills in real life can also augment proficiency. Currently, we recommend that players specialize in a particular external skill, as this can significantly elevate combat strength in a short period. Overindulgence in multiple external skills may lead to a dilution of focus. In summary, a player's combat strength is comprised of level attributes, equipment, external skills, and combat awareness. Apart from leveling up, players can also seek rare materials within the world of revelation to enhance their attributes. This is particularly vital before reaching level 7, as accumulating a substantial amount of rare materials can yield superior physical talents at that level. Equipment and external skills have been previously discussed, so we shall refrain from further elaboration. Lastly, concerning combat awareness, we advise players to engage frequently with others in both the realm of revelation and the real world. Only through repeated encounters can one's combat awareness be refined. After thoroughly reviewing the materials sent by Liu Bo, Lin Yi felt a lingering sense of curiosity, coupled with a profound sense of gain. The richness of the information revealed the depth of the official research into the apocalypse world. However, it was unfortunate that this document contained no information regarding post-level 10 professions, indicating that such professional details are deemed highly confidential by the authorities. Lin Yi was left wondering whether Liu Bo possessed any knowledge of these professional secrets and resolved to inquire about it at the next opportunity. Moreover, Lin Yi recognized that his most pressing concern was to comprehend how to elevate his talent level and subsequently establish a talent solidification slot. Today, he had drawn an impressive blue talent, Earth Spirit, a rare blue talent. As the child of the earth, you will possess the ability to hear the whispers of the land and receive its protection. While standing on the ground, you will be able to sense the emotions of plants within a 1-kilometer radius, allowing them to serve as your eyes and ears and be commanded by you. Furthermore, while grounded, you will receive a permanent enhancement of 20 points to both strength and constitution attributes. Undoubtedly, equipping this talent would result in a significant surge in Lin Yi's attributes, comparable to that of a level 9 player, and he would no longer have to fear ambushes by monsters in the wilderness. As long as there were plants within a kilometer, any creature approaching him would be detected. Regrettably, despite the formidable nature of Earth Spirit, Lin Yi could not forsake Innate Blade Master to solidify this new talent. After all, when comparing blue talents to purple ones, a discerning individual would recognize the wiser choice. It could only be said that Innate Blade Master was currently more suited to his needs. Chapter 33. The Unusual Camp. Having completed his review of the materials and taken a hot shower to refresh himself, Lin Yi found himself surprisingly alert. Considering that he still had over 20 minutes of online time left for the day, he decided to practice the Sunfire Blade technique in the apocalypse world. It was already 11 o'clock at night, quite late, and Lin Yi assumed that Gu Chenghu and the others were likely asleep in the camp. However, upon stepping out of his tent, Lin Yi sensed that something was amiss. Peering outside, he was astonished to find that the camp was enveloped in complete darkness. Ordinarily, to ward off the nocturnal creatures and eerie spirits of the wilderness, the camp would have lit bonfires and stationed sentinels each night. Why was there no sign of life outside today? The previous evenings had not been like this. Moreover, he could feel an unsettling chill in the air. Both inside and outside the tent, a bone-deep coldness that sent shivers down his spine. Could it be that a malevolent spirit had invaded the camp? Lin Yi's first instinct was to log off and leave, but then he remembered that his Sunfire Blade technique had already reached level 8, and he could easily dispatch many low-level spirits with a full-force strike. There was no reason for him to be afraid. Armed with the silver long knife he had just acquired, a surge of confidence welled up within him. Whatever malevolence awaited him, he would simply cleave through it. Cautiously, he opened the tent and stepped outside. Once outside, Lin Yi realized the entire camp was shrouded in thick white mist. The fog obscured his vision, rendering anything beyond 2 meters indistinguishable. The temperature within the dense mist was notably low, and Lin Yi observed that the grass beneath his feet and the extinguished campfire nearby were adorned with a glistening layer of white frost. His understanding of the spectral entities was limited, yet the absence of an alert from the spectral stone soul device he carried indicated that no such entity lurked in his immediate vicinity. The entire camp lay shrouded in silence, with no sign of Gu Chenghu or the others, leaving him uncertain of their safety. However, Gu Chenghu and Gu Laosi were seasoned leaders, experienced enough to organize a defense against any nocturnal spectral incursions. As Lin Yi progressed cautiously, he spotted a tent not far ahead, where Gu Chenghu, Gu Laosi, and other militia members, including Gu Ale and Gu Xiaoba, had gathered. In their midst, a spiritual candle flickered gently, casting a warm red glow that dispelled the cold and warded off the biting mist that continued to creep in from outside. Yet, as time passed, the candle dwindled, nearing its extinguishment. At that moment, Gu Chenghu voiced his curiosity. Laosi, do you hear footsteps? I could have sworn I heard something. Gu Laosi frowned in response. That shouldn't be possible. Aside from us, the only other presence in the camp is that mist spectre, which has no feet. Gu Ale interjected. Captain, could it be that the mist spectre is attempting to lure us out by creating those sounds? This was indeed a possibility, reflecting the high intelligence of a nearly professional-grade mist spectre. Suddenly, Gu Chenghu's expression shifted as he recalled something. No, it could be Qing Shan. He sometimes comes to practice his sword techniques at night. This is problematic. The surrounding mist thickened, enveloping them in an icy embrace. Lin Yi attempted to log off, but the system alerted him. Ding. You are currently trapped within the ghostly domain of a spectral entity and cannot log off. A twinge of surprise coursed through Lin Yi. He had heard Gu Chenghu mention that professional-grade specters possessed such domains. Could the entity releasing the mist be a professional-grade specter? With this thought, Lin Yi quickly grasped his defensive talisman and retrieved some yang water, preparing for the impending confrontation. Just then, the mist around him surged, and the temperature plummeted sharply, as if they had been plunged into a frigid abyss. Thump, thump. Lin Yi's heart raced, the spectral stone soul device signaling an approaching entity. Gripping his shimmering silver blade, he became acutely aware of the looming danger. He sensed movement behind him, and upon turning, he was met with a swirling mass of white mist coalescing into a monstrous black visage, roaring ferociously as it lunged toward him. A sense of peril enveloped Lin Yi. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the silver blade in his hand erupted with golden radiance. Flame Sun Sword Technique. This strike harnessed the entirety of Lin Yi's vitality, the blade's brilliance dazzling in its intensity. With a resounding crash, the colossal black visage was cleaved apart, causing the surrounding mist to dim significantly. The residual force of the strike carved a 3-meter-long gash into the frozen grass below. Subsequently, the spectral stone ceased its alarms, signifying that he had temporarily repelled the assailing entity. Yet, footsteps echoed behind him. Lin Yi turned. Who goes there? It's me. Gu Chenghu called out softly, swiftly pulling Lin Yi into the safety of the tent illuminated by the flickering spiritual candle. Lin Yi glanced at the crowd and noticed that many were still present. He inquired, Captain, Old Four, why are you all here? Old Four retorted, why do you ask? What are you doing up here at such a late hour? Bringing a midnight snack for the Wraith? Gu Chenghu interjected, enough with the shouting. That mist wraith was just dispersed by Qing Shan's blade, and it is likely to hold a grudge against us. It will come back. Hearing this, Old Four was taken aback and turned to Lin Yi, remarking, to have dispersed a semi-professional wraith with a single strike, Qing Shan, your strength is commendable. Not bad, Lin Yi replied, but after that one strike, my health points were depleted, and the wraith was unharmed. He took out some blood food from his belongings, chewing a couple of small pieces to replenish his health points. Old Four observed, you are only at level 3, managing to repel the wraith is already quite impressive. Look at me and Gu Chenghu, both at level 10. and we could barely injure the wraith. We can only rely on the spirit fire candles to hold on. Lin Yi understood the function of the spirit fire candles, which could dispel darkness and counteract wraiths. As long as the candles were burning, they were temporarily safe within the tent. Captain, have you informed the village elders? Staying trapped like this is not a solution, Lin Yi remarked, sensing the temperature inside the tent beginning to drop and the spirit fire candles burning faster. It was clear that the mist wraith had realized they were hiding here and was mobilizing the surrounding mist to deplete the candle's energy. Gu Qinghu shook his head. There's no way to notify them. This wraith is nearly professional level, and the mist it releases creates a ghostly barrier that isolates the area. If we set off fireworks in the mist, the village won't see anything. What then? Wait for the sun to rise. Can the wraith leave? Lin Yi asked, knowing that generally, wraiths below professional level feared the sun. Gu Qinghu replied, that won't work. We don't have many spirit fire candles left, and they won't last until then. Moreover, I fear that if the 5th team of players logs in at dawn without the wraith having left, they might be in grave danger. Lin Yi pondered this. Had he not possessed the ability to sense wraiths and the level 8 flame sun sword technique, he might have already fallen victim to the wraith's attack. The 5th team of players was weaker than him, and if they logged in before sunrise, they would likely perish one after another. Old Four contemplated for a moment, then resolutely declared, I had initially planned to fight to the death once the candles ran out. Now that you're here, and with your flame sun sword technique being effective against wraiths, I believe we should attempt to eliminate this wraith. Gu Qinghu agreed. Indeed, this wraith was likely drawn here by our presence. Since it is lingering nearby, it may eventually attack the village. If we can resolve this threat tonight, it would be for the best. But Qingshan, can you take action? Both men turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel, nodded, and stated, my health points are nearly restored. I can fight. However, my time online today is limited. If we are to act, we must do so swiftly, lest I be forcibly logged off. Chapter 34, Striking Gold, the Transformation of the Wraith Stone. Alright, you truly are not one to shy away from challenges. You possess courage. The ancient 4th elder displayed a gleam of joy, then retrieved several red talismans from a chest behind him. These talismans were specifically designed to bind the fog spirit, and there were just enough for each person to have one. Since the fog spirit dared to attack us, I shall ensure it does not escape today. The ancient 4th elder declared fiercely. The binding spirit talisman possesses the ability to restrain malevolent spirits and can also render invisible entities visible, judging by its quality and hue. This binding spirit talisman appears to be of semi-professional grade. Lin Yi initially assumed that these talismans were crafted by the elders of the ancient village, but he heard Gu Qinghu remark, well done, old 4th, you finally decided to bring out something valuable. If you have any ultimate talismans, do not hold back. Bring them all forth. No more, the ancient 4th elder replied. These semi-professional talismans are difficult to produce, and the raw materials are hard to come by. I only possess these few. Lin Yi then realized that the talismans in his hands were indeed crafted by the ancient 4th elder. Captain Old 4th, you are capable of crafting talismans? Lin Yi exclaimed, astonished. The ancient 4th elder reveled in Lin Yi's expression of surprise, his pride evident as he said, what? Did your captain not inform you? I am to be the next village chief of Gutan village, endowed with exceptional talents. Few can rival me. The reason your captain previously looked down upon me was out of jealousy. As for the ability to craft talismans, it is a simple task for me. If you are willing to join the 4th team, I shall gift you one from time to time. Gu Qinghu quickly interjected, do not listen to this fellow's boast. The village chief has many years ahead of him, so it will not be his turn for some time. As for his talent in divine matters, it is merely the result of good fortune, something he was born with. Although Gu Qinghu spoke lightly, Lin Yi could sense a hint of bitterness in his tone. After all, Gu Qinghu and Gu Man had to venture out to seek the city of Tianshui, facing life-and-death crises to advance as warriors, while the ancient 4th elder merely had to remain in Gutan village, utilizing the temple to attain professional status as a priest. Among the younger generation, only the ancient 4th elder possessed such divine talent. Once the village chief passes, it is only natural that the ancient 4th elder would succeed him. One must admit, those with talent are often afforded privileges from birth. However, the thought of the irritable and foul-mouthed ancient 4th elder becoming the future village chief of Gutan village filled Lin Yi with dismay about the village's prospects. At that moment, Lin Yi inquired, Captain Old 4th, do you happen to have any spirit ashes? I wish to request some in advance. He knew that since the ancient 4th elder and his group established their camp in the Valley of Ancient Tombs, they had frequently hunted scattered wandering spirits in the nearby wilderness, so they should possess quite a bit of spirit ashes. Wandering spirits are level 3 entities, categorized as the lowest tier of malevolent spirits, and they often appear in groups. These spirits lack a physical form and possess low aggression. By applying the sap of the sun tree to one's eyes, one can easily locate and eliminate them. The ancient 4th elder looked puzzled. We do have some. But what do you need it for? Spirit ashes have a wide range of uses. They are not only one of the materials for crafting spirit fire candles, but also serve as raw materials for producing certain talismans designed to combat malevolent spirits. Indeed, The ancient Fourth Elder had a considerable amount of spirit ashes, but they were strategic resources for Gutin village, destined for significant future use. I possess a unique talent, Lin Yi explained, that allows me to sense approaching spirits if I absorb a sufficient quantity of spirit ashes. Hence, I wish to request some in advance so that I may better confront the fog spirit shortly. A talent for sensing spirits? My dear boy, I never anticipated that you possess not only the talent for combat with a blade, but also the rare gift of sensing the enigmatic spirits. Very well, wait for it. With the venerable Gu Qinghu as a witness, there must be truth to this. The ancient Gu Laozi opened his treasure chest once more, retrieving a brown cloth bag. Upon opening the bag, it revealed nearly half a kilogram of spirit ashes. Goodness, one must comprehend that each gram of spirit ashes requires 50 contribution points for exchange. Thus, this nearly 300 grams of spirit ashes is worth over 10,000 contribution points. Has Gu Laozi stumbled upon the lair of the spirits? Lin Yi nearly drooled at the sight. Aware of the urgency, Gu Laozi refrained from further chatter and directly inquired, "How much do you require?" "The more, the better," came the response. Gu Laozi furrowed his brow, but decisively handed over the entire bag of spirit ashes to Lin Yi, saying, "Very well. I shall witness what makes your talent so extraordinary." It was evident that Gu Laozi intended to observe firsthand how Lin Yi would utilize these spirit ashes. With no other option, Lin Yi grasped a handful of ashes and placed them against his chest before the gathered crowd. Soon, the enigmatic stone merged with Lin Yi's heartbeat, pulsating vigorously and emanating a faint red glow. Subsequently, the spirit ashes floated into him at a visible speed, akin to glowing blue quicksand merging with Lin Yi's heart. Observing this spectacle, Gu Qinghu remained unfazed, yet Gu Laozi's expression shifted. He recalled ancient texts he had perused within the village, which spoke of a type of soul artifact. This soul artifact was a treasured legacy of Gutan village, believed to be passed down from ancient times, capable of growing stronger by harnessing the power of the enigmatic spirits. Regrettably, it had been permanently lost during a tumultuous period in the village's history. The scene of Lin Yi consuming the spirit ashes bore an uncanny resemblance to the use of the soul artifact. Could it be that the long-lost soul artifact has found its way into Lin Yi's possession? Gu Laozi suppressed his astonishment and, at that moment, ceased to lament the rapid consumption of the spirit ashes. As an increasing amount of ashes surged into his being, Lin Yi experienced an ethereal sensation, as if he were floating. Ding. The soul artifact, the enigmatic stone, is undergoing transformation. Mental power 2. Ding. The soul artifact, the enigmatic stone, is undergoing transformation. Mental power 3. Ding. The soul artifact, the enigmatic stone, is undergoing transformation. Mental power 4. The system emitted multiple notifications, as more than half a kilogram of spirit ashes had prompted Lin Yi's enigmatic stone to undergo 3 transformations, augmenting his mental power by a total of 9 points. Previously, Lin Yi had requested 10 grams of spirit ashes from Gu Qinghu, but perhaps the quantity was too scant to instigate a transformation. Now, with the enigmatic stone having transformed thrice and significantly enhancing his mental power, Lin Yi not only felt his senses sharpen, but also experienced an invigorating clarity of mind. The half-kilogram of spirit ashes was not wasted. Observing that Lin Yi had finally finished, Gu Laozi eagerly inquired, "How do you feel?" Lin Yi took a moment to assess and replied, "Thank you, Captain Gu Laozi. I feel quite well. It seems I can sense the spirits from a much greater distance now." "How much greater?" "Previously, I could sense the presence of spirits within 10 meters. Now, it appears I can perceive them within 100 meters. Excellent. That will aid us in dealing with the fog spirits." The ancient elder nodded, increasingly convinced that Lin Yi had acquired the sole weapon of their village, Gutan. However, the captain of the fourth elder remarked, "I have used so many resources all at once. I fear I will not be able to repay you in a timely manner. It seems I shall have to defer repayment to a later date." Lin Yi hesitated, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. The elder chuckled knowingly, aware of Lin Yi's intentions to delay payment. When would that later date be? It was likely that Lin Yi had already harbored thoughts of evasion when he requested to absorb the ghostly ashes. The notions of prepayment and debts owed were mere fabrications. Indeed, those born into this world often possess a penchant for benefiting themselves. The elder's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Yi, cheerfully stating, "There is no rush. If you truly cannot repay, you may offer yourself as collateral." At this moment, Gu Qinghu interjected to alleviate Lin Yi's predicament. "Enough of this triviality. The time we have in the Qingshan is limited. Let us not dwell on such matters. Our immediate concern is to swiftly locate and vanquish the Mist Spectre." He turned to Qingshan. "Can you sense the presence of the Mist Spectre?" "Captain, I shall give it a try," Lin Yi replied. He then closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began to utilize the abilities of the ghost stone within his chest to perceive his surroundings. Perhaps due to an increase of 9 points in mental acuity, he found his sensitivity heightened. Soon, Lin Yi discerned that a thick, cold white mist, emanating malevolent intentions, was swirling around the tent they occupied. Clearly, this was the true form of the Mist Spectre, concealed within the fog. "Captain, The mist spectre is just outside the tent. However, it appears to be a flowing mass of white mist rather than a solid entity. Chapter 35. Annihilating the Mist Spectre, a Significant Harvest. The Mist Spectre possessed peculiar abilities. The icy fog it released not only concealed its tracks and obscured vision, but also allowed it to rapidly coalesce wherever the mist lingered. In other words, it could teleport within the confines of the fog and remain hidden. However, with the enhancement of Lin Yi's ghost stone abilities, it was as if he had become a radar for specters, rendering the Mist Spectre's concealment ineffective. Gu Qinghu pondered momentarily, stating, "To completely eradicate this entity, we must draw out its true form. I will initiate the attack. You all should wait for the opportune moment." With that, Gu Qinghu unsheathed the dragon's roar blade and stepped out of the tent. The instant he emerged, he was met with an assault, as a massive hand formed from the white mist descended upon him. What audacity! Gu Qinghu had anticipated this and was undeterred. He raised the dragon's roar and cleaved downward. The golden blade light severed the misty hand in two. Just as Gu Qinghu sighed with relief, all the white mist in the camp began to converge towards him, forming numerous spectral creatures. These apparitions included terrifying boars, ghostly demons, and heart-eating wolves, abundant in number. All common beasts from the vicinity of Guten village. Indeed, these specters from around Guten village can simulate such lifelike creatures, though they are merely illusions. Gu Qinghu barked a command and charged into the misty creatures, engaging them with the fiery sun blade technique. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained inside the tent, relying on the ghost stone to monitor the situation outside with the mist spectre. The ancient elder inquired, "What do you perceive?" Lin Yi shook his head. "The fog entity has yet to manifest, hovering ominously above our tent. However, I can sense that it has dispersed much of its power to create clones, which has weakened its core form." Gu Lao turned and commanded, "Alu Xiaoba, go outside and assist in eliminating the clones. It seems this fog entity will not reveal itself until its little tricks are exhausted." At that moment, indeed, the fog entity swirled above the tent like a mass of shifting mist. Due to the presence of the spirit fire candles, it was unable to probe into the tent. Yet, it was aware that the ant that had wounded it was hiding within. After a few minutes, the misty creatures surrounding us were gradually exterminated by Gu Qinghu and his companions, but with a gust of cold wind, the mist began to coalesce into new entities once more. Gu Qinghu frowned and called out to the tent, "This is untenable, within the shroud of mist. We cannot completely eradicate these creatures. Gu Lao, we must devise another plan." Gu Lao raised an eyebrow. He had intended to exhaust the power of the fog entity's clones before drawing out its core, but it seemed the clones were virtually inexhaustible. Even if they managed to eliminate them, they would be too weary to continue. At this juncture, Lin Yi suggested, "Captain, why not try the spirit binding talisman? Perhaps it will prove effective against the drifting fog entity." Although the spirit binding talisman was a semi-professional grade talisman, it had been restored from ancient texts by Gu Lao, and he had only encountered it a few times against ghostly entities. Thus, he was uncertain whether the talisman could directly affect the incorporeal fog entity, especially since it was of semi-professional caliber. Hence, he had previously cautioned against using the talisman before locating the entity's core. Unexpectedly, Gu Lao's thoughts took a sudden turn, and he pondered aloud. "Hey, Qingshan, did you just call me captain?" "Huh." Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he had misspoken. After all, among the 4 militia captains, he had only differentiated the others from Gu Qinghu by prefixing their names, a convention among the militia members. "Indeed, from now on, you shall address me as such. It sounds pleasant," Gu Lao replied, disregarding Lin Yi's bewilderment as he rummaged through his treasure chest. Lin Yi observed as yet another red talisman was produced. However, this talisman gave off a rather unpleasant aura, exuding a violent and cruel energy, as if it contained a malevolent entity within. Captain, what kind of talisman is this?" "It is also a semi-professional talisman, crafted by the village elder himself, and possesses formidable power." Gu Lao initially did not wish to elaborate further, but upon seeing Lin Yi's inquisitive gaze, he continued, "This talisman seals a trace of a professional-grade malevolent spirit's essence. Once activated, the enveloping white mist outside will dissipate naturally, leveraging the property that low-grade spirits cannot contain those of higher grade. Hence, this talisman is known as the Spirit-Breaking Talisman, a treasured legacy of our Guten village." Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "Why didn't you use such a powerful talisman earlier?" Gu Lao explained, "This talisman requires the essence of a professional-grade spirit as its material, which is exceedingly rare. I possess only a single talisman, and had it not been for the opportunity to eradicate this fog entity, I would not have brought it forth. Enough of the trivialities. Once the fog dissipates, you must cooperate with Gu Qinghu and the others to swiftly eliminate the fog spectre." With that, Gu Laozi crushed the talisman in his hand. In an instant, a massive surge of dark, inky energy poured forth from the talisman. Lin Yi, standing too close, inadvertently inhaled a wisp of this dark essence, immediately feeling a surge of malevolence fill his heart. Fortunately, Gu Laozi pulled Lin Yi back and slapped him awake. The spectre within the talisman, known as the wrathful ghost, is one of the 7 divine spirits. If you inhale too much, you might truly become a fool. Lin Yi shot Gu Laosi a resentful glance, sensing that he had done this intentionally, neglecting to warn him, merely to witness his embarrassment, and even attempted to slap him again. Fine, fine. You can forget about that half a pound of ash. As a more formidable spectre emerged within the fog spectre's half-ghostly form, it sensed the slightest disturbance, causing the dense white mist that enveloped the entire camp to scatter violently. Gu Qinghu and the others noticed this change immediately and deduced that it was the handiwork of Gu Laosi. The fog spectre is about to escape. Do not let it get away. At that moment, Lin Yi, wielding his shimmering silver blade, stepped out of the tent, realizing that the fog spectre, which had been hovering above, seemed intent on fleeing. Captain, the fog spectre is 10 meters ahead in the mist. It's trying to escape. Understood, Gu Qinghu replied. Then swiftly moved forward, his dragon roar blade radiating golden flames as he struck down. With a resounding cry, the fog spectre was struck directly amid the fading white mist. Its vaporous form cleaved in two before reassembling. It was evident that Gu Qinghu's fiery blade technique had inflicted significant damage upon the spectre. After tormenting us for so long, it still dares to flee. Gu Qinghu then hurled a binding spirit talisman, which transformed into a beam of white light, firmly immobilizing the fog spectre. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Ale and Gu Xiaoba rushed in to deliver additional strikes. In a mere 5 seconds, the once house-sized fog spectre was reduced to several smaller masses. Its volume diminished by a third. At this point, the surrounding white mist had completely vanished, and in the night's embrace, the fog spectre's form stood out distinctly. Lin Yi no longer needed to be reminded of the spectre's location. The fog spectre sensed the impending peril and frantically struggled against its bonds. As the energy of the first binding spirit talisman waned, Gu Ale threw out a second one. Gu Qinghu and the others surged forward to continue their assault. Lin Yi joined in, landing 2 strikes. Since the fog spectre was essentially a fish on the chopping block, he was determined to seize this final opportunity to slay it. Maximizing his gains, Gu Qinghu sheathed his blade and declared, Qing Shan, it's up to you now? Understood, Captain. Lin Yi gathered his strength, channeling the remaining 30 points of vitality into the fiery sun blade technique. The strike shone like a vast sun, illuminating a radius of 4 to 5 meters entirely. In the scorching brilliance of the blade, the fog spectre let out a mournful wail before dissolving into white mist. Ding! You have slain a half-profession fog spectre, earning 150 experience points. After the spectre vanished, a plethora of spectral ashes burst forth, along with 2 gleaming items. A stone shimmered with white light, while another stone glimmered with black light. The necromantic stone, white, harbored a copious amount of death energy. Any living being that came into contact with it would suffer ailments at best, and at worst, meet their demise. This object was a boon for the spectral beings. The mist spectre stone green, a core item dropped by semi-professional specters, had numerous ingenious uses and was of great value. Lin Yi picked up the black, necromantic stone and, upon reading its description, disdainfully tossed it to the old four. Just as Lin Yi was examining the mist spectre stone to discern its nature, he suddenly vanished from his spot. It turned out that his online time had expired, and he was forcibly ejected from the apocalypse world, leaving a few individuals exchanging perplexed glances. Soon after, Old Four bared his teeth, displaying the expression of a dog deprived of its meal, and exclaimed, "Damn it! Did that brat make off with our spoils?" Indeed, Lin Yi not only absconded with the mist spectre stone, but also discreetly took a spirit-binding talisman with him. Chapter 36. Unexpected Developments in Reality. The following morning, before the dawn had fully brightened, some players from Militia Team 5 logged on early. However, upon entering the camp, they discovered that their tents had vanished. The entire encampment was in disarray, the ground marred with deep cuts, as if it had endured a fierce battle. They learned that just a few hours prior, a semi-professional spectre had invaded the camp, resulting in a fierce confrontation, during which the spectre was ultimately slain by the militia members. A spectre invasion? I've never encountered such a thing. Is it akin to the ghosts depicted in films and novels? When Dugu Feng logged in, the members of Team 5 immediately surrounded him. Dugu, have you heard about last night's incident? A spectre invaded our camp. At the mention of the word spectre, he instinctively shuddered, but upon seeing old Qinghu nearby, who was reassembling tents, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the old captain around, it indicated that the spectre threat had been neutralized. Brothers, what exactly transpired? Please elaborate. After listening to the excited chatter of his comrades, Dugu Feng finally grasped the events of the previous night, feeling fortunate that he had not logged in. The invader had indeed been a semi-professional spectre. Moreover, the white mist emanating from the spectre had enveloped the entire camp, leaving no room for escape. Ultimately, it was Lin Yi, in conjunction with Old Qinghu, Old Four, and others, who managed to vanquish the spectre. Wait, when did my brother Qing Shan become so formidable? Even his good friend, the level 9 Chan Kongqua, would not dare to directly confront a semi-professional spectre. Was it merely a change of a semi-ethereal weapon that granted him such prowess? If memory served, Lin Yi had been holding back on experience points and was still only a level 3 player. The disparity between level 3 and semi-professional was staggering. To be honest, Du Gufeng's impression of Lin Yi was still that of someone capable of slaying level 5 corpse monsters in Scathe, which was already formidable for a level 5. Yet, even with Lin Yi's significant progress over the past week, it seemed implausible that he could contend with a semi-professional spectre. Had he known that the Apocalypse game was still active, he might have begun to suspect Lin Yi of exploiting cheats. Du Gufeng found himself perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. As time passed, all members of Militia Team 5 gathered, and Old For commenced their training. At this moment, Gu Qinghu awaited Lin Yi's online presence, but observed that the Elder Gu had already led the militia's 5th squad deep into the valley to confront the corpse monsters. While Lin Yi had yet to log in, Gu Qinghu found himself growing restless. It was peculiar. Qing Shan was seldom late. Could something have delayed him? As Gu Qinghu suspected, Lin Yi indeed encountered an unforeseen circumstance in reality. Upon rising early that morning, Lin Yi intended to log in promptly to inspect the Misty Spirit Stone he had acquired the previous day. However, while savoring buns at a breakfast shop beneath his apartment, he felt a significant amplification of his mental acuity and immediately sensed someone observing him from a distance. For several minutes, the gaze of the concealed individual seemed fixed upon him. Lin Yi was certain that this person was tailing him. Was it an official? Had Liu Bo disclosed his status as a player of the Apocalypse to the authorities? Initially, Lin Yi thought Liu Bo had betrayed him, but upon reflection, he deemed it improbable. Even the officials wouldn't need to act with such haste, especially so early in the morning. Moreover, he held some confidence in Liu Bo. Given their relationship, there was no necessity for such actions. If not an official, then who could it be? Perhaps a member of the Black Card Alliance mentioned by Liu Hong in his diary? Yet, it had been so long since Liu Hong's incident. Why would anyone still be watching him? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Lin Yi continued to eat his buns leisurely, refraining from looking up to seek out the observer. After finishing his meal, he canceled his morning plan to hunt corpse monsters in the Apocalypse world and hailed a rideshare to his studio. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a nearby shop, a man with binoculars lowered his device and proceeded to edit a message on his phone. Number 1. This individual appears quite ordinary, finishing breakfast and taking a rideshare. It seems he is heading to his game studio. Very well, Number 1. While he is out, you should check his residence. Understood, Number 1. In a luxurious building along the banks of the Huangpu River in Donghai City, Zhao Yilong slowly set down his phone. He was indeed Number 1, a member of the Black Card Alliance. In his 40s, dressed in a light gray suit, he possessed a refined visage adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Not only was he a prominent businessman in reality, but he was also an adept player in the Apocalypse world. As one of the earliest entrants into this realm, Zhao Yilong had ascended to a professional level. Months prior, supported by his vast financial empire, he had established an underground organization known as the Black Card Alliance within the country. The organization's mission was to unite non-official players, collaboratively exploring the Apocalypse world while exchanging information and resources. Membership in the Black Card Alliance came with financial subsidies in reality, and there were no hierarchical divisions. All were considered members. To facilitate identification, they referred to each other by numbers, with Zhao Yilong naturally being designated as Number 1. Although the Black Card Alliance ostensibly presented itself as a law-abiding organization, it remained a private entity beyond official control, leading to Zhao Yilong frequently being invited for discussions with the authorities. This occurrence gradually diminished only after Zhao Yilong achieved a professional level. This time, he dispatched personnel from the organization to Linha City, primarily in pursuit of Liu Hong's activation code, a code rumored to possess a notably low number. As one of the inaugural players in the world of Revelation, Zhao Yilong was privy to numerous hidden secrets of this realm, including the enigma surrounding activation codes. 6 months prior, the world of Revelation had abruptly opened, with a mysterious force selecting 108 individuals from Earth to enter this new domain. These 108 individuals constituted the first cohort of players, each endowed with an activation code numbered from 1 to 108. The activation code numbered 110 is particularly exceptional, crafted from a golden material, and is said to grant players incredible powers upon activation. Codes numbered between 111 and 108 are classified as secondary activation codes, made of blue paper, which also bestow various unique rewards upon activation. Subsequent activation codes issued ceased to have numerical rankings and were merely ordinary white codes. Zhao Yilong's remarkable ascent to professional status, surpassing 99 other players within a mere 6 months, can be attributed to being among the first selected players. Having secured the activation code numbered 102, the reward associated with code 102 is the immunity to 3 deaths within the world of Revelation, an enviable ability indeed. This implies that he possesses 3 lives within this realm. However, Zhao Yilong was acutely aware that his activation code was not the most prestigious. The truly transformative codes are those ranked within the top 10. By a stroke of fortune, he learned of Liu Hong's information and became aware that Liu Hong's activation code was quite high in rank. Although uncertain of the exact number, he endeavored to engage with Liu Hong, hoping to draw him into the Black Card Alliance. Unfortunately, over the past month and a half, he found himself ensnared by the dual trivialities of reality and the world of revelation. When he next turned his attention to Liu Hong, he discovered that Liu Hong had met with an untimely death in the real world, and his activation code had vanished without a trace. A week ago, Zhao Yilong began to investigate Liu Hong's relatives or friends, including Liu Bo, Lin Yi, and Liu Hong's ex-wife, all of whom fell within the scope of his inquiry. Ultimately, he learned that Liu Bo had become a player in the world of revelation and was dispatched for training at the official headquarters in the capital. At this juncture, he felt a significant degree of certainty that Liu Hong had bequeathed his activation code to his son. After all, Zhao Yilong had interacted with Liu Hong within the game. Liu Hong was a man of traditional values who cared deeply for his son. If there was something valuable, Liu Hong would undoubtedly leave it for him without hesitation. In a high-rise building, standing before a panoramic window overlooking the river, Zhao Yilong retrieved a photograph of Liu Hong from his drawer. The image depicted Liu Bo clad in training attire, smiling brightly in front of Tiananmen Square. It was evident that Zhao Yilong wielded considerable influence, having procured an internal photograph of the trainees. Little one, you do bear some resemblance to your father, but I hope you do not inherit his short-sightedness. Approximately half an hour later, a message arrived from the number 16. Number 1, I've roughly searched Lin Yi's home. There's nothing of value. The computer is completely clean, and aside from an unopened ornamental Longquan sword in the bedroom, there's nothing particularly noteworthy. I suspect Lin Yi may not be a player in Revelation. After reading the message, Zhao Yilong furrowed his brows. Fine, let us focus on Liu Bo for now. After all, the boy has just come of age. Perhaps I could reach out to him and invite him to join the Black Card Alliance. Understood, number 1. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was supervising the members' gold farming activities in the studio. Despite his recent infrequent visits to the studio, the enthusiasm of his employees appeared to remain undiminished, which brought him a sense of comfort. After ordering each employee a cup of coffee on his phone, Lin Yi suddenly received a message from Liu Yuqian. Liu Yuqian's WeChat was added a few days ago during an accidental encounter. Brother Lin, are you at home? I hear some noise coming from your room. I remember you seemed to have left earlier this morning. Upon reading this message, Lin Yi immediately speculated that someone had entered his apartment, likely the person who had been tailing him earlier. How audacious. Fortunately, Lin Yi never left any information regarding the apocalypse at home. Anything written on paper would be incinerated immediately, and even the browsing history on his computer would be deleted before every shutdown. It's nothing, probably just a friend of mine. He was uncertain about who was tracking him, but he believed it best to enlist official assistance to resolve the matter. Should you notify your team? No need. I should be able to handle this. Lin Yi nodded, not wishing to alarm Zhang Baichuan, who was not only an experienced official, but also a high-level player. At least level 9. If his identity as an apocalypse player were to be exposed to Zhang Baichuan now, it could lead to excessive speculation, especially if Zhang were to discover the unusual source of his activation code. During the remaining time of the morning, Lin Yi took a moment to enter the world of apocalypse. He assured Gu Qinghu that he was safe and postponed the scheduled battle with the corpse monster for the day. Gu Qinghu hadn't inquired about this matter, and Gu Lao Si was absent from the camp, so Lin Yi decided to investigate further. However, as soon as he brought the mist phantom stone close to his heart, he felt the peculiar stone in his chest begin to stir again. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of desire emanated from the stone, as if it longed to devour the mist phantom stone, a sensation far stronger than that of absorbing the phantom ashes. Lin Yi hesitated. After all, this was a core item dropped by the mist phantom. Could it be consumed? Especially since the rights to this item had yet to be determined. It wasn't entirely his to claim. But when Lin Yi placed the mist phantom stone into his backpack, a wave of disappointment washed over him, as if he were on the verge of missing a significant opportunity. Damn it, if I'm going to give it to you, don't let me down. Resolutely, Lin Yi decided to gently place the mist phantom stone against his chest. Chapter 37, Merging the Mist Phantom Stone. In the next moment, the mist phantom stone seamlessly melded into Lin Yi's heart like white mist. Ding! The peculiar stone absorbed the mist phantom stone and was undergoing metamorphosis. At noon, Liu Bo, having tidied himself up, arrived at the base of Lin Yi's apartment building. In order to ascertain who exactly was following his brother Yi, Liu Bo identified himself at the security office and requested to review the surveillance footage of the apartment complex. In the surveillance footage, a young man clad in a black hoodie stealthily entered the room approximately 20 minutes after Lin Yi had departed. The figure lingered within for merely a few minutes, engaged in some unknown activity, before swiftly vanishing from the vicinity. Despite numerous cameras capturing his presence, the man kept his head lowered, obscuring his features from view. Liu Bo scoffed, remarking that it was almost as if they were in a foreign land, where mere concealment could render one invisible. With a sneer, he departed with the video footage in hand. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, Lin Yi received a message from Liu Bo Ego. We have identified the individual who was tailing you this morning. He is a player from the Apocalypse world, affiliated with the Black Card Alliance. The Black Card Alliance? Is that the organization connected to your father? Lin Yi inquired. Xiao Bo, how do you plan to handle this? Do you require my assistance? No need. Ego. The Black Card Alliance operates with impunity, and your lack of official status makes it inadvisable for you to get involved. I will take care of this matter. And I assure you he will soon leave Lina City. After their conversation, Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on how death often serves as a crucible for character. Just over half a month ago, Liu Bo was a high school student mourning his deceased father, seeking solace in his sorrow. To his astonishment, Liu Bo had undergone a profound transformation in such a brief span, exhibiting remarkable composure and maturity in handling affairs, hardly resembling a child. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Yi conducted a cursory search, but found no additional surveillance equipment in the room. Everything remained unchanged from when he had left. Had it not been for Liu Yuxian's alert, he might not have suspected that anyone had entered his space. The Black Card Alliance. Very well, I shall remember you. He mused before entering the apocalypse world. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu found themselves at the outskirts of the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley. Captain, we've been circling for quite a while, yet there isn't a single zombie in sight. Shall we venture into the core area for hunting? Agreed. Gu Qinghu nodded. Since their arrival in the valley alongside the militia's 5th squad, the number of zombies in the surrounding area had visibly dwindled. Finding a solitary zombie now proved to be a formidable challenge. Gu Qinghu reiterated, as always, once we enter the core area, heed my commands and refrain from acting recklessly. The zombies within differ significantly from those outside. Understood. Lin Yi felt a measure of confidence in his abilities. With Gu Qinghu by his side, he believed they could contend with even a level 10 zombie. Moreover, having integrated the Mist Spirit Stone earlier that day, he had acquired new capabilities he was eager to test within the valley. In contrast to the outskirts, the core area of the ancient Tomb Valley was densely vegetated, with towering ancient trees and a ground littered with unidentifiable bones and withered leaves. The lack of sunlight allowed miasma to permeate the inner valley. As Lin Yi stepped onto a patch of soft, decayed leaves, a dark figure suddenly erupted from the ground. Ancient Tomb Valley mutated zombie, green health, 510 status, hungry level, 9 skill, diamond technique. Description: this is a corpse monster that has been buried for many years. It emerges to forage when external disturbances become too pronounced. A level 9 corpse monster, endowed with external skills, quite impressive indeed. Upon encountering this towering 2-meter-tall giant, Lin Yi exhibited not fear, but rather a glimmer of excitement. Having hunted hundreds of corpse monsters, Lin Yi had begun to discern the patterns in the external skills dropped by these creatures. Typically, external skills are only dropped by monsters of level 7 and above, with the skills they carry reflecting those learned during their former lives. Such monsters tend to have a higher drop rate for external skills. Captain, allow me to engage. A mere level 9 should pose no challenge for me. Very well, I shall keep watch for any threats. As the corpse monster roared and charged, Lin Yi deftly revealed his silver long blade with a flick of his wrist. With a resounding clash, a golden beam of light cleaved through the air, striking fiercely upon the monster's right shoulder. Health, 220. With a single strike of the Flame Sun Sword technique, he managed to deplete half of the level 9 corpse monster's health. One must acknowledge that the level 8 Flame Sun Sword technique, augmented by a staggering 512, is indeed formidable. It is likely that no elite from the militia of Guten village throughout the ages has ever elevated the Flame Sun Sword technique to such heights. Though he could have dispatched the level 9 monster with 2 swift strikes, Lin Yi chose a more measured approach. The immense power and size of the level 9 corpse monster made it an ideal opponent for honing his sword technique. Consequently, Lin Yi refrained from utilizing the Flame Sun Sword technique again, instead engaging the monster with a series of precise strikes. At this moment, the proficiency of the Flame Sun Sword technique on his attribute panel began to steadily rise. Minutes later, the level 9 corpse monster let out a final gasp as Lin Yi severed its head with his razor-sharp blade. Following this, 2 items were unearthed. One was a green quality corpse oil block, and the other, a green quality material known as the corpse's sternum. Although Lin Yi did not acquire the external skill he desired, the 2 green drops were still commendable. For the next 2 hours, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu cautiously traversed the core area of the valley, on the lookout for more corpse monsters. Although these monsters were more widely dispersed, they began at level 8. Furthermore, due to the intensified remnants of a certain aura in the core area, the monsters here were evidently larger than their counterparts in the outer regions. Within this span of time, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu encountered 3 level 8 corpse monsters and 2 level 9 ones. Except for one level 8 monster that had unexpectedly ambushed them, which Gu Qinghu helped to dispatch, the remaining 4 monsters fell at Lin Yi's hands. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Yi not only amassed a wealth of experience points, but also saw a notable increase in the proficiency of the Flame Sun Sword technique. Regrettably, no external skill book had dropped. He only obtained 3 or 4 pieces of green materials. Lin Yi felt somewhat disheartened. Despite the numerous corpse monsters he had defeated, he had yet to acquire anything beyond a standard quality, swift steps. In the future, when he has more slots in his talent fixation panel, he is determined to secure a talent that enhances luck, thereby increasing his item drop rates. Chapter 38. the ability to manipulate white mist. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from a distant mountain ridge. Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu immediately became vigilant, gazing towards the site of the explosion. Captain, it appears to be traces of divine talismans, Gu Qinghu remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it is a divine talisman. The only entity capable of remaining in the valley at this time is the ancient figure known as Gu Laosi. Let us proceed to investigate. A few miles away on a small hill, a massive swarm of undead creatures erupted from the earth, among which were numerous 8th and 9th level corpses. These grotesque beings, adorned with decaying flesh, swiftly animated their stiffened bones and charged towards Gu Laosi with the ferocity of rabid dogs. At this moment, Gu Laosi, besieged, turned pale. Which damned immortal is responsible for this? He cursed. How could they bury so many militia corpses on the same hillside? Do they wish to see me perish? Had he known there were so many undead beneath the surface, he would not have resorted to using such a potent explosive talisman. The sheer number of the undead compelled Gu Laosi to hastily unleash multiple defensive talismans, barely managing to protect himself amidst the onslaught. He ignited a distress flare, hoping desperately for someone to come to his aid. Otherwise, the future village chief of Gutan village might meet his end in this valley. A minute later, the defensive talismans Gu Laosi carried began to dwindle, and the horde of undead drew ever closer. Suddenly, a dense white mist began to seep in from an unknown origin, enveloping both Gu Laosi and the undead. As he felt the bone-chilling frost emanating from the mist, Gu Laosi's scalp prickled with alarm. It's the fog spirit from last night. Damn it, could it be that the fog spirit was not eradicated? In mere seconds, the white mist thickened to such an extent that Gu Laosi could scarcely see his surroundings. Abruptly, a large hand reached out from behind and pulled him away. Gu Laosi nearly lost his wits, only to turn and find the smiling face of Gu Qinghu. What the hell, Gu Qinghu, is that you? He exclaimed, relief washing over him. I am truly delighted to see you, brother Hu. Without a hint of modesty, Gu Laosi called out to him. Gu Qinghu pointed towards Lin Yi, who was manipulating the white mist nearby, and spoke. The mist was conjured by Qingshan. I too am quite astonished. I am unclear on the specifics, but the ability to generate this mist likely relates to his fusion with the fog spirit stone. Gu Laosi gasped in shock. What? The fog spirit stone dropped yesterday? That brat managed to fuse with it? It is worth noting that the fog spirit stone is a manifestation of the rules governing the fog spirits and is pivotal for Gu Laosi's breakthrough to divinity. In the 6 months since the birth of the beings in Gutan village, although several professional-level fog spirits had perished within the village, their core spirit stones had never before dropped. At that moment, Gu Laosi seemed as though he had just learned he had won $1 million lottery, only to be devastated by the news that the ticket had expired. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Gu Qinghu, I incurred significant losses in divine talismans while battling the fog spirit last night. Strictly speaking, the fog spirit stone does not rightfully belong to that brat. Understanding the importance of the core items dropped by semi-professional fog spirits, Gu Qinghu could only attempt to soothe him, saying, I understand, but now that it has been fused, it is done. With all the treasures you possess, do you truly care about a single spirit core? Moreover, were it not for the verdant mountains that could release the white mist to ensnare the horde of undead, you would likely have been torn to shreds by now. Yet, despite this reality, the heart of the ancient fourth seems to bleed, and he weakly retorts, do not speak to me of feelings. You do not care for what you do not possess. Tell me, how many of my belongings has that boy consumed since last night? Old Fourth, have you forgotten what the village chief said? The born ones are our hope for the future. Consider these treasures as an investment. Besides, the verdant mountains did not declare they would not return what you lost. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was releasing the white mist, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though his mental energy was waning. It turned out that during the day, after the enigmatic stone on his chest devoured the mist enigma spirit stone, Lin Yi awakened the ability to manipulate the white mist. However, due to his insufficient mental strength, his control over the mist was still feeble. He could only command the white mist within a 20-meter radius, and the more he released, the greater the toll on his mental energy. Nevertheless, the white mist he unleashed bore a striking resemblance to the mist of the enigma, possessing a peculiar ability. Just as frigid and piercing, it could influence the perceptions of those ensnared within it. At present, the horde of undead attacking Old Fourth found themselves trapped in the white mist released by Lin Yi. With their limited intelligence, they lost their targets and wandered aimlessly in confusion. At this juncture, Lin Yi interjected, Captains, I cannot hold on much longer. We must flee swiftly. Neither Gu Qinghu nor Old Fourth dared to delay. Noticing the white mist around them growing increasingly thin, they hastily rose and fled in a frenzy, with Lin Yi closely trailing behind. Finally, after running several miles, they took refuge beneath a large concealed rock and sighed in relief. However, when Lin Yi raised his head, he found Old Fourth glaring at him with malice. You little rascal, who permitted you to use the Enigma Spirit Stone without my consent? Do you not realize how valuable it is to me? However, considering you did save my life earlier, we are even now. But tell me, When will you repay the half a pound of Enigma ashes you used yesterday? Lin Yi was taken aback that, having just rescued Old Fourth, he was now being confronted about repayment. Ahem, Captain Old Fourth, I am currently not in a position to repay. Must you be so insistent on collecting? Is it customary to demand repayment immediately after lending? Grant me a few months, and I assure you I will gather the sum. Faced with Old Fourth's audacity, Lin Yi decided to be bold. He simply refused to repay him now. After all, his resources were scarce, and should he fully recompense Old Fourth, he would likely struggle to secure his most basic sustenance. Gu Qinghu interjected to mediate. Enough, Old Fourth. If it comes to that, I shall repay you on behalf of Qingshan. To this, Old Fourth regarded Gu Qinghu with disdain. You? Repay? In the entirety of Gutan village, who does not know that you, Gu Qinghu, are the poorest? Aside from the dragon roar blade you carry, you have nothing of value, not even a wife. What could you possibly offer in repayment? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghu fell silent. Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion, wondering why Old Fourth, who seemed fine yesterday, was now so obstinately insistent. Captain Old Fourth, you aren't possessed by an evil spirit, are you? The ancient Fourth chuckled, scolding, you little rascal. You have been possessed by a spirit. You do not comprehend the significance of the Mist Spirit Stone to me. Had I known that what you acquired yesterday was the Mist Spirit Stone, I would have never allowed you to take it. Contemplating this, the ancient Fourth slapped his forehead, well aware that Lin Yi possessed a heritage soul artifact. Everything dropped by the spirit was nourishing to that artifact. Had he known that the Mist Spirit Core had fallen yesterday, he would have awaited Lin Yi's return today. At that moment, Gu Qinghu approached Lin Yi, stating, the ancient Fourth has remained at level 10 for several years. Yet, to break through to a professional level and transition into a priest, he requires not only ample divine power, but primarily the core drops from a professional level spirit. Although the Mist Spirit Stone that fell last night is merely a semi-professional level spirit core, it can assist the ancient Fourth in ascending to the priesthood. Upon hearing Gu Qinghu's explanation, Lin Yi finally understood why the ancient Fourth had been brusque upon their first encounter. This was the underlying reason. Chapter 39, Spirit Mastery and Demonization. Suddenly, the ancient Fourth smiled and said, youngster, I shall not make things difficult for you. If you assist me with one task, I will consider this matter settled, and you need not return the half pound of ash. Captain Fourth, please speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Lin Yi instantly realized the cunning nature of the ancient Fourth. His previous insistence on repayment was likely a prelude to this very request. After all, the ancient Fourth understood that the Mist Spirit Stone was already lost, and further insistence would be futile. Narrowing his eyes, the ancient Fourth said, this task carries a degree of danger for you, so do not rush to agree. What is it you require? Lin Yi inquired. I need you to log on after midnight tonight, and, using your unique abilities, escort me into the core region of the ancient Tomb Valley, where there exists a cave. However, before the ancient Fourth could finish, Gu Qinghu's expression changed dramatically. Old Fourth, have you lost your mind? That area has long been a forbidden zone. If you wish to die, go alone. Do not drag others into your demise. Ignoring Gu Qinghu, the ancient Fourth fixed his gaze on Lin Yi and said, youngster, will you accompany me? Rest assured, even if I perish there, you will remain unharmed. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and replied, Captain Fourth, please first explain the nature of this cave in the core region and your purpose for going there. As long as the danger is not excessive, I am willing to accompany you. Very well, it is worth sharing, especially since it pertains to our village's dark history. The ancient Fourth began, then nodded before asking, young man from Qingshan, do you know the origins of the ancient Tomb Valley? Lin Yi glanced at Gu Qinghu and said, I have heard the captain mention that this valley was originally the burial site of the village's militia heroes, but it was later occupied by a spirit that possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. The spirit has long dwelled in the valley, saturating the corpses with its essence. And over time, it transformed into what we now know as the ancient Tomb Valley. After Lin Yi finished speaking, the ancient Fourth scoffed, what you say holds some truth. Yet true history is often embellished. I will tell you plainly. The transformation of the ancient Tomb Valley into its current state is entirely the result of the transgressions of our forebears. Subsequently, he found a clean stone and settled down. Continuing his tale, approximately 3 centuries ago, an internal strife erupted in Gutan village. One faction was the divine priesthood, which governed the village's most essential resources, while the opposing side consisted of the heretical lower-class spirit manipulators. The pervasive flames of war ravaged the historically rich Gutan village, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 villagers during the turmoil. Ultimately, the faction represented by the divine priests expelled the spirit manipulators entirely. Hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but inquire, spirit manipulators? Are they those who can control spirits? The ancient storyteller continued, indeed, in the continent of Apocalypse, there exist not only the 4 professions you are familiar with, but also countless unrecognized vocations, such as the spirit manipulator and the demonizer. These 2 roles rely on spirits and demonic entities for their breakthroughs. Among them, the spirit manipulator is a formidable profession that centers around a singular spirit. allowing the host to accommodate multiple spirits and grow stronger. I have read in ancient texts that some spirit manipulators, with mere months of training, can attain professional-grade combat prowess. At this moment, Gu Qinghu interjected, Qingshan, do not heed Old Four's folly. Ancient texts record that the spirit manipulator profession is notoriously short-lived. It is an evil vocation that exacts a toll on one's life. Prolonged contact with spirits can gradually distort one's humanity, ultimately leading to a profound change in character, rendering one unrecognizable. After listening to both of them, Lin Yi grasped the situation. Old Four snapped his fingers and laughed. Astute. Conversing with clever individuals is indeed refreshing. You are correct. Many of those spirit manipulators escaped to the depths of this valley, and the cave I mentioned is where they sought refuge. Lin Yi pressed further. What lies within that cave? Why must I go there, and at such an early hour? Old Four pondered for a moment before responding. Let me share another matter with you. Before the turmoil, Guten village was rich with inherited knowledge and treasures, one of which was an ancient soul artifact capable of sensing and absorbing spirits to enhance its wielder's abilities. Lin Yi was taken aback. Wasn't this precisely what he had bound himself to, the Spirit Stone soul artifact? It seemed Old Four was already aware of its presence. Noticing Lin Yi's slight panic, Old Four chuckled. Do not worry, young man. You have already bound yourself to the soul artifact, unless you were slain. Even if your heart were to be extracted, the Spirit Stone soul artifact could not be separated from you. Lin Yi could not suppress a muttered exclamation of disbelief. Thinking to himself, thank you for the reminder. Old Four continued. During the chaos, many secret treasures and legacies were lost in Guten village, and the Spirit Stone soul artifact was among them. You ask why we must venture to the depths of the valley cave. It is because it holds the divine legacy taken by the spirit manipulators of that time. Furthermore, I wish to bring you along because you possess the Spirit Stone soul artifact, a sacred object to the spirit manipulators who rebelled long ago. They may not harm you upon recognizing it. Lin Yi's expression shifted. Are those spirit manipulators still alive? Old Four paused, a hint of mockery in his smile, and replied, Oh, I was referring to them, the spirits bound by contracts to the spirit manipulators. Years ago, my master, the village elder, ventured to that cave. The old man remarked that the group of spirit tamers had long since perished, yet the spectral entities they summoned largely remained, safeguarding the legacies they left behind. Even he was unable to extract those heirlooms. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally grasped what the ancient Fourth desired of him and recognized the dangers that lurked within the cave. Captain Fourth, if my conjecture is correct, those specters left behind by the spirit tamers must be of a professional caliber, correct? Your assertion that they may not attack me. Are you suggesting I risk my life for this venture? Having grown weary, the ancient Fourth stood up, shrugged, and brushed off his backside, stating, Thus, I promise that you shall receive half of the treasures from the cave. What say you? Not much at all. Lin Yi decisively shook his head. With his omnipotent talent, he knew that as long as he developed steadily, his growth would be rapid. There was no need to gamble with his life. What value did treasures within the cave hold? After all, one only has one life. Chapter 40. The Legacy of the Sequencer. I knew your words were not to be trusted. You claimed you would assist me, yet now you retract your promise. You might call it a fear of death, and that does not diminish your character. However, I must inform you of one thing I neglected to mention, the soul device. The spectral stone, integrated into your heart, possesses autonomous life. I do not deny that the more sustenance you provide it, the stronger it will become, but one day, it will awaken from your chest. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. The spectral stone was a soul device he had bound following system authentication, and based on the system's introduction, this growth-type soul device should pose no danger. Nevertheless, this was a realm of the extraordinary, and the system was not as infallible as one might presume, hence the veracity of the ancient Fourth's words remained uncertain. Even so, Lin Yi did not wish to be led by the nose by the ancient Fourth. This was clearly an attempt to coax him into the depths of the valley. Perhaps the ancient Fourth would follow up with, the method to resolve the shortcomings of your soul device lies within the cave. You need only accompany me. Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, the ancient Fourth pressed on, Young one, resolving the issues with the spectral stone is not particularly difficult. The spectral stone is a treasured legacy of our ancient pond village, with records detailing how to manipulate it and prevent its awakening. These records were taken by the spirit tamers long ago and are located within the cave of the valley. Lin Yi chuckled, realizing that the ancient Fourth's rhetoric mirrored his own thoughts precisely, leaving no room for doubt. It was evident that this ancient Fourth was likely attempting to deceive him. You insolent brat, what do you mean by fabricated excuses? At that moment, Gu Qinghu, who had been listening intently, interjected, Old Fourth, Qingshan is correct. Your words indeed sound improvised, and I find them dubious. The ancient Fourth was momentarily at a loss for words. But as he saw Lin Yi's figure rapidly disappearing from view, he hastily followed alongside Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu shook his head. I cannot persuade you. If you are familiar with Qingshan, you would know he is not one to embrace risk. Even if those specters are sealed within the cave, it remains far too perilous for both of you. Unless what? Unless you bring the village chief out and have him personally guide you into the cave. Otherwise, I see no hope. Impossible. That old man would never allow me to take such risks. Hearing this, Gu Qinghu halted and glared at the ancient fourth. You also understand the concept of risk. I foresee that even if you were to become the village chief, Gutan village would eventually meet its demise at your hands. Old Four halted his steps and earnestly remarked, I am also considering the future of Gutan village. That lost heritage is not only related to the profession of the deity, but also encompasses a complete lineage of the sequencer. Are you, Gu Qinghu, truly willing to transition into a warrior? It is essential to understand that the four major professions are distinctly different. Chuckling, Gu Qinghu replied, I have no particular aspirations regarding the sequencer. The warrior profession can split mountains and part seas, soar through the skies, and traverse the earth. This has been my dream since childhood. Old Four, unable to restrain his frustration, retorted with expletives, Damn it, I am too weary to converse with you, you blockhead. If Gu Lihai were here, he would undoubtedly join me in this venture. His longing for the sequencer has been long-standing. Gu Qinghu, unwilling to back down, shot back. To be honest, if you two dare to go, it would not be an adventure but rather akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an act of folly. Upon arriving at the campsite, the two continued their heated argument, neither yielding to the other. I say, you two captains, if you have nothing further to discuss. I shall take my leave, Lin Yi interjected. Although he had over half an hour of online time remaining, he understood that staying would only invite further entanglement with Old Four. It would be prudent to log off and allow Old Four some time to cool off. Moreover, he felt compelled to take action, especially after the Black Card Alliance infiltrated his apartment. One must not be too passive. Proactive measures were necessary. At that moment, Old Four called out to Lin Yi, young man, if I assure you that there is no danger whatsoever, would you accompany me on a little journey? Lin Yi pondered seriously for a moment before responding. As long as safety is guaranteed, I am willing to assist. Very well, wait for me, Old Four said, and proceeded to pack his belongings hastily within the tent before vanishing into the night. Captain, where's he going? Lin Yi asked in surprise. To seek the village chief? Gu Qinghu nodded and explained, what Old Four has told you is fundamentally true. The heritage within that cave is of utmost significance to our village. And the soul weapon you possess is the key to obtaining that heritage. After you revealed that soul weapon before him last night, he began to contemplate the heritage within the cave, which is why he seems so impatient today. I suspect he lingered in the valley this evening to scout ahead, fortuitously stumbling upon us. Lin Yi nodded in understanding, but remained puzzled. Captain, did you not say that Old Four only requires a core of the spectral spirit to advance to the deity status? What significance does the heritage within the cave hold for him? Gu Qinghu elucidated, Qingshan, you do not comprehend. For the four major professions, reaching the professional level is merely the beginning of the extraordinary path. The journey ahead is long and arduous. Since the upheaval 3 centuries ago, our Gutan village has lacked the path beyond the deity status, which has hindered our strength, forcing us to rely on the temple for survival. For Old Four, while a half-professional spectral spirit core is indeed significant, it pales in comparison to the future heritage within the cave. Finally, Lin Yi understood. I see now. Thank you, Captain. Gu Qinghu smiled and replied, there is no need for thanks. I have invested my entire fortune in you, hence I shall always share what I know. After a brief pause, Gu Qinghu reminded, however, Qingshan, should you truly venture into the cave with the Ancient Four, remember to seek no other rewards. Within that cave lies a complete legacy of the sequence bearers. You must secure this treasure. Chapter 41, The Most Mysterious Profession. Captain, is the sequence bearer profession truly formidable? Lin Yi recalled that Gu Qinghu had expressed great admiration for this profession when introducing the 4 major vocations earlier. Gu Qinghu replied, not only is it powerful, but it is also exceedingly rare. Do you know the origins of the 4 major professions? Lin Yi shook his head. Half a year ago, when you descenders first appeared on this continent, the village chief lamented a few words, which I have since committed to memory. He said, in this ancient land, there have been 4 instances of descenders emerging, and thus the 4 major professions were born. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a jolt in his heart. No wonder the people of Gutan village were so familiar with them. It turned out that descenders had existed long before. But what connection did the descenders have with the 4 major professions? Was it that every time a descender emerged, a new profession would arise on the continent? Unaware of Lin Yi's perplexity, Gu Qinghu continued to elucidate the 4 major professions. In the Tianqi continent, the oldest profession is that of the warrior. This vocation is rather common, yet it bears a low threshold for talent, as long as one possesses a fighting spirit and ample vitality. One can transition into a warrior before the martial arts stone tablet. Qingshan, your proficiency with the blade is indeed remarkable. The warrior profession could be a fitting choice for you. The second profession is the priest. The name itself suggests that priests must communicate with deities to acquire their strength. Across the Tianqi continent, there are very few villages and cities that possess the legacy of the priest profession, and our Gutan village is one such place. As for the deity we worship in our village, I shall refrain from disclosing it, but if you are observant, you may uncover something. After a moment, Gu Qinghu spoke of the wizard profession. My knowledge of the wizard profession is limited, much of it gleaned from the elder of Guyun Township. He stated that wizards do not rely on external powers. They are a group of individuals who pursue truth, using knowledge to manipulate the world. Lastly, there is the sequence bearer, the most enigmatic and powerful of the four major professions. This vocation emerged most recently in the Tianxi continent and is shrouded in mystery. Ancient texts within the village record that while priests gain strength through worship, sequence bearers tread the path to divinity, which is the most expedient route to greatness. However, the sequence bearer profession is exceedingly rare, with a reported limit on its numbers. Thus, should you encounter the legacy of a sequence bearer, you must not let this opportunity slip away. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you, Captain, I understand. After hearing Gu Qinghu's words, Lin Yi felt his understanding of the four major professions had become much clearer, especially regarding the sequence bearer vocation. If, as the ancient four had mentioned, the cave indeed contained a complete legacy of the sequence bearers, he could not afford to miss this chance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi inquired, Captain, should I log in tonight? Gu Qinghu advised, let us not rush. If the journey of the Elder Sea goes smoothly, we might receive news by dawn. However, if it does not proceed favorably, I fear the village chief may not release him. He continued, how about this, Qingshan? You can log in after midnight to check in, and we shall prepare accordingly. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Qinghu seemed to recall something and inquired, by the way, Qingshan, you mentioned encountering trouble in your world today? Indeed, but it is merely a trivial matter, Lin Yi replied. Gu Qinghu cautioned, as long as you can manage it, that is sufficient. From my past encounters with the descendants, it appears that the order in your world is quite stable, allowing even those at the lower strata to live relatively secure lives. However, with the emergence of extraordinary powers, the existing order will inevitably be disrupted. You must be aware of this and prepare in advance. Lin Yi was taken aback by Gu Qinghu's profound insights, realizing that the people of Guten Village seemed to possess a considerable understanding of their reality. Rest assured, Captain, I am quite safe at the moment. With that, Lin Yi logged off. At that moment, he heard music emanating from the adjacent room. It was Liu Yuqian playing tunes. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. The talent apartment he rented had many virtues, yet the soundproofing was severely lacking. Reflecting on how easily the members of the Black Card Alliance infiltrated his home today, Lin Yi concluded that it was time to consider relocating. Over the years, he had amassed around 400,000 to 500,000 through his gold mining studio, but he had recently spent approximately 200,000 on blood extraction talents for the slaughterhouse. Although the remaining funds were insufficient to purchase a property, renting an aesthetically pleasing community with robust security features was certainly feasible, should he find himself in need of cash. Lin Yi could always exchange resources from the apocalypse world for renminbi. To be candid, even a modest portion of his resources could be easily traded for millions. However, any bank transfer would leave a trace, so unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yi would refrain from revealing his true identity in the game. Moreover, before logging off, Gu Qinghu's words lingered in Lin Yi's mind. The apocalypse world was not only a perilous realm for those on Earth, but also an unparalleled opportunity. As the number of activation codes proliferated, the number of individuals with extraordinary abilities in reality would inevitably rise. It was conceivable that the order of this world would one day be shattered and reshuffled. Currently, Lin Yi, like many others, was at the forefront. Furthermore, with his red talent, failing to capitalize on this advantage would indeed be a grave oversight. Having had a late lunch, Lin Yi first engaged in a brief workout before dining in the evening. However, given his physical prowess vastly exceeded that of an ordinary person, he had to restrain himself during exercise, which felt quite uncomfortable. Once he secured a larger residence, he intended to establish a dedicated space for martial arts and fitness. At the witching hour, he heeded Gu Qinghu's advice and logged in to check, but there was no sign of Elder Sea outside the ancient tomb valley. It seemed that the plan for external assistance had failed. Lin Yi, unfazed, exchanged greetings with Gu Qinghu before logging off. At that moment, Lin Yi received a message from Lu Boigo. Are you asleep? If not, let us go out for some grilled skewers. The Black Card Alliance matter is settled. I even had a phone call with Zhao Yilong, the leader of the Black Card Alliance, last night. He mentioned that he is a good friend of my father. It was evident that Lu Bo had encountered a perplexing situation and sought Lin Yi's insight for analysis. Chapter 42. Can game equipment materialize? Upon reading the message, Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity with the name Zhao Yilong. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Zhao Yilong was one of the younger, aspiring millionaires in the country, previously ranked over 50 on the national rich list. 6 months ago, there had been numerous media reports on this self-made entrepreneur, but in recent months, such coverage had seemingly ceased. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhao Yilong was indeed the founder of the Black Card Alliance. An unexpected revelation for Lin Yi. Note, Liu Hong had mentioned the Black Card Alliance in his diary, but did not mention Zhao Yilong. So Lin Yi was aware of the organization's existence, but not of its founder. Subsequently, Lin Yi hurried to the dining venue arranged with Lu Bo. It was a private room, where Lu Bo had already ordered a plethora of grilled skewers and was eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's arrival. As they sat at the table, Liu Bo recounted his interactions with the Black Card Alliance in detail while enjoying his meal. After I obtained the video, I inquired with a friend I met during the training in the capital. He informed me that although the Black Card Alliance is not an official organization, all its members are registered with the authorities. The individual known as Number 16 was once Zhao Yilong's bodyguard, a veteran by the name of Song Ren. After I received the information this afternoon, I located Song Ren based on the registration details. To my surprise, he was completely unfazed by my discovery and directly asked if I wanted to join the Black Card Alliance. Join. I have my own position now. How could I possibly join them? I then pressed him about my father's situation, to which Song Ren replied that he was unaware of the details, merely a worker. He then called his boss, Zhao Yilong, right in front of me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi inquired, Zhao Yilong? So, he sent someone to follow you. And that person later came to my residence? Yes, Liu Bo confirmed. Zhao Yilong mentioned that he and my father were once good friends. The reason for the surveillance is that he had lent my father a precious item, which went missing after my father's untimely death, prompting him to track us down in search of it. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked, precious item? What exactly is it? It seems your father's diary didn't he mention this? Indeed, Liu Bo replied. When I asked Zhao Yilong what the item was, he claimed it was a spiritual artifact brought from the apocalypse world. A spiritual artifact from the apocalypse world. This revelation left Lin Yi astounded, for he had tested the boundaries between reality and the apocalypse world, finding it impossible to transfer anything between the two realms. Could it be that Zhao Yilong possessed some unique means to extract items from the apocalypse world? Lin Yi promptly questioned, Xiao Bo, during your training in the capital, did you hear any information regarding the ability to bring items out of the apocalypse world? Liu Bo shook his head, stating no. While the content of our training is invaluable to the authorities, it is merely fundamental information. More precious insights are considered a form of resource, and they would not divulge such details lightly. However, I believe Zhao Yilong is not deceiving me. There is truth in his words. So what happened next? Liu Bo continued. Later, Zhao Yilong recounted the story of how he came to know my father. It turns out Zhao Yilong was born in Dayu village, where my father resided. He mentioned that my father possessed remarkable talent and was able to forge spiritual artifacts at a young age. Their acquaintance began through transactions involving these artifacts, and they gradually became more familiar with one another. Nonetheless, there was a sense of insincerity in Zhao Yilong's demeanor, as if he were eager to establish a connection with me. I thought to myself, if my father's relationship with him were truly significant, it would surely be mentioned in my father's diary. Lin Yi inquired, did Zhao Yilong mention how your father met his demise? Liu Bo replied, he did. He said that before the incident, he happened to be away from the village, exploring the wilderness. Furthermore, Zhao Yilong indicated that the power dynamics within Dayu village are quite intricate. Aside from the indigenous villagers, there are several factions of players, some of whom hail from abroad. After my father's death, he investigated but found no information. Ultimately, he suggested that my father was likely betrayed by the villagers, as he had taken the village chief as his master, which might have infringed upon the interests of certain individuals within the village. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt perplexed. Is it truly that chaotic in Dayu village? They could even eliminate a born player? In contrast, he found Gutan village to be far more harmonious. He had interacted with the 4 militia leaders and 2 village elders, all of whom exhibited commendable character. The player community in Gutan village was relatively small, resulting in minimal conflict of interests. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment and said, Xiao Bo, I suspect Zhao Yilong's words may contain a mix of truth and falsehood. However, he does not seem to be the one responsible for your father's death. If you wish to uncover the truth behind your father's demise, it may require you to reach a professional level and personally investigate in Dayu village. Liu Bo sighed. Indeed, but attaining a professional level is exceedingly difficult. Ego. To be frank, I am currently relying on our village's official leaders, gaining experience by aligning myself with them in the militia. Yet, even this method yields painfully slow progress. To reach a professional level, it may take at least 6 months. By then, who knows what opportunities will have passed. Lin Yi understood the arduous nature of leveling up in the world of apocalypse. Most militia teams and villages recruit individuals starting at level 5. However, most players struggle to advance even from level 1 to level 2, let alone achieving level 5 independently. Thus, the most effective way to develop an apocalypse is to join an organization and receive guidance from higher-level players, allowing newcomers to thrive. He couldn't help but acknowledge that both he and Liu Bo were relatively fortunate. One was chosen by the authorities and became a government worker, while he encountered Gu Yongxiang and was subsequently recommended to the 2nd militia team. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi mentioned the corpse monsters outside Gutan village, explaining that they are easier to deal with compared to other creatures of the same level. He suggested that with their assistance, Liu Bo could potentially reach level 3 within a week or 2, as they provide ample experience points. Liu Bo, upon hearing this, expressed his envy. Corpse monsters? In the ancient village of Gutan, where Yi has descended, it truly is a treasure trove. Not only did he join the militia at the 1st level, but there are also the corpse monsters, which provide ample experience. Unlike us, who must venture into the wilderness to seek out and vanquish creatures for experience points. I find myself trembling with trepidation each time I log into the world of Apocalypse. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Our captain is quite amiable and takes good care of me." He even shared some insights regarding the class system. Lu Bo, taken aback, inquired, "News about the class system? Do tell me. I'm still quite unclear about what it entails." Currently, the players who can attain professional status are predominantly among the first or second batches of adventurers to enter the world of Apocalypse. For most factions, information related to class status is exceedingly valuable and not easily disclosed. Lu Bo is aware that there are 4 classes, one of which is the warrior, but he remains oblivious to the details of the other 3. Amused by Lu Bo's curiosity, Lin Yi smiled and shared the majority of what he knew about the classes. He intentionally wished to pass on this precious information to Lu Bo, considering the lad's unreserved nature towards him. It was only fitting that he reciprocate. Chapter 43. Re-entering the realm to slay monsters. Upon hearing Lin Yi's introduction to the 4 primary classes, Lu Bo appeared exhilarated. If I could change my class, I would undoubtedly choose to become a wizard. I have adored magic since my childhood. Surely the wizard class can cast spells, right? Lin Yi, unsure whether the wizard class in the Apocalypse continent was akin to what he had gleaned from cinematic portrayals, recalled that Gu Qinghu had mentioned wizards seek knowledge and truth to gain power. Thus they must possess the capability to cast spells. Very well. If I come across any information related to the wizard class, I shall inform you. The following morning, Lin Yi logged in early. He had no objections, and neither did Gu Feng and the others. After all, compared to the ancient quartet, Gu Qinghu was notably more approachable, never resorting to harsh words. Furthermore, having heard that Lin Yi could confront the specters face to face, they were eager to witness Lin Yi's prowess firsthand. Surely, when they teamed up with him to slay monsters, Lin Yi would reveal some of his skills. In the valley near the core region, dense with thickets, Gu Qinghu led the way while Lin Yi and Gu Feng followed closely behind. Here, the corpse monsters mostly lay buried beneath the earth, yet they were exceedingly sensitive to disturbances above, prompting the group to tread cautiously. At this moment, Wang Zilong was guiding them to an excellent monster-slaying spot, reportedly discovered by the ancient quartet just the day prior. Wang Zilong gestured towards their forward path and spoke, "Captain Qinghu, it was just yesterday that Captain C led us in slaying the corpse monsters up ahead. Surrounded by towering rocks, there are 2 exits, one in front and one behind. The front exit is spacious enough to lure the corpse monsters inside, while the rear valley features a recently excavated small tunnel, allowing us to escape should we find ourselves unable to contend with the incoming horde." When Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu arrived at this rocky stronghold, they indeed found it as Wang Zilong had described, a small valley, broad in the front and narrow at the back, a veritable paradise for leveling and monster slaying. Gu Qinghu nodded appreciatively, saying, "Indeed, it is remarkable that the ancient quartet could discover such a place. Their efforts are commendable." He understood that there exists a distinction between hunting monsters alone and in a group. Now, with Lin Yi's formidable combat prowess, he felt no pressure leading Lin Yi in their endeavors. However, the situation was different for Gu Laosi. The members of the militia's 5th squad he led were predominantly novice players, with only a few, including the likes of Du Gu Feng and Qian Duo, possessing any significant experience. Moreover, as the number of undead creatures dwindled within the valley, Gu Laosi deliberately sought out this location near the core area, evidently to hone the skills of the militia while ensuring their safety. It must be acknowledged that Gu Laosi had indeed invested considerable effort in nurturing the members of the militia's 5th squad, given the limited online time of the players. Upon arriving at the monster hunting camp, Du Gu Feng promptly organized the militia, assigning them various tasks. Initially, they excavated numerous traps at the entrance and dispatched several agile members to scout the surrounding terrain in search of undead traces. After a flurry of activity, they aimed to lure a low-level undead creature to test their mettle. The 5th squad comprised 9 individuals, 4 of whom had primarily allocated their attribute points to strength and vitality. Armed with short blades and shields, they were tasked with drawing the undead's attention, while Du Gu Feng and the others would engage from a distance with bows. Gu Qinghu and Lin Yi refrained from intervening, observing their operations instead. Soon enough, the first level 7 undead creature was lured over by the agile Qian Duo. "Quickly assist me. I can barely hold on. This thing is pursuing me like a rabid dog." Upon witnessing Qian Duo's struggle, Du Gu Feng swiftly readied his bow to provide support. The undead's aggression was drawn to Du Gu Feng, who, with a furious roar, charged forth, only to fall into the traps they had previously set. Approximately 5 minutes later, this level 7 undead succumbed to the onslaught of the group. "Phew, I'm exhausted," Qian Duo exclaimed, eagerly approaching to gather the dropped loot, only to quickly express disappointment. What a pity, it only dropped a piece of white-quality corpse oil. Truly worthless. Both Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu nodded in agreement at this outcome. Despite the varying levels of skill among the newly spawned players, they exhibited a nascent sense of coordination and teamwork. One could surmise that even without supervision, they would be capable of hunting undead creatures within this perilous valley. Gu Cheng, who was quite pleased and generously praised, "Excellent. It seems Gu Laoxi's efforts have not been in vain. You truly embody the essence of a militia squad now." Subsequently, Du Gu Feng and the others embarked on another round of monster luring, while Lin Yi exchanged a few whispered words with Gu Cheng, who before vanishing into the small valley. Wang Zilong, observing Lin Yi's retreating figure, inquired with confusion, "Captain of the second squad, isn't Brother Qing Shan joining us? Why did he leave?" Gu Cheng, who chuckled, "With his current strength, he can easily hunt undead on his own. There is no need for him to share the experience points with you all." Upon hearing this, the members of the fifth squad exchanged glances, some expressing belief, while others remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already commenced his search for traces of undead in the core area. For Lin Yi at this moment, level 9 undead creatures posed little challenge. And as long as he did not encounter any level 10 undead, he was not in any real danger. Certainly, if danger truly arises, Lin Yi can unleash the white mist to escape. The reason Gu Qinghu dares to allow Lin Yi to venture alone in monster hunting is due to his awareness of Lin Yi's acquired white mist ability from the Mist Ghost. This ability is remarkably potent. It can be released instantaneously, enveloping a 20-meter radius within mere seconds. At that moment, an 8th level corpse monster appeared within Lin Yi's line of sight. The decaying eyeballs of the creature shifted slightly as it detected a living being, charging forward with reckless abandon. Lin Yi drew the silver bloom longsword from his backpack and surged towards the 8th level corpse monster. This time, he refrained from employing the Fiery Sun sword technique, instead engaging the monster with basic swordsmanship to hone his proficiency. However, due to his choice to forego the Fiery Sun technique, he sustained several claw marks from the corpse monster, rendering his defensive armor tattered and worn. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, lamenting, regrettably, "Even with the 3-point enhancement to my strength attribute from the silver bloom longsword, my current power falls significantly short compared to the 8th level corpse monster. Were it not for my swordsmanship skills, I would be utterly incapable of withstanding its assaults." Without pausing, he applied a simple antiseptic to his wounds and resumed his search through the thicket. Chapter 44. Treasures of the Valley. Given Lin Yi's limited vitality, currently standing at just over 36 points, he could fully execute the 3 forms of the Fiery Sun sword technique only sparingly. Thus, when he encountered the 8th level corpse monster, he endeavored to avoid using the technique, reserving it solely for the 9th level creatures. Throughout, he maintained over half of his vitality as a precaution. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, during which Gu Qinghu was absent, Lin Yi successfully hunted 4 corpse monsters solely through his own strength, one of which was a 9th level creature. Collectively, these monsters yielded 2 pieces of white quality corpse oil and 3 green materials, 2 pieces of corpse monster leg bones, and 1 corpse monster arm. At present, aside from the severed heads of the corpse monsters, the materials he had harvested were sufficient to assemble 2 or 3 more creatures. Of course, half of these materials belonged to Gu Qinghu, so they could not be entirely counted as his own. Nevertheless, he was still able to claim over 20 pieces of green bones and several hundred blocks of white corpse oil. Lin Yi was uncertain of the potential uses for the corpse bones, yet they were of green quality. Surely, exchanging these 20 or so bones for a few spiritual implements should pose no problem. He had long been coveting the longing blade in Gu Qinghu's possession. He had tried it out and found its handling to be far superior to that of the silver bloom longsword. Not to mention it provided an additional 10 points to his strength attribute when wielded. Once he had acquired an entire set of spiritual gear, confronting 10th level corpse monsters would pose little challenge, and he would be able to contend evenly with Gu Qinghu. With an online time limit of 6 hours per day, he typically dedicated 3 hours in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. However, just as Lin Yi was returning, he noticed that the previously elusive corpse monsters had suddenly begun to emerge from the ground in rapid succession. These creatures were all 7th to 8th level, and even though they were quite close to Lin Yi and had caught the scent of his presence, they did not initiate an attack. Instead, they hurried towards the eastern direction of the valley, as if something alluring awaited them there. Initially, Lin Yi paid little attention to this phenomenon. However, after witnessing 5 or 6 corpses exhibiting the same behavior, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach for a closer look. With the enigmatic ability of the eerie mist, Lin Yi felt secure in both offense and retreat. As he proceeded, Lin Yi pondered, was it possible that the Corpse King was summoning its minions to gather? Yet, he heard no roars from the undead creatures. Could it be that they communicated through telepathy? At that moment, Lin Yi caught a whiff of a putrid odor wafting through the forest, distinct from the foul stench emitted by the corpses. It resembled the scent of decaying wood. Suddenly, Lin Yi halted in his tracks. Before him, on a small hillside, lay a dense congregation of corpses, over 300 in total. Judging by their size, most of these undead were at least level 7, with several reaching levels 8 and 9. However, he had yet to catch sight of the Corpse King. Even so, the sight of more than 300 grotesque corpses was enough to terrify any ordinary person. Lin Yi noticed that amidst the throng of undead, a solitary tree stood out prominently, reaching a height of about 10 meters. Its leaves were a deep shade of brownish green, and nestled within its lush foliage were numerous milky white fruits, resembling small dolls. The foul odor permeating the woods emanated from these milky white fruits. Could it be that a rare treasure of nature had ripened? Lin Yi suddenly recalled what Gu Qinghu had mentioned. He had spoken of many rare treasures in the wilderness that, upon ripening, would attract nearby ethereal beings and monsters. For instance, the Xiaohong fruit he had discovered in the village was a type of such treasure. Of course, the Xiaohong fruit was merely the most ordinary variety, possessing little allure to sentient beings. Otherwise, it would have been snatched up by the village's cats and dogs long before Lin Yi had the chance to harvest it. However, the milky white fruits that could draw in hordes of corpses from miles around must possess considerable quality. They were likely of blue quality or higher. Lin Yi felt a thrill at the prospect. Even if these fruits proved of no use to him, they could be exchanged for substantial resources. Now, equipped with the ability to manipulate the mist, Lin Yi believed he had a chance to take a daring risk. Yet, he knew he must exercise patience, waiting until the milky white fruits were nearly ripe before making his move. Meanwhile, in the small valley, Dugu Feng and the others were already breathless from exhaustion. After luring and slaying monsters 7 or 8 times, even with their superior physiques, they were beginning to falter. Fortunately, their efforts had yielded worthwhile rewards. Each of them received 70 or 80 experience points, along with a good number of white corpse oil chunks. The green materials they had collected were to be submitted to Gu Laosi, who would exchange them for growth resources suitable for them from the village's treasury, ensuring they would not be at a loss. They truly could not comprehend how Lin Yi dared to venture deep into the valley alone. Did he truly possess combat prowess nearing level 10? However, after waiting for some time without Lin Yi's return, they gradually logged off. After all, even when confronted by a horde of undead, Lin Yi, with his mastery over the white mist, could easily ensure his safe escape. However, after waiting for a while, Gu Qinghu, still feeling uneasy, decided to pursue the direction Lin Yi had taken. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Gu Qinghu was searching for him. As time gradually passed, Lin Yi lay concealed in the underbrush near the brown-green monstrous tree for over an hour, during which he observed the continuous influx of undead surrounding him. Beneath the tree, over 500 corpses had gathered, densely packed, reminiscent of a scene from a zombie apocalypse where the undead congregate. Yet, judging by their sizes, there were no 10th-level undead kings among them, the highest rank being merely level 9. At that moment, the stench of decay in the air grew increasingly potent, and the milky white fruits on the tree began to shimmer with an even more lustrous sheen. It seemed that the milky fruits were on the verge of ripening. Perhaps enticed by the aroma, the horde of undead beneath the tree began to stir restlessly, with some even engaging in fierce struggles and biting one another to secure front positions. This spectacle left Lin Yi in awe. It appeared that even mindless creatures, driven solely by instinct, could turn against each other when sufficiently tempted. There was no time to waste. Lin Yi feared that if he delayed, he might miss his opportunity. He resolved to take action. Subsequently, Lin Yi communicated with the enigmatic stone within his heart, and a swirl of white mist emerged from it, enveloping him entirely. The mist then began to drift slowly towards the throng of undead. To the undead, anything devoid of life force was merely a lifeless object. Thus, Lin Yi, obscured by the white mist, appeared to them as a moving cloud, entirely non-threatening. However, the chilling aura emanating from the mist subtly unsettled them, causing the horde to part and retreat from its path as Lin Yi approached. Navigating through the gap, Lin Yi advanced cautiously, wary of revealing his presence as a living being, for he feared that a momentary lapse could lead to him being torn to shreds by the advancing undead. From a vantage point high above, one could observe a cloud-like white entity maneuvering amidst a sea of undead heads, moving with deliberate stealth. Within a few short minutes, Lin Yi traversed several hundred meters, reaching the heart of the undead horde. Here, the undead were even more densely packed, with scarcely any passageways left between them. At this juncture, a level 7 undead unexpectedly blocked Lin Yi's path. He waited a moment, observing the creature swaying its head absent-mindedly. Not one to indulge it, Lin Yi promptly expanded the range of the white mist slightly and delivered a swift kick. Thud! The impact sent the level 7 undead flying in a dog-like scramble, crashing more than 3 meters away. In the next instant, the furious undead clambered back to its feet, casting a bewildered glance at the mist. After a brief survey, it realized that the nearby undead were all larger than itself, and it stood no chance against them. With no choice left, it redirected its ire towards another level 7 undead in the distance, charging at it with a roar, as if to say, "So, you were the one who kicked me." Another level 7 corpse creature appeared somewhat bewildered, as I was quite a distance away from it. The two level 7 corpses soon engaged in a fierce struggle, their actions inciting a stir among the nearby horde of undead. Seizing this moment, Lin Yi pressed forward with reckless abandon. After all, the ability to manipulate the white mist was immensely taxing on his mental energy. He needed to harvest the milky fruits as quickly as possible within the limited time available. Chapter 45, Acquiring Blue Quality Fruit. After several minutes of effort, Lin Yi finally squeezed his way to the base of a brown-green tree amidst the dense throng of corpses. The undead around him stood close together, gazing vacantly at the milky fruits hanging from the branches above, as if anticipating their imminent fall. However, the overwhelming stench of decay was nearly unbearable for Lin Yi. Despite covering his nose, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Time was of the essence. If he did not act soon, he risked succumbing to the noxious fumes before his mental energy was fully expended. In the next moment, Lin Yi expanded the radius of the white mist. The fog enveloped an area of 20 meters around him, shrouding the entire brown-green tree in its embrace. The surrounding corpses appeared momentarily stunned, as if the precious fruits they coveted had been swallowed by the clouds above. In the center, the corpses ensnared with Lin Yi, and the tree began to roar, their agitation rising as some of them started to lash out at one another due to the limited visibility. As the mist's range increased, Lin Yi felt a sudden pang of pain in his head. He knew he could not afford to delay. He quickly climbed the ancient tree and began to harvest the milky fruits. Upon grasping the first fruit, the system finally emitted a notification. Corrupted wood fruit, blue. A rare fruit that grows in environments steeped in heavy yin energy, taking centuries to bear fruit. When mature, it emits the scent of decaying wood. Consuming this fruit can significantly enhance various attributes, but carries a high probability of causing bodily corruption and unknown mutations. At the first glance of this description, Lin Yi knew his suspicions were correct. The milky fruit was indeed a blue-quality treasure. In the world of the apocalypse, aside from the holy water gifted by Gu Qinghu, he had not encountered a second blue-quality item. This was a significant windfall. The tree bore a total of 9 milky fruits. Lin Yi darted between the branches, frantically collecting them. In a matter of mere seconds, he had secured all 9 corrupted wood fruits. After stashing them in his spatial backpack, Lin Yi hastily descended from the tree and reduced the mist coverage as he made his escape from the horde. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a cacophony of roars erupted from the corpse creatures. They had realized that not only had the fragrant aroma of the fruits vanished, but the tree was also stripped bare, inciting their fury. Yet, in their limited intellect, they could not fathom that a thief was concealed within the mist. Lin Yi dashed forward through the white fog. Acutely aware that his mental energy was nearing depletion, the mist enveloping him gradually dimmed. He urged himself to move faster, desperately hoping not to be obstructed. With a powerful kick, Lin Yi sent another obstructive corpse monster flying. He felt his strength waning and decisively decided to level up. In one swift motion, Lin Yi ascended 2 levels, allocating all 10 attribute points to agility. Originally, his agility was at 10 points, the maximum for an ordinary human. After the enhancement, Lin Yi's agility doubled, allowing him to navigate the throngs of corpse monsters with remarkable ease. Approximately half a minute later, he finally burst forth from the sea of undead, the white mist surrounding him transforming to a nearly transparent hue. However, he could no longer release even a wisp of mist, as his mental energy was at its breaking point, sending waves of excruciating pain through his head. Should he attempt to force out more mist, he risked succumbing to complete unconsciousness. Roar! Upon sensing the presence of a human, the surrounding corpse monsters became electrified with excitement. Although the fruit that had drawn them was gone, the prospect of flesh to consume was equally enticing. Without the cover of mist, Lin Yi was soon spotted by the encroaching horde. Noticing that many of the monsters were charging toward him, he attempted to log out. Ding! A large number of dangerous creatures detected nearby, unable to log out. Damn, what a wretched logout mechanism. Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily stowed his somewhat heavy defensive armor into his backpack, leaving only the system-issued leather boots and undergarments as he sprinted away. The only thought in his mind was to run, to flee to a safe location and log out. With the boost of 20 agility points, Lin Yi's speed became akin to a gust of wind, covering 100 meters in mere seconds. However, a relentless pack of corpse monsters pursued him closely behind. Counting their heads, there were over 300 of them. Among the horde were numerous level 8 and 9 monsters, their speed far surpassing Lin Yi's. Even with his 20 agility points, with no other option, Lin Yi grit his teeth and leveled up once more, adding 5 points to his agility. This enhancement allowed his running speed to increase slightly further. Throughout his flight, he continually attempted to log out, but the system consistently informed him that he was not in a safe area. Damn it, it seems I cannot rely on the system's logout mechanism. Qingshan, over here. A figure in the distance called out to him. Lin Yi focused and recognized it as Gu Qinghu, who had come to find him. Seeing Lin Yi being pursued by such a multitude of corpse monsters, Gu Qinghu was taken aback. The last time, Gu Qinghu had summoned a horde of undead using divine talismans, and it had only amounted to about 20. Now, however, there were hundreds in pursuit of Lin Yi. A veritable swarm. Goodness, has Qingshan stirred the hornet's nest of the undead? Captain, you go on ahead. I can still hold my ground. Enough chatter. There are dense thickets and trees over here that can obstruct the horde. Come this way. Despite the alarming number of monsters, Gu Qinghu would not abandon Lin Yi to fend for himself. With no other recourse, Lin Yi had no choice but to flee toward Gu Qinghu's position. though the underbrush in the jungle was dense, adorned with numerous thorns and a profusion of small trees. It seemed that a lingering scent of the decayed wood fruit still clung to Lin Yi. Consequently, the horde of undead creatures surged forward with reckless abandon. While many thorns tore away large patches of rotting flesh from the corpses, the undead were largely impervious to pain, their speed of pursuit largely unimpeded. Qingshan, what on earth have you done to attract such a multitude of undead? Particularly alarming were the first few level 9 undead, now only 30 meters away. If they relaxed their pace even slightly, these creatures could pounce upon them in an instant. After several minutes of relentless running, Lin Yi began to feel his strength waning, hesitating as he contemplated whether to allocate more points to enhance his stamina and physique. Suddenly, in the distance, Gu Chenghu drew forth his dragon roar blade, embedding its blade into the trunk of a towering tree. In the next instant, he leapt mightily, utilizing the resilience of the dragon roar blade to ascend the great tree. Like a nimble monkey, he swiftly climbed, reaching the crown of the tree in mere seconds, a display of agility that left Lin Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Stop dawdling. Quickly mimic my earlier actions and climb up. Understood. At that moment, the fetid stench of the pursuing undead was alarmingly close. Facing this life and death situation, Lin Yi dared not hesitate. He leaped onto the dragon roar blade, which bent slightly under his weight, propelling him to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Grasping the massive trunk tightly, he maneuvered his limbs, struggling for some time before finally reaching the treetop. Gu Qinghu frowned slightly. Qingshan, your climbing is too slow. You must practice more in the future. Captain, no need to worry. I will definitely practice when I get the chance. For the first time, Lin Yi realized just how crucial the skill of climbing was in the wilderness. Peering down, he saw a swarm of undead gathering below, their numbers increasing ominously. Fortunately, their limited intelligence prevented them from utilizing the dragon roar blade to ascend, and they lacked the cunning to form a human ladder, proving even less capable than the zombies depicted in films. Yet, the undead did not disperse. Instead, they lingered beneath the tree, restlessly milling about. Seeing this, Gu Qinghu finally exhaled in relief. Qingshan, you look pale. Have you exhausted your mental energy? Yes, Captain. Otherwise, I would have escaped through the mist long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Yi retrieved a decayed wood fruit from his backpack, declaring, Captain, this is the fruit I just snatched from the horde. The system identifies it as a blue-quality decayed wood fruit. Are you familiar with it? Decayed wood fruit? A blue-quality fruit? Gu Qinghu examined the milky white decayed wood fruit, realizing he had neither seen nor heard of it before. At that moment, the undead below grew increasingly agitated once more, with a few particularly clever ones starting to gnaw on a tree trunk measuring over 2 meters in diameter, seemingly intent on toppling the tree to force Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu to fall. Best keep it in your backpack. The scent it emits is alluring to many creatures, and attracting other monsters would be unwise. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qinghu burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder and flashing a broad grin. Well done, my boy. You haven't let me down. However, if you haven't gathered many, feel free to keep them. Your captain is not in need of them at the moment. Not to worry, I've collected quite a few. Captain, you can keep them, Lin Yi replied, touched by Gu Qinghu's previous gesture of enhancing his attributes with divine water. By sharing a corrupted wood fruit with Gu Qinghu, he not only repaid a debt of gratitude, but also signaled that investing in Lin Yi would yield fruitful returns. Chapter 46. The mysterious benefactor leaning against the treetop, Lin Yi felt a lingering pain in his head. It appeared that his mental energy would not recover in the short term. Unfortunately, his mental attribute remained hidden in the system panel, yet to be unlocked, preventing him from assessing his current mental state. Lin Yi realized that controlling the mist was of paramount importance, but his limited mental energy restricted the duration of his control. If the seasoned Gu Yunxiang had any potions to enhance or restore mental energy, Lin Yi would certainly keep some on hand. After resting for a while, Lin Yi noticed that his headache had eased somewhat. Casting a glance downward, he saw the horde of undead still congregating near the great tree. It seemed they would not disperse anytime soon. He attempted to log off, but found himself unable to exit the game, perhaps needing to wait until the 6-hour mark before he could forcefully log out. Thus, the two of them remained as quiet as possible in the tree, resting in silence. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi retrieved some water and pickled beef from his backpack and handed them to Gu Qinghu to prevent him from going hungry upon logging out. Captain, if I am forcibly logged out, please keep this food. I fear the undead may not disperse by nightfall. All right, no problem, Gu Qinghu reassured him. Appearing more composed than Lin Yi, he accepted the provisions and settled back against the treetop for a brief rest. Less than 2 hours later, Lin Yi transformed into a beam of white light, forcibly logging out. Gu Qinghu opened his eyes, glanced around, and seeing the horde unchanged, resumed his rest. However, at that moment, Lin Yi, having just transitioned from the apocalyptic world to reality, gasped sharply. The pain in his head was far more intense than what he had experienced in the game. It felt as if his brain was a chaotic mess, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. With his mental energy depleted, Lin Yi found himself unable to engage in any activities in reality. He simply collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until after 10 o'clock that evening. Lin Yi, awakening, glanced at the pitch-black balcony outside, his stomach growling. It seemed he had been awakened by hunger, having only eaten a small meal that morning. No wonder he felt so famished. The pain in his head had diminished significantly. He checked his phone, noting a few messages from Liu Bo, filled with complaints about mundane affairs at the police station. It turned out that in response to the frequent monster invasions from the apocalyptic world worldwide, Zhang Baichuan had received orders from higher-ups to establish emergency response teams across various administrative districts in Lina City. However, the core members of the Apocalypse Squad in Lina City number only 4, thus Liu Bo was assigned to oversee an administrative district, partnering with several seasoned detectives to form a small team. Should any extraordinary occurrences transpire within this district, Liu Bo would be the primary responsible party. Currently, I am still on duty at the bureau, subsisting on reheated meals from the cafeteria. How dismal. Lin Yi shook his head. This young man clearly had not endured the harsh realities of society, unaware of the advantages that an official status could confer. After conversing with Liu Bo for a while, Lin Yi inquired about matters concerning mental fortitude. Brother Yi, have you exceeded your mental capacity? I recall you are only at level 3. How could you even utilize mental power? As for my mental attributes, I cannot perceive them, nor do I have any use for mental energy. Regarding your mention of restoring mental power, I remember during my training at headquarters, the instructor mentioned that there are indeed items capable of restoring mental energy, but they require apocalypse points for redemption. Apocalypse points? Oh, I neglected to inform you. Apocalypse points are a form of extraordinary currency established within our nation for members of the apocalypse, akin to contribution points, which can be exchanged for certain internal resources. However, one can only earn apocalypse points by completing missions assigned by headquarters. I heard our captain once slayed a terrifying boar and exchanged its remains for a considerable amount of apocalypse points. Unfortunately, I currently lack the qualifications to connect to missions, so acquiring apocalypse points is beyond my reach. Brother Yi, is your mental power severely impaired? If so, I will think of a way to assist. After concluding his conversation with Liu Bo, Lin Yi descended to seek a local eatery for a meal. At that moment, it appeared she had just emerged from a bath. Her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets gliding down her neck, and leaving crystalline trails in the air. Liu Yuqian wore only a pair of adorable pink shorts on her lower half, her long, sculpted legs resembling finely carved ivory, a sight most pleasing to behold. Lin Yi cast a casual glance, yet it did not escape Liu Yuqian's notice. After all, a girl is often quite perceptive of a boy's gaze. Subsequently, the elevator fell into silence once more. Liu Yuqian found herself at a loss for words, though she was intrigued by Lin Yi's presence. Over the past few days, she had seen him fervently submitting resumes across various platforms in search of employment, leading him to spend considerable time within the confines of the apartment. The soundproofing was inadequate, and occasionally, she would hear noises emanating from his side, as if he had suddenly appeared in the room. Moreover, she was unaware of Lin Yi's occupation. It seemed he had never held a job, enjoying a remarkable degree of freedom, often encountering him descending for meals even in the midday hours. To her, Lin Yi was merely a somewhat handsome neighbor with a unique demeanor, albeit with peculiar behavior. Lin Yi remained oblivious to Liu Yuqian's thoughts. Had he known she often heard the sounds from his room, he might have hastened his plans to relocate. In the early morning, Lin Yi awoke, feeling that after a night of rest, his mental anguish had significantly abated. Following his morning routine and breakfast, he caressed the golden activation code on his wrist, appearing once more beneath the grand tree from the previous day. At this moment, Gu Qinghu was nowhere to be found in the tree, and beneath the tree, the horde of corpses had also vanished. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that the horde retreated while he was away? However, Lin Yi discovered a message left by Gu Qinghu on the bark of the tree. I am safe, gather in the small valley. Subsequently, Lin Yi slowly descended from the great tree, only to find that although the horde was gone, the ground was littered with numerous fragments of their bones. It appeared that some formidable reinforcements from the village had arrived yesterday, driving the horde away and rescuing Gu Qinghu. Yet, there were still hundreds of corpses beneath the tree. Who could possess such power? Even if Gu Laihai, Gu Man, and the captains of the 4 militia teams came, could they truly handle so many corpses? Could it be that the village elders had emerged? Curiosity filled Lin Yi's heart as he swiftly made his way toward the small valley after exiting the thicket. Chapter 47. The Mystery of the Descendant's Appearance. Is this the level of coordination you exhibit? It is merely a 7th-level corpse, yet 3 individuals were harmed. Are the rest of you merely idle? Do you not understand the concept of supporting your comrades? The leader, Dugu Feng, explained, Captain, we did not anticipate that this corpse would possess such remarkable jumping ability, leaping out of the pit trap. Do not provide excuses to me. Can you not inspect the traps? Although you are descendants, you only possess 1 life. If you do not train diligently now, in the future, you can only reach out to me through dreams. It is no wonder that Gu Laosi was so furious. Not only had he personally come, but he had also invited his master, the village chief of Gutan village, to this location. He had intended to showcase the results of his training with the militia's 5th team before the village chief, but unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, Liu Hong and his group faltered. Enough, Xiao Si, their performance was not entirely lacking. Your insults may yield the opposite effect at times. A gentle yet aged voice resonated, as a stooped old man with gray hair and a white beard emerged slowly from the tent. This elder was Gu Tianzi, the village chief of Guten village. Upon hearing these words, Gu Laosi scratched his head and, with a thick-skinned grin, remarked, "Hee, since they performed reasonably well. What about the resources of spiritual fruits you promised me earlier?" Gu Tianzi contemplated for a moment and replied slowly, "Very well, you may allocate them as you wish. After all, those fruits hold little utility in our village, as there are still too few children to cultivate here. Currently, the descendants are the village's hope." At this, Gu Laosi's face lit up with joy. The spiritual fruits he sought were among the most precious resources in Guten village, all of white quality or above, capable of enhancing attributes. They constituted decades of stored spiritual fruits. Presently, the descendants of the 5th militia team were hindered in their strength due to suppressed experience levels. Even if 9 of them worked together, they could only contend with a 7th level corpse. To enhance their power without leveling up, they could only rely on the resources and external skills. While he had been having individuals impart external skills daily, most of the 5th team's descendants had limited aptitude, and in over a week, hardly any had managed to learn. Thus, he could only devise a plan through the resources. At this moment, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Gu Qinghu, who was recuperating within the tent, emerged and said, "Village chief, our team's Qingshan is also a worthy reincarnator deserving of investment. May I request some spirit fruits for his use?" Gu Laosi interjected, "Master, Qingshan is the reincarnator who obtained our village's inherited soul artifact. To speak candidly, that lad indeed possesses remarkable talent. But he has yet to sign a contract with our village. Ultimately, only the emergence of a true powerhouse can safeguard Guten village. Merely nurturing a batch of reincarnators with similar prowess to ours would be a futile endeavor." "Very well, village chief." As the 3 conversed, a figure gradually approached from the distance, revealing Lin Yi, who had just come from the direction of the large tree. "Master, this lad is Qingshan, who will never grow old," he remarked. "My eyes are not deceiving me. I see him." Gu Tianzi squinted at the approaching Lin Yi and subsequently smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Yi, in turn, noticed the elderly man with white hair standing between Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi and ventured to ask, "Are you the village chief?" It was Lin Yi's first encounter with the village chief after spending some time in Guten village. He had not anticipated that the village chief would appear so aged, seemingly older than the elders from the 3 major townships, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s. However, in the realm of the extraordinary, one's appearance does not necessarily correlate with age. This venerable village chief might well be over a century old. Gu Tianzi smiled and replied, "Indeed, young man. We have been awaiting your arrival. Come, let us converse inside the tent." Lin Yi nodded, realizing that the individual who had rescued Gu Qinghu today was none other than this village chief, who had likely come here primarily due to the matter concerning the inherited soul artifact he bore. Meanwhile, Liu Hong and the others ceased their training, wishing to join in the excitement, but were promptly scolded away by Gu Laosi, who reprimanded, "Away with you. If you don't train properly, why come here to seek rebuke? With such exuberance, just wait and see how I shall best you this afternoon." Liu Hong and the others, chastised, could only sigh in frustration, wondering how the disparity among players could be so vast. Inside the tent, Lin Yi observed that Gu Qinghu's right abdomen was wrapped in a bandage and inquired, "Captain, have you sustained an injury?" Gu Qinghu grinned and replied, "I was scratched by a level 9 corpse monster while descending the tree. It's but a trifle." Upon hearing this, Gu Laosi could not help but retort, "A trifle? At that moment, your intestines were nearly exposed. I told you not to rush down until we cleared the horde of corpse monsters, yet you insisted on showing off." Lin Yi surmised the situation, deducing that Gu Laosi and the village chief had gone to rescue Gu Qinghu, but he was curious about how the village chief had dealt with those corpse monsters. He recalled the remains of numerous shattered corpse bones beneath the tree, seemingly cleaved apart with brute force, devoid of any signs of divine talisman usage. Within the tent, Lin Yi took the initiative to ask, "Village chief, did you summon me to discuss the matter of the soul artifact?" Village chief Gu Tianzi nodded, contemplating for a moment before dismissing Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi from the tent, as he had certain matters to address privately with Lin Yi. Gu Qinghu complied and exited the tent, but Gu Laosi was unwilling to leave, standing at the entrance and stubbornly asserting, "Master, I am to be the next village chief. Is there anything I cannot hear? Wait until you become the village chief, and besides, I never claimed you would definitely be the next one." After expelling the ancient 4, Gu Tianzi took out a talisman from his sleeve and tore it open, enveloping the entire tent in a radiant white light. "Chief, what is this?" Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, fearing the chief might take action against him. "Divine retribution? Well, you may interpret it as being forsaken by heaven. Those cursed by divine wrath may not perish immediately, yet they will attract misfortune, often leading to catastrophic consequences for themselves and their village. Thus, the inhabitants of the Tianqi continent typically employ eerie spirits and monstrous beings to deal with you, the reincarnated. This is something you must remember. After listening, Lin Yi nodded, sensing the chief's goodwill but still harboring a hint of caution. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Chief, what exactly do you seek from me?" Gu Tianzi, unhurried and with a smile, sat cross-legged on the carpet and replied, "Do not rush. This is our first encounter, and it would be beneficial to get to know each other better. My name is Gu Tianzi, and I am 121 years old. I became the village chief after the previous one passed away when I was 30, and I have held this position for over 90 years now. However, despite the passage of time, I remain at the strength of a first-tier divine priest, and thus my lifespan approaches its end." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. First-tier divine priest? Chief, is this a classification beyond the professional level? Do not fret, just listen to me. If you are indeed the person I seek, I will divulge everything you wish to know shortly. Pausing for a moment, Gu Tianzi continued, "Approximately 6 months ago, the temple delivered a revelation, and celestial phenomena occurred throughout the Tianqi continent. Upon researching ancient texts, I discovered that a new world has been captured by the Tianqi continent, and the reincarnated are set to emerge." These words concealed a wealth of information, sending a jolt through Lin Yi's heart. Did this imply that their world, Blue Star, had been seized by the Tianqi continent, thus allowing them to enter? What were the repercussions of Blue Star's capture by the Tianqi continent? Was the apocalypse upon them? Noticing that Lin Yi refrained from interrupting this time, Gu Tianzi, still smiling, continued, "Our Gutan village has been a legacy in the Tianqi continent for an extensive period, possibly over 100,000 years, or even a million. According to historical records, our first village chief was a powerful divine priest and also one of the reincarnated. Therefore, I possess a deeper understanding of the existence of the reincarnated than you do, including the reasons for your presence here. I am uncertain how other factions on the Tianqi continent regard you reincarnated beings, but at least in Gutan village, we have maintained a friendly disposition toward the reincarnated since our village's inception. Furthermore, when we encounter exceptionally gifted reincarnated individuals, we invest considerable resources in their development. Thus, you need not fear that I will bring you harm, provided you do not jeopardize the village's interests and safety. I can assure you, you will be safe." Having finished speaking, Gu Tianzi fell silent, waiting for Lin Yi's response. Chapter 48. The Talent Stones that Enhance Gifted Levels. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before asking, "Chief, may I inquire what will ultimately transpire once our world is captured by the Tianqi continent?" Gu Tianzi spoke earnestly. "Once the world is captured, the two realms shall gradually merge, until one is wholly consumed by the other. From my understanding of your world, it lacks the extraordinary. It is solely reliant on what you call technology, and its world will is feeble. Thus, it is highly probable that the world you inhabit will be engulfed by the continent of apocalypse. However, fret not, for this timeline often spans a century or even a millennium, so there is no immediate cause for concern regarding the annihilation of your world." Lin Yi did not conceal his location and replied directly, "I am beneath the willow tree by the pond in the village." Under the willow tree? Gu Tianzi pondered, a slight frown etching his brow, yet he refrained from further comment. Lin Yi then inquired, "Village chief, I wish to know, if the enigmatic stone soul device consumes an excess of otherworldly entities, will this soul device awaken?" Gu Tianzi chuckled softly. That inquiry surely came from Shaoxi, didn't it? It is partly correct and partly not. The enigmatic stone was crafted by a master of weaponry in our Gutan village, using a spirit-seducing doll, a most peculiar otherworldly entity that naturally subsists by devouring such spirits. You may utilize the capabilities of the enigmatic stone with peace of mind, but remember, should you encounter a spirit-seducing doll, never attempt to absorb its core essence with the enigmatic stone, lest it truly awakens, and you find yourself in grave peril. Understanding dawned upon Lin Yi, and he exhaled softly, relieved. So that is how it is. That scoundrel, Old C, indeed spoke not but falsehoods. Henceforth, I shall exercise caution when using the enigmatic stone to absorb core entities. At that moment, however, Gu Tianzi posed a question that left Lin Yi utterly astounded. "Child, my second question is, does your activation code for entering the apocalypse world possess a serial number?" Lin Yi's heart quaked. The village chief was aware of the existence of serial numbers on their activation codes, ever since he discovered the uniqueness of his own activation code. Lin Yi had subtly inquired during his previous conversation with Liu Bo. The ordinary activation codes received by Liu Bo lacked serial numbers, while Lin Yi's activation code bore the designation 007. Even Lin Yi, not the sharpest tool in the shed, recognized that a numbered activation code signified something exceptional. "Village chief, how do you know this?" Gu Tianzi smiled and replied, "As I mentioned, our Gutan village has encountered many newly descended beings since its inception. The secrets you are unaware of are known to us. So, child, your activation code does indeed have a serial number, correct?" From Lin Yi's expression, Gu Tianzi confirmed his suspicion. "Village chief, my activation code does possess a serial number. My third question is, what does a numbered activation code signify?" Gu Tianzi remarked, It signifies an unparalleled innate talent, a position atop the shoulders of giants, where you might merely reach out and touch the heavens. Lin Yi retorted, somewhat exasperated. Your explanation is as good as none. Gu Tianzi laughed heartily. Allow me to elaborate further. The activation codes you refer to are gifts from the world will of your realm. When the world is threatened, the world will awakens. The strength of the world will varies. A powerful world will bestows innate abilities upon its children. Those with numbered activation codes are the favored ones, endowed with talents that are truly unique. Lin Yi could not help but inquire, Village Chief, does this imply that the stronger the world will, the more gifted individuals will be born? It is not entirely so. The world will also understands the importance of nurturing elites. It will utilize its limited power to cultivate exceptionally talented children. For instance, I previously mentioned the first village chief of our ancient Pool village, who, according to records, was a golden talent bearer blessed by the world will. Golden? It seems to be slightly inferior to his red universal talent, Lin Yi remarked. He pressed further, Village Chief, is the golden talent truly powerful? The village chief nodded, and Lin Yi refrained from further inquiries, realizing that his red universal talent was indeed a unique existence. After all, the red talent surpasses the golden talent. However, Lin Yi was uncertain. If even his 007 number possessed a red talent, did that not imply that those with preceding numbers also had red talents? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, while the top 10 numbers represent the highest talents, each individual's gift is not necessarily the same. In other words, not everyone possesses a red talent. At this moment, Gu Tianzi gently asked, Child, I heard from Xiao Hu that you mastered and excelled in the flame sun sword technique in just a few hours. Does this mean your talent is related to martial arts? Sort of, it pertains to sword techniques, but it is rather versatile, Lin Yi replied, hesitant to define his talent too rigidly, as he could potentially acquire an even better talent. If that is the case, the warrior profession may indeed suit you well. Perhaps. But I have heard from our captain that among the 4 major professions, the sequence holder is the finest, which piques my interest. Although the sequence holder is a formidable profession, the paths to its inheritance are scarce. Lin Yi interjected, I have heard that within the ancient Tomb Valley, there lies a cave containing such inheritance. Village Chief, you are not only here for me, but also for that inheritance cave, correct? Gu Tianzi nodded, stating, It seems Xiao Hu has shared much with you. You are indeed correct. I have ventured out from the village specifically for the inheritance within the cave. There are spirits left behind by the former deceivers, and these spirits have concealed the cave with a unique ghostly barrier that creates an independent space. Even I cannot breach the barrier to retrieve the inheritance inside. However, with your inheritance soul weapon, the Ghost Stone, we have a significant chance of obtaining it. Lin Yi queried, Village Chief, why does the presence of the Ghost Stone provide hope? Does the soul weapon hold some special significance? Gu Tianzi explained, because the deceivers must witness the contract item to establish a pact with the spirits. And your Ghost Stone soul weapon is precisely the contract item of those deceivers from back then. With the Ghost Stone, I can negotiate with the spirits, offering terms for the early termination of the contract in exchange for the items of inheritance within the cave. Lin Yi nodded, finally understanding why the ancient figure had lured him into the cave. Then, Village Chief, if I assist, could you grant me the inheritance of the sequence holder from within? Upon hearing Lin Yi's proposal, Gu Tianzi did not perceive him as greedy, but instead frowned slightly. Child, given your talent, you are more suited for the path of a warrior. Rest assured, Village Chief, I shall undoubtedly discover the profession most suited to me before I transition to a new role. As for the seeker, I am merely curious about what kind of vocation it entails, Lin Yi expressed with gratitude. Thank you, Village Chief. Gu Tianzi smiled. Then, as if struck by an idea, inquired, by the way, child, would you consider joining our ancient Tang village? Lin Yi, perplexed, replied, join? But, Village Chief, am I not already a member of the village militia? Gu Tianzi shook his head and solemnly continued, no? I wish to ask if you aspire to become the next village chief of Tang village and protect this community. Were the elder for present, he might quip, Master. If he is the next village chief, what does that make me? Yet, at this moment, Lin Yi pondered earnestly. His recent conversation with the village chief indicated that the latter harbored no ill intent towards him. This inquiry was not a jest. Gu Tianzi was evidently sincere. To be frank, the prospect of becoming the village chief of Tang village was not entirely unappealing. However, as a descendant, could he truly manage the affairs of Tang village? Perhaps assuming the role of village chief would allow him to mobilize the resources of the entire village, yet it would also impose a constraint, signifying that he would bear the responsibility of safeguarding Tang village. Should he agree, it was likely that this venerable village chief would require him to sign some form of binding contract. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi replied, I appreciate your kind offer, village chief, but I must venture forth to explore the continent of revelation, and I fear I cannot remain in the village for an extended period. Gu Tianzi's expression turned wistful as he remarked, perhaps intentionally, what a pity. I had intended to bestow the talent stones, which can enhance one's innate abilities, upon the next village chief. Lin Yi's face lit up with astonishment. What? Talent stones that can elevate one's innate level. This is precisely what I lack. Chapter 49. The talent finally upgrades. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the elder four, growing increasingly impatient, idly kicked at the stones beneath his feet and could not help but grumble. Who knows what the old man is discussing with that cursed boy Qingshan? He refuses to let anyone else listen. Beside him, Gu Qinghu speculated, perhaps it pertains to the inheritance cave within the valley. But that should not exclude me from the conversation. After all, I am the next village chief. Gu Qinghu regarded him and said, Old four, I believe you should temper your heart and adjust your temperament. Did not the village chief just mention that you may not necessarily be the village chief? Unfazed, the elder four retorted, if I'm not the village chief, who could possibly be? After all, among the younger generation, I am the only one with the divine talent. Surely the village chief would not choose another, considering my master's health cannot endure many more years. At that moment, the tent's flap was suddenly lifted, and Gu Tianzi emerged with Lin Yi. Xiao Hu, Xiao Si, come here for a moment. I have an announcement to make. What is it? From now on, Qingshan Bulao shall be our village's vice chief. Aside from myself, his status will be equivalent to that of the 3 elder villagers. What? Vice chief? Upon hearing this, the elder four erupted into expletives. If he is the vice chief, then what am I? The ancient Gu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Master, have you lost your senses? I have never heard of a deputy village chief in our village, and who knows what the temperament of this descendant is. How can you arbitrarily appoint someone to such a position? Gu Tianzi cast a serious glance at Gu Laosi. Little four, it appears your temper remains unchanged this year. You dare to scold even your master. Can I truly entrust the future of Guten village to you? Standing nearby, Lin Yi chuckled and added, Indeed, little four, you need not worry about my aspirations to become village chief. My role as deputy chief is all I shall occupy. No one will contest your candidacy for the next village chief. At Lin Yi's words, Gu Laosi nearly leapt in protest. Little four, is that what you think you can call yourself? Just the day before yesterday, you were addressing me as Captain Laosi, and now you presume to call me little four? You arrogant brat, do you genuinely believe you are the deputy chief? I do not acknowledge your status. Gu Laosi then turned to Gu Tianzi and insisted, Master, I cannot agree to this. How can a newcomer, a descendant who has been in our village for less than a month, be deemed worthy of the deputy chief position? This is clearly against our customs. Gu Tianzi, uninterested in further debate, replied succinctly, once Qingshan accompanies me to retrieve the inheritance from the cave, he will have the qualifications. Moreover, I am still the village chief. What I say is the law. If you disagree, you may leave the village. I have no obligation to you. Gu Laosi was rendered speechless, glancing at his master, who seemed genuinely angered this time. Very well, I reluctantly acknowledge this boy's position. Lin Yi, feigning nonchalance, remarked, This boy? I would appreciate if Captain Laosi would henceforth refer to me as deputy chief. Should I hear any more disrespectful remarks, I shall withhold resources from your squad. Gu Laosi was at a loss for words. Deputy chief, you previously used half a pound of my ghostly ash. When will you return it? Gu Laosi found himself unable to counter Lin Yi's banter without resorting to insults. Deputy chief, you are indeed impressive. With that, Gu Laosi stormed off to vent his frustration on the militia team nearby. They resolved to venture into the inheritance cave tonight. Even for Gu Tianzi, entering such a place required ample preparation. Lin Yi turned to the ever-watchful Gu Qinghu and inquired with a smile, Captain, are you all right? Qingshan, you are now the deputy chief. Do not call me captain anymore. That's fine. Although I bear the title of deputy chief, I remain a member of the second team. Are you not still my captain? Agreed. Gu Qinghu could not help but smile. He had indeed judged Lin Yi correctly. Despite ascending to a higher position within the village, Lin Yi remained humble and unpretentious, retaining his former demeanor. Gu Qinghu expressed his concern. All right, but Qingshan, are you truly going to the cave in the valley with the village chief? Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Yes, I promised the village chief. Do not worry. He has assured me he will craft a protective talisman for me. Should danger arise, I will be safe. And how will you reach the inheritance cave? Tonight. The sinister energy will be at its peak, coinciding with the awakening of the spirits within the cave. Very well, one must exercise utmost caution at that time. In truth, Gu Qinghu's foremost inquiry was why Lin Yi had suddenly become the deputy village chief of Guten village. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from voicing his question. After all, the village chief and Lin Yi had been engaged in lengthy discussions within the tent, evidently deliberating over secrets unknown to him. As for Lin Yi, he asserted that he had never intended to assume the role of deputy village chief, but upon Gu Tianzi producing the talent stone, his resolve was instantaneously altered. The talent stone is a rare and extraordinary artifact born from the fusion of worlds, which can elevate the talent level of those endowed with gifts upon usage, while those without such gifts may randomly acquire low to medium quality talents, with a slim chance of obtaining high quality ones. This stone lacks a quality grade, yet it should enable Lin Yi to enhance his universal talent and secure a second solidification slot. The addition of another solidification slot would undoubtedly yield a significant enhancement for Lin Yi, far exceeding the simplistic notion of 1 + 1 equating to 2. Thus, enticed by the allure of the talent stone, Lin Yi decisively acquiesced to Gu Tianxi's proposition. However, Lin Yi resolved to accept the position of deputy village chief solely, pledging to safeguard Guten village's safety to the best of his abilities and to bolster the strength of its inhabitants. To formalize this agreement, the elder village chief, Gu Tianxi, had Lin Yi sign a professional-grade contract. Although Lin Yi was uncertain why the elder chief placed such confidence in him, he readily consented. For even without the reward of the talent stone, the role of deputy village chief presented a clear advantage in his favor. He had heard from the elder chief that the benefits afforded to the deputy village chief were on par with those of the 3 esteemed elders, which included monthly provisions of blood food, spiritual fruits, and other resources. Moreover, provided that it did not conflict with the interests of Guten village, he would have the authority to mobilize the militia for his own purposes. It was evident that Gu Tianxi's promise of deputy powers was not an empty title, but rather a genuine position of authority. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt somewhat mismatched for the role of deputy village chief, considering his current combat prowess was only at level 9. And even the oldest among them did not regard him as an equal. He surmised that the militia members might perceive him merely as a fortunate individual, potentially reluctant to heed his commands. Henceforth, Lin Yi's objective was to amass attributes through his talents and subsequently surpass level 7, attaining combat capabilities that could truly rival those of level 10. The talent stone, a fist-sized crystal radiating a spectrum of colors, emanated a gentle warmth when held. What a precious treasure! Though devoid of a grade, its worth surpassed that of any possession he owned. Lin Yi then proceeded to utilize the talent stone, watching as it seamlessly integrated into his being. Ding! You have used a talent stone. Detection indicates you possess a red quality universal talent, unable to activate a new talent. Universal talent is upgrading. Universal talent elevated to level 2, with 1 solidification slot available. Observing the vibrant talent page now adorned with an additional solidification slot, Lin Yi felt an immense weight lifted from his heart. He had feared that upgrading his talent would require experience points, implying that a single talent stone might not suffice for an upgrade. However, it now appeared that upgrading his talent did not necessitate experience points. 1 talent stone was indeed sufficient to elevate his universal talent by 1 level. In the haste of today's arrival, Lin Yi had yet to extract the universal talent, so he directly clicked to draw. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his talents, the probability of acquiring superior abilities had increased. This time, a blue glow flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This was indeed a commendable blue talent. Dual Vitality, a rare blue talent that grants you the ability to convert health points into vitality points, with a conversion ratio of 1:1. The attributes obtained from this conversion cannot be converted again. Note, increasing the talent level can slightly adjust the conversion ratio, allowing for multiple conversions. Upon reading the description of this talent, Lin Yi carefully contemplated its capabilities. In essence, once he solidified the Dual Vitality talent, he would be able to convert all 1,700 of his health points into the much-needed vitality points. At a ratio of 1:1, this would yield 170 vitality points. Conversely, his current 36 vitality points would only allow for the conversion of 360 health points. Moreover, regardless of the conversion direction, the resultant attributes would be fixed and could not be altered by talents unless the talent level was enhanced. Lin Yi pondered deeply. It was undeniable that this talent was exceptionally suited to him, especially given the current imbalance between his health and vitality points. Observing his recent encounters with corpse monsters in the valley, his swordsmanship was remarkably sharp, adept in both offense and defense, with minimal health loss. The 1,700 health points he possessed seemed to be a considerable waste. Conversely, his mere 36 vitality points severely restricted his potential output. After all, utilizing the yin-yang sword technique required a minimum infusion of 10 vitality points. If he had sufficient vitality, the restrictions on his sword technique would vanish. Against level 10 corpse monsters, he would exhibit no fear, delivering 10 or even 20 strikes with the yin-yang technique. This Dual Vitality talent was undoubtedly essential for him. The only uncertainty was how much health to convert. After all, a greater health pool instilled a stronger sense of security. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to solidify the Dual Vitality talent, postponing any conversions of health for the moment, especially since he had a perilous endeavor scheduled for the night. A thicker health pool would offer greater safety. In the time that followed, Lin Yi resolved not to hunt corpse monsters any further, as he needed to accompany the village chief to the Heritage Cave, necessitating ample time for the journey. Chapter 50. Encountering a level 10 corpse monster king. As night fell, darkness enveloped the entire Apocalypse continent. A chill wind swept through the ancient tomb valley, with a faint mist lingering in the air. At this moment, Lin Yi followed the elder village chief, Gu Tianxi, as they ambled through the underbrush towards the Heritage Cave within the valley. Along the way, the elder recounted in detail the internal strife that had occurred in ancient Pool Village 300 years prior. Initially, the performance of the exorcists in the village was commendable, showing no signs of abnormality. Regardless of whether the contractors were level 10 or not, anyone capable of signing a contract with the spirit could become an exorcist. The threshold for entry was so low that it led to an increasing number of exorcists within the village. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Soon, the first group of the deceivers began to exhibit significant changes in their mental state. Their modes of thinking diverged from those of ordinary humans, becoming increasingly cruel, indifferent, and bloodthirsty. Of course, they were oblivious to this transformation, believing that their actions were solely for the good of the village. Thus, unrest erupted within the village, as the deceivers united to resist the priestly profession, aspiring to transform ancient Pool Village into a veritable village of phantoms. This turmoil utterly devastated the once magnificent ancient Pool Village, which had been 4 to 5 times larger and far more prosperous than it is now. At that moment, a corpse creature suddenly crawled out from the ground nearby, seemingly disturbed by the voice of the old village chief. This creature was relatively small, estimated by Lin Yi to be at level 7. Just as he prepared to take action, he saw a flash of white light in the old chief's hand. In an instant, the level 7 corpse creature was torn apart by the light, reduced to a pile of bones that fell back into the pit. Curiously, Lin Yi inquired, "Chief, was that a divine talisman you just used?" "No," the chief replied. "It was merely a basic divine technique. Once one becomes a priest, one can learn some fundamental divine arts." "Chief, is it difficult to learn divine arts? How do they compare to the spells of a sorcerer?" The old chief smiled, noting that throughout their journey, it had been Lin Yi's incessant questions that filled the air, much like an inquisitive child. Yet he understood that the first-generation reincarnators possessed limited knowledge of the extraordinary. Casting divine arts requires the consumption of divine power, which is obtained through the worship of deities. In contrast, sorcerers employ what is termed witchcraft, relying on their own mental energy to cast their spells. In simple terms, the former derives its strength from the gods, while the latter's power emanates from within. Each has its advantages and disadvantages, making it challenging to declare one superior over the other. However, most divine arts can inflict considerable damage upon phantoms, a feat that witchcraft cannot match. The divine power the old chief spoke of corresponds to the belief attribute among the 4 advanced attributes in the panel. It is merely a matter of nomenclature. Lin Yi nodded, perceiving that the old chief held the priestly profession in high regard. "What? Are you interested in the priestly profession?" Lin Yi shook his head but inquired further, "Chief, how can reincarnators determine if they possess priestly talent?" The old chief pondered for a moment before responding. "To ascertain one's priestly talent, one must undergo verification at the temple. This applies to us of the Enlightenment continent, as well as to you reincarnators. However, the first-generation reincarnators were chosen by the will of the world, and their innate talents are generally quite high, provided they possess the inheritance of the 4 main professions. Becoming the corresponding practitioners is not a challenge." Lin Yi continued to ask, "If one's talent is sufficient and divine power is abundant, what is required to transition to the priestly profession after reaching level 10? Previously, I, along with Ancient C and the captain, collectively defeated a mist phantom, which dropped a core item. Ancient C mentioned he needed this item to advance to the priestly profession." The old chief nodded slightly. What he said is true. Anyone wishing to transition to the priestly profession requires a phantom core item, which can only be dropped by at least a semi-professional phantom. Aside from the divine priest class, as far as I know, the other 3 professions require key items for their job transitions to varying extents. The warrior must obtain the heart's blood of a profession-level demon beast to refine their body, while the wizard needs to master the basics of meditation and meet the requisite mental fortitude. Those who fall short must prepare rare materials to enhance their mental capacity. As for the final class, the sequencer, the requirements are even more numerous, including essential materials such as the core drops of enigmatic spirits, organs from demon beasts, and exceedingly precious natural treasures for breakthroughs. In conclusion, the old village chief, Gu Tianxi, gazed at Lin Yi and said, "Qingshan, if you wish to become a warrior or a divine priest, the village can assist you in acquiring the essential materials. However, should you choose to pursue the wizard or sequencer paths, you will need to devise your own means." Lin Yi nodded and replied, "Thank you, Chief, I understand." Indeed, Butin Village is merely a small hamlet, while the vast continent of Apocalypse awaits exploration. As a gifted progenitor, you will inevitably venture out to witness the world beyond. What I share with you now is merely fundamental knowledge, not a precious legacy. Thus, the two traversed the pitch-black valley for over an hour, encountering an increasing number of corpse monsters along the way. Lin Yi glanced at the surrounding terrain and surmised that they had entered the very heart of the ancient Tomb Valley. Perhaps the legacy cave lay not far ahead. However, at that moment, the old village chief suddenly halted and restrained Lin Yi. Ahead, amidst the damp misty thicket 100 meters away, a shadow resembling a humanoid figure flickered. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he caught a glimpse, for this shadow stood at least 3 meters tall. He hastily retrieved the Zhan Yin long knife from his backpack. "Chief, could that be a level 10 corpse king?" "I'm uncertain, but it seems likely," replied the old chief, frowning. He did not utilize any divine talismans, but instead produced a palm-sized wooden puppet from the pouch at his waist. The puppet wielded twin axes, with a human body and a bull's head, appearing as a formidable minotaur warrior. The old chief then gently tapped, and a beam of white divine energy penetrated the puppet's forehead. In the next moment, the 4-inch figure instantly expanded to over 2 meters in height. Go forth and scout. If any danger arises, eliminate it immediately, commanded the old chief, and the minotaur warrior rose, vanishing into the mist ahead. After a few moments, a roar echoed from within the white fog, seemingly emitted by the level 10 corpse king. In the dim light of the night, Lin Yi could only discern 2 massive figures entangled in combat amidst the mist, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Before long, the larger level 10 corpse king appeared to be pinned to the ground, struck down by the minotaur warrior's axe. The sound of splattering corpse water suggested a gruesome scene hidden within the fog. Lin Yi was thoroughly astonished. Remarkable. This minotaur is fearsome indeed. But to defeat a level 10 corpse king in such a brief span, what level of warrior is this? I suspect the shattered bones of those corpse monsters beneath the tree this morning were the handiwork of this minotaur. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something and spoke. Chief, may I take the final blow against that corpse monster? The old village chief paused for a moment, then chuckled. I almost forgot you are a reborn one. Go ahead. The minotaur warrior will show restraint. Lin Yi nodded, brandishing the shimmering silver blade as he ventured into the mist ahead. On the ground lay the shattered remains of a level 10 corpse king, 3 of its limbs severed, dark, viscous ichor seeping into the earth from its wounds. Yet, despite its dire state, the corpse king still exhibited a flicker of life, writhing with its remaining arm, a testament to its indomitable will. Lin Yi glanced at the towering minotaur warrior beside him, who appeared utterly indifferent, showing no inclination to acknowledge him. Very well, just a cold-hearted bull. Lin Yi then utilized the system to inspect the status of the corpse king. Ancient Tomb Valley Mutated Corpse King Green. Health, 231005. Status, Near Death. Level, 10. Skills, Diamond Art, Sunfire Blade Technique. Description, this is a corpse king endowed with considerable intelligence, capable of issuing commands to ordinary corpses through its roars. This marked Lin Yi's first encounter with a corpse king, and he could not help but note that its health was quite substantial, boasting 1,000 points. Double that of a level 9 corpse. Without wasting time, Lin Yi raised his shimmering silver blade and struck down. However, to his surprise, this seemingly ordinary strike only depleted the corpse king's health by 16 points. It was known that Lin Yi could inflict upwards of 30 to 40 damage on level 9 corpses with a single blow. It seemed that, in addition to its robust health, the other attributes of this corpse king far surpassed those of level 9 corpses. Frowning slightly, Lin Yi delivered a second strike, completely draining the health of the corpse king before him. Ding! You have slain the level 10 corpse king and gained 90 experience points. Although the experience provided by the level 10 corpse king was modest, it dropped 3 items. Corrupted Heart of the Corpse, green, a heart that has yet to fully decay, imbued with a vast amount of corpse energy. Feeding it to a level 9 corpse significantly increases the likelihood of accelerating its evolution. This item also possesses other special uses. Corpse Fong, green, the hardest Fong from the corpse king, which can be forged into a spiritual weapon or ground into powder. Sunfire Blade Technique, white, a manual for a blade technique of the fire attribute, capable of inflicting considerable damage on phantoms. Upon seeing the 3 dropped items, Lin Yi could not suppress his delight. In addition to yielding 2 precious green materials, the Corpse King had surprisingly dropped a manual for an external blade skill. The esteemed Sunfire Blade Technique. Chapter 51, The Eerie Mist of the Temple. It is worth noting that the original manual for the Sunfire Blade Technique does not exist within the village. Reborn individuals wishing to learn this technique can only do so gradually from the militia members who have already mastered it. Currently, due to the Sunfire Blade Technique's ability to harm phantoms, many reborn individuals from the 5 squads are endeavoring to learn it, yet none have succeeded in mastering it. Throughout the entirety of Ancient Pond Village, aside from himself, Lin Yi had only witnessed Changkonkwa employing the Sunfire Blade Technique, but being a veteran player of the village, it was likely that Changkonkwa had dedicated considerable time to mastering it. Village Chief, 3 items have dropped. Please take a look and select 2. The old village chief, without a glance, waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need, all of it is yours. The items dropped by level 10 monsters have become of no use to me." "Thank you, village chief," Lin Yi replied, not one to stand on ceremony, as he hurriedly placed the 3 dropped items into his backpack. The bag of the reborn could hold only 10 slots, yet identical items could stack. Apart from food and water, Lin Yi's backpack was filled to the brim with various drops from the corpse monsters, green quality bones from different parts of the creatures, a plethora of white quality corpse oil, and the precious decayed wood fruit he had gathered the previous day. With the corrupted heart of the corpse and corpse fangs, Lin Yi's bag was utterly packed. He had no choice but to hold the Zhan Yin Long Dao in his hand and stow the Flame Sun sword technique within the pack on his back. However, it was not long before Lin Yi's heart began to pound violently. "Village chief, I sense the presence of a sinister spirit. That means we have arrived." The old village chief replied, showing a hint of familiarity with the area as he led Lin Yi out of the fog-laden forest and halted before a dilapidated, decaying temple. The roof of the temple had collapsed significantly, and the once vibrant painted walls had long since peeled away. Weeds overran the vicinity, creating a scene of utter disarray. Lin Yi felt an undeniable familiarity with the temple's structure, and upon further reflection, he realized it resembled the smaller, ancient temple of Gutan village. It was merely the temple's ruinous state that had momentarily obscured his recognition. Village chief, is this the cave of inheritance? The old village chief nodded, his expression grave. Indeed. The cave lies behind the temple, but it is infested with numerous sinister spirits, including several of professional caliber. Shall we proceed inside? Not so fast. This abandoned temple has become part of the haunting. If we rashly enter, we might encounter unforeseen circumstances. We recently dispatched a corpse monster king nearby, and such a commotion should have alerted the spirits within. For now, let us wait for them to emerge. But remember, no matter what happens, stay closely behind me to avoid any mishaps. Understood. Although Lin Yi had previously faced a semi-professional mist spirit head-on, the eerie atmosphere of this haunted place instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. He clutched the divine talisman bestowed upon him by Gu Tian before their departure, prepared to tear it apart and flee at the first sign of trouble. Perhaps, as the old village chief had suggested, the spirits within the cave had already sensed their presence. Before long, a plume of black smoke surged forth from the cave behind the crumbling temple, resembling a demon's emergence, coiling ominously in the air above the temple. Then, a cacophony of piercing, deep, nightmarish utterances echoed from the black mist. The old village chief remained unfazed and began to speak the same language. Lin Yi was astonished, but dared not interrupt. He surmised that it was the language of the sinister spirits. The chief conversed with the entities within the black mist for an extended period, and it was unclear what was said, but suddenly, the spirits emitted a furious roar. The sound was jarring, even causing the remaining shards of tiles on the temple roof to shatter. Lin Yi quickly covered his ears, retreating a few steps to hide behind the old village chief. The old village chief continued to speak in a ghostly tone. There is no need for your anger, for you are still incapable of unraveling the seals left by those who once commanded the specters. I reiterate my earlier request. Retrieve the legacy that belongs to the village from within the cave, and I shall preemptively release you from your pact with the specters, thus granting you greater strength to assail the seal. Upon hearing this, the old chief sighed softly, contemplating before he spoke again. Do you know who stands behind me? Who is it? Merely a human lad. Perhaps you intend him as a meal for me? Indeed, he appears quite delectable. Should you offer him to me, I guarantee your life shall be spared when I break free from the seal. The spectre cloaked in black mist turned its gaze upon Lin Yi, sending a shiver down his spine as though he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. The ghostly stone embedded in his chest throbbed violently, issuing frantic warnings. The old chief furrowed his brow and remarked, he possesses the artifact from your pact with the specters, and with this, I can confidently assist you in nullifying the contract. Furthermore, he is a descendant. The spectre in the black mist gasped in astonishment. A descendant? Another has emerged? After this revelation, the old chief fell silent, while the spectre considered for a moment before responding. If the era of the descendant is indeed upon us, then a transaction with you might be feasible. However, your ancient pawn village must enter into a new contract with me, stipulating that after obtaining the legacy, you shall not hunt or attack us. Otherwise, it would not have incited the betrayal of its own pact bearers against ancient pawn village to seize the legacy. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the accursed pact bearer had deceived it in its dying moments, sealing them all within the cave and forbidding their destruction of the legacy. For 300 years, they have remained here, and now, upon learning of the descendant's appearance in the Apocalypse continent, all restraint has vanished, and it yearns for liberation. As for ancient pawn village acquiring the legacy and growing powerful, so what? Chapter 52, the transaction completed. The old chief replied, agreed, but upon their release, none of the specters may attack the people of ancient pawn village. No problem. Subsequently, the old chief produced a blank ancient parchment made of sheepskin and, under the watchful eyes of the specters in the black mist, inscribed the terms of their agreement. Lin Yi leaned closer to glimpse the writing, discovering it was filled with incomprehensible ghostly script, akin to arcane symbols. However, Lin Yi's proximity momentarily disrupted the old chief's thoughts, as he realized he had not included the descendant of ancient pawn village in the contract. This implied that while the villagers could not harm these specters, the descendant was exempt from this rule. This detail was not particularly concealed. Careful scrutiny would reveal the truth. Yet the spectre in the black mist, consumed by excitement at the prospect of freedom, failed to notice the old chief's subtle trap. After signing the contract, the old chief tossed the scroll to the spectre cloaked in black mist. It is your turn. Rest assured, in matters of integrity, we surpass your kind in honesty. Following this, a ring was cast forth from the black mist. Old man, all that you sought to inherit is contained within this space ring. Due to the constraints of the contract with the trickster, I am unable to inspect its contents. However, I assure you that everything seized back in the day is stored within. The old village chief accepted the space ring and probed it with his consciousness. Sensing a plethora of items within, besides ancient scrolls and mystical artifacts, there was also a considerable amount of food and water. Enough dawdling. It is time for you to fulfill your contractual obligations. Please proceed to annul our agreement with those tricksters, he urged. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi could not suppress his curiosity and whispered, Chief, is it over? The old chief nodded. It can be considered concluded. Now, I require your cooperation. I must channel divine power into the trickstone within your chest to erase the previous contract. Very well. Having arrived at this juncture, Lin Yi felt compelled to trust the old chief unconditionally. The chief's method was swift. He touched his own chest, and Lin Yi sensed a slight tremor from the trickstone, followed by the dissolution of the contract within. As the contract faded, the trick spirits within the black mist erupted into raucous laughter, with echoes of their mirth even emanating from the cavern behind the temple. Cursed tricksters, even in death, they confined us for 3 centuries. At last, we are free. Though the laughter of these spirits bore no physical threat, it gnawed at Lin Yi's composure, leaving him in a state of disarray. If one were to quantify his mental and rational state, it would be observed that both were plummeting. It seemed his low endurance attribute rendered him particularly vulnerable to the negative emotions incited by the trick spirit's laughter. Noticing Lin Yi's distress, the old chief recognized that Lin Yi's foundational attributes were still lacking. If he were to endure the spirit's cackles for long, it might drive him to madness. Let us depart. The transaction is complete. We must leave this place swiftly. At that moment, numerous trick spirits began to manifest within the temple. Some appeared as faint, white silhouettes, while others took on the grotesque forms of demons with large, twisted horns. They whispered amongst themselves, observing Lin Yi and the old chief as they departed. The seal remains. We cannot escape, and with the true names of the contract inscribed, there is no evading it. Now that we are liberated from the trickster's bond, let us combine our strength to shatter the seal. I have endured this confinement for 3 centuries. Enough is enough. I too have had my fill. I've heard of the Descendant's emergence. I long to explore the realm of the Descendant. Ha ha ha. Having emerged several hundred meters from the temple, Lin Yi took a sip from the peculiar tea offered by the old chief, feeling somewhat restored to normalcy. Chief, will those trick spirits honor the terms of the contract? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. If one were to master the trick language and script, could they then forge a contract with the spirits? The old chief regarded Lin Yi with understanding, discerning his thoughts. He replied, Indeed, however, since the internal strife in ancient Pond Village, no one outside of the village has been deemed worthy to learn the language and script of the trick spirits. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head, then never mind. Chief, I was simply curious. The old village chief, deeply concerned that Lin Yi might harbor ulterior motives, earnestly advised, curiosity is a trait inherent to all, yet it must sometimes be curtailed to prevent it from leading one astray. Frankly, were it not for the significance of the legacy within the cave, I would not have willingly engaged in a transaction with the malevolent spirit. Lin Yi chose not to delve further into this topic and promptly inquired, by the way, village chief, when you conversed with that entity shrouded in darkness, it seemed rather irate. How did you manage to persuade it? The old village chief replied, initially, it was reluctant to transact with me, as the pact forged by the exorcists with them was merely for 3 centuries, and that term is nearing its end. Once the constraints of the exorcist's contract lapse, it will not be long before they can break free from the cave seal. However, upon learning that a new progenitor had appeared, it grew impatient and wished to venture out to seek the resources necessary for its transformation. What are the resources for the transformation of these spirits? Lin Yi asked. The old village chief cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Yi, stating, humans, numerous humans. Certain malevolent spirits require the negative emotions generated by humans to ascend, while others must consume human vitality. Thus, we humans are the natural enemies of these spirits. Cohabitation is impossible. Consider that the population of Blue Planet exceeds 7 billion. Should an invincible spirit descend upon Blue Planet, how could we possibly defend ourselves? After all, these spirits are largely immune to physical harm, rendering even the most sophisticated nuclear weapons developed by humankind ineffective against them. The website indicated that even the Tokyo government was at a loss, and it remains uncertain whether that particular spirit has been dealt with. The old village chief, fearful that Lin Yi might harbor resentment, pondered for a moment and said, it should be manageable, though I am uncertain of the exact methods employed. Since the 2 realms merged, some changes are irreversible. Do not blame me for releasing a multitude of sealed spirits for the benefit of the village. Even without my intervention, they would soon find their way to freedom. I understand this reasoning. There is no need for further explanation, Lin Yi responded. He also noted that both the old village chief, Gu Tianzi, and others like Gu Qinghu prioritized the interests of Gu Tan village above all else, seemingly indifferent to events occurring beyond its borders. This is quite typical of humanity. We generally concern ourselves only with the snow in front of our own doors. Chapter 53, Material Cleanup. Time flowed slowly, and 2 days swiftly passed. Gu Si and Gu Qinghu continued to keep Lin Yi and the members of the militia's 5th squad within the Gu Tomb Valley, hunting the corpse monsters to level up. However, as the village chief had warned, should the spirits within the cave break free, the vicinity of Gutum Valley would become perilous, and they could no longer linger. At that point, the number of corpse monsters in the valley might dwindle significantly. Thus, in these days, not only Lin Yi but even individuals like Dugu Feng began to engage in intensive hunting of the corpse monsters, accumulating experience points and loot. After all, corpse monsters are considerably easier to handle compared to other entities of similar rank, and Gutum Valley presented a rare opportunity for all to farm monsters, naturally warranting optimal utilization of the remaining time. On the morning of the third day, a series of earthquakes shook Gutum Valley, accompanied by an ominous, low growl emanating from the core region. This sound possessed a certain malevolence that unsettled all present. On the road, Lin Yi opened his attribute panel. Player, Qingshan Buliao. Status, fatigued. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 6. Health points, 1054. Experience points, 31021-200. Satiety, 77100. Strength, 223. Normal male limit, 10. Influences physical damage and the weight limit of wieldable weapons. Agility, 25. Normal male limit, 10. Affects movement and reaction speed. Stamina, 11. Normal male limit, 10. Impacts endurance cap. Recovery speed and carrying capacity. Vitality, 111. 20 points derived from blood food, 70 points from health point conversion. External skills. Tianqing Archery Green, 1. 139,500. Each point of vitality attached to an arrow increases its damage by 2. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Yin-Yang Blade Technique, White. 8. 1289260. Infusing a minimum of 10 points of vitality into the weapon amplifies its damage by 512. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage is also doubled. Rapid Step Technique, White. 1. 79,300. Using 5 points of vitality allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places considerable strain on the legs, and frequent use may likely injure the ankle tendons. Equipment. Defensive armor, meticulously crafted from the hide of a black bull demon. This armor significantly mitigates damage from sharp and blunt weapons, not categorized as a spiritual artifact. Damaged state. Zhan Yin Long Knife. A long blade forged from meteorite iron mixed with precious secret silver, sharp and elongated. Capable of armor penetration while bestowing an additional 3 points to the strength attribute, possessing some powers of spiritual artifacts. Initial talents. Universal talent, Red, 2. Born Bladesman, 1. Vitality Dual Connection, 1. Notably, Lin Yi has enhanced his strength attribute by an additional point through physical training. From Lin Yi's current attributes, it is evident that his four-dimensional attributes predominantly focus on strength and agility, and his composite attributes are on par with those of an average level 9 player. Moreover, with a substantial 1,000 health points and 111 vitality points, Lin Yi's combat prowess now truly rivals that of a captain-level fighter. Just last night, Lin Yi had a clandestine sparring session with Gu Qinghu. At that time, Lin Yi had transformed 70 points of health into vitality through the Vitality Dual Connection talent, significantly elevating his combat capabilities, allowing him to use the Yin-Yang Blade technique without being constrained by vitality limits. The match ended in a draw, with both combatants evenly matched. He remained uncertain if Gu Qinghu had held back, yet he had exerted around 70 to 80% of his fighting strength, nearly exhausting his vitality. The foremost concern is the Seeker's legacy, pivotal for the path beyond level 10. The sooner one prepares, the better. However, the old village chief assured him before departing that the Seeker's legacy would be bestowed upon him, alleviating his worries. Secondly, it is imperative to exchange the superfluous items he currently possesses for necessary resources. At present, Lin Yi is indeed burdened with quite a number of trifles. The ordinary items include the unused Speed Talisman, Defense Talisman, and the Bear Muscle Longbow, among others. Given Lin Yi's current prowess, talismans of the semi-professional grade or below hold little value for him. Naturally, the most prized possession in Lin Yi's inventory is the 8 blue-quality, Rottenwood fruits. According to the village elder, blue-quality spirit fruits are exceedingly rare in the wilderness, considered treasures of the professional level. Typically, one such fruit can be exchanged for a spirit artifact without issue. Furthermore, he yearns to acquire the sacred water of the ancient pool and spirit fruits that can enhance attribute points. Now at level 6, Lin Yi is on the brink of breaking through to level 7, which would awaken the crucial physique talent. Therefore, before reaching level 7, it is imperative for him to accumulate substantial points in a particular attribute to secure a quality physique talent. With a versatile talent, Lin Yi believes that should he draw an attribute growth talent akin to the previous, Blood Drain, awakening a commendable physique talent would be a matter of no concern. As the group made their way back along the mountain path to Ancient Pool Village, they stood atop a small rise, catching a glimpse of the long-absent village walls. The low, humble walls resembled a small black dragon, lying flat against the vast wilderness. The members of the militia's 5th squad erupted in cheers. Brothers, I believe the most exhausting ordeal isn't the training or monster hunting, but the dual pressure, both physical and psychological, imposed by Captain Old 4. Just the other day, I consulted a psychologist who diagnosed me with severe depression and advised me against suicide, prescribing me a plethora of antidepressants. Someone shifted the topic, prompting the 5th squad to vent their frustrations about Old 4. Now free from his clutches, how could they possibly not rejoice? Chapter 54. The wolf pack surrounds the village. Little brat, who dares to insult me? However, Old 4, with his keen ears, swiftly dashed from the back of the ranks upon hearing the militia's discussions. He berated them without the slightest intention of stopping. At this moment, Lin Yi and Gu Qinghu were leading the way at the front of the formation. Observing the scene, they refrained from intervening, as indeed, the 5th squad had been rigorously trained by Old 4. It is only natural for a teacher to reprimand his disciples. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, and the seasoned Gu Qinghu suddenly caught a whiff of a metallic scent. Qingshan, there may be trouble nearby, stay alert. Lin Yi too became vigilant, promptly halting Old 4's tirade and urging the group to be on guard. As the vice-village chief of Ancient Pool Village, his words held authority, even over Old 4. After a brief analysis, Gu Qinghu furrowed his brow and said, based on the wind's direction, the scent of blood is emanating from ahead. This is bad. The village may be in danger. Consequently, the group hurriedly made their way towards Ancient Pool Village. Upon arriving at the village gate, they beheld a gathering of over 20 ravenous wolves. Under the command of a wolf king, these ferocious beasts relentlessly assailed the defensive walls of Ancient Pool Village. Atop the walls stood the village's sole militia captain, Gu Man. He wielded the ethereal Qingfeng sword, valiantly leading the majority of the village militia in a desperate resistance against the relentless onslaught of the ravenous wolf pack. However, the sheer number of the wolves was overwhelming. Aside from the formidable level 10 wolf king, the remainder were adult wolves of levels 8 and 9. The situation for Gu Man and his comrades was dire, as the defensive wall was steadily being eroded. Within the line of sight of Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi, militia members were being dragged from the walls by the wolves, only to be ripped apart by the throng of their savage kin. This gruesome scene filled the 2 militia captains with rage, their eyes burning with fury. It was worth noting that many of those militia members had once been their comrades. Qingshan, the 5th militia squad is in your hands. We shall provide support. Du Gufeng and the others gathered, casting their gaze towards the bloody chaos below the city walls, unable to restrain their inquiries. Brother Qingshan, shall we assist? They were acutely aware that, although the 5th militia squad had honed their skills in the Gufen Valley for half a month, enabling them to confront level 7 or 8 corpse creatures collectively, the attributes of the cunning and intelligent heart-eating wolves far surpassed those of the mindless undead. The average level of their group, hovering around level 5, rendered them vulnerable. Should any level 8 heart-eating wolf charge forth, it could easily penetrate their defensive formation. Taking a deep breath, Du Gufeng replied, very well, we shall log off. And you? I shall naturally assist, Lin Yi said, drawing the gleaming silver blade from his back and dashing towards the city walls. Since augmenting his agility by 15 points, his speed had become remarkably swift. Meanwhile, Gu Man, engaged in the bloody battle atop the walls, spotted several dark figures emerging below. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Gu Qinghu, Gu Laosi, and others, and bellowed, brothers, hold fast. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements. The 2nd squad, including Gu He and Gu Xiaolu, gritted their teeth, struggling to endure. They glanced down and exclaimed in relief, hold on, brothers. I see the captains down there. At that moment, the towering wolf king also sensed the approaching humans, letting out a low growl. Instantly, 4 of the siege wolves turned and charged towards Gu Qinghu and his group. Observing that these 4 wolves were all level 9, Gu Qinghu's expression grew grave. Laosi, we will hold the front. You used the divine talisman from the back. No more holding back. It's time to unleash the ultimate talisman. I understand. With a resounding roar, the 4 wolves, demonstrating their keen intelligence, communicated briefly before dispersing, encircling Gu Qinghu and his comrades from 4 directions. Damn it, do they think me an easy target? Gu Laosi thought, as one of the wolves charged towards him. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a semi-professional explosive talisman and hurled it forth. The talisman transformed into a flash of white light, colliding with the oncoming level 9 heart-eating wolf, obliterating half its body and showering the area with wolf blood. The remaining 3 heart-eating wolves, witnessing this, retreated from Gu Laosi to attack Gu Lu, Gu Xiaoba, and Gu Qinghu. Gu Qinghu was capable of contending with the 9th level bloodthirsty wolf with ease. Yet Gu Ale and Gu Xiaoba could only struggle under the relentless onslaught of the beasts, quickly revealing their despair within mere seconds. As they teetered on the brink of collapse, facing imminent death at the jaws of the wolves, a magnificent beam of golden light sliced through the air from a distance. With a swift and decisive strike, one of the bloodthirsty wolves that had lunged at Gu Ale was cleaved in 2 before it could even emit a cry of agony. Scalding wolf blood drenched Gu Ale's head. The source of the blade was none other than Lin Yi, who had hastily arrived. Ignoring the blood seeping into his mouth, Guail's eyes widened in astonishment. Deputy Village Chief Ching, are you alright? Lin Yi pulled Guail to his feet, and, while retrieving 2 fallen items, ordinary green wolf materials, he reassured him, I'm fine, just a slight bite. Then be cautious, Lin Yi replied without lingering, turning to support Gu Xiaoba amidst Guail's shocked gaze. Employing the same technique infused with quadrupled vitality, the fiery yang blade technique, he unleashed a 20-fold amplified damage that swiftly annihilated the second bloodthirsty wolf. Observing this, Gu Laosi, rummaging through his bag for talismans, exclaimed with delight, well done, lad. I didn't expect you to truly have the courage to come and assist. Splendid, splendid. The old man hasn't chosen the wrong person. At that moment, he felt a genuine sense of respect for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghu, engaged in a fierce struggle with the final bloodthirsty wolf, let out a sigh of relief. Having sparred with Lin Yi before, he understood that if Lin Yi were willing to expend his vitality, he could unleash the terrifying might of the fiery yang blade technique in an instant. Lin Yi's consecutive slaughters of 2 bloodthirsty wolves profoundly shook all present, significantly boosting their morale. On the city walls, cheers erupted from Gu Man and the militia. Let us vanquish these beasts. Gu, he exclaimed excitedly, his face smeared with blood. That's our Team S prodigy, our unyielding Qing Shan from Team 2. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, having noticed the demise of its 3 subordinates, turned its scarlet eyes coldly toward Lin Yi and the others. It let out a fierce howl, commanding all the bloodthirsty wolves to cease their assault on the city and converge around it, then charge toward Lin Yi and his companions. Gather here, Lin Yi shouted, placing his palm on the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of white mist spread out, enveloping them all. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Laosi produced a talisman to assist Gu Qinghu in vanquishing the last 9th-level bloodthirsty wolf. Within the white mist, Lin Yi frantically stuffed his mouth with blood food, replenishing his depleted vitality. Though his previous 2 strikes appeared ferocious, they had consumed a staggering 80 points of vitality, leaving him with merely 31. This amount was insufficient to unleash the quadrupled fiery yang blade. He needed to replenish his vitality swiftly, but he could not allow the bloodthirsty wolves to perceive this. The 31 points of vitality rapidly restored, soon reaching 50. The pack of bloodthirsty wolves had charged right before them, but the icy, bone-chilling white mist acted as a barrier, causing the approaching wolves to instinctively slow their advance. They could not discern the situation within the mist, only sensing the chilling aura it exuded. Under the urging of the Wolf King, several leading wolves communicated briefly before charging into the white mist from 3 different directions. In the next instant, a violent explosion and a flash of golden blades erupted from within the mist, followed by the ejection of a mangled wolf carcass. This gruesome scene immediately halted the aggressive advance of the bloodthirsty wolf pack. Chapter 55, severely wounding the Wolf King. The wolves possessed considerable intelligence. With the uncertain conditions obscured by the mist, they dared not recklessly plunge into it. The bloodthirsty Wolf King circled the mist with the remaining 10 or so bloodthirsty wolves, seemingly attempting to discern its weaknesses. However, the thick and frigid white mist released by Lin Yi not only obscured the wolves' vision, but also significantly diminished their keen sense of smell. To the bloodthirsty wolves, the mist was like an impenetrable fog. They were oblivious to the enemy's actions within. Observing this scene from atop the city wall, one of the militia members could not help but exclaim, Captain Guman, should we go to their aid? Captain Qinghu and our captain seemed to be in dire straits. Guman pondered for a moment before replying, patience. I have heard Old C disparage this mist's ability. It should obscure perception for anything below profession level. The wolf pack may not charge in recklessly. Organize a few uninjured members with decent stamina. If anything goes awry, we will rush down together to rescue them. Meanwhile, within the white mist, Lin Yi ravenously consumed blood food to replenish his vitality while attuning himself to the movements of the wolf pack outside the mist. Moments ago, he and Old C had executed a quadruple boosted sunblade technique, depleting half of his recently replenished vitality. Now, he could only strive to buy time and recover his strength. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and mused, Captain C, do you have any blood food or spectral ashes to aid my recovery? I do not consume blood food, but I do have a small amount of spectral ashes, Old C replied through gritted teeth, producing a meager 30 grams. Lin Yi accepted it without hesitation, placing the spectral ashes against his chest to absorb them through the spectral stone. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the insufficient quantity, the stone did not undergo a 4th metamorphosis. But Lin Yi felt his mental strength recover somewhat. Guail and Gu Xiaoba also presented their resources, stating, Vice Village Head, we have blood food and spectral ashes. Although the blood food is somewhat stale, no matter, as long as it is edible, Lin Yi responded, noting the amounts they offered, intending to repay them later. After all, they were ordinary militia members, and accumulating resources was no easy feat, unlike Old C, who was genuinely affluent. After a few minutes, Lin Yi's condition had improved significantly, with his vitality fully restored. Yet, the bloodthirsty wolves remained lurking outside, showing no urgency to attack. Gu Qinghu understood that Lin Yi's mental strength was limited, The white mist he conjured within a 10-meter radius could not be sustained for long. He spoke up. We cannot prolong this any further. We must find a way to instill fear in the Wolf King so that it knows we are not to be trifled with, compelling them to retreat. Qingshan, can you unleash an even mightier sunblade technique? Lin Yi shook his head. I cannot. My current physical condition allows for a maximum of a 5-fold vitality enhancement. Any more, and I risk rupturing my meridians. Regarding this matter, Lin Yi spoke no falsehood. The fiery sun blade technique, enhanced by a quintuple blood vitality, stands as his utmost limit at present. To be candid, had the fiery sun blade technique been capable of infinitely channeling blood vitality, Lin Yi would have long utilized dual blood channeling to transform another batch of vitality. At that juncture, infusing an additional 150 points of vitality, augmented by the 512-fold power of the 8th level fiery sun blade technique, would likely leave the heart-devouring Wolf King grievously wounded, if not dead, beneath the strike. At this moment, the wolf pack outside stirred once more. The heart-devouring Wolf King, accompanied by the last 7 9th-level heart-devouring wolves, charged into the mist. Lin Yi promptly expanded the mist's coverage and endeavored to bewilder the wolves' senses with the chilling fog. However, the wolves continued their synchronized march, communicating in their wolfish tongue. Old 4, Qingshan, go all out to slay the Wolf King. After uttering this command, Gu Qinghu emerged from the mist, wielding his blade with full force against the heart-devouring Wolf King, while simultaneously, Lin Yi and Old 4 launched their attacks. Though their cooperation was improvised, it was remarkably harmonious, striking from 3 different angles. Regardless of the others, Lin Yi unleashed 2 rapid slashes of the quintuple fiery sun blade technique with astonishing speed. The golden blade light struck fiercely at the Wolf King's abdomen. Following the strike, the surrounding wolves immediately lunged at him. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yi executed a swift maneuver, shifting half a step and retreating back into the mist. On the other side, Gu Qinghu, like Old 4, did not linger to see the outcome of his attack, but quickly turned and dove into the fog. Only the dazed, heart-devouring Wolf King remained, howling in anguish. As the mist dissipated, it revealed the Wolf King's body, scorched and blackened, with 2 deep gashes penetrating its innards at the abdomen, and a small wound obscured beneath its tail, bloodied and mangled. Within the mist, the triumphant Old 4 laughed heartily. Well done, Gu Qinghu. How ruthless you are. To stab the Wolf King. You always appear so dignified. Who would have thought you could be so wicked in a critical moment? Lin Yi Guelu. And the others cast glances at Gu Qinghu, who was left blushing with embarrassment. What do you know? The weaknesses of the heart-devouring wolf are but a few. I struck from behind. If not its tail, where else could I aim? Laughter echoed within the mist, yet outside, the heart-devouring wolf pack, witnessing their leader's grievous injury, began to contemplate retreat. Oh whoa. With a chorus of howls, the pack escorted their wounded leader southward. Observing this, Lin Yi, burdened by his mental strain, swiftly dismissed the mist and exhaled in relief. Gu Qinghu, equally pained, spoke solemnly, count me in. Subsequently, Lin Yi and his companions made their way towards the city wall, where Gu Man and others emerged from the gate to greet them. Old 4 could not contain his curiosity, asking, Gu Man, why are you alone? What of the village chief and the elders? Gu Man clenched his teeth, responding, the village chief is still in seclusion, and the 3 elders are stationed at other points along the wall. Today, something inexplicable has occurred. Monsters are attacking the village from all directions. Old 4 expressed his astonishment. How could this be? Could it be related to the weakening of the seal in the ancient Tomb Valley? But those eerie spirits have not yet fully escaped. They cannot possibly summon monsters. Uncertain, yet you should head south for support. There, only Old Guyun remains to guard. Old Lousy replied, very well, we shall proceed immediately. But you must also be cautious of the wolf pack's return. Old Man Gu nodded. All right, I will select a few brothers who are only slightly injured to accompany you. Chapter 56, Reinforcements from All Directions. Subsequently, Old Lousy, Lin Yi, and others continued their hurried journey towards the southern wall. However, upon arrival, they were met with the sight of over 100 black monkeys encircling the base of the wall. These diminutive monkeys, akin in size to the golden snub-nosed monkeys of Blue Star, were entirely covered in pitch-black fur, save for a tuft of white hair above their eyes, earning them the moniker of white-browed poison monkey. Averaging around level 7, their venomous claws rendered them exceedingly clever and troublesome creatures. Although Gu Qinghu had previously introduced Lin Yi to these beasts, Lin Yi recalled that their habitat resided far from Guten Village, in distant valleys. How could so many white-browed poison monkeys appear here? Despite their numbers, the monkeys did not dare to assault the wall. Instead, they congregated 50 meters away, chattering in an animated discussion. From atop the wall, it resembled a scene from a zoo, with the group of black monkeys seemingly holding an animal congress. Lin Yi surveyed the area, noting the absence of any signs of battle, indicating that the white-browed poison monkeys had yet to launch an attack. You have arrived? How fares the western wall? A scruffy old man, thin and holding a short staff, suddenly appeared. This was Old Guyun, one of the 3 elders of Guten Village. and the sole practitioner of the shaman profession within the village. Lin Yi scratched his head, taken aback by old Guyun's beggar-like appearance, which starkly contrasted with the image he had in mind. Gu Qinghu promptly inquired, "The western wall is secure, but elder, what is the situation? Why have these monkey monsters not attacked? What of the eastern and northern wall defenses?" Old Guyun stroked his beard, "With a professional-grade shaman like myself guarding here, they naturally dare not attack. After all, these monkeys are not foolish. As for the eastern and northern fronts, I suspect they are also holding well, as I have not observed any distress signals from that direction." Pausing, old Guyun added, "Regarding your question about the situation, I surmise the village chief is on the verge of a breakthrough. The emanating aura has stirred the creatures, prompting a demon king to rally them in an attempt to assault the village and test our defenses." Upon hearing this, old Laosi exclaimed in shock, "The old man is about to break through? Does this mean my chance at the village chief position is still far away?" Old Guyun shot him a disapproving glance but refrained from commenting, recognizing that old Laosi was a product of the village chiefs and their own upbringing, perpetually reckless in nature. One could only lament that the tree had grown crooked. No amount of correction would suffice. Gu Qinghu stated, "Then elder, we shall first inspect the other walls. Please continue to guard this position." Old Guyun yawned, "No problem, I haven't been out for a while. It's a good opportunity to stretch my limbs. You may go." Amidst the crowd, Lin Yi noticed old Guyun cast a cheerful glance in his direction. Lin Yi was not surprised. His identity as the village chief must have been communicated to the three elders. He nodded in acknowledgement to old Guyun before departing with the others. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the eastern city wall, where no battle had taken place either. Here, an elderly man from Guyun, accompanied by two 8th-level militia members, stood atop the wall, warding off the encroaching demons. Below, a group of water demons known as the Ginyu, with an average level of 8, gathered. The Ginyu resembled robust black cattle, adorned with 2 horns and a stunning coat of bluish-purple fur. Under the sunlight, their fur radiated a spectrum of colors. However, these creatures possessed formidable combat capabilities. Their abdomens could store a significant amount of corrosive acid, which they could unleash as water-cutting acid via their powerful tails. This acid not only exhibited strong corrosive properties, but also possessed terrifying cutting abilities under high pressure. Although Gu Qinghu had introduced Lin Yi to the Ginyu, he had merely mentioned their delectable meat without elaborating on their perilous nature. Lin Yi, however, had encountered descriptions of these creatures in the official handbook sent by Liu Bo, which noted that Ginyu are exceptionally intelligent, social demons with a strong territorial instinct and remarkable aggression. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the heart-eating wolf would struggle against a Ginyu, often requiring multiple heart-eating wolves to tackle a single one. Generally, the Ginyu remained within their territory, but if compelled by a more powerful demon, this could change. At present, beneath the city wall, lay a dozen Ginyu, seemingly devoid of any intention to attack the village. They appeared merely to be putting on a show, quite leisurely. Lin Yi even witnessed a bull mounting a cow, a rather provocative sight. With no immediate danger at Guyuan, the group prepared to head to the final defensive line of the wall. However, upon their arrival, they discovered a fierce battle raging outside the wall. A large swarm of ghost demons was furiously climbing the wall, clashing with the militia stationed there. The number of militia members was limited, only about 10. Yet Lin Yi spotted familiar faces among the defenders, including Gu Yongxiang and the Butcher Li, who were not militia but rather skilled fighters. Additionally, several newcomers were stationed in the rear, transporting supplies and evacuating the wounded. Despite the brutal assaults from the ghost demons below, the defenders seemed to suffer minimal casualties, each equipped with a protective talisman. Although the village held the advantage, Gu Qinghu and his companions were visibly anxious and decided to join the battle. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment. Instead of drawing his silver blade, he retrieved the long-forgotten bear sinew bow and took his position atop the wall, employing the celestial star archery technique to shoot down the ghost demons below. The ghost demons were peculiar creatures, characterized as parasitic beings. Their original forms were diminutive, comparable to that of an infant, entirely black with unsettling green eyes, and remarkably agile. Once they found a host, they could devour its flesh and blood, subsequently transforming into a complete form. The first ghost demon Lin Yi encountered in the village had stealthily infiltrated and successfully consumed a living host, evolving into a fully realized demon. Depending on their hosts, the appearances of complete ghost demons varied widely. The attacking ghost demons below were primarily around level 7. Some sporting rabbit ears, while others bore the likeness of black bears, creating a motley assortment. The feeble ghostly demons mature into their complete forms by consuming ordinary animals, while the formidable ones parasitize certain supernatural beings as their hosts. However, it is said that the ghostly demons have a particular fondness for human flesh. Those that grow by devouring human meat are rumored to possess the potential to ascend to the rank of demon kings. Lin Yi discovered a powerful ghostly demon resembling a wolf's head among the ranks of these entities. Judging by the aura it emanated, it appeared to be a level 10 demon. Nevertheless, this level 10 demon exhibited caution, issuing commands from the periphery without approaching the city walls. Before long, after a failed assault that left a number of corpses in its wake, the ghostly demons began to retreat. Gu Qinghu expressed his confusion, questioning whether the ghostly demons were indeed withdrawing. A nearby militia member, adeptly clearing the battlefield, explained, "Captain Qinghu, do not let your guard down. These demons have charged several times, and I suspect they will attack the village again after resting. Are these demons insane? After losing so many of their kind, they dare to assault the city? By the way, where is Elder Gu He? I haven't seen him," Lin Yi inquired. The militia member replied, "Elder Gu is concocting protective talismans in the tent below. All the talismans we possess were distributed by him." Chapter 57. Is it too much to ask for separate quarters? Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi headed to the tent to report to Elder Gu He, while Lin Yi encountered Qin Chongsheng atop the city. At that moment, Qin Chongsheng was assisting the militia in gathering resources dropped by the ghostly demons. However, as most of the demons had been slain by the villagers, the spoils were scarce and primarily consisted of white materials. Haha, after all, I am a merchant. I am willing to take risks for substantial profit. Besides, my master is here to help, and if I were to hide, he surely wouldn't look favorably upon me in the future. By the way, did the Qingshan brothers find anything in the valley? Green materials or martial arts manuals would allow me to appraise their value. If you wish to exchange for cash, I can handle that for you at a fair price, Qin Chongsheng offered. Thank you, but I have no immediate needs, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head as he departed. His impression of Qin Chongsheng was neither particularly good nor bad. Thus, despite Qin Chongsheng appearing to be merely level 1, he might very well be a cunning individual disguised as an unassuming figure. After leaving Qin Chongsheng, Lin Yi approached Gu Yongxiang and Li Tufu to exchange greetings. From their conversation, Lin Yi learned that the wolf-headed demon outside the city was likely the same formidable entity that had invaded the village several years prior. Bearing a blood feud with the village, it was thus driven to madly assault it once more. However, as more and more ghostly demons fell outside the city, those defending it were continuously replenished with talismans and healing potions. If this stalemate continued, the demons would inevitably be driven back. Lin Yi took a stroll along the city wall before descending to the tent in search of Gu Qinghu and the others. Upon entering the tent, Lin Yi found Elder Gu He diligently crafting defensive talismans at a wooden table, while Gu Qinghu and Gu Laosi stood rigidly beside him, scarcely daring to breathe. Gu Laosi even gestured for silence. Lin Yi nodded in understanding and joined them, standing quietly to avoid disturbing Elder Gu He. Among the 3 esteemed elders of the village, Lin Yi held the greatest respect for Gu He. Had it not been for Gu He's guidance, Lin Yi would never have encountered Gu Yongxiang, nor would he find himself in his current circumstances. Furthermore, during their initial interactions, it became apparent that among the 3 elders, Gu He possessed the most composed demeanor. Minutes later, with the final infusion of divine energy, Elder Gu He completed the crafting of the protective talisman. He turned to Lin Yi and his companions, offering a gentle smile as he remarked, "All right, you may speak now. Do not stifle yourselves." Gu Qinghu interjected. 7 militia members perished, and 5 or 6 are gravely injured. When we arrived, the wolf pack had just begun their assault. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty wolves have since retreated and are unlikely to attack again in the near future. Gu He sighed slightly. That is a relief. Once the horde of demons appeared outside our village, I hastily organized our defenses. Regrettably, you captains were absent, and the village chief was in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. I had no choice but to assign Gu Man to guard a section of the wall alone. It seems you arrived just in time, otherwise, I fear Gu Man and his team would have suffered significant casualties even if they managed to hold their ground. At this moment, Lin Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Elder Gu He, is it true that a demon king is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes?" Pausing for a moment, Gu He's expression turned grave as he responded, "Indeed, there is such a demon king. It occupies a mountain peak in the wilderness, breeding a multitude of demon creatures. A century ago, we clashed with this demon king, but we managed to repel it, sensing the village chief's ascendance to the rank of 2-star divine priest. The demon king has now compelled its minions to test the strength of our village." Lin Yi, concerned, asked, "What if the demon king chooses to act personally while the village chief is in seclusion?" After departing from Elder Gu He's tent, Lin Yi assessed the situation outside the village and noted that the ghostly demons posed no immediate threat. He informed Gu Qinghu of his decision and logged off. In truth, he had utilized most of his time online today, leaving only half an hour remaining from the 6 hours he was allotted. This residential complex, known as Polaris 1, is a renowned upscale villa area within Linha City. Lin Yi had previously explored the complex. It was conveniently located not far from the city center and nestled on a hillside, boasting a picturesque environment and stringent security measures. The complex also featured facilities such as a gym and a swimming pool. Its only drawback was the exorbitant rent, approximately 20,000 a month. However, for Lin Yi, as long as the living conditions were pleasant and offered high privacy, spending a bit more was of little consequence. The move proceeded swiftly. Lin Yi managed to relocate to the new villa in just half a day. This residence spanned 3 stories. The first floor housed a garden, a living room, and a kitchen, The second floor contained 4 spacious bedrooms, while the third floor comprised a storage room and several vacant rooms. After arranging his belongings, Lin Yi engaged a cleaning team to thoroughly tidy the villa before logging back into the world of revelation. By this time, the world of revelation was shrouded in night. With stars twinkling above, most tents in the city had been dismantled, and only 5 or 6 militia members remained on guard at the walls. Upon inquiry, he learned that earlier in the evening, the horde of demons had simultaneously retreated and vanished. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Elder Gu he had ensured a substantial number of militia members were stationed along the walls to guard against any nocturnal ambushes by the demon creatures. Lin Yi pondered that since he had moved in reality, there was no longer a need to reside here. Now, as a vice village head, it seemed reasonable to have a single room in the village's core area, did it not? Chapter 58, First Participation in the Village Senior Meeting. Captain, what's the rush? My online time is limited. I have less than 20 minutes left. If it's something urgent, we can discuss it tomorrow. It won't take much of your time. Just a meeting. You are the vice village head appointed by the village chief, and the elders from the 3 major townships have specifically requested your attendance. Under the guidance of Gu Qinghu, Lin Yi slowly entered the temple he had never visited before. The interior of the temple was quite different from what he had envisioned. It was spacious and devoid of any idols or totems. In the center stood a rectangular table surrounded by numerous chairs. At first glance, it resembled not a traditional temple, but rather a conference room. As Lin Yi examined the structure of the room, Gu He, seated in the second position, smiled and said, "No need to look further. The real temple is underground. If we have time, I will show it to you. Come, we are waiting for you." At the wooden conference table, the 3 township elders, Gu He, Gu Yuan, and Gu Yun, along with the 3 militia captains, Gu Qinghu, Gu Man, and Gu Laosi, had already taken their seats. Lin Yi finally settled into the space between Gu Yun and Gu Qinghu, a position previously occupied by Gu Lai, who was currently absent from the village. Gu Yi began, "Qingshan is the bearer of the birthright. Time is limited, so I will briefly convey the village chief's instructions before his retreat." Upon his declaration, there was no applause from the audience. Lin Yi glanced around, opposite him. Elder Gu Yuan was dozing with his eyes closed, while Gu Yun was preoccupied with examining the patterns on his ring, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Only Gu Qinghu and Gu Man cast encouraging glances at him, their eyes filled with admiration. As for Gu Laosi, he was unabashedly picking his nose, the implication of which was unmistakable. Gu He continued, "The village chief's retreat may take considerable time, but he has already allocated certain legacy resources beforehand. One of these legacies, belonging to the sequence holders, is designated for vice village head Qingshan." Lin Yi interjected, "Elder Gu, my surname is Lin." "Very well. One of the legacies for the sequence holders is designated for vice village head Lin. Furthermore, the complete divine legacy is currently under my custody, along with some spiritual artifacts, divine symbols, and other resources which I will present to you shortly. If any of you wish to acquire them, you will need to exchange them for village contribution points or equivalent resources. The second matter pertains to the villagers bearers of the birthright and involves vice village head Lin as well." "Me? Indeed, this is my proposal. There are quite a number of bearers of the birthright in Gutin village, and I intend for you to manage them. After all, you are a bearer yourself and are more familiar with them, knowing how to govern effectively." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. He first wondered what benefits he might derive from managing the bearers in Gutin village. However, power inherently accompanies interests. If he could oversee the villagers' bearers, it would allow him to cultivate a following of his own. Reflecting on the reality of Zhao Yilong, who had leveraged the opportunities presented by the world of enlightenment to establish an extraordinary organization, the Black Card Alliance, he contemplated the possibilities ahead. After careful consideration, Lin Yi stated, "No problem. However, nurturing and managing the newly awakened will likely require a substantial allocation of resources from the village." The elder of Guhua nodded in agreement with Lin Yi's request. However, observing the elder C, who was still engaged in an unseemly act of picking his nose, Lin Yi could not help but interject, "Elder Guhua, the militia team 5 is, by all accounts, also comprised of the newly awakened. Should they not fall under my jurisdiction as well?" The previously relaxed elder C immediately sprang to his feet, casting a glare at Lin Yi before retorting, "Elder, I trained the militia team 5 single-handedly, with only a modicum of assistance from Gu Qinghu. This team should rightly be under my command." Lin Yi countered, "Elder, I believe Captain C's assertion is misguided. To my knowledge, the newly awakened members of Team 5 harbor considerable resentment towards Captain C. Allowing him to continue managing them could yield detrimental results in the future." Observing the stalemate between Lin Yi and Elder C, the elder Guhua chuckled and inquired, "Qinghu, as their intermediary, what is your perspective?" Gu Qinghu hesitated, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Elder, given that Deputy Village Head Qing Lin holds a position equivalent to yours, I propose that Elder C oversees the Militia Team 5, with Deputy Village Head Lin supervising Elder C. Would that not suffice?" "Excellent." This argument held merit. Lin Yi felt inclined to give his captain a thumbs up. Elder Guhua nodded. "Very well, it is settled. should Elder C display any further disrespect towards the newly awakened. With a decisive thump of his palm, Elder Guhua signified the consensus of the three esteemed elders, leaving Elder C with no recourse, despite his evident reluctance. As Lin Yi smiled, Elder C inwardly grumbled, "You little rascal, just appointed as deputy village head, and already pulling a fast one on me. Very well. I shall remember this." Subsequently, Elder Guhua discussed the defensive arrangements for the militia, given the recent disturbances from strange spirits and creatures outside the village. It was imperative to bolster their defenses. However, the militia had suffered considerable losses, and with Gu Laihai and a number of high-level newly awakened absent. Not only Gu Qinghu and Gu Man, but even Lin Yi were assigned a daily duty of 4 hours. Nevertheless, considering Lin Yi's status as a newly awakened, his duty hours were not strictly enforced. For Lin Yi, participating in the watch was not a burden. As a newly awakened individual, he needed to venture near the village to hunt down creatures and spirits. In a sense, his duties in Guten village also served as an opportunity to gain experience through combat. The meeting was not lengthy, concluding in roughly 10 minutes. Afterwards, Elder Guhua retained Lin Yi for a private discussion. Deputy village head, Lin Yi promptly replied, "You may simply call me Qing Shan. I cannot bear such a title." Elder Guhua smiled, "Very well, Qing Shan. The legacy of the seer is indeed remarkable, yet it has been hidden within our Guten village for thousands of years, dating back to a time before the turmoil. Due to its inherent challenges, no one has successfully transitioned into this role during that span. Should you choose this path, be sure to have no regrets." Lin Yi, wearing a smile, assured him, "Rest assured, I guarantee I will not have any regrets." Chapter 59, The Seer's Legacy. Following this, Lin Yi received the coveted legacy of the seer from Elder Guhua. It was a finely crafted piece of white beast hide, inscribed with intricate text. "Elder, is this truly the legacy?" Indeed, the text above chronicles the path of a sequence keeper. To become a sequence keeper, one must awaken their bloodline organ, which serves as the vessel for spiritual energy. The inscriptions on the white beast hide are inscribed in fine Chinese characters. Lin Yi is certainly capable of understanding them. Yet he is perplexed. Wasn't Fuzhou a mythical beast from ancient legends? The profession of sequence keeper is entirely different from his preconceived notions. Ancient he provided little explanation to Lin Yi, merely passing on the legacy before departing the temple. However, as he continued to read, Lin Yi's astonishment grew ever greater. It became clear that both divine beasts and deities are embodiments of the rules. They inherently possess divine characteristics. The so-called sequence keeper treads a path to divinity by replicating the characteristics of divine sequences. The beast hide details that Fuzhou, an ancient divine beast, is resplendent in pure white like a white deer, adorned with luminous antlers, resembling a celestial stag descended from paradise. The divine beast Fuzhou possesses 3 divine attributes: purity, water control, and affinity for flora. Among these, purity represents Fuzhou's cleansing power, water control pertains to the manipulation of flowing water, while the affinity for flora signifies a connection with plants. Upon transitioning to the profession of Fuzhou Sequence Keeper, players can gradually master these 3 core attributes through various combinations, wielding the fundamental forces of the world. For instance, the attribute of purity can cleanse the world of all negative emotions and substances. The accompanying spiritual energy imbued with purity can dispel malevolent spirits, suppress the bloodthirsty desires within monstrous minds, and eradicate toxins and adverse influences. The abilities of water control and affinity for flora are innate to Fuzhou, who is a spirit of water and wood, naturally capable of commanding mighty waters and communicating with plant spirits. The legacy inscribed on the beast hide further elucidates that divine attributes possess varying ranks. Among these, high-ranking divine attributes are unique, while mid to low-ranking divine attributes may also be shared by other divine beasts and deities. Notably, the attribute of purity is not only Fuzhou's high-ranking primary divine characteristic, but also its singular ability. Yet, relying solely on divine attributes, a sequence keeper evidently lacks the strength to surpass the other 3 primary professions. What sets the sequence keeper apart is an unparalleled advantage: spiritual energy. This energy, exclusive to sequence keepers, allows them to mobilize divine attributes. It is stored within the bloodline organ and can be instantaneously transformed into a warrior's true energy, a priest's faith power, or a sorcerer's mental strength. Perhaps this is the true source of a sequence keeper's might. Nevertheless, the sequence keeper is not devoid of drawbacks. The combat prowess of a sequence keeper lacks a clear standard. According to Lin Yi's understanding, there are 7 stars in total after reaching professional rank. The other 3 primary professions have distinct star classifications, yet the sequence keeper does not. The greater the replication of divine attributes, the stronger the combat power. If Lin Yi were to fully master the attribute of water control, he would wield the ability to manipulate countless streams of water with a mere gesture, easily inundating a city of millions. Just as Lin Yi was engrossed in the contents of the legacy beast hide, the log-out timer expired, abruptly expelling him from the continent of apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the newly moved-in villa, still contemplating the profession of sequence keeper. One cannot deny that this profession is undoubtedly a rare and formidable vocation. However, the resources required to transition into a sequence keeper are exceedingly vast. The bloodline organ of the Fuju is a pair of antlers, utilized to cultivate spiritual power. This signifies that if Lin Yi decides to transition into the divine beast Fuju sequence, he must endure the challenge of sprouting a pair of pristine white antlers. Furthermore, the materials required to condense the bloodline organ are numerous. Just the fundamental white and green materials alone encompass over a dozen varieties. For instance, items such as the withering fruit, water crystal, and snow lotus, most of which Lin Yi has never even heard of. Most crucially, condensing the bloodline organ necessitates a blue-quality antler powder. Lin Yi was astonished. After all, a blue-quality antler could only be obtained from a professional-level deer demon. Given his current capabilities, it seemed improbable for him to gather all the materials needed for this endeavor. No wonder both the elder of Guh Xiang and the village chief remarked that transitioning to a sequence is exceedingly arduous. The following morning, Lin Yi logged on early and sought out the elder of Guh Xiang, who was crafting talismans within the temple. "You're here? Don't rush. Let me finish this talisman first." Once the elder completed the protective talisman, he looked up at Lin Yi. "What brings you here? Is it related to the sequence inheritance?" "Elder, I've reviewed this inheritance. But the materials it requires are far too many. I simply cannot gather them all in a short time." The elder chuckled. "But last night, it was you who expressed a desire to select an inheritance. Why the change of heart today?" Lin Yi replied, "Elder, I have no intention of foregoing the inheritance. It's just that many of the materials listed are unknown to me. Do you have any solutions?" The elder nodded. "If that is the case, I indeed possess a solution. However, the resources within the village are not easily obtained. If you wish to acquire them, you must offer equivalent resources in exchange." "That is not an issue." Lin Yi felt a surge of confidence. He had a fair amount of valuable items on hand, particularly from his recent engagement in slaying the heart-eating wolf and the ghost demon, during which he had obtained several green-quality materials. "Come, let me show you the treasures of our Guten village." The elder rose and led Lin Yi to the entrance of the underground temple. The upper structure of the temple was rather unassuming, while the true sanctum lay hidden beneath the earth. To enter this realm, one must approach with sincerity and refrain from harboring ill intentions. Most importantly, one must follow closely behind me. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. "I understand, elder." As they descended deeper underground, Lin Yi soon realized that the space was remarkably vast, with a height of approximately 30 meters, resembling an underground cavern. A winding stone staircase snaked its way into the dark abyss below. Yet, amidst the darkness, a large expanse emanated a bluish-green glow, though faint. It was strikingly prominent against the subterranean gloom. Lin Yi closely followed the elder down the stone steps. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered that the source of the bluish-green light was a small pond, roughly the size of a square zhang. The water within the pond rippled gently, radiating a soothing luminescence. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but as Lin Yi approached the pond, he could almost sense a joyful sentiment emanating from the water. Could it be that this small pond was alive? "Elder, could it be that Guten village owes its existence to this pond?" "Indeed. The greatest treasure of our ancient Tan village is this sacred pond. Since the establishment of our village, this pond has continuously sheltered us. The sacred pond possesses a consciousness of its own and can sense the purity of human hearts. Our annual sacrificial ceremonies are held to express our gratitude for the protection it provides. The pond is the spirit of our village and the source of our divine power." How remarkable! Lin Yi was genuinely astonished. He had heard of sacrifices made to animals, plants, and even to lifeless statues, but he never anticipated that there could be a ritual dedicated to a body of water. What's more, this pond had attained a divine status. However, did this sacred pond differ from the deities he had learned about from his inheritance? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi inquired, "Elder, the aura emanating from this pond is quite soothing. It must possess some unique properties, correct?" Old Guhi replied, "Didn't you drink the divine water from Old For earlier? This pond's water is indeed divine." Lin Yi's heart stirred. His suspicions were confirmed. He recalled that the ancient holy water he had consumed was less than 10 milliliters, yet had significantly augmented his attributes by 10 points. If he could take a hearty gulp from this pond, wouldn't his attribute points soar? In the faint glow, Old Guhi seemed to perceive the longing in Lin Yi's eyes and chuckled. "What? Are you enchanted by the pond's water?" Lin Yi unabashedly responded, "Of course. I am merely an ordinary born individual. How could I not be captivated by such a treasure? Fear not. You are already the deputy village chief. You will receive a vial of divine water every month. Of course, you may also trade for it using equivalent blue-tier resources." Lin Yi hastily asked, "I possess blue-quality withered wood fruit. Can this be exchanged?" "Yes, however, I lack the qualification to retrieve divine water from the pond. Come, I shall take you to meet the village chief. If you require divine water, you may exchange with him." "The village chief? Hasn't he secluded himself to break through?" Lin Yi queried. "Who says one cannot meet others while in seclusion?" Old Guhi led Lin Yi around the luminous sacred pond and deeper into the cave. Along the way, Lin Yi observed numerous clusters of writhing flesh growing in the crevices of the cave walls, resembling vibrant red corals from the depths of the sea. Elder, this must be blood food. I never imagined that what we consume grows in this place. Lin Yi noticed that the closer he was to the sacred pond, the more abundant the blood food became. Conversely, as they ventured deeper into the cave, it vanished from sight. Old Gu He explained, indeed. The essence of this substance is called earth flesh, hidden deep within the rocks. The blood food is the fruit born from earth flesh, but for it to flourish, it requires nourishment from divine water or demon blood. Our Tan village's most precious resources are blood food and divine water. In the past, during the trade days in Tianshui City, our village would carry these two resources for exchange. Each time, blood food and divine water sold out quickly and were highly sought after. Lin Yi asked, trade day? Wasn't the route to Tianshui City severed? It was. But the purpose of training the 5 teams of born individuals is to reopen the path to Tianshui City. As they conversed, the two soon arrived at the end of the cave. Ahead lay a stone chamber illuminated by candlelight. In the dim glow, Lin Yi could see the stooped figure of the village chief hunched over, engrossed in some study. Old Gu He said, go on, I will wait for you outside. Lin Yi nodded and stepped into the stone chamber, where he found the village chief, Gu Tianxi, seemingly engrossed in an ancient sheepskin scroll. After a while, the elderly chief lifted his head and noticed Lin Yi's arrival. With a smile, he remarked, the second-tier divine arts recorded here are rather obscure and challenging to comprehend. I became so absorbed that I lost track of time. Please, make yourself comfortable. Do not feel constrained. The stone chamber was cluttered with an array of books and sheepskin scrolls, creating a somewhat disordered atmosphere. Eventually, Lin Yi settled on a smooth stone block. Gu He brought you to find me. It must be related to the inheritance of the sequencer, correct? Lin Yi nodded, replying, indeed, chief. I have perused that inheritance, but many of the required resources are entirely unfamiliar to me. I would like to inquire if the village possesses any relevant resources. Qingshan, you are fortunate. In addition to the inheritance of the Fuju, the ring contains a batch of materials that cohere with the bloodline organs of the Fuju. Coupled with the resources stored within the village, we can almost gather the materials you need. Chief, feel free to speak directly, Lin Yi said, perplexed. Are we discussing the forging of spiritual artifacts? I have heard that the ancient craftsmen of Guyuan can forge spiritual artifacts using green materials. Isn't the defensive armor of Captain Guman forged by them? The village chief shook his head. Guyuan is not capable. His forging methods are severely flawed and entirely self-taught. Achieving success once in 5 attempts is already commendable, which wastes considerable materials. Lin Yi smiled wryly. Chief, you cannot be suggesting that I undertake the forging, for I am utterly clueless about how to forge spiritual artifacts. The village chief responded, you can indeed. If you intend to become a sequencer, you may. Qingshan, do you know why spiritual artifacts are called such? Is it related to spiritual energy? Precisely. It is said that the spiritual artifacts left behind in our village were all crafted by sequencers, as their spiritual energy enhances the compatibility of different materials. The attributes of the spiritual artifacts they forge are not only superior, but also boast a higher success rate. Lin Yi began to grasp the concept. So, you mean? The village chief presented a proposition. The village can assist you in gathering the materials for the bloodline organs you lack, but once you possess them, you must aid the village in forging spiritual artifacts. If it is merely a matter of forging spiritual artifacts, I can agree to this. Without hesitation, Lin Yi acquiesced. After all, he currently had no hope of acquiring the materials necessary to condense the bloodline organs. Since the chief was willing to invest in him and prepare the materials, he was more than willing to comply. However, Lin Yi suddenly recalled his older brother, Liu Hong. Liu Hong's diary mentioned that his talent was related to forging spiritual artifacts. Could it be that Liu Hong had obtained spiritual energy in advance? The village chief continued, very well, but there is one material that the village currently lacks. However, I know that the chief of the neighboring village, Hexian, once collected a pair of blue-quality deer antlers. After you leave, seek out the ancient craftsman of Guyun and have him journey to Hexian to exchange for a sufficient quantity of deer antler powder for your use. Understood, Lin Yi nodded. By the way, chief, I also wish to exchange for a portion of divine water. Divine water is a blue treasure of heavenly origin, rare in the outside world. As you are the vice chief of our Gutan village, I will trade you a bottle of divine water for a piece of blue material. One must admit, although the chief was somewhat aged, his words were still quite pleasing to the ear. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before extracting 6 milky white rottenwood fruits, exchanging them with the village chief for 6 vials of divine water. Considering that Lin Yi received a vial of divine water each month, the village chief directly handed him 7 vials, preemptively advancing his monthly allowance to spare Lin Yi from bothering him again in the near future. Chapter 61. Indulging in divine water. Attributes slightly increase. With a plethora of green bone materials on hand that he currently had no use for, Lin Yi could not resist saying, Village chief, how about acquiring some green materials that can be fashioned into spiritual tools? Once I am able to forge these tools, the price of these materials is sure to rise. Would you consider trading some for a few more vials of divine water? Get lost, the old village chief retorted sharply, having discerned that Lin Yi's familiarity with him had gradually unveiled his thick-skinned nature. If one sought a similarly audacious individual within the village, it would likely be his disciple, Ancient Four, who could match him in this regard. Emerging from the underground ancient pond, Lin Yi eagerly made his way to his new residence within the village, a quaint two-story loft with a yard located a mere 500 meters from the temple. Most of the nearby residents were family members of the militia. It was said that Gu Qinghu, Gu Man, and Ancient Four also resided nearby. However, due to the pressing nature of their duties today, Lin Yi did not encounter them. Before departing, Gu Yi had instructed him to visit the temple in the afternoon, where he would provide Lin Yi with all the information regarding the newly born villagers. To be honest, Lin Yi had already devised a preliminary plan for managing the newborns. But he understood that only through practical application would he ascertain its efficacy. Upon returning to his modest loft, which was quite dusty, Lin Yi tidied up the area near his bed before retrieving the divine water. Next, he intended to consume the divine water to enhance his attributes. He was uncertain, however, as to how much his attributes would increase with 7 vials of divine water, or if there would be any resistance from consuming too much. Without further contemplation, Lin Yi promptly drank the first vial of divine water. As before, he divided it into 3 sips. Ding. You have consumed the holy water of the ancient pond. Stamina, attribute 3. Ding. You have consumed the holy water of the ancient pond. Stamina, attribute 4. Ding. You have consumed the holy water of the ancient pond. Constitution, attribute 3. Observing the randomly increased attributes, Lin Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. His greatest desire was to augment his strength and agility attributes. Yet all the enhancements had been allocated to stamina and constitution. Was it possible that the divine water favored increasing attributes that were relatively lower in the 4 dimensions? Lin Yi proceeded to drink the second vial of divine water to verify his hypothesis. Ding. You have consumed the holy water of the ancient pond. Constitution, attribute 3. Ding. You have consumed the holy water of the ancient pond. Stamina, attribute 3. Ding. You have consumed the holy water of the ancient pond. Strength, attribute 4. It indeed appeared so. Currently, Lin Yi's agility attribute was the highest, yet through the divine water, he had gained an increase in strength, but still no enhancement in agility. As he contemplated consuming the third vial of divine water, he instinctively felt a sense of fullness, as if drinking this vial would not further increase his attributes. It seemed that the divine water could not be consumed in succession. He would need to allow his body to digest this energy before partaking again. Lin Yi refrained from further attempts, mindful not to waste the divine water, and opened his 4-dimensional attribute panel to review his data. At present, his 4-dimensional attributes were as follows: Strength, 263 Constitution, 17 Agility, 25 Stamina, 21 in summary. Apart from the physical constitution, which is below 20 points, the other 3 major attributes each exceed 20 points. Thus, Lin Yi currently possesses a foundational composite attribute of 89 points. It is noteworthy that even a fully attribute-endowed newcomer, when combined with the 45 self-attribute points gained from leveling up from level 1 to level 10, would only have a composite attribute of 85 points. This implies that Lin Yi's current composite attributes surpass those of an average level 10 player who has never consumed any rare treasures. Lin Yi drew forth the Zhan Yin long blade and swung it a few times, discovering that his strength had indeed increased, and his stamina was markedly enhanced. It seems that augmenting his endurance and physical constitution has proven beneficial, at least improving his sustained combat capacity. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled that he needed to deliver a message to the elder of Gu Yun Xiang, instructing him to engage in trade at Hexian village. However, before that, he intended to visit the treasury managed by Gu Yuan to exchange his resources for spiritual weapons or usable divine symbols. Upon arriving at the treasury managed by Gu Yuan, Lin Yi was surprised to find that the spiritual weapons and divine symbols within the inheritance ring had already been largely exchanged. In the underground treasury, Lin Yi exclaimed, "What? Not a single divine symbol remains. Who has exchanged them?" The elder of Gu Yuan replied, "Gu Qinghu exchanged 2, while the remaining 10 or so were taken by Gu Laosi last night." Lin Yi could not help but curse. How does that scoundrel Gu Laosi possess so many resources and contribution points? Gu Yuan shrugged and lamented, "Who knows? I too wish to have a village chief master. And the spiritual weapons? Are there any left? You are in luck. There remains a Changhong sword, which should enhance your agility attribute by at least 10 points as a newcomer." Gu Yuan produced a red long sword, although its rusted blade indicated poor maintenance. Lin Yi felt somewhat speechless. While he could accept a blade spiritual weapon or a defensive spiritual weapon, a long sword was of no use to him. "Elder, do you not have a long blade spiritual weapon?" Indeed, there is a rather decent quality blade spiritual weapon that Gu Qinghu did not exchange. But it was taken by Gu Laosi last night along with all the divine symbols. What does Gu Laosi need a blade for? Gu Yuan, with a penchant for stirring the pot, chuckled. "It's likely an act of retaliation against you. That rascal has always enjoyed seeking revenge. I have been a victim of his whims myself." If you wish for that blade, you must seek him out. Lin Yi sighed. Indeed, Gu Laozi was capable of engaging in self-sabotaging actions, though he had no use for a blade. He had taken the spiritual weapon Lin Yi required merely to vex him. It was likely that Gu Laozi was now waiting for Lin Yi to approach him with an apology. Never mind, Elder. Do you have any other resources suitable for newcomers? I heard the village chief mention a batch of fruits that could enhance attribute points. I wonder if they are still available? Gu Yuan nodded. Indeed, the village chief mentioned that these fruits are exclusively for you and the 5-team newcomers. However, they are limited in number, totaling just over 20, with Gu Laozi having taken the majority. There are still 2 red heart fruits that enhance strength and 3 white lotus seeds that boost physical constitution. Alright, I will exchange for all of them. Lin Yi was not one to be picky. He understood that for the newly born, even the slightest increase in attributes was an incredibly precious resource. The fruits were beneficial to him at present, and even if they lost their usefulness, trading these attribute fruits with other newly born individuals would still be quite lucrative. However, Lin Yi had no surplus contribution points and could only exchange resources from his backpack. Fortunately, the ancient source was no longer exploiting the newly born as before. After Lin Yi produced more than 30 pieces of white corpse oil, he was given all 5 attribute fruits. The red heart fruit, which could enhance strength by 1 point, was valued at 300 contribution points in the treasury. Lin Yi had long coveted this red heart fruit, and he was pleasantly surprised to acquire it so effortlessly. As for the white lotus seed that could increase vitality by 1 point, it was his first encounter with such a treasure. This white lotus seed was the size of a peanut, encased in a tender white shell. According to the system's description, this exquisite item was harvested from a certain lotus pod, having consumed 2 bottles of divine water earlier that day. Lin Yi was wary of digestive discomfort and refrained from consuming these fruits. Chapter 62. Acquiring the spirit tool upon exiting the treasury. Lin Yi wished to seek the elderly Gu Yunxiang, but he realized he had no knowledge of the elder's whereabouts. After some contemplation, he decided to first visit the elder Gu Laozi. This individual had preemptively exchanged the spirit tool Lin Yi desired, evidently seeking to retaliate for the events of the previous night and exert his influence over him. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was not one to be easily intimidated. He was determined to acquire that spirit tool. After inquiring with the militia guarding the treasury, he learned that Gu Laozi, accompanied by the 5th militia team, was practicing at the eastern city wall. Lin Yi promptly made his way there. From a distance, he observed the newly born members of the 5th militia gathered atop the city wall, seemingly engaged in an auction. I bid 230 contribution points. I bid 235 contribution points. I bid 240. Gu Laozi, donned in fresh attire, stood before the crowd, holding a white lotus seed and proclaiming, "All right. A white lotus seed that can enhance vitality by 1 point. The bid is at 240 contribution points. Is there a higher offer?" Qian Duo hastily gestured with cupped hands and bowed. "Brothers, please let me have this one. I've exhausted my resources for this, and I promise not to bid next time." Well, if no one else bids higher, then this white lotus seed belongs to Qian Duo. After the auction of the attribute fruit concluded, Gu Laozi was poised to present the next item for bidding when he noticed Lin Yi ascending the city wall. "Deputy Village Chief Lin, what brings you here?" Gu Laozi emphasized the word deputy with a slight mockery. Lin Yi scanned the 5th militia members before smiling and replying. "The elder Gu he fears that you might still engage in derogatory behavior towards the newly born, so he sent me to supervise you. So little team leader C, is this an auction you are conducting?" Hearing little team leader, Gu Laozi nearly lost his composure but managed to suppress his irritation. "Indeed, I just received a batch of resources from the treasury last night. However, with so many members in the 5th team, it cannot be evenly distributed. So I opted for an auction to allocate them. I have a spirit tool as well, which will also be auctioned shortly." Deputy Village Chief Lin, would you care to observe? Lin Yi sneered. "A spirit tool? Little team leader C, you certainly are quite extravagant to possess such an item. Alas, what can I say? It's fortunate that I can draw divine symbols. After all, I do have wealth." The ancient figure shrugged, acknowledging that his position paled in comparison to Lin Yi's. Unable to contend with Lin Yi without the use of divine talismans, he resorted to this petty tactic instead. "Very well, I shall remain an observer, Captain Shao Si. Continue your endeavors." Lin Yi leaned against the city wall, observing the auction conducted by the 5th militia team. Standing behind him, Wang Zilong could not resist greeting Lin Yi. "Brother Qingshan, how did you suddenly become the deputy village chief? That's quite impressive." Noticing that Lin Yi had no intention of causing trouble, Gu Laozi, albeit reluctantly, proceeded to auction off the attribute fruits he had retrieved from the treasury the previous night. Among the old players like Dugu Feng, Qian Duo, and Zhu Chang, they had accumulated a relatively higher number of contribution points, allowing them to bid on an additional attribute fruit. However, what piqued Lin Yi's interest was that within the dozen or so attribute fruits presented by Gu Laozi, there were 2 green quality fruits that could enhance stamina by 3 points. Excellent. It seems Gu Laozi intends to keep all the good items for himself. Lin Yi mentally noted this transgression against Gu Laozi. Once the attribute fruits were auctioned off, Gu Laosi was not inclined to continue. But seeing Lin Yi's unwavering gaze, he pondered for a moment and decided to reveal the spiritual weapon he had exchanged from the treasury. You little rascals. Don't say I haven't considered you all. This spiritual weapon was acquired at a considerable cost from the treasury, valued at several thousand contribution points. Now, if you can win the bid, it shall be yours. With that, Gu Laosi cast a provocative glance at Lin Yi. Du Gufeng stepped forward to examine it. Astonished by the system's introduction, a spiritual weapon? No way, it truly is a spiritual weapon. This blade is called the Wind Rider Blade. Captain Laosi is impressive. From now on, I'll only bow to him. The members of the 5th militia team were all exhilarated. They understood that spiritual weapons were standard issue for captain-level figures. And equipping one could significantly enhance vital attributes by at least 10 points. The starting bid is modest, at 100 contribution points, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10 points. Bid away. I bid 150 points. I bid 200 points. I bid 210. In the arena, the number of reborn individuals possessing contribution points was limited, with only Du Gufeng, Qian Duo, and a few others having the means to continue bidding. Suddenly, from the back, Wang Zilong shouted, I bid 300 points. 300 points? Do you truly possess that many contribution points? I do not allow credit here. Gu Laosi eyed Wang Zilong suspiciously, recalling that Wang Zilong had just bid on an attribute fruit, likely exhausting his contribution points. How could he possibly have 300 points remaining? However, Wang Zilong was not foolish and replied directly, Captain Laosi, I do have contribution points. Are you implying I cannot bid? Bid away. But should you fail to produce the contribution points, I shall have my way with you later. Despite Wang Zilong's declaration of 300 contribution points, no one else chose to raise their bid. Qian Duo could not contain himself. Captain Laosi, we wish to participate, but we genuinely lack contribution points. We have already exchanged the corpse oil blocks we obtained from the ancient tomb valley. Du Gufeng added, indeed, if we could bid on credit, we would continue to participate. Gu Laosi had initially considered allowing credit, as losing the spiritual weapon over a mere 300 contribution points would be a grievous loss for him. Upon noticing Lin Yi smiling at him from behind, he immediately exclaimed, what the hell? I, Gu Laosi, am a man of my word. I do not engage in credit transactions. Wang Zilong, you rascal, you contributed 300 points, right? Very well, this blade is yours. How shall we settle the contribution points? Wang Zilong produced 2 green rib materials dropped by the undead and said, Captain Gu Laosi, these 2 materials must be worth several hundred contribution points, right? You can reimburse me for the excess. Where did you acquire this green material? Gu Laosi recalled that all green materials obtained by Team 5 were submitted to him for management. It was impossible for an individual to possess such green ribs. Wang Zilong timidly replied, I found them in the ancient tomb valley. Found them, my foot. Such materials can only be dropped by the born beings. Even Gu Laosi, despite his foolishness, realized that these 2 green ribs were the handiwork of Lin Yi. He was certain that while he was distracted, Lin Yi had secretly handed these materials to Wang Zilong. At that moment, Lin Yi chuckled, what is the matter, Captain Xiaoxi? You should announce the auction results now. Presumably, upon receiving the spiritual weapon, Wang Zilong would promptly pass it on to Lin Yi. Alright, you're impressive. Gu Laosi, disinclined to say more, tossed the spiritual weapon to Wang Zilong and took the 2 green rib materials from him. Brother Qingshan, this is for you. Wang Zilong, without hesitation, directly handed the spiritual weapon to Lin Yi in front of Gu Laosi, darkening the latter's expression to that of a black egg. However, they were all curious as to how Qingshan had suddenly become the vice village chief of Guten Village. Was there some sort of transaction involved? Only Du Gufeng and Qian Duo cast a knowing glance at Lin Yi. It turned out that yesterday, the born beings of Team 5 had collectively logged off outside the village, and they were the last to leave, thus witnessing Lin Yi entering the battlefield and swiftly eliminating 2 level 9 bloodthirsty wolves. Therefore, upon hearing that Lin Yi had become the vice village chief, they found it entirely unsurprising. Lin Yi's combat prowess indeed warranted such a position. Furthermore, Guten Village likely appointed Lin Yi to this role due to his potential. What are you all staring at? Get back to repairing the wall. Yesterday, you lot hardly contributed any effort and fled quite quickly. What good is training you if this continues? Having taken a loss from Lin Yi, Gu Laosi redirected his frustration towards Team 5. Wang Zilong was also preparing to repair the wall, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Zilong, wait a moment. I have something for you to assist with. Wang Zilong assumed Lin Yi was taking him away out of fear that Gu Laosi would seek revenge, and he said, Brother Qingshan, don't worry. Captain Laosi 1T retaliate. He can be harsh with his words, but has a good heart. He'll just scold me a bit. Lin Yi smiled. Well aware of Gu Laosi's nature, although he bore grudges, he had his limits. No, I truly need your help, and if you perform well, you may follow me from now on. While Lin Yi had a preliminary plan for managing the born beings in the village, he still required assistance. Currently, besides Du Gufeng, the only born being he was familiar with in the village was Wang Zilong. In contrast to the mature and composed Du Gufeng, the simple-minded Wang Zilong evidently aligns more with his preferences. Moreover, Wang Zilong has consistently shown him great respect, addressing him as Brother Qingshan at every encounter. Should Wang Zilong prove himself worthy, Lin Yi would willingly allocate resources towards his development. After all, a valiant hero often requires the support of reliable allies to establish a formidable influence in the future. Chapter 63, The Transaction with Gu Yun. Upon acquiring the Chengfeng blade, Lin Yi eagerly took it in hand to examine it. The blade bore a resemblance to the Zhan Yin long knife, featuring an elongated form, particularly under the sunlight. The blade emanated a unique azure hue characteristic of metal. Chengfeng blade, spirit tool, a long-standing spirit tool from Gutan village, renowned for its resilience, lightness, and unparalleled sharpness. When wielded, it enhances strength and agility by 8 points each. After reviewing the system's description, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Remarkably, this blade enhances both strength and agility attributes, surpassing the overall properties of the Long Yi knife. Subsequently, Lin Yi made arrangements for Wang Zilong, instructing him to log in punctually in the afternoon. He then sought directions and eventually located the residence of the village elder, Gu Yun. This place was quite secluded, situated on a small hillside at the village's periphery, housing a spacious underground chamber. The chamber was brightly lit by candles and filled with numerous bookshelves and miscellaneous items, its disarray rivaling that of the small stone room used for meditation in the village. Lin Yi noted that both the village head and the elder preferred to reside underground. "Thank you, elder." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude as he prepared to leave, but was halted by Gu Yun. "Wait, I've heard you possess blue-quality corrupted wood fruits. Do you have any to spare? I can offer something of value in exchange." Lin Yi had harvested a total of 9 corrupted wood fruits, giving 1 to Gu Chenghu as a token of thanks and trading 6 with the village head, leaving him with just 2 as reserves. If Gu Yun proposed something beneficial, he would not hesitate to trade. After a moment's consideration, Lin Yi replied, "Elder, I only have 2 left. What would you offer in exchange? I've heard you have an interest in the legacy of sorcerers. If you relinquish those 2 corrupted wood fruits, I can provide you with a meditation technique to advance your sorcerer class." Meditation technique? Lin Yi slightly shook his head, as he had already decided to pursue the path of the sequence. The sorcerer's meditation method held little value for him now. Noticing Lin Yi's disinterest, Gu Yun continued, "If the meditation technique doesn't appeal to you, what about divine water? This would be of great benefit to you, a descendant." "Elder, I just acquired a substantial amount of divine water from the village head." "I see." Gu Yun frowned in contemplation, then retrieved a black robe from the bookshelf behind him. "I've heard you have bound the soul tool, Ghost Stone. You will certainly find this item indispensable, as it can restore mental energy." "Restore mental energy?" Lin Yi's interest was piqued. The black robe appeared to be long overdue for cleaning, emitting an unpleasant odor and appearing quite dirty. However, upon holding it, he felt a refreshing sensation emanating from the robe. Apprentice sorcerer's robe, semi-sorcerer tool, a semi-professional sorcerer tool modified from a spirit tool. Wearing it provides a cooling and calming effect, continuously restoring lost mental energy. It must be said, this item is indeed remarkable. "Elder Xiong, how can I exchange for this witch's robe? What can you offer?" "This is a prized possession, and even trading it for those 2 rotten wood fruits would be a profitable deal for you." It cannot be denied that Elder Gu Yun is a shrewd merchant. He immediately proposed 2 blue fruits. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Elder, my rotten wood fruits take a century to mature, and they are exceedingly rare, even in the wilderness. 2 is out of the question. At most, I can spare 1, and 1 is hardly worth the exchange. How about this? I'll provide you with a copy of the sorcerer's meditation method, and in return, you give me both of those rotten wood fruits, ensuring you won't suffer any loss." Observing the earnest expression on Elder Gu Yun's face, Lin Yi found it difficult to refuse. After all, Elder Gu Yun was trading on behalf of him in Hexian village, so it was only fair that he should offer a little compensation for his efforts. Nevertheless, Lin Yi mustered the audacity to ask, "All right, Elder, but do you have any potions that can enhance or restore mental strength? If so, I would appreciate a few vials." Elder Gu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, you young rascal, your audacity rivals that of Old C. Such potions are scarce for me as well. I don't have any that enhance or restore mental strength, but I can offer you 2 vials of pain relief potions, which can alleviate the suffering from overexertion of mental energy. That would suffice." After concluding the transaction with Elder Gu Yun, Lin Yi had completely exhausted his most valuable rotten wood fruits. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a cacophony of mixed roars emanating from below. These sounds were familiar to Lin Yi, featuring the growls of undead creatures and the wails of ghostly beings. Elder Gu Yun explained, "I keep a few little creatures down there for research purposes, so don't be alarmed." Lin Yi understood. After all, as a sorcerer, a penchant for research and peculiar hobbies was to be expected. Without allowing Lin Yi to inquire further, Elder Gu Yun hurried him out of his underground residence. Upon returning to his own quarters, Lin Yi examined the items he had exchanged with Elder Gu Yun, a filthy apprentice's robe, 2 vials of blue potion to suppress the agony of mental exhaustion, and a crystal ball containing the record of the sorcerer's meditation method. He intended to wash the apprentice's robe before wearing it. As for the crystal ball that recorded the sorcerer's meditation method, Lin Yi discovered its immense value after further investigation. It was an indispensable tool for transitioning into the sorcerer profession. Not only did the crystal ball contain a meditation method, but it could also monitor an individual's mental attribute value. Lin Yi, curious about his own mental strength, decided to test it with the crystal ball. To his surprise, 18 faint lights appeared within the crystal ball, signifying that his mental strength was at 18 points, having previously acquired 10 points of mental strength through the soul device. The eerie stone, he possessed a base of 8 points. However, to learn the meditation method and transition into the sorcerer profession, one must possess at least 100 points of foundational mental strength. Well, it seems that becoming a sorcerer is not an easy path, aside from being a sequencer. Regardless, the crystal ball housing the meditation method is of considerable worth, likely a coveted item for those aspiring to transition into sorcerers. In the afternoon, Lin Yi logged on at the appointed time and first received a tome from Elder Gu Yun, which recorded all the individuals who had appeared in Gutan village since half a year ago. The firstborn was named Autumn of the North Wind, a name imbued with profound significance, yet tragically, it was recorded that he perished at the hands of a demonic creature. The secondborn was named Invincible Me, at your leisure, and his fate was similarly grim. On the first page, there were 5 born, all met with untimely deaths. As Lin Yi turned to the second page, he gradually encountered those born who still lived, featuring names familiar to him, such as Chang Kongqua and Qin Changsheng, among others. Upon examining the timeline of these born individuals, Lin Yi discovered that although Chang Kongqua, Qin Changsheng, and others were among the initial batch to appear in Gutan village, they had only emerged 5 months prior and were not the earliest arrivals from Blue Star into the apocalyptic world. Approximately a month later, the second wave of players began to manifest in Gutan village, including figures like Qian Duoduo and Zhu Chang. Subsequently, the third group followed, comprising individuals such as Dugu Feng and the ultimate Iron Man Lin Yi belonged to the 4th batch, alongside others like Wang Zilong who appeared after him. As Lin Yi perused the meticulously compiled list from the Elder of Guha Township, he noted that there were currently 64 born in Gutan village, yet alarmingly, 1/5 of them had logged in only a few times before vanishing from the online realm. It was likely that these individuals had encountered the perils of the apocalyptic world and chose never to return. However, there remained the possibility that some had met their demise in obscure locations, unrecorded by Guha. The highest tier among them, averaging around level 9, comprised the likes of Chang Kongqua. It was rumored that Dugu Feng and Chang Kongqua were acquainted in reality, providing Lin Yi an opportunity to inquire further. The slightly weaker players belonged to the 4 major militia teams and the current members of the 5th militia team, averaging around level 5. Lastly, the weakest cohort included some of the recently arrived newcomers and older-born who hesitated to join the militia, their levels predominantly resting at 1 or 2. After gaining a general understanding of all the born in the village, Lin Yi sought out Wang Zilong, instructing him to find the villagers most closely connected to these individuals. In the following 2 days, a collective task would be announced to the born, with rewards including 3 taels of silver, a map detailing the distribution of demonic creatures around Gutan village, and a simple guide for attribute point allocation. Lin Yi possessed a profound understanding of player dynamics. Without rewards, they would be disinclined to participate. Thus, he resolved to dip into his own funds to convene these born. Chapter 64, The Blade of Deterrence. To effectively manage these individuals, Lin Yi realized he must engage with them to discern who possessed potential for development and who did not. However, prior to meeting them, he procured a wooden mastodon. Although many born had glimpsed his true visage, at that time, he was constrained by village regulations and unable to conceal his face. Now, as the esteemed deputy village chief, he could obscure his identity without fear of reproach. Wang Zilong dutifully set about his task, and approximately half an hour later, the first batch of born arrived, numbering 3, among whom was Qin Changsheng. Despite Lin Yi's attempt to conceal his face, Qin Changsheng recognized him at once. Changing his previous manner of address, Qin warmly greeted, "I was wondering who summoned us. It turns out to be Deputy Village Chief Lin. The reward for this task is clearly not something one would give lightly." He was well informed within the village and had already heard of Lin Yi's ascension to the position of Deputy Village Chief as a newly arrived player. Naturally, he was astounded by Lin Yi's swift rise to prominence, knowing that he had only descended into Gutan village less than a month ago, a complete novice. Regardless of whether one was new or experienced, Lin Yi represented a figure of considerable importance to Qin Changsheng, someone he felt compelled to closely align with. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin, Lin Yi turned his attention to the other 2 individuals present, 1 male and 1 female. The male, known as Ultimate Tikarin, was the 3rd batch of newcomers to Gutan village, currently at level 4. He had previously attempted to join the militia's 5th squad, but had been unsuccessful, hence his current level. The female, Jiang Hanyue, was among the first batch of newcomers, like Qin Changsheng, and was a formal member of the militia's 1st squad. Boasting a level of 6, Lin Yi lingered on Jiang Hanyue for a moment. It was undeniable that there were few female players in Gutan village. and the challenges they faced in the world of apocalypse were significantly greater than their male counterparts. If Jiang Hanyue had reached her current level solely through her own efforts, she must possess considerable strength and tenacity. Ultimate Tikarin, appearing to be of similar age to Lin Yi and quite robust in stature, raised an eyebrow and boldly inquired, "So, you are the deputy village chief? A newcomer as well? Speak up, what do you need us for?" Jiang Hanyue's response was equally cold. "Deputy village chief? I haven't heard of such a position in the village. I have duties in my squad. If you have something to say, do so directly. Don't waste our time." Lin Yi frowned slightly at their dismissive attitudes. It was evident that most newcomers were quite unruly. Despite his previous cordial demeanor, he decided to simplify matters. He retrieved the recently acquired windblade from his backpack and swiftly executed a slicing motion. The air crackled as the blade cut through the space between Jiang Hanyue and Ultimate Tikarin, shattering a wooden table within the room. Both were taken aback, not anticipating Lin Yi's abrupt action. In that fleeting moment, the fierce intent of his strike instilled a profound sense of mortality in them. As they lowered their gazes, their pupils dilated in astonishment. A gash nearly 3 meters long marred the area where the blade had passed. Had that strike connected with their bodies, it was likely they would have been torn asunder. Not only Jiang Hanyue and Ultimate Tikarin, but even Qin Changxing was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's display. He hurriedly stepped forward to placate him, saying, "Village Chief Lin, let us communicate calmly. We are all on the same side." Lin Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I too wish to converse with you amicably, but it appears that patience is lacking on your part. This strike was merely to ensure you would listen attentively. Should your patience falter further, I do possess a second strike." Witnessing Lin Yi's decisive strike, the previously defiant ultimate ironclad man immediately faltered, hastily exclaiming, "Enough, enough. I assure you, I shall be patient. Brother Lin, please speak. We are all ears." Jiang Hanyue also pressed her lips together, refraining from further reckless remarks. Indeed, it appeared that direct communication through force was far more effective. "Very well, let us commence with the first matter. The elder of Guhua Township has decreed that all newly born in Guten Village shall be under my governance. Naturally, I have little interest in managing your affairs. You may continue as you have before. However, I will establish certain fundamental guidelines for the newcomers within Guten Village. For instance, internal conflict is strictly prohibited, and harm to the indigenous villagers is forbidden. These rules must not be transgressed. Secondly, I will create a trading platform for newcomers within the village, allowing you to freely exchange information and resources." Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing's expression darkened. If such a venue existed within the village, how could he, as a merchant, continue to profit? "Is there a dissenting opinion, my dear brother Changxing?" As Lin Yi cast a scrutinizing glance his way, Qin Changxing quickly asserted, "No, of course not. I too believe our village lacks a proper trading space." Lin Yi nodded in approval. "Excellent. Thirdly, I shall conduct periodic training sessions for you, covering topics such as the distribution of monsters around the village, the weaknesses of various creatures, and self-rescue techniques in encounters with strange spirits. In essence, a comprehensive series of training aimed at enhancing our newcomers' growth within the Apocalypse continent." Upon hearing the third point, the ultimate ironclad man became visibly excited. "Brother Lin, this is splendid. I am in dire need of such knowledge. Very well, we shall establish these 3 points for now, and I will add more as necessary." Lin Yi then produced the reward for the 3 individuals. Each received 3 taels of silver and a hand-drawn booklet. The booklet contained hastily sketched illustrations of Guten Village's terrain, the distribution of surrounding monsters, and recommendations on a tribute allocation gleaned from official materials. Upon receiving the booklet, Jiang Hanyue and the ultimate ironclad man began to scrutinize its contents intently. The ultimate ironclad man, being of lower level and limited experience, had previously navigated the apocalypse world alone. Thus, the information within the booklet was immensely valuable to him. He regarded Lin Yi with fervent admiration, feeling particularly fortunate for having accepted the village chief's summons, lest he miss a significant opportunity. As for Jiang Hanyue, she became engrossed in the section detailing the level 7 awakened physique talent. Although she was aware of the importance of the 7th level, she was unfamiliar with the specifics concerning awakened talents. After scanning the booklet's contents, Qin Changxing could not resist inquiring, "Village Chief Lin, are you affiliated with the official organization?" Lin Yi glanced at Qin Changxing, recognizing that this merchant was no ordinary individual. It seemed he had encountered official materials in reality, leading him to suspect Lin Yi's connections. "No, I found the information online," Lin Yi replied with a chuckle. "Such internal training materials are typically not disclosed to the public. I am uncertain. I merely sourced it online." Lin Yi shrugged, disinterested in further elaboration. He discerned that Qin Changxing had indeed interacted with individuals from the official organization, though he was not one of them. After sending the 3 individuals on their way, Lin Yi briefly made a note in the registry of newcomers in Guten Village, before instructing Wang Zilong to go out and find others. However, the newcomers in the village are scattered and their arrival times are rather arbitrary. Within the next 3 hours, only 5 newcomers made their way here, 3 of whom were novices. These 5 individuals, due to their low levels, held a great deal of respect for Lin Yi, who, bearing the title of deputy village chief, had summoned them. Lin Yi, disinterested in wielding intimidation, recited the previous procedures to them once more, then bestowed task rewards before sending them on their way. In the absence of visitors, Lin Yi busied himself by practicing the Flame Sun Blade technique with the wind blade in the courtyard. Among his 3 external skills, the Flame Sun Blade technique was the most advanced, making it the most worthwhile to practice. Only when he grew weary of his blade training would Lin Yi turn his attention to the Star Arrow technique and the Swift Step technique for a change of pace. Yet progress in these 2 skills remained painfully slow. Since consuming 2 bottles of divine water that morning, which had granted him a modest boost in attributes, Lin Yi felt confident that he could handle level 10 corpse monsters. However, facing a level 10 great demon would still be uncertain. Chapter 65, A Surge in Power. That evening, to celebrate his relocation, Lin Yi invited Liu Bo to a lavish dinner. Naturally, Liu Bo accepted his brother Yi's invitation. At the dining table, noticing Liu Bo's dark circles and the signs of overwork, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Is your team really that short-staffed? Are they exploiting a newly matured youth like you? Have you considered recruiting more members? Yi brought in 2 newcomers, both of whom fortuitously entered the apocalypse world from our city. However, their levels are too low. They can only handle menial tasks. The captain wants to send them to Beijing for training, but the slots are limited, and unfortunately, our city has no vacancies. Lin Yi inquired. Alright, has there been any incident of apocalypse monsters invading Lina's city recently? At this, Liu Bo perked up. He lifted his head and replied, Brother Yi. Indeed there has been. Just the day before yesterday, a juvenile heart-eating wolf appeared in a community under Captain Zhang's jurisdiction. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. A heart-eating wolf? Yes, that's right. It is said that these creatures are exceptionally intelligent and formidable in combat. Fortunately, this one was not yet an adult and was only level 7. Upon its discovery, Captain Zhang rushed to the scene, and with the assistance of the armed police, they managed to eliminate the heart-eating wolf. Lin Yi was all too familiar with the cunning and treacherous nature of the heart-eating wolf, having encountered it on multiple occasions. Given Zhang Baichuan's level 9 prowess, even with firearm assistance, it must have been a formidable challenge. Was there any loss of life? Yes, reportedly around 10 people perished. But this incident has been suppressed and will not be reported. Lin Yi sighed, realizing that as the Blue Star and the Apocalypse world gradually fused, not only would the number of newcomers in the Apocalypse world increase, but so too would the monsters invading their realm. This truly marks an unprecedented upheaval in history. Only by traversing further along the path of the extraordinary does one stand a greater chance of surviving in the future. Xiaobo, such occurrences may become increasingly common. Does the government have no measures in place? It seems there are indeed reports circulating from headquarters estimating that there are already tens of thousands of newly emerged beings across the nation. However, many of these individuals have yet to be registered. If they were to perish in the world of apocalypse, it could potentially trigger an invasion by monstrous entities, which is a significant factor contributing to the recent surge in such invasions. With a mouthful of meat, Liu Bo continued. I heard from Captain Zhang that the officials intend to establish a website for these newly emerged beings, which will contain comprehensive information collected officially, including details on the distribution of monsters and spectral entities, attributes allocation, external skills, and equipment. Lin Yi nodded slightly. This is indeed a positive development. If some fundamental information can be disseminated, the mortality rate among the newly emerged beings could be significantly reduced. Having finally satisfied his hunger, Liu Bo wiped his mouth and remarked, while that may be true, I suspect the officials are primarily interested in gathering information on those who have not been registered. After all, once one logs onto the website, evading tracking would be nearly impossible. Lin Yi chuckled, noting that Liu Bo's insights were rather astute. By the way, Yi Go, how have you been faring in the world of apocalypse lately? I have become the deputy village chief of our village. Deputy village chief? Liu Bo was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Yi Go, surely your village isn't devoid of inhabitants? Yours is the one lacking people. Is that for real? Do you hold any real authority? Or is it merely a nominal title? I possess some actual authority. Though there are also monthly supplies provided, a monthly stipend of 3 pounds of blood food, and a vial of divine water that enhances attributes. Upon hearing this, Liu Bo couldn't help but express his envy. Yi Go, you are truly remarkable. I recall you mentioning that the blood food in your village could enhance health points. My goodness, 3 pounds of blood food. How long would that last? Lin Yi chuckled. If you were in our village, I could certainly share some blood food with you, ensuring you never go hungry. In truth, for Lin Yi at this stage, the daily consumption of blood food no longer significantly increased his health points. He hardly utilized the 3 pounds allocated to him each month. I envy you. I'm currently at level 5, with very low health points. And my external skills hardly pack any punch. Our village does have something called blood elixirs, but the cost to exchange for one is exorbitant. If only you could transport that blood food into reality. Suddenly, Liu Bo seemed to remember something. By the way, Yi Go, do you recall my promise to join the Black Card Alliance? I do. What about it? Liu Bo had mentioned this to Lin Yi before. After Zhao Yilong from the Black Card Alliance reached out to Liu Bo, he extended several invitations for Liu Bo to join. After obtaining Zhang Baichuan's consent, Liu Bo joined the Black Card Alliance and received the identifier 118. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. What is one of the methods involved? It involves killing, specifically, the killing of newly emerged beings. As long as one kills a newly emerged being in reality, the items in their inventory can be looted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Killing? That method is quite ruthless. If Zhao Yilong is aware of it, he must have attempted this approach. Have you discussed this with Captain Zhang? Liu Bo remarked. It has been said that our team leader Zhang suspects Zhao Yilong harbors ill intentions. Nevertheless, this matter may indeed hold some truth. In reality, the act of slaying a descendant could potentially yield resources from their backpack, which elucidates why resources from the apocalypse world can manifest in our realm. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and responded, if what you propose is accurate, there exists another method to extract resources from the apocalypse world. When a player perishes within the apocalypse realm, a fleeting passage between that world and reality opens. Xiao Bo, consider this. Since the bloodthirsty wolf is capable of emerging, it stands to reason that transferring some resources should not pose a significant challenge. Liu Bo's eyes brightened. Brother, it appears your suggestion holds merit. Lin Yi shook his head. However, both methods necessitate the sacrifice of a descendant's life for experimentation, and in any case, we are currently unable to provide proof. Brother Yi, do you believe the second method Zhao Yilong mentioned aligns with your theory? I'm uncertain. Perhaps it does. The two conversed late into the night regarding the extraction of resources from the apocalypse world. It was evident that Liu Bo was intrigued by both methods, but lacked the courage to attempt them. As for Lin Yi, he presently did not have an acute need to retrieve resources from the apocalypse world. The following day, Lin Yi logged into the apocalypse world, finding himself in his quaint little attic. As per his usual routine, he first drew a talent card, only to receive the green talent of eidetic memory. While this talent would be advantageous for studying and preparing for exams, it proved inconsequential in the realm of the extraordinary. Subsequently, Lin Yi endeavored to consume a bottle of divine water. However, to prevent any lingering effects from the previous day's consumption, he sipped it slowly. Fortuitously, he managed to finish the entire bottle, only to feel a sense of satiety thereafter. It seemed his current digestive capacity allowed him to consume a maximum of 1 bottle of divine water per day. Yet, the attributes gained from this particular bottle were exceedingly unbalanced, predominantly enhancing his weakest attribute, constitution. At present, Lin Yi's 4 core attributes stood as follows: strength, 268, constitution, 25, agility, 258, stamina, 23. Assessing these attributes, they appeared satisfactory, indicating his development towards becoming a well-rounded warrior. Taking into account the enhancements and attributes such as constitution, strength, and stamina from the previous day, Lin Yi's life force had surged by nearly 200 points, with a slight increase in vitality as well. Currently, the vitality dual channel talent remained active within him. After some contemplation, Lin Yi converted 200 life points into 20 vitality points. His total vitality had now reached 146 points. He surmised that even Gu Qinghu and Gu Man, who had grown up consuming blood-based nourishment, would not possess vitality as robust as his own. Approaching 150 vitality points signified that Lin Yi could unleash 5-fold the power of the most potent 5 Suns blade technique in battle. Moreover, the higher his strength attribute, the greater his foundational attack power would be. Should he encounter the level 10 bloodthirsty wolf once more, he now had an 80 chance of successfully slaying it, provided he timed his strikes effectively. Furthermore, Lin Yi still possessed 4 bottles of divine water and 5 attribute fruits. Once he consumes all these items, his combat prowess will likely increase significantly. Coupled with his ability to manipulate the white mist, he may well become invincible among those beneath the professional tier. Chapter 66. Attracting the descendants. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. During this period, Lin Yi diligently engaged with the community of descendants in Gyutan village. Among these individuals, some exhibited impatience akin to the ultimate Iron Man and Zhang Hanxue. However, upon witnessing Lin Yi's martial prowess, they promptly became quite compliant. There were also entirely new descendants, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of their circumstances, who, upon receiving the pamphlets Lin Yi provided, were filled with exuberance and even implored him to guide them in leveling up and monster hunting. After an initial round of interactions, it appeared that the groups of descendants in Gyutan village posed no significant issues. They did not seem to be affiliated with any official entities or private organizations. Of course, it was possible that some individuals concealed their true affiliations quite adeptly, eluding Lin Yi's discerning eye. On the 3rd morning, Lin Yi preemptively informed all descendants to gather at the playground located to the east of Gyutan village. Shortly after dawn, the descendants began to appear, converging at the playground as indicated by Lin Yi. Amusingly, most of them, much like Lin Yi himself, chose to don wooden masks to obscure their features, while others fashioned black veils and hats to shield their identities. The scene was rather peculiar, resembling a gathering of masked individuals. In the past, Such behavior would have been deemed unacceptable in Gyutin village. However, with Lin Yi leading the charge, even the village elders, such as Gu He, had little choice but to tacitly allow the descendants this freedom. The militia's fifth team, including the likes of Du Feng, was also summoned by Lin Yi. They received the enhancement pamphlets he distributed and observed the crowd with keen interest. It seemed that Lin Yi, as the deputy village head, was orchestrating quite the operation. Perhaps all the descendants in the village had convened here? Uncertain, but it was plausible, as Wang Zilong had been working closely with Lin Yi in recent days and would likely be in the know. Du Feng, possessing more information, interjected. It is said that our Gyutin village has over 60 players, aside from those not currently in the village or those who rarely log in. The remaining 40 or so must be here. A few descendants approached, whispering, Brother Feng, what do you think Qing Shan is up to with all this? Is he attempting to unite us descendants and form some sort of organization? I'm not certain, but the notion of establishing an organization seems an arduous and thankless task. Perhaps the gathering drew too much attention, as even the three team leaders, Gu Laosi, Gu Chenghu, and Gu Man, appeared, standing at the periphery of the playground to observe. Gu Laosi, chewing on a blade of grass, squinted as he scrutinized the assembly of descendants. I hadn't realized there were so many of our village's descendants. A veritable throng, nearly rivaling the numbers of half the militia. Though Gu Man had the least interaction with Lin Yi, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, village head Lin possesses considerable capability. In just a few days, he has managed to rally this crowd. Our team has few descendants are particularly difficult to manage. They seldom engage unless there is something in it for them. Gu Laosi spat out the blade of grass. Descendants are inherently like this. If we desire their protection for the village, it would be prudent to establish a contractual agreement. At this moment, Lin Yi stood upon the earthen platform in front of the playground, while Wang Zilong stood beside him, his expression taut yet solemn. After perusing the list of the newly arrived, Lin Yi confirmed that everyone was present before speaking in a low voice. Silence. Instantly, the cacophony on the playground ceased, and all the newcomers turned their gaze towards Lin Yi. He nodded slightly, realizing that his earlier display of strength had been prudent. Otherwise, this group of newly arrived individuals would not have complied so readily. We are all newcomers. I wish to clarify a few matters. I have summoned you not to flaunt my status, but to establish a platform for mutual assistance and order among the newcomers in Gyutin village. Firstly, I will not interfere in your personal conduct, yet you must adhere to the village regulations. No arbitrary killings, and no leaving the village at will. Secondly, regarding trade. Considering our unpredictable online hours, I will designate a space within the village for us newcomers to serve as a marketplace. Whenever you need to trade, you shall do so there. Thirdly, concerning the training I previously promised you, I assure you, it is no falsehood. This playground will henceforth be our exclusive training ground, where you can practice martial arts and weaponry. Additionally, I will arrange sporadic lectures each week to impart techniques for practicing martial arts and dealing with monsters. Having conveyed this, Lin Yi looked down at the newcomers and asked, Now, do you have any questions? A newcomer eagerly raised his hand and asked, Village Chief, if we die here as newcomers, does that mean we truly perish? Indeed, Lin Yi replied. The newcomer continued, Village Chief, I have heard that the abilities we acquire in the village can also be transferred to reality. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Such elementary inquiries seemed rather trivial. Yet for newcomers, these questions appeared to hold significance. Yes, you are correct. At that moment, Jiang Hanxue from the crowd spoke up, Village Chief Lin. May I inquire if you have encountered the monsters from the apocalypse in reality? Upon hearing this, many newcomers began to murmur among themselves. Are you serious? Can the monsters from our game actually be encountered in real life? Indeed, this sounds a bit far-fetched. I haven't seen any reports in the domestic news. Lin Yi interjected coldly, Silence. First, you are currently standing in a real extraordinary world, so do not treat this place as a game. For doing so may not only endanger yourselves, but also others. Secondly, since Jiang Hanxue has brought it up, I will not conceal it. In reality, you may encounter various monsters from the apocalypse world, and such occurrences will become the norm in the future. Therefore, strive to level up and enhance your strength. Unlike the Blue Star humans who have already perished at the hands of monsters, you still have the chance to alter your fate. Thirdly, I am not your caretaker. My reason for bringing you together here is merely to minimize disorder in Gyutin village. Do not mistake me for a benevolent figure. My capacity to assist is limited. After all, I have successfully acquired trading shops for you, and I will also secure training grounds for martial arts. In comparison to the militia members, you are merely lacking in resources and opportunities to engage directly with the monsters. However, these elements must be pursued by your own efforts. After articulating this, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before continuing. Considering the need to accommodate newcomers to the village and manage the shops, I plan to recruit some individuals from among you. If anyone wishes to work with me, you may sign up with Wang Zilong by my side. There will be a monthly stipend, albeit modest, but remember, once you arrive, you must adhere to orders. Chapter 67, New Attributes and Combat Power. With that, Lin Yi gestured for everyone to disperse. However, The newly emerged individuals on the playground remained in a state of shock from the revelations Lin Yi had just shared. Most stayed in place, while some began to engage in small groups to familiarize themselves with one another. At that moment, Qin Chongxing seized the opportunity to advertise, "Brothers, we have gathered here with great difficulty, so come and check out my supplies. I have blood food, external skills, and weaponry available. I accept both currency transactions and barter." As a merchant, he capitalizes on the disparity in information. Qin Chongxing understood that once Lin Yi's so-called shops were established, making a profit would become significantly more challenging. Most of the newly emerged individuals were not in a hurry to leave. Some inquired about the resources Qin Chongxing had for sale. Others went to sign up with Wang Zilong, and many engaged in private transactions and casual conversations. The atmosphere was quite lively. Had Lin Yi not gathered them, they would have remained unaware of the numerous players within the village, each feeling as though they had stumbled upon a new continent. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached Gu Qinghu and his companions, who were discussing matters. Gu Laosi smiled and remarked, "Not bad, village chief Lin. I foresee that these newly emerged individuals will soon be referred to as the 6th militia." Lin Yi chuckled, replying, "Not at all. They are far from the 5th militia you trained." The matter between Lin Yi and Gu Laosi had come to a close the day before yesterday. In an effort to extract Wang Zilong from the 5th militia, Lin Yi had sought out Gu Laosi. After more than 10 minutes of heated discussion, they reached a preliminary reconciliation. Lin Yi would no longer call him Xiao Si, and in return, Gu Laosi would cease to make things difficult for him. Lin Yi had not anticipated Gu Laosi's attachment to his childhood nickname. If he doesn't want to be called Xiao Si, then so be it. It was merely a vengeful whim anyway. By the way, the 3 captains, what were you discussing just now? Gu Qinghu replied, "Qingshan. There has been no further activity from the Demon King in recent days, and no gathering of monster hordes in the vicinity. We estimate that the village will not be attacked en masse in the near future. However, while they may not intend to trouble us, we are preparing to settle old scores with them." Lin Yi was not surprised. He knew that since the last monster attack on the village, Gu Qinghu and the others had been harboring a grudge. So, which monsters do you intend to confront? Recalling the horrific events of that day, Gu Man gritted his teeth and declared, "Naturally, we must first deal with the bloodthirsty wolf. That beast was severely injured by the 3 of you last time and will not recover anytime soon. Moreover, it has taken so many of our brothers. We cannot let this go unavenged." Ancient C remarked, "Just yesterday, Gu Man had already discovered traces of the heart-eating wolf pack near the village. I can procure tracking talismans, and when the time comes, we can use them to locate the wolf's den and eradicate the entire brood." Lin Yi glanced at the 3 of them. An admirable idea. Yet we must consider who shall undertake this task. With the captain absent, our village's defense force is rather insufficient. Gu Man interjected eagerly, "I shall not remain behind. I must join, for it was primarily our 3rd squad brothers who fell prey to the wolves that day." Gu Qinghu promptly affirmed, "Our 2nd squad also suffered casualties. I too seek vengeance against the wolf pack. Then let Old C remain behind." Gu Man earnestly looked at Old C. "Old C, could you spare some of your cherished talismans that do not require divine power to activate? Even if you do not go, your intention will suffice, and in turn, we shall also avenge your grievances." Old C, witnessing their contention, smiled and shook his head. "Very well, come to me once you have reached a consensus, but regardless, count me in for the hunt against the wolves." In comparison to 3 days prior, Lin Yi had consumed 3 bottles of divine water, resulting in a significant enhancement of his attributes. The 30 points acquired from the divine water were allocated as follows: Strength, 10, Constitution, 6, Agility, 7, Endurance, 8. Presently, his attribute panel reads, Health, 1045, Strength, 368, Constitution, 31, Agility, 328, Endurance, 31, Blood value, 179 points. It can be said that after converting a small portion of his blood value, Lin Yi's actual combat power surged dramatically. He is now capable of suppressing Gu Qinghu with half of his strength, and when evaluated against the level 10 heart-eating wolf, he feels he no longer requires an 80% assurance. In a one-on-one scenario, Lin Yi can guarantee that the level 10 heart-eating wolf will meet its demise swiftly beneath his wind-soaring blade. Moreover, Lin Yi uncovered a secret regarding the endurance attribute. After consecutive improvements over the past 2 days, his mental strength had surprisingly increased by 2 points, bringing his mental attributes to a total of 20 points. Perhaps the 4 primary attributes, upon reaching a certain threshold, can indirectly influence advanced attributes. However, he also received troubling news from Gu He regarding the descendants. At level 10, one of their 4 primary attributes can only reach a maximum of 55 points. Exceeding this limit renders further enhancement impossible. Additionally, the divine water and attribute fruits, as well as other heavenly treasures, would yield diminishing returns in attribute points once a certain attribute reached its limit. Lin Yi had already anticipated this. Nonetheless, he devised a cunning strategy. Compared to divine water and attribute fruits that augment attributes, the attribute points provided upon leveling up as a descendant are fixed. Thus, he could accumulate the attribute points gained from leveling up, initially utilizing divine water and attribute fruits to enhance his attributes. When nearing the limit of a particular attribute, he could then allocate the points obtained from leveling. Should this method prove viable, he would have effectively gamed the system. After the descendants on the playground gradually dispersed, Wang Zilong approached Lin Yi. Brother Qingshan, take a look at this. These are the registration numbers from earlier, quite a few, over 20. Lin Yi glanced at the registration details and noted that many were newcomers, possessing only first or second tier levels. Most likely, these individuals were enticed by the promises of monthly stipends and the opportunity to align themselves with him. Interestingly, Lin Yi also spotted Qin Changxing, the ultimate taker, and Jiang Huanxue, the sole female descender from Guten Village, on the list. What does Qin Changxing intend to register for? Wang Zilong replied. Boss Qin mentioned that he believes the shops you've planned require a manager. He claims to have a knack for business and wishes to take on that role. Very well, and what about the others on the list? Are we to accept them all? Lin Yi chuckled softly. If I were to accept everyone, I could hardly bear the burden, as a significant portion of the monthly stipends comes from my resources. Here's what we'll do. I will take on the ultimate taker and Jiang Huanxue, and you should select a few more from the highest tier applicants. I'll review them later and make a decision. Chapter 68, A Sudden Reality Event. Understood. Wang Zilong noted Lin Yi's words and then added, by the way, Brother Qingshan. Today Qian Duo contacted me. He expressed his desire to withdraw from the 5th militia and join you instead. Upon recalling the corpulent Qian Duo, Lin Yi shook his head. Him? Never mind. That fellow enjoys watching others falter. I have no interest in him. Besides, if I were to snatch anyone else from the 5th militia, our 4th team leader would likely turn against me once more. Lin Yi was swift in his recruitment. He decided on the candidates in the morning and gathered them in the afternoon, including Qin Changxing and Wang Zilong. There were a total of 6 individuals. The other 4 were a 4th tier ultimate taker, 6th tier Jiang Huanxue, 3rd tier Ayo Little Monster, and 4th tier Nangong Henxiang. It must be said that among these 4, aside from Jiang Huanxue, who bore a normal name, the other 3 had rather peculiar monikers. Ayo Little Monster was part of the 4th batch of descenders from Guten Village, having descended after Wang Zilong. However, he managed to elevate himself to the 3rd tier in just over half a month, a feat attributed to his constant association with the militia. It was said that upon learning that slaying monsters garnered experience, he volunteered to join the militia. However, the militia was discerning and did not accept just anyone. Nonetheless, Ayo Little Monster was a player of considerable audacity. Each day upon logging in, he would venture outside the city walls to seek out the militia, occasionally even spending his own resources to provide them with roasted meat, chilled water, and other supplies, employing a strategy to enhance his rapport. Remarkably, this approach proved effective, as later the 2nd militia team Gu Xiaolu, considering their lack of descenders, granted Ayo Little Monster a position as a reserve militia member. Earlier in the day, Lin Yi inquired with Gu Xiaolu and others about Ayo Little Monster's performance, and, upon learning it was satisfactory, decided to accept him. As for another descender named Nangong Henxiang, he appeared to be a stout man in his 40s with a bushy beard. Lin Yi had no particular reason for selecting him, aside from the fact that Nangong Henxiang was among the higher tier registrants. Moreover, his level was not gained through the militia, indicating that he possessed adequate capabilities to thrive in Guten Village. Summoning 6 individuals to his attic courtyard, Lin Yi succinctly assigned them their respective tasks. Among them, Qin Changxing was primarily responsible for overseeing the shops of the newly arrived villagers, while Wang Zilong and the other 5 were to assist Qin and guide the newcomers entering Guten Village. Overall, the current number of new arrivals in our village is modest, rendering your tasks relatively light, and you are free to allocate your leisure time as you see fit. I recall that some of you are formal or reserve members of the militia. Should time permit, you are welcome to engage in militia duties without any arrangements from me. At this juncture, Lin Yi cast a glance at Jiang Hanxue and Ayo Xiaoguai. Unable to contain himself, the ultimate ticker interjected, Brother Lin, what about our monthly stipend? Will it be in silver or supplies? Lin Yi smiled at him. What do you desire? The ultimate ticker promptly replied, naturally, I prefer supplies, Brother Lin. I am in dire need of blood food. Otherwise, I cannot break through to level 5. Could you provide us with blood food? What about the rest? Qin Changxing coughed lightly and added, ahem, Village Chief Lin, receiving blood food would be most beneficial. This is a currently scarce resource and quite costly. Wang Zilong raised his hand and said, Brother Qingshan, I too wish for blood food. Nangong Huanqi looked at Lin Yi with a similar request for blood food. Lin Yi pondered. Though blood food was a thing of the past for him, it remained a rare and coveted resource in the apocalyptic world for the other new arrivals present. Furthermore, if he did not offer some valuable items, it would be challenging to motivate them to work earnestly. Ultimately, Lin Yi nodded. Very well, as long as you perform your duties diligently. Each of you may receive 100 grams of blood food per month, settled weekly. The crowd erupted in joy upon hearing this. 100 grams of blood food per month was a privilege typically only afforded in the militia. Qin Changxing exclaimed, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Under Qin Changxing's lead, the others quickly changed their address, collectively referring to him as boss. Lin Yi smiled, then turned his attention to the quiet Jiang Hanxue. Jiang Hanxue, if you remain silent, you too shall receive blood food. Biting her lower lip, Jiang Hanxue replied, Wait, village chief Lin, may I ask you a few questions? Lin Yi surmised that her registration earlier that day likely held special significance. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a formal member of the militia to associate with him. He offered a vague response, then dismissed everyone except Wang Zilong. Zilong, you have worked hard these past few days. This is a reward for you. Lin Yi produced a white lotus seed that enhances physical constitution. Thank you, Brother Qingshan. Wang Zilong exclaimed in delight upon seeing the seed, and without hesitation, he promptly placed it into his backpack. Currently, the attribute fruits within Gyutan Village's treasury had been divided among Lin Yi and the Ancient Four, rendering them a rare sight for other newcomers, and they were undoubtedly more precious than blood food. Do not mention it. I still owe you for your help in acquiring the spirit tool last time, not to mention the considerable assistance you have rendered me these past few days. This white lotus seed serves as a token of my gratitude. As the studio's owner, Lin Yi had gleaned some insights on how to win people over. After all, in this world, it is impossible to expect unwavering dedication and sacrifice without offering something in return. Only genuine interest can inspire individuals to willingly assist you in your endeavors. In truth, Wang Zilong and his associates were meticulously selected by Lin Yi, serving as the cornerstone of his future plans. Should any among them prove unworthy, Lin Yi would decisively eliminate them and replace them with new candidates. For those deemed worthy of cultivation, Lin Yi would personally take the time to lead them on hunts for monsters to gain experience, generously rewarding their efforts. Nonetheless, for Lin Yi, all of this was merely peripheral. His own strength remained paramount. However, upon checking his phone, he discovered several missed calls from Lu Bo, received just minutes prior. Lin Yi realized that Lu Bo must be in a state of urgency. Opening WeChat, he saw a message from Lu Bo, Brother E. I'm near your new home in the ZY community, where a monster invasion has just occurred. If you see this message, please contact me. Chapter 69, Crisis. The ZY community was an old, dilapidated area in Linha City, soon to be demolished and largely uninhabited. The exterior walls had peeling paint, weeds thrived between the buildings, and the corridors were cluttered with trash and debris, exuding an atmosphere of decay and neglect. In the past week, rumors had circulated about hauntings, with the night often filled with the anguished cries of unknown creatures. Just yesterday, a streamer, known for his ghost hunting adventures, had entered this community to conduct a live broadcast. However, after entering, he did not activate his equipment and fell silent, leaving his viewers anxiously waiting throughout the night. It was only the following day that his family reported him missing to the police. Initially, this incident seemed unremarkable, as missing persons cases are not uncommon. However, when two officers traced his phone to the community, they discovered a corpse, completely devoured, with fresh blood and flesh still clinging to the remains. The sight of such horror sent the officers into a panic, and they fled the scene, reporting the incident to the Apocalypse team, which handles special cases in Linha City. ZY community fell under the jurisdiction of Zhao Shuang, yet coincidentally, both Zhao Shuang and Zhang Baichuan were currently engaged in the Apocalypse world, and their teammate Zhou Huaiwen was also absent from the city. Consequently, Lu Bo was left with no choice but to bring two seasoned detectives to investigate the situation. However, shortly after entering the community, the trio was ambushed by a monster. A swift, agile shadow darted past them, and before one of the veteran detectives could even draw his weapon, his throat was viciously slashed, leading to his immediate demise. At that moment, Lu Bo finally discerned the creature that had attacked them. It was a creature known as the purple-eyed mongoose, characterized by its jet-black fur and hauntingly purple eyes. This beast was known for its exceptional agility and brutality, classified as a 7th-level adult. The one before them was well-grown, far beyond Lu Bo's capacity to contend with. In a frantic response, Lu Bo fired several shots at the purple-eyed mongoose, managing to drive it back into one of the buildings. We cannot handle this creature. Its haunting purple gaze and small stature belied its blood-stained fangs as it snarled at the two of them. Lu Bo turned to his remaining detective partner and commanded, Old Zhang, you must go and alert others. I will hold this creature off. Enough chatter. If this creature follows us into the city, I fear no one will be able to capture it. With that, Lu Bo fired his handgun to cover Lao Zhang's escape. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against the violet-eyed weasel. Had Lao Zhang not fled, he would surely face a grim fate. After expending 2 entire magazines and ensuring Lao Zhang had departed, Lu Bo decisively tossed a grenade before darting into an abandoned building. Boom. The explosion startled the violet-eyed weasel, inflicting only minor wounds from shrapnel. Enraged, it let out a furious screech and quickly pursued Lu Bo as he fled into the residential complex. Lu Bo frantically scattered a pungent powder from his hand. As a member of the Apocalypse Squad, he was equipped not only with firearms and grenades, but also with resources issued by the authorities to combat supernatural creatures. The powder he wielded was designed to hinder the creature's sense of smell. However, it was his first time using it, and he remained uncertain of its efficacy against the violet-eyed weasel. Reaching the end of the corridor, Liu Bo glanced around and quickly concealed himself within a wooden cabinet in an abandoned room, praying that the creature would not locate him immediately. He steadied his breath, reflecting on the information regarding the violet-eyed weasel documented in the official manual. Small in stature, agile, possessing keen senses, and cunning. Goodness. This creature appeared even more formidable than the bloodthirsty wolf, possessing no discernible weaknesses. At level 5, and armed only with a broken gun, he stood no chance against the swift violet-eyed weasel. Suddenly struck by a thought, Liu Bo retrieved his cell phone from within his clothing and switched it to silent mode. He hastily composed a message to Zhou Huaiwen when he heard a noise from outside. It sounded like a small rodent scurrying about. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This complex had already been overtaken by the violet-eyed weasel. How could there still be rodents? It must have found its way here. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. Holding his breath, Liu Bo remained motionless in the cabinet until the rustling outside finally ceased, allowing him to exhale in relief. Suddenly, his phone screen illuminated. Lin Yi was calling. Upon answering, Liu Bo nearly broke down in tears, having never felt so close to death. Ego. What's wrong, Xiaobo? Lin Yi, still at the villa, furrowed his brow, recognizing the suppressed tone in Liu Bo's voice, which conveyed an unsettling urgency. I think I'm going to die. Liu Bo's composure faltered, as the reality of his impending demise weighed heavily upon him, especially as he had only just reached adulthood. After briefly assessing Liu Bo's situation, Lin Yi spoke gravely. Keep your location on. Hold on. I'll be there soon. Once the call ended, Liu Bo's fear subsided slightly, yet he suddenly recalled that EGE's level seemed low as well. Would he even be able to confront the violet-eyed weasel? At this moment, upon learning about Liu Bo's predicament, Zhou Huaiwen sent him a flurry of messages urging him to hold on. He had already contacted headquarters and was devising a way to notify Team Zhang and Zhao Shuang within the apocalypse world. Additionally, the armed police forces in the urban area had been mobilized. Inside the dark wooden cabinet, only a single beam of light penetrated. As time inexorably passed, Liu Bo felt as if he were enduring an eternity. He glanced at his phone. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Occasionally, faint sounds echoed from outside, indicating that the violet-eyed Martin was still nearby in search of him. If he were to dash out of the cabinet now, would he stand a chance of escaping? He increasingly felt that hiding here and awaiting his demise was a foolish endeavor. Just then, the faint sound of small animal footsteps resonated within the room, causing Liu Bo, lost in thought, to hold his breath. Chapter 70. Timely arrival. Peering through the gap in the cabinet, he caught sight of the pitch-black violet-eyed Martin rummaging through a pile of discarded clothing. Did this foolish creature truly believe I was concealed beneath the garments? Yet, the violet-eyed Martin seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head towards the cabinet, its eerie purple eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the wooden barrier. Liu Bo's smile instantly froze as he observed the Martin slowly approach the cabinet. Just as he felt the weight of impending doom, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the room. Unmistakably deliberate, the Martin darted away in a flash. Who could it be? This is bad. Could it be Brother Yi? Liu Bo gasped in alarm, hastily brandishing his handgun as he rushed out. However, upon reaching the corridor, he witnessed a flash of golden blade light, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry from the violet-eyed Martin. Notably, a deep gash, an inch in depth, marred the concrete floor before him. Goodness, did Brother Yi do this? One strike and the violet-eyed Martin was dispatched. Brother Yi? Liu Bo rubbed his eyes, fearful of misidentifying the person. Are you alright, Xiaobo? Despite feeling the Martin still struggling beneath his feet, Lin Yi frowned. With a decisive force, he crushed the Martin's skull completely. Though this violet-eyed Martin was of the 9th rank and remarkably swift, it was still within his capacity to handle. After all, Lin Yi possessed high agility and quick reflexes, rendering the 9th rank Martin incapable of causing him any trouble. However, Lin Yi was taken aback that this Martin could withstand his triple strike flame sun blade technique, remaining alive even after being cleaved in two. Its vitality was indeed tenacious. It's alright. Woo-woo, Brother Yi, your timing was impeccable. This creature had just discovered me hiding in the cabinet. Had you been a moment slower, I fear I would have perished. At this moment, Liu Bo was oblivious to the extent of Brother Yi's strength. He was merely grateful to have narrowly escaped death. Enough of the tears. You are, after all, an official personnel. After dispatching the violet-eyed Martin, Lin Yi accompanied Liu Bo to conduct a thorough search of the entire Jiwei community, ensuring no second beast lingered before departing. Just before leaving, Liu Bo could not restrain his curiosity. Brother Yi, would you consider joining the official ranks? With your prowess, I doubt our team leader could match you. Forget it. I prefer the freedom. 2 hours later, as dusk settled, the ZY community was cordoned off with police tape, and armed forces patrolled the vicinity. At the scene of the tragic demise of the purple-eyed Martin, Zhang Baichuan crouched down, tracing the knife mark left by Lin Yi with his fingers. No need to measure. Captain Zhang, the deepest part is 12 centimeters thick, with a segment of reinforced concrete severed. The person capable of inflicting such a wound is undoubtedly a master of extraordinary skill, at least a 10th level practitioner, and likely possesses considerable external martial prowess. Zhao Shuang remarked leisurely, holding a cup of instant noodles he had just prepared. Upon learning of the monster invasion in Lina City, they had hastily disconnected and rushed over. Despite Zhao's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Baichuan felt a profound shock within. A single strike that could instantly slay a 9th-level purple-eyed marten was beyond even the 10th-level masters he knew at headquarters. How had such a formidable being concealed itself within Lina City? What about Xiao Bo? Did he mention how the purple-eyed marten met its end? Zhao Shuang replied. As per usual, he is undergoing psychological evaluation. But he reiterated that the assailant was a masked master who dispatched the marten with a single blow and then departed without revealing their identity. Nonsense. We both know it's absurd, and Liu Bo is aware of it too, but what can he do if he chooses not to speak? Zhao Shuang pondered. How about this? Although this old, dilapidated community lacks surveillance, the surrounding roads do have cameras. I can have someone investigate. It may require considerable effort, but we should be able to uncover something. Zhang Baichuan replied, let us give it a try. If all else fails, I can ask Xiao Bo. He is quite sensible. If this master could join us, managing emergency situations in the future would undoubtedly become easier. Zhao Shuang expressed concern. However, if we investigate someone else, should we find them? The master may not harbor a favorable impression of us. Zhang Baichuan shook his head. That is true, but as we are the authorities, our priority must be the protection of individuals and property. We must identify all unstable factors. If this master is truly displeased, I will simply offer my apologies. After a brief tour with Liu Bo, who expressed envy, Ego, your new home is truly magnificent. A garden downstairs and a gym upstairs. I'm so envious of you. Lin Yi replied, if you wish to visit, I'll keep a room for you. Liu Bo sighed, forget it. My police station is too far from here to be convenient. By the way, Ego, it seems our captain intends to investigate thoroughly today. They want to know who saved me. I suspect they will check the surveillance near the ZY community. No worries. I deliberately avoided the cameras when I came to rescue you. Liu Bo responded, that is good to hear. In truth, after intervening to save Liu Bo, Lin Yi realized that he could not conceal his identity as a powerful being from the authorities for much longer. However, he preferred to avoid premature exposure, as he currently lacked the energy to deal with official scrutiny, given his combat prowess exceeding 10th level yet still beneath professional standards. Even if the authorities were aware he had entered the apocalypse world using Liu Hong's activation code, they would hesitate to take any actions detrimental to him. Yet, Lin Yi's primary concern was not the authorities, but rather organizations of a private nature, such as the Black Card Alliance, which would stop at nothing for their own interests. Lin Yi must exercise caution regarding such organizations. He must swiftly elevate himself to a professional level to confidently confront the unknown risks and secure his position in this rapidly changing world. One fine morning, Lin Yi logged on. With no urgent matters at hand, he proceeded with his usual routine, washing his hands, clearing his mind, and then rolling for his talent. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him today, as the vibrant colors of the talent dice sparkled, revealing a blue light before Lin Yi's eyes. Wish fulfillment. A rare blue talent of fortune, enabling one to pray to the heavens and significantly increase the probability of one's desires coming to fruition. This talent can be utilized once a year. Enhancing the talent level can drastically reduce its cooldown period. A talent associated with luck? Upon reading the description, Lin Yi felt an exhilarating surge within him. This talent seemed exceptionally beneficial, particularly as he currently lacked luck, the very luck needed to draw rare talents. If he could solidify this talent and then pray for a red talent, who knows what might transpire. However, Lin Yi hesitated. As his current dual vitality, talent still held some utility. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against hastily solidifying wish fulfillment. Instead, he utilized dual vitality to convert 500 health points into 50 vitality points. In an instant, Lin Yi's health plummeted to 545 points, while his vitality surged past 200, reaching 229 points. Such a significant attribute conversion left him momentarily disoriented. He then consumed today's portion of divine water, feeling a warm sensation envelop him, alleviating some of his discomfort. This time, the divine water enhanced his attributes by 10 points, distributed as follows: 4 to constitution, 3 to stamina, and 3 to agility. Regrettably, his highest attribute, strength, saw no increase, leaving Lin Yi somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, he replaced dual vitality with wish fulfillment, securing it in his second talent slot. In 3 days, once the solidification period elapsed, Lin Yi would have the opportunity to attempt drawing an exceptional talent. Casting a glance at his inventory, he noted that he possessed only 1 bottle of divine water. It must be said that having grown accustomed to the blue-quality divine treasures, Lin Yi had begun to look down upon the white and green-quality attribute fruits. Unfortunately, acquiring divine water from the village required at least blue-quality materials, which, given Lin Yi's current abilities, he clearly could not procure. He pondered whether forging spiritual tools might allow him to exchange them for divine water. Yet, to forge such tools, one must possess spiritual energy. According to the timeline, it seemed that the 3-day period mentioned by the village elder should be approaching its end. Chapter 71, The Diamond Sutra. The village appeared devoid of militia members. Upon inquiry, he discovered that all were stationed at the city walls, keeping watch. Clearly, an urgent situation had arisen. Lin Yi hurried to the western wall, where he found Gu Laosi and Gu Qinghu among others. What has transpired? He inquired. Gu Qinghu spoke. Qingshan, your timing is impeccable. Last night, there was another tremor in the direction of the ancient tomb valley. The village chief, emerging from his secluded chamber, relayed a message stating that the malevolent spirits within the valley have broken free from their seals, urging us to remain vigilant. Consequently, we arranged for militia members to guard the village walls last night to prevent any trouble from those spirits. Have you utilized the spirit-repelling talismans? Indeed. The elder of Guhua Township distributed some to each militia member stationed at the walls, and thus far, we have not received any reports of spirit incursions. Lin Yi nodded. That seems to be good news. Considering that Gu Qinghu and the elder had stood watch for an entire night, Lin Yi voluntarily took over their post. Overseeing the western wall, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the newly born beings lately, neglecting the village's essential duties. It would be unbecoming to collect his monthly stipend without contributing to the village. Thus, Lin Yi dedicated nearly 6 hours of his online time to guard against the malevolent spirits and monsters at the western wall. During his moments of leisure, he did not forget to practice the Sunfire Blade technique. Currently, he was merely 100 proficiency points away from advancing this technique to level 9. Sunfire Blade Technique White 8.250.32600. By infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the blade, one can increase the blade's damage by 512. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage is likewise doubled. However, Lin Yi also realized that the intensity of his purple talent ultimately had its limits. Even with the innate blade bearer talent, enhancing the proficiency of the Sunfire Blade technique was becoming increasingly arduous. It was likely that once the technique reached level 9, the innate blade bearer talent would lose its efficacy. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi exchanged shifts with Gu Qinghu and planned to make the most of his remaining online time by visiting the shop managed by Qin Changshan. The shop, located at the heart of Guten Village, had been specifically arranged for him by the elder of Guhua Township. Inside the shop, besides Qin Changshan and the ultimate ironclad, there were 2 other newly born beings purchasing items. Village Chief, Boss Lin. Upon seeing Lin Yi's arrival, the people inside greeted him with cheerful smiles. Lin Yi nodded and called the idle ultimate ironclad aside to inquire about his work. The ironclad promptly patted his chest. Boss, rest assured. I logged in right on time today, and I assure you I didn't slack off. Did any newcomers arrive in the village today? Yes, a young girl. Around 17 or 18 years of age. However, I barely had the chance to explain anything to her before she logged off and hasn't returned since. Don't tell me you scared her away. The ironclad's face flushed as he retorted, I lack such prowess. I've never even held a girl's hand in reality. At that moment, Qin Changxing approached after sending off the 2 newly born beings. Boss, in our shop, the blood food sells the fastest. The 500 grams you provided yesterday are nearly all sold out today. Lin Yi was not surprised. For the newly born beings, even those at levels 9 or 10, blood food, which could enhance vitality, was an essential daily sustenance. What currency are these beings using to purchase the blood food? Real-world currency, both Chinese yuan and US dollars. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and said, from now on, blood food will be prioritized for exchange with contribution points within the village, while real currency will only be permitted for a limited amount of purchases. How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you to see the elder of Guiyuan Township, and you can obtain any necessary supplies from him. Subsequently, Lin Yi perused the shop's ledger for the day and discovered that the sale of 500 grams of blood food had amassed nearly 3 million RMB. It must be said, this world certainly has an abundance of wealthy individuals. Besides blood food, the most frequently sold items were protective talismans. Currently, most of the goods in the shop were procured from the village's treasury, with a minor portion financed out of Lin Yi's own pocket. Logically, the profits gained from the shop should also contribute to the village, yet the resources available to the villagers were still exceedingly meager, all settled in real currency, making it impossible for Lin Yi to share any profits with the village. Nevertheless, maintaining a distinction between public and private matters, Lin Yi resolved to keep meticulous records, allowing for easy access by the villagers whenever necessary. At that moment, Qin Changxing interjected, by the way, boss. Today Zhu Chang from the militia's 5th squad brought an external skill book, proposing a trade. Lin Yi had a vague recollection of Zhu Chang, who was somewhat of a combat asset within the 5th squad, though he was rather introverted and rarely engaged in conversation, giving off a rather aloof impression. During their brief encounter in the Goofing Valley while battling monsters, they exchanged a few words, but there was no significant interaction. What external skill is he looking to exchange? Lin Yi inquired. The diamond art, Qin Changxing replied. It is said to enhance physical constitution and vitality, and he seeks to trade it for a medication that can cure cancer. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. The diamond art? That is indeed a remarkable external skill, ranking among the finest drops in Goofing Valley, likely only obtainable from level 7 or higher undead creatures. One wonders how Zhu Chang acquired it. Observing Lin Yi's expression, Qin Changshin continued, he probably thinks you possess considerable influence in reality. Lin Yi chuckled, a medication that can cure cancer does not exist in reality. It can only be extracted from the apocalypse world. Does he believe I have the capacity to bring resources out of the apocalypse world? Perhaps, Qin Changshin replied. So, what about the diamond art? Lin Yi shook his head. It's not negotiable. That evening, Lin Yi was in the gym on the third floor of the villa, sweating profusely. With a resounding thud, a robust punching bag was shattered by his fist, its contents spilling across the floor. Well, there goes another one, he sighed. Realizing this was the second heavy bag he had destroyed in just a few days. With his current physique, comparable to that of a superhero, ordinary gym equipment felt like mere toys in his hands, easily rendered unusable. Lin Yi planned to invest in some specialized fitness tools. After freshening up, Lin Yi intended to log onto an international forum to search for any valuable information. However, upon entering the website, he discovered that it appeared to be down, with all content missing. It seemed that information related to the apocalypse was also deliberately suppressed and obscured on the external network. Chapter 72, Awakening the Bloodline Organs. Upon arriving at the temple, Lin Yi found the 3 elders of the village gathered, awaiting his arrival. Elders, I am here. Good, let us proceed together. Under the guidance of the venerable elder of Guhua village, Lin Yi once again descended to the cavern beneath the temple, where the sacred pool awaited. Within the dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the flickering light of a few candles, an array of materials was laid out before him, all intended for the consolidation of bloodline organs. With the village chief now in seclusion, the task of assisting Lin Yi in awakening his bloodline abilities fell solely to the 3 of them. Before we proceed, take a moment to review the contents of this contract, the elder of Guhua said, handing over a parchment made of sheepskin. Lin Yi glanced over it briefly. The primary stipulation was that the villagers would aid him in solidifying his bloodline organs, and in return, he was to forge 100 spiritual artifacts once he awakened his spiritual energy. Although the materials would be provided without cost, the sheer quantity of 100 artifacts was indeed substantial. 100 spiritual artifacts? Elder, does our village truly require so many? Lin Yi inquired, astonished. The elder chuckled heartily. Indeed, we do. My intention is for each member of the militia to receive 2, 1 weapon and 1 piece of defensive equipment. Furthermore, as you awakened beings grow, the demand for spiritual artifacts will only increase. However, 100 artifacts seems excessive. How long will it take me to forge them all? Lin Yi asked. Concern etched on his face. At this, the elder Gu Yuan interjected. Fear not. When it comes time to forge, I shall be by your side to guide you. If you possess any talent, I assure you, crafting 1 artifact per hour will be well within your reach. Seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, Gu Yuan's demeanor shifted. He stroked his beard and declared, what are you hesitating for? The legacy of the sequence bearers is unparalleled in our Gu Tin village. The chief has entrusted this to you, and I would be reluctant to part with it. Should you choose not to pursue this path, we can certainly find you another profession. After all, that rascal Li Hai has long coveted the title of sequence bearer. If he were present in the village, he might very well take your place. Faced with such insistence, Lin Yi found himself with little choice but to concede. Very well, 100 it shall be. However, I must prioritize my own matters. I can only spare time to forge spiritual artifacts in my free moments. Elder Guhua understood Lin Yi's position and replied with a smile. Of course, you are an awakened one, and your primary focus should be on enhancing your strength. Take your time with the artifacts. There is no need to rush. With that, Lin Yi inscribed his name upon the sheepskin contract. At this juncture, Guyan finally spoke. Now, please retrieve your inheritance from the Fuju, and I will assist you in preparing the awakening materials. Lin Yi handed over the white beast hide that contained the records of his Fuju inheritance. It was Gu Yun's first encounter with such a legacy, and he was immediately engrossed, murmuring to himself, fascinating. It appears that the materials for consolidating bloodline organs are intricately linked to this so-called divinity. Once Gu Yun had perused the details, he began to organize the necessary materials for Lin Yi. A total of 17 varieties of precious herbs and minerals, ranging from white to green, were required, along with the most crucial component, a powdered blue deer antler. Some materials needed to be steeped in a medicinal bath to draw out their properties, while others were to be ingested during the process. True to his expertise as a wizard, Gu Yun was well-versed in these components and swiftly categorized them. He then turned to Gu Yuan. According to the records of the inheritance, we require a medicinal barrel for the bath. Go and procure one. Me? You appear to be the only one idling here. So naturally, it falls to you. Gu Yuan replied with a sigh, reluctantly acknowledging that, aside from Lin Yi, he was the only one with nothing to do in the cavern. When will the elders of Guten village also start doing odd jobs? Soon. Gu Yuan fetched a large wooden barrel, while Gu Yun meticulously added ingredients into the barrel according to the inherited records. Some materials had to be crushed before being added, while others were to be inserted whole. Indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yun spoke again. Guha, I believe we should also add some divine water. Guha, who had also perused the inheritance content, inquired in confusion. the records did not mention the addition of divine water. Guyun shook his head. You do not understand. Although this awakening material is, in many respects, already perfect and could assist village chief Lin in awakening his bloodline organs, I believe that if we use divine water as a catalyst, the effects may be even more pronounced, allowing the medicinal properties of these materials to fully manifest. Guha was not stingy with the divine water. He merely worried about the possibility of an unforeseen incident during Lin Yi's awakening. After all, Lin Yi was the chosen one for their village, and they had invested considerable resources in him. There won't be any problems, will there? Rest assured. It will only improve, never worsen. After pondering for a moment, Guha replied, All right, I will seek the divine water. You all wait for me. Subsequently, Guha left the cave directly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi asked, Elders, is there any preparation required to obtain the divine water? Guyuan explained, Naturally. The sacred pond is the guardian spirit of our Guten village. To extract water from it is no trivial matter. Aside from the village chief, only the three of us elders have the right to approach the pond, and even then, only Guha is qualified to retrieve the divine water. After praying for about 10 minutes, a faint glow emerged from the sacred pond below. This was a sign that the divine pond had consented to the extraction. Seeing this, Guha quickly approached the pond and drew forth a gourd of divine water. Upon returning, Guha asked, Is this enough? Guyun weighed the gourd and remarked, It should suffice. He then poured all the divine water from the small gourd into the prepared medicinal barrel. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi's heart raced. Goodness, this gourd of divine water was far more than the 7 bottles he had previously exchanged. To aid in his awakening of the bloodline organs, the village had truly invested heavily. Reflecting on this, his earlier concerns about forging 100 spiritual weapons now seemed rather petty, prompting Lin Yi to exclaim, Elders, if those 100 spiritual weapons are insufficient, we could certainly add a few more. Guha chuckled, That won't be necessary. Even if we had more spiritual weapons, we wouldn't have enough materials to forge them. Soon, all the materials for the medicinal bath were added, and only the final step remained, integrating the beast skin that recorded the inheritance of Fuju. This beast skin contained a certain essence of bloodline, which was the core element for this awakening of bloodline organs and was indispensable. This also elucidated why the inheritance of sequentialists was so scarce. A single inheritance could only be utilized by one individual. Chapter 73, Physical Growth, Spiritual Awakening. The white beast skin melted into the medicinal liquid, and shortly thereafter, the liquid in the barrel transformed into a pale green substance radiating a white glow. Guyun handed Lin Yi the oral materials and instructed, Village Chief Lin, consume these materials. Then remove your clothing and immerse yourself. Understood. Lin Yi, without hesitation, swallowed the unpleasant medicinal concoction in one gulp before immersing himself in the medicinal bath. The tub was rather small, and as Lin Yi curled up within, the luminescent liquid enveloped him, reaching just above his head. Now it was up to him. The 3 village elders, seeing no unusual signs from Lin Yi, took their positions beside the tub, attending to their respective tasks. As time passed slowly, Lin Yi remained submerged in the medicinal bath, only occasionally surfacing for air. He felt a cool, yet soothing aura enveloping him, while a tingling sensation atop his head suggested the emergence of something new. Gradually, Lin Yi realized he no longer needed to surface for breath in this viscous medicinal liquid. It seemed he no longer required oxygen. Approximately 2 hours later, he sensed the fluid surrounding him becoming increasingly dilute, and indeed, 2 soft protrusions had begun to sprout beneath his dark hair. Remarkably, had antler-like organs truly begun to form? Another hour passed, and the nutrients within the tub had been entirely absorbed by Lin Yi. The medicinal liquid had lost its color and glow. Observing this, Guyun approached and remarked, Do not linger in there. The water has cleared, and the big bird is now visible. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, quickly emerging from the tub and donning a black robe. The other 2 elders, Gu He and Gu Yuan, also gathered around, inquiring, How do you feel? I'm not sure. It's just a very pleasant sensation, and my head has been persistently itchy, he replied. As the 3 elders drew closer, they noticed that 2 small sections of white antler had indeed sprouted from Lin Yi's crown, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in size, nestled beneath his dark hair. Easily overlooked if one did not look closely. Unable to contain his curiosity, Guyun remarked, So this is the bloodline organ of the husband of the deer? Fascinating. Village Chief Lin, can you sense whether any spiritual energy has manifested within your body? Lin Yi instinctively opened his attributes panel, discovering a remarkable surge in his physical attributes, an increase of a staggering 15 points. Player, Evergreen. Status, in excellent physical and mental condition. ID, 007. Gender, male. Level, 6. Health points, 715. Experience points, 31, 341, 200. Satiation, 33, 100. Strength, 368. Constitution, 50. Agility, 358. Stamina, 34. Vitality, 235. Martial arts, Tianqing Archery Green, 1, 177. 500 for every point of vitality attached to an arrow. It increases the damage of 2 arrows. The 7th consecutive arrow can unleash an additional 12 damage. Flame Sunblade Technique White. 8, 25, 032. 600 infusing at least 10 points of vitality into a blade can augment its damage by 512. If the vitality infused is doubled, the damage is also doubled. Rapid Step Technique White. 1, 112. 300 utilizing 5 points of vitality allows for a brief high-speed displacement of half a meter. However, this technique places considerable strain on the legs, and frequent use may likely injure the ankle tendons. Profession, none acquired. Spirit, unknown. True Chi, unknown. Faith, unknown. Spiritual Power, 33. Initial Spiritual Power. Initial Talent. Universal Talent. Red. 2. Born Blade Master. 1. Wish Fulfillment. 1. The emergence of spiritual energy should have occurred. I shall give it a try. Lin Yi endeavored to sense the small deer antlers atop his head and discovered a vibrant energy flowing gently within. He then extended his right hand, and a swirling orb of white and blue light manifested in his palm. Unlike the vitality that could only be unleashed through external means, spiritual energy not only emanated outward but also exhibited remarkable dynamism. Observing this, Gu Yun expressed his excitement. Indeed, though distinct from divine power, it is imbued with spirituality. This must be spiritual energy. As he spoke, he attempted to touch the energy in Lin Yi's palm with his finger. But the white-blue intertwined energy seemed to possess a will of its own, instinctively evading contact. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi inquired, "Esteemed elders, my panel as a descendant indicates a spiritual energy value of 33 points, marked as initial spiritual energy. What does this signify?" Gu Yuan was the first to respond. "I am uncertain. To be frank, our village possesses limited knowledge regarding the legacy of sequencers. What we know may not even match your understanding. Your path henceforth is one you must explore independently." Gu Yuan speculated. "I believe initial spiritual energy may be related to divinity. Should you awaken your divine nature, your spiritual energy may evolve alongside you." Gu Yi added, "There is no need for haste. I suggest you first experiment with your spiritual energy to see if it can mimic our divine power." It must be said, although Lin Yi was the one awakening spiritual energy, the 3 elders exhibited even greater enthusiasm than he. They initially curiously examined the small deer antlers on Lin Yi's head, then proceeded to test the spiritual energy he had awakened. They discovered that, despite Lin Yi having just awakened his various faculties and not yet qualifying as a professional sequencer, he already exhibited faint characteristics of divinity. Firstly, Lin Yi's spiritual energy bore a subtle purifying force capable of dispelling negative influences. Secondly, he surprisingly found he could breathe underwater and manipulate the gentle currents around him. Finally, if Lin Yi used his spiritual energy to communicate with plants, he could, to a certain extent, sense their emotions. Had he been in the original Blue Star world, these abilities would already qualify as superpowers. Furthermore, through the tests conducted by Elder Gu Yun and Elder Gu He, it was revealed that Lin Yi's spiritual energy could perfectly simulate both mental and divine powers. Albeit with some energy loss, approximately 10 points of spiritual energy could convert into 7 points of mental or divine power. This implies that if Lin Yi were to master divine or shamanistic arts, he could utilize his spiritual energy to manifest them. Unfortunately, none of the 3 elders were martial artists capable of imparting true chi for Lin Yi to simulate. Otherwise, Lin Yi felt confident that he could emulate true chi as well. He pondered whether employing true chi to invoke the Sunblade technique would yield even greater power. Before departing, Gu Yuan admonished Lin Yi to seek him out the following day, promising to instruct him on how to forge spiritual artifacts. After this awakening, Lin Yi perceived that his reflection appeared somewhat fairer, hinting at a potential for a delicate countenance. Notably, he had indeed sprouted 2 distinct white spots atop his head. Parting his hair revealed the soft, white deer antlers. He had truly developed non-human appendages. It seemed prudent to prepare a cap for future outings. Lin Yi then wandered to the small garden outside the villa, overgrown with weeds, as he had yet to plant anything there. Casually communicating with several strands of weeds through his spiritual power, Lin Yi sensed their joyous sentiments, as if his energy were a highly nourishing elixir to them. Intrigued, Lin Yi ventured to the public swimming pool within the community. However, it was a sweltering afternoon, and many villa residents, along with numerous children, were enjoying the water. Considering the 2 newly sprouted horns on his head, Lin Yi decided against testing his abilities to manipulate water and breathe underwater in such a public setting. That evening, Lin Yi dreamt he had transformed into a luminous, snow-white mythical deer, gracefully traversing the forest and rivers. Attracted by his presence, countless small animals trailed behind him. Wherever he roamed, the flora thrived, and flowers bloomed vibrantly. Today's task was rather straightforward, to learn the art of forging spiritual artifacts from Gu Yuan. Upon arriving at Gutan village, Lin Yi sought out Gu Yuan directly. In the repository of treasures, Gu Yuan had already made arrangements and led Lin Yi to a subterranean chamber designated for the forging of spiritual instruments. Gazing at the roaring furnace and the hefty iron hammer before him, Lin Yi could not help but inquire, "Elder, are we truly going to forge spiritual artifacts using these tools?" "Not exactly," Gu Yuan replied. "If we were dealing with ores or metals, the furnace would be necessary for smelting. However, the most abundant materials in our village are the various green bones sourced from the ancient Grave Valley by you, the reincarnators. I will first teach you how to create armor and weaponry using this." Gu Yuan retrieved a piece of green-quality rib bone from a large chest behind him. "First, forging spiritual artifacts requires a thorough understanding of the material's properties. What do you think this rib bone can be crafted into?" Lin Yi pondered briefly and suggested, "Perhaps a bone sword, a bone knife, or a bone weapon." "Well said. Now, begin by shaping this rib bone into your desired weapon, and then infuse it with your spiritual energy," Gu Yuan instructed. Lin Yi, slightly perplexed, asked, "Is it really that simple?" A rare smile graced Gu Yuan's face. Yet he offered little elaboration. "Just follow my instructions, and you will understand once the forging is complete." "All right." Lin Yi nodded and accepted the tools Gu Yuan handed him. Starting to polish the rib bone, he had to admit, the material was remarkably sturdy. Even with his considerable strength, the task was quite laborious. "Elder, do you not possess a sharper knife? These tools seem rather rudimentary." "I do not have one here. If you desire a finer tool, you may craft one yourself during your spare time," Gu Yuan replied. With no other options, Lin Yi settled down to continue his polishing. Yet as he worked, he reflected on the fact that this rib bone was, in essence, a remnant of the ancestors of Gu Tin village. If the Blue Star people were to use their forebears' bones for weaponry, their mindset would be difficult to reconcile. However, it seemed the villagers of Gu Tan were indifferent to such matters. For them, as long as they did not commit evil or offend the sacred pond of the village, any endeavor that could enhance their strength was acceptable. Due to his innate talent as a born swordsman, Lin Yi held a special affinity for blades. Thus he aimed to forge the rib bone into a short knife. Before long, the rib bone began to take on the desired form. Still, it was too short. So Lin Yi decided to add a wooden handle to extend its length. Once again, the rough edges were meticulously smoothed, and a refined bone dagger with an elegant wooden handle appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Casting a glance at the system notification, he noted that this short bone dagger was merely classified as a sharp weapon, not yet a spiritual artifact. Gu Yuan spoke softly, urging, "Infuse it with your spiritual energy. I wish to observe how it differs from my divine power." Curiously, Gu Yuan was intrigued by the distinctions between divine power and spiritual energy during the forging process, which is why he encouraged Lin Yi to practice by refining a weapon. Following Gu Yuan's guidance, Lin Yi began to infuse the wooden-handled bone dagger with his own spiritual energy. Soon, the dagger became enveloped in a shimmering light, a blend of white and blue energies. Gu Yuan continued to share his forging wisdom. Use your perception to nourish it, ensuring that your spiritual energy permeates every corner of the material. Any oversight will leave vulnerabilities, rendering the weapon fragile and prone to shattering upon impact in battle. After approximately half an hour, Lin Yi's spiritual energy began to wane, dwindling to a mere 33 points. "Elder, I am nearing my limit. When will this end?" he inquired. Soon. At this critical juncture, the success of the spiritual artifact hinges on your perseverance. "Hold on a little longer," Gu Yuan urged, his gaze fixed intently on the wooden-handled bone dagger, which now emitted a faint glow, suggesting a transformation was underway. However, noticing Lin Yi's pallor, it appeared that he was truly on the verge of depleting his energy. Gu Yuan quickly asked, "Do you have any divine water left? Drink a vial. It may replenish your spiritual energy." "Elder, do you not possess divine water?" Lin Yi replied in surprise. "I do, but I can only lend it to you as interest. Do you accept?" Gu Yuan countered. "Fine, you miser," Lin Yi retorted, realizing he had no choice but to consume the last vial of divine water he carried. Upon drinking a small sip of the divine water, Lin Yi immediately felt a powerful suction from the antlers atop his head, drawing in all the nourishing essence of the water. Ding! Consuming the sacred water of the ancient pond, your spiritual energy limit increases by 1. Ding! Consuming the sacred water of the ancient pond, your spiritual energy limit increases by 1. The 2 consecutive boosts in energy finally enabled Lin Yi to complete the nurturing of the wooden-handled bone dagger. Now possessing the attributes of a spiritual artifact, the previously unremarkable dagger shimmered with a subtle radiance, distinguishing it from its former self. Gu Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, asked, "How is it?" After reviewing the attributes of the dagger, Lin Yi's pale face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "It's excellent. I succeeded." Wooden short bone dagger, spiritual artifact. A short dagger crafted from ordinary wood and hard green bones, now infused with spiritual energy. It can resist mild negative emotions and has a calming effect on the mind. Its wielder gains a strength of 7 and a constitution of 2. Taking the wooden-handled bone dagger from Lin Yi, Gu Yuan briefly sensed its qualities and smiled. Indeed, forging spiritual artifacts with spiritual energy is truly unique. It surpasses the efficacy of my divine power infusion. Curiously, Lin Yi asked, "Elder, what is the nature of the spiritual artifacts you've forged with divine power? Didn't you previously wield a white longsword?" That Zhan Long Dao is the spiritual artifact I crafted, Gu Yuan replied. That sword is considered a spiritual artifact? Lin Yi recalled that the Zhan Long Dao only possessed minimal armor-breaking capabilities and added merely 3 points to strength. Thus, in the system, it could only be classified as a semi-spiritual artifact. The material used for the exquisite silver blade is particularly exceptional. It is likely composed of rare green meteorite. Lin Yi intends to seize the opportunity to have this blade reforged. Upon hearing this, the elderly Gu Yuan raised his white beard in indignation, exclaiming, "Why should it not be considered a spiritual weapon? To me, as long as it enhances the attributes of its wielder, it qualifies as a spiritual weapon." "Very well. If you say so," Lin Yi replied, attempting to defuse the situation. "What do you mean very well? You young man look down upon me." Lin Yi, not wishing to engage in an argument with Gu Yuan, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Elder, since the wooden-handled bone knife has been successfully forged, it indicates that I should have no trouble forging other types of spiritual weapons, correct?" Gu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, but cautioned, "While that may be true, your spiritual energy is still in its infancy, frightfully sparse. Currently, nurturing this short blade is nearly draining your strength, and I suspect you are incapable of forging any spiritual weapon of a larger size at this moment. As I mentioned yesterday, the knowledge passed down about the sequencers within the village is rather scant. Moreover, spiritual energy is different from divine power. When we are deficient in divine power, we merely need to pray at the divine pond, and our strength will be restored. As for spiritual energy, I cannot say." Lin Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that at present, only the divine water could augment the limits of his spiritual energy. However, he had already exhausted the divine water he possessed. Chapter 75, A Practical Attempt. "Elder, can I exchange a spiritual weapon forged from my own materials for divine water from the village?" Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "If I were the village chief, I would certainly refuse your request. However, you are different. Both the chief and Gu He value you highly. You ought to inquire with them yourself. Nonetheless, young Qing Shan, our divine pond's water does not come easily. Every year on the day of sacrifice, we must offer a substantial amount of resources for the pond to yield divine water. Ever since you arrived, the water level in our pond has been in decline." Lin Yi scratched his head, aware that he had not consumed much of the divine water, having used only 2 small gourds, to be precise. However, he understood Gu Yuan's implication. He should recognize the village's kindness towards him and refrain from being an ungrateful wretch. "Rest assured, as long as I can grow, I will spare no effort in protecting the village." "Now that sounds more reasonable. Estimate when your spiritual energy will be restored. We shall forge the second weapon then." To learn the art of forging spiritual weapons from Gu Yuan, Lin Yi dedicated nearly the entirety of the 6 hours available to him online today. During this time, aside from the wooden-handled bone knife he had just polished, Gu Yuan also melted a small piece of green ore for Lin Yi, allowing him to nurture a flying dagger. With spiritual energy present, the flying dagger was successfully forged, boasting attributes of strength 5 and agility 4. However, Lin Yi also discovered that the forging method taught to him by Gu Yuan was essentially a rather rigid approach to nurturing objects with spiritual energy. As long as the materials were of green quality or higher, Lin Yi could transform them into spiritual weapons through the nurturing process. This meant that in the future, as long as Lin Yi nurtured finished weapons, he could convert them into spiritual weapons. Yet, upon learning of Lin Yi's intentions, Gu Yuan earnestly advised, "If you do not personally forge the weapons, how can you gain a sufficient understanding of their internal structure? Consequently, your nurturing with spiritual energy will inevitably fall short." Lin Yi remained skeptical, prompting Gu Yuan to personally polish a similar wooden-handled bone knife for Lin Yi to test. However, after Lin Yi successfully nurtured the wooden-handled bone knife, its attributes indeed fell short, offering only a strength enhancement of 5 and a constitution enhancement of 1. It appears that the elder from Gyuan village possesses considerable insight into the forging of spiritual artifacts. Over the course of a single day, Lin Yi forged 2 wooden-handled bone knives and a palm-sized small flying dagger. The combined total attribute enhancement of these 3 spiritual artifacts was insufficient to reach 10 points. Were it not for the faint ability of each artifact, post-nurturing, to resist negative emotions, these 3 creations could only be classified as inferior artifacts, hovering between semi-spiritual and spiritual. Naturally, the most significant factor affecting Lin Yi's forging efficiency was his spiritual energy. Through repeated consumption of divine water, Lin Yi discovered he could manipulate his antlers to either utilize the nourishment from the divine water to augment his spiritual energy limit or to restore his spiritual energy. Today, in an effort to rapidly replenish his spiritual energy, he drained an entire bottle of divine water, implying that if he were to forge artifacts again tomorrow, the natural recovery rate of his spiritual energy would likely allow him to create only 1 artifact in 6 hours. Before logging off, upon learning of Lin Yi's condition, Gui dispatched individuals to deliver 3 bottles of divine water. Naturally, Lin Yi was elated, believing this to be yet another investment from the village to encourage him to forge more artifacts. However, Gu Yuan informed him that due to Gu He's recent water retrieval from the pond, he would be unable to descend again for a while. Thus, it was likely that these 3 bottles of divine water were purchased from Gu He's own funds. It appears Lin Yi owed yet another favor to the elder of Guyuan village. Around midday, Lin Yi logged off and ordered a lavish takeout meal. After dining and resting for a moment, he began to practice the Sunfire Sword technique in the real world. Currently, he was merely a few experience points away from advancing the Sunfire Sword technique to level 9. Should he exert himself today, perhaps he would witness the technique's upgrade upon his next login. However, while wielding the dragon's spring metal knife he had purchased online, Lin Yi noticed a troubling issue with this otherwise ordinary blade. Since the last time he had rescued Liu Bo in the ZY community, the knife had absorbed 30 points of his vitality, resulting in internal cracks in the blade. It seems that, due to a certain defect, the metallic material in reality could not endure the infusion of substantial vitality. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Lin Yi was struck by a thought. Since he could forge spiritual artifacts through nurturing in the game, could he also potentially create them in reality? The moment this idea surfaced, he felt an irresistible urge to experiment. Additionally, any surplus artifacts could be gifted to Liu Bo or traded with other reincarnators in the future. However, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy in the apocalypse world, his current reserves had yet to be fully replenished, meaning he would likely have to wait until evening to attempt his idea. Lin Yi did not waste the afternoon. He first practiced the Sunfire Sword technique with the cracked dragon spring metal knife for an hour or two, then took a taxi to the antique street in the city. After a leisurely stroll through the antique street, he finally set his sights on a stylish modern craft short knife in a time-honored antique shop. The hilt of the dagger is adorned with an intricate dragon pattern, while its blade exhibits a subtle metallic sheen, suggesting meticulous forging and polishing that exudes a cold yet formidable beauty. Although this short blade remains unsharpened, the proprietor asserts that it is crafted from industrial-grade alloys, rendering it more resilient than ordinary steel, a prized weapon in his collection. The shopkeeper, Mr. He, a man in his 40s, could not help but comment, "My dear brother, your grip is quite impressive. What do you think of that sound?" "Not bad, Mr. He. What is the price for this dagger?" With a cheerful demeanor, Mr. He replied, "To speak candidly, my brother, this blade was acquired through special means. It is displayed in the hall to enhance the feng shui and attract wealth, making it unavailable to the general public. How about this? I sense a connection between you and this dagger. I will let it go for a flat price of 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? Does he take me for a fool because of my youth?" Lin Yi thought, realizing that the scarce foot traffic on this antique street suggested that the merchants operated with a mindset of exploiting every opportunity. With a smile, Lin Yi deftly twirled the dagger in his palm, the chilling breeze from the blade brushing past Mr. He's nose. Despite the unsharpened edge, He felt as though he had brushed against death itself. He swallowed hard and quickly said, "My dear brother, let us discuss this calmly. Please set down the dagger. It would be unfortunate if your hand slipped." Lin Yi sheathed the dagger and inquired once more, "Mr. He, I am sincere in my interest. Could you reconsider your offer?" Under the intensity of Lin Yi's gaze, Mr. He hesitantly suggested, "How about 10,000 yuan? 5,000 should suffice for your profit." Mr. He opened his mouth to argue but was silenced by Lin Yi's icy stare, leaving him visibly shaken. "Very well, brother. I truly have little margin at 5,000. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi departed with the alloy short dagger. Regarding the millions of yuan sold in the shop and left with Qin Chongqing, Lin Yi had no intention of accessing it at present. Around 7 in the evening, as Lin Yi sensed the spiritual energy within the antlers atop his head had nearly fully replenished, he retrieved the short dagger bought earlier, preparing to imbue it with spiritual power. Much like in the world of Apocalypse, as the intertwining white and blue spiritual energies enveloped the dagger, it began to emit a faint glow. After approximately half an hour, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Perhaps the restoration of spiritual energy in reality proved more arduous, as he had nearly faltered. Fortunately, in the final moments, the alloy short dagger was successfully imbued. Although the dagger's exterior showed no visible changes, the dragon-patterned hilt and the keen blade shimmered with a subtle radiance, signifying its extraordinary nature. Upon grasping the hilt, Lin Yi could sense an enhancement of strength and agility. However, compared to the wind blade, the attribute increase of the alloy short dagger was significantly weaker, perhaps only augmenting strength and agility by 3 points each, classifying it as a semi-spiritual weapon. Lin Yi was not surprised, considering that alloys in reality are inferior to the green materials of the Apocalypse world. Crafting a semi-spiritual weapon from alloy was commendable, at the very least. An ordinary person wielding this short dagger, empowered by its enhancements, could become a superhuman, transcending human limits. Chapter 76. The fiery sun finally ascends. Holding a newly forged spiritual short knife, Lin Yi's mood was undeniably elated. This signified that he could ultimately create extraordinary objects in the realm of reality. After practicing sword techniques throughout the night, Lin Yi arrived early the next day at Gyutan village. Upon inspecting the system character panel, he found that the yin-yang sword technique had indeed reached level 9, with its power having doubled compared to before. Yin-yang sword technique, white. 9. 33,500. Infusing at least 10 points of vitality into the weapon can increase the sword's damage by 1024. If the infused vitality is doubled, the damage also doubles. Now, when confronted with the level 10 heart-eating wolf, if he unleashed a 5-fold yin-yang sword technique, combined with the enhancements from the level 9 technique, the total damage would amount to 50 times the base damage. This formidable demon-level heart-eating wolf might very well fall to a single strike from Lin Yi. Below the professional rank, he was truly invincible. However, regrettably, after reaching level 9, the proficiency of the yin-yang sword technique began to stagnate, rendering the innate swordmaster talent somewhat less impressive. Lin Yi glanced at the universal talent solidification timer, noting that he would have to wait another day before he could use wish fulfillment to draw for a new talent. He hoped for a more powerful ability when the time came. Upon entering the underground workshop of Gyuan Forge, Lin Yi discovered that Gyuan had prepared the materials for today's crafting, a tattered hide of a heart-eating wolf, suitable for making a pair of wrist guards. Observing the damaged hide, Lin Yi found it hard to believe it originated from a slain creature. Gyuan explained that this wolf hide was actually from a heart-eating wolf hunted and dissected long ago by the village. Due to the contamination of demonic energy, the material was flawed, which is why it was offered to Lin Yi for practice. The perfect materials dropped by the progenitors were not something he could access at this time. Lin Yi was indifferent to this, recognizing that his current spiritual energy was insufficient to utilize superior materials for forging. Soon, under Gyuan's guidance, Lin Yi successfully crafted his first wrist guard. Wolf hide wrist guard, a beast hide wrist guard crafted from tattered wolf hide, nourished with spiritual energy. Wearing this item can resist weak negative emotions, providing a calming effect, as well as enhancing the wearer's physique and capacity to store vitality, with a physique boost of 5 and a storage capacity for 4 points of vitality. After reading the description of the wolf hide wrist guard he had forged, Lin Yi displayed a joyful expression. The fact that this wrist guard could also store vitality was undeniably advantageous for certain progenitors who struggled with vitality shortages. Quite remarkable indeed. Lin Yi nodded and inquired, "By the way, Elder, do the attributes of this spiritual item depend on the materials used?" Gyuan replied, "Indeed, each material possesses its unique characteristics, and the attributes displayed by the finished spiritual item are closely related to its components. Of course, your spiritual energy is also of paramount importance. As for me, even when I infuse it with divine energy, I can only forge ordinary spiritual items, and the failure rate is exceedingly high. 1 spiritual item a day is sufficient. We can discuss crafting more once you have grown." Lin Yi acknowledged the validity of Gyuan's words and proceeded to consume a vial of divine water. Ding. Drinking the holy water of Gyutan, your spiritual energy limit increases by 1. Ding. Consuming the holy water of Gyutan. The system's sound echoed several times, and Lin Yi found his spiritual energy limit firmly established at 41 points. However, there lingered a feeling of unfulfillment with the antlers atop his head. He consumed another vial of divine water, and his spiritual energy limit surged by an additional 6 points, reaching a total of 47 points. Compared to the previous day, he had nearly increased his total spiritual energy by a third. With this enhancement, he should have sufficient power to forge a larger spiritual artifact. Emerging from the underground fire chamber of the ancient source forging site, Lin Yi sought out Gu Qinghu and the others. It turned out that since their last decision to venture from the village in pursuit of the Heart-Eater wolf pack, they had begun their preparations. However, their original plans were disrupted by the emergence of the malevolent spirits in the ancient Tomb Valley, which had broken the seal. Nonetheless, following their investigations over the past 2 days, they confirmed that the malevolent spirits had indeed vanished without a trace, prompting the lifting of the village's alert status. This development meant that the wolf hunting operation could commence. In the resting quarters of the 5 militia teams, the rarely seen Old Four was busy drawing talismans within his room. Upon noticing Lin Yi's arrival, he could not help but exclaim, "Aren't you supposed to be learning artifact crafting with Gyuan? What brings you out here?" Lin Yi surveyed the furnishings of Old Four's room, took a turn, and then settled onto a stool, replying, "I found some free time and thought I'd come to see you." Old Four scoffed, "What a joke. You'd only come to see me if the sun rises in the west. Speak, what do you need from me?" Naturally, it was about the wolf hunt. "The captain sent me to inquire about the tracking talismans." "Nonsense. The plan to hunt the wolves was my suggestion. Now the 3 of you are conspiring to leave me behind. Not a chance. I won't part with the tracking talismans unless you find the wolf's den yourselves." Old Four, "That's rather unkind. We're not taking you along at the elder's behest. They claim you are the village's sole heir and cannot venture into danger. If something were to happen to you in the wilderness, we cannot bear that responsibility." Old Four remained unconvinced. "That is not an option. I'm not going. And you won't hunt the wolves without me." Seeing this, Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. "Ah, Old Four, we are going out for revenge. You knew the militia brothers who perished at the jaws of the wolf pack. I never imagined that you would forsake avenging your brothers for your own schemes. Provoked by Lin Yi's words, Old Four's temper flared. Damn it. Don't you dare pin me with such accusations. I want to avenge my brothers. And I intend to do so personally. Lin Yi chose to ignore him and continued. Who knows if those wolves will migrate soon. They aren't foolish. They might be aware that we from Gutin village seek revenge. Old Four, if your desire for personal vengeance causes the wolf pack to flee, it seems the brothers' grievances will remain unavenged. He added, moreover, it's not that we are preventing you from going out. If you can persuade the elders, I wouldn't mind having you join us. Lin Yi assured him, rest assured, as long as that wolf remains in its lair, I guarantee I can bring you back a part of it. Chapter 77, An Unexpected Visitor. Alright, follow me. Is this what the tracking talisman looks like? Indeed. The tracking talisman requires divine power to activate. However, with your spiritual energy, igniting this talisman should pose no challenge. Furthermore, would you like me to lend you a few powerful explosive talismans? One talisman should suffice for dealing with a 9th-tier beast. No need for that. If you were to give me a few, I would gladly accept, but as for lending, I must decline. Lin Yi shook his head, for his combat prowess had now surpassed the 10th tier. Even without employing the Flame Sun Blade technique, vanquishing a 9th-tier beast would be but a matter of 2 strikes. While the explosive talismans held some utility, their significance was not as monumental as he had initially envisioned. Old Goosey chuckled, his demeanor unabashed as he remarked. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Aside from the bloodthirsty wolf, one might also encounter spectral spirits and other creatures. It is prudent to stock up on talismans, especially since those I possess are unique to our village. Some cannot even be replicated by the village elders. In this regard, Old Goosey spoke truthfully. Although all divine practitioners can inscribe talismans, mastering the intricacies of a single talisman's creation is an arduous task. Old Goosey's binding spirit talisman, explosive talisman, and tracking talisman were all his personal restorations derived from fragmented ancient tomes. The village's elders could not replicate these semi-divine talismans. To a certain extent, Old Goosey possessed a profound talent for talisman making. Perhaps this was the true reason for his designation as the next village chief. Lin Yi was not swayed by such arguments and reiterated his stance. I shall accept gifts, but I shall not entertain loans. After some contemplation, Old Goosey proposed. I can offer them to you for free. However, I have heard that you are now able to forge spiritual artifacts. Thus, in the future, when I seek your expertise in crafting, you shall forge for me without charge. Lin Yi smiled, realizing that Old Goosey had been waiting for him. After pondering for a moment, he agreed, that sounds fair, but I still owe the village several spiritual artifacts. Should you wish to commission one, you will need to provide the materials yourself, and it will have to wait until I have some free time. Not a problem. I shall trouble you when the time comes, Deputy Village Chief Lin. With that, Old Goosey retrieved several semi-divine talismans from his compartment, including binding spirit talismans and explosive talismans. These semi-divine talismans lose potency when used for an extended period, and my stock is limited, so please take them all. Seeing Lin Yi's willingness to forge for him, Old Goosey was unusually generous. Not only did he change his address to Deputy Village Chief, but he also revealed his stash of talismans, comprising 2 binding spirit talismans and 3 explosive talismans. It is worth noting that Old Goosey bore a striking resemblance to the character Liu Hong from television dramas, being the type of person who believes in the adage whatever you can get is yours, with an exceptionally thick skin. Lin Yi, curious about what treasures resided in Old Goosey's chest, leaned in to take a peek, only to have Old Goosey swiftly close the chest. Deputy Village Chief. This chest contains divine power mechanisms. Should it be opened by anyone other than myself, calamity may ensue. Do not harbor any ill intentions. Rest assured, I have no designs on your treasures, Old Goosey. Lin Yi chuckled as he accepted the semi-divine talismans and departed. After acquiring the tracking talismans from Old Goosey, Lin Yi conferred with Gu Qinghu and Gu Man regarding the optimal timing to hunt the wolves and what preparations were necessary. Considering Lin Yi's limited online time each day, Gu Qinghu suggested departing in the evening, utilizing the cover of night to locate the wolf den and launching their attack at dawn. After careful consideration, Lin Yi decided to postpone his departure by another day. Tomorrow, he would have the opportunity to acquire a new talent, and if this new ability proved advantageous, it might elevate his combat prowess to new heights. That evening, Lin Yi logged back into the world of Apocalypse, where in the underground forge of Ancient Pool Village, he utilized his fully restored 47 points of spiritual energy to cultivate a pair of wolfskin boots. Wolfskin boots, spirit artifact, crafted from tattered wolf pelts. These boots are infused with spiritual energy, allowing the wearer to resist minor negative emotions, instilling a sense of calmness, while also enhancing their physical constitution and endurance. With a constitution value of 4 and an endurance value of 5. In truth, Lin Yi had hoped to create a pair of boots that would augment agility. However, due to the inherent qualities of the wolf pelt material, these boots only possessed attributes related to constitution and endurance. It seemed that to forge the desired spirit artifacts in the future, one must take into account the properties of the materials used. Naturally, Lin Yi accepted the boots with gratitude and intended to request some of the spirit artifacts crafted by Gu Chenghu and Gu Man over the past few days, hoping to temporarily bolster the strength of their trio. To his surprise, Gu Yuan remarked, "You should concern yourself only with your own matters. The spirit artifacts you crafted these past 2 days have already been exchanged by them." Venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters was a perilous endeavor for Gu Chenghu and Gu Man, and they were naturally well prepared. Who could it be? Lin Yi wondered, puzzled. If it were Liu Bo, he usually sent a message in advance. As for his studio staff, it was even less likely, since Lin Yi hadn't informed them of his move. Peering through the peephole, Lin Yi was both surprised and yet somewhat expecting the arrival of the person at his door. It was none other than Zhang Baichuan, the captain of the official apocalypse team of Lina City. At that moment, Zhang Baichuan was dressed in ordinary civilian attire, carrying a basket of fruits, seemingly visiting Lin Yi's home specifically. With a smile, he appeared quite at ease. "Captain Zhang?" Lin Yi inquired. Zhang Baichuan responded with a grin. "It seems Mr. Lin recognizes me. Thus, I need not introduce myself further. But Captain Zhang is a busy man. What brings you here?" Upon learning that a formidable expert resides in Lina City, I felt compelled to pay a visit. "I purchased this fruit basket just outside my community. It contains all fresh produce. You're too polite. Please come in and take a seat. I've just moved here, so I don't have any tea or refreshments prepared. Would you like a cold cola?" Though the two had never formally met, an unspoken understanding existed between them, akin to longtime friends who were aware of each other's backgrounds. Lin Yi was indeed surprised at how quickly Zhang Baichuan had located him. Moreover, up until now, Liu Bo had not sent him any messages, indicating that Zhang Baichuan had come alone without informing Liu Bo. Zhang Baichuan shook his head, saying, "No cola for me. I'm getting older and have health issues, so I shouldn't consume sugary drinks." "What a pity," Lin Yi replied. As they entered the living room of Lin Yi's villa, Zhang Baichuan casually surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a short dagger hanging on the wall. This dagger, sheathed in leather, featured a hilt adorned with dragon patterns, and most notably, a faint luminescence shimmered across its surface. As the captain of Lina City, Zhang Baichuan's knowledge was far from superficial. He instantly recognized that this was a spiritual artifact. However, how could Lin Yi possess such a treasure within his home? Had he perhaps vanquished a progenitor who wielded a spiritual weapon? Zhang Baichuan was taken aback, attempting to feign nonchalance. Yet Lin Yi had already discerned the shift in his expression. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Yi took a sip of the ice-cold cola he had just poured and smiled. "Are you interested in this exquisite short blade, Captain Zhang?" "Haha." Zhang Baichuan let out a dry chuckle, the carefully rehearsed words he had prepared suddenly eluding him. The audacity with which Lin Yi displayed a spiritual artifact in his abode astonished him to no end and disrupted his thoughts. He suddenly felt that his visit, unannounced and impulsive, might have been a misstep. "Mr. Lin," Zhang Baichuan began. "Please, just call me Lin Yi. Referring to me as Mr. Lin feels quite awkward." Lin Yi replied with a laugh. "All right, then I shall call you Brother Lin. After all, we are not too far apart in age. So what brings you here?" "Captain Zhang, is it concerning Xiaobo? Has he committed an error within the team?" "Not at all. Liu Bo has been performing admirably in our squad. We hold him in high regard. In that case, I would appreciate it if Captain Liu could keep a watchful eye on Xiaobo. After his father's passing, the boy has few relatives left, and I count myself among them, so." Zhang Baichuan paused before continuing. "I understand, Brother Lin. You need not worry. The reason for my unexpected visit is to register your information. Our organization has protocols in place. All progenitors of the apocalypse who are not recorded must be documented. Of course, no problem at all. If you have any inquiries, I assure you I shall be forthcoming. However, I cannot divulge matters concerning my personal secrets." Lin Yi replied readily. Zhang Baichuan felt a bitter smile creep onto his face. The questions he wished to pose would undoubtedly touch upon Lin Yi's private affairs. "May I inquire when you entered the world of the apocalypse, Brother Lin?" Lin Yi took a sip of his cola, pondering. "It was likely within a week following my brother Liu Hong's demise. At that time, I acquired an activation code through underground dealings, which led me to inadvertently encounter the apocalypse world." Zhang Baichuan raised an eyebrow and pressed further. "And what is your current level?" "Level 6. The resources in my beginner village are rather scarce, hence I have yet to progress beyond that," Lin Yi replied. "Level 6? Zhang Baichuan found it hard to believe Lin Yi's claim. The ability to slay a level 9 purple-eyed Martin with a single strike in an abandoned district, nearly cleaving through the concrete floor, could not possibly align with a mere level 6. "Brother Lin, I am recording this for official purposes. If the information is inaccurate, then please, Captain Zhang, amend it for me. I must be at level 10 by now." "Must be?" Lin Yi coughed twice. "Ahem, I am indeed at level 10, and I am on the verge of breaking through to the professional level." Zhang Baichuan, feeling helpless, continued his inquiry. "And what is the name of the beginner village you reside in?" "Gu Tan Village, with Gu meaning ancient and Tan referring to a pond," Lin Yi responded. Zhang Baichuan contemplated for a moment before taking out a small notebook from his possession and diligently recording Lin Yi's statements. "Brother Lin, a few days ago at the ZY community, you were the one who intervened to save Liu Bo, correct?" "That was indeed me," Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. "Captain Zhang, I managed to slay a level 9 beast. Is there any form of official reward for that? Rewards are indeed forthcoming. I shall apply for them on behalf of Brother Lin. Moreover, I wish to inquire about the swordsmanship you employed that day, the Flame Yang sword technique. I learned it in Gutin village. In response to Zhang Baichuan's inquiries, Lin Yi answered every question candidly. After all, this information is trivial, and there is no need for deceit. Very well, Brother Lin, may I ask what color the envelope containing the activation code was? What color? Was it not white? Did your attribute panel bear any numbers? Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeper, perplexed. Is there a number on the attribute panel? I was unaware. For a moment, Zhang Baichuan could not discern the truth in Lin Yi's words. He took a deep breath and resolved to document the information as is. All right, Brother Lin. I have no further inquiries for now. Let us exchange contact information, as I may require your assistance in the future. Lin Yi smiled. No need for formality. We are all part of the same community. You are always welcome to visit, Captain Zhang. Before departing, Zhang Baichuan cast one last glance at the dragon-patterned short sword on the wall before exiting the villa. Outside the community, Xiao Shuang awaited Zhang Baichuan in the car. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed, she quickly asked, Boss, how did it go? This is the inquiry booklet. You can peruse it yourself. Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Baichuan tossed the booklet to Xiao Shuang. After reviewing it, she could not help but exclaim, this is nonsense. Based on the timeline, this esteemed Lin has only been in the apocalypse world for about a month. How could he possibly have reached level 10? I'm unsure. Perhaps he has his own fortuitous encounters in the apocalypse world. Boss, didn't you test his strength? What if he is merely a paper tiger? Zhang Baichuan retorted. Get lost. Don't lead me to my doom. While I cannot ascertain his exact level, I sensed a dangerous aura from his gaze. A reflex honed from my years in the military. I am certain that this Lin is a master beyond level 10. Xiao Shuang gasped, above level 10? Boss, you don't suspect that Lin Yi is a professional level expert, do you? That possibility cannot be dismissed. At least, the sense of danger Lin Yi exuded reminded me of Captain Nyo. Goodness, to be compared with Captain Nyo, it seems Lin Yi has likely acquired Liu Bo's activation code, one that is numbered. Otherwise, how could he have progressed so rapidly? As the two deliberated, a knock echoed on the car window. Knock, knock. Outside, Lin Yi flashed a wide grin. Captain Zhang, what a coincidence. You haven't left yet? I just stepped out to take out the trash and noticed your vehicle, so I thought I'd come over to say hello. As he spoke, Lin Yi lifted the black garbage bag in his hand, as if he truly had come to dispose of refuse. For reasons unbeknownst to them, upon seeing Lin Yi's smile, both Zhang Baichuan and Xiao Shuang felt an unsettling tension in their scalps. It seemed their previous conversation had been entirely overheard by Lin Yi. In light of Zhang Baichuan's visit, Lin Yi had succinctly edited the day's events and sent them to Liu Bo. What does it mean to be strong? Can't you articulate anything? When he came today, he was dressed in plain clothes and carried a basket of fruit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have opened the door for him. Impressive. Typically, when our team leader Zhang encounters the newly emerged, he usually brings along a companion to play contrasting roles, one portraying the menacing figure while the other adopts a more amiable demeanor to intimidate. However, today, his ability to visit you alone while carrying fruit suggests that he is indeed wary of your formidable prowess.